Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1 1-click full level system. The border between the land of fire and the land of thunder. The hidden cave. Konoha ninjas gathered here more or less injured. Everyone's face was ashen. Damn Kumogakure, shot when we fought Iwagakure, Sunagakure. Our current strength is only 29, and the opponent has at least 100 people, and the leader of the team is the rumored AB combination in Kumogakure. That's Raikage's alternate in Kumogakure, and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. If we don't retreat now, once a circle of encirclement is formed, I'm afraid we will surely die. Konoha ninja in the field was in a hurry. The Third Ninja War started with the disappearance of 3 generations of Kazekage, and Iwagakure took the opportunity to break through the defense line of Kanekun Bridge and attacked Konoha. The Land of Water attacked violently, leaving Konoha to open up 3 battlefields on his own. I thought that the stable rear, but Kumogakure was also unable to hold back, and sent an elite roundabout attack. For a time, Konoha could only forcibly assign personnel and open the 4th battlefield. However, in the face of Kumogakure, the ninja team they had assembled everywhere was obviously powerless. The battle with the vanguard troops has already damaged most of them. Now the enemy deliberately disseminates the intelligence of the AB combination, that is, intends to subdue the soldiers without fighting. The requested support has not been answered yet. There's already an answer, and it was Lord Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato who came in person. Ms. Minato, didn't he fight at Kikyoyama? I'm afraid Kumogakure will arrive, and Mr. Minato won't be able to arrive yet. The excitement on everyone's faces dissipated in an instant. Namikaze Minato's reputation in the Third Ninja World War is far-reaching, and he is even more famous. It's a pity that far water can't put out near fire. It's probably very difficult for them to keep this pass alone. According to the speed of Kumogakure, they will arrive in 3 days. We are not Kumogakure's opponents with the combat strength of individual soldiers. If we count the AB combination, we will definitely lose. A Konoha ninja couldn't hold back airway. The voice fell, and the eyes in the field were locked on the 2 men who took the lead. This time, the coordinator of the 4th battlefield, led by the 2 Jonin dispatched by the routes of Danzo. They are Aburame Route and Yamanaka Wind, respectively. Look at the situation of the wounded first. If it is too serious, we will give up all, Yamanaka said in a deep voice. This time, if the members of the Uchiha family assigned to our team are Shisui, then we probably don't have to retreat. Then Uchiha Chinyu, his luck is too bad. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he was directly detonated by the rune formation and was seriously injured. I heard that his Sharingan is still Tomo. The noisy discussion came from the entrance of the cave. Chinyu, who was about 14 or 15 years old, opened his eyes in confusion. Looking at the wounded lying beside him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn it, why did you really pass through? It also crossed into Uchiha, who was also exterminated sooner or later, and this seems to be the battlefield of the Third Ninja War. Chinyu was stunned, and the crazy combination of memories in his mind made him feel inexplicable confusion. The beginning is a life and death battle. Doesn't this send him on the road to death? Moreover, the conversation just now seems to be planning to give up the wounded and retreat. Then he might have really become a cannon fodder. Damn, I won't be the fastest person to die in the crossing army. It's not my style to give away people at the beginning. Ding dang, the one-click full-level plugin is successfully activated, can you use it immediately? Plugin, one-click full-level. Chinyu was stunned. This happiness came so suddenly. Do not. It should be said that the golden finger is the standard of the crossing army, and it is too timely now. Enable one-key full-level plugin. Chinyu ordered quickly. Ding dong, congratulations on the successful activation of the host, and the database is being built. Host, Uchiha Chinyu. Ninja level, Chunin. Ninjutsu, Kaden Fire Style, Grand Fireball, Kaden Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu, Shadow Clone, Instant Jutsu, Single Tomo Sharingan. Looking at this simple attribute panel, Chinyu finally knew why the people outside looked disdainful. The Uchiha family is full of talented people. Putting this kind of strength in it is completely a hindrance. The scan is complete. Does the host immediately use one key to reach the full level? Use it immediately. Chinyu hurriedly issued an order. Ding! Sharingan is full. Open Mangekyo Sharingan successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden ability, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo. Ding! Great Fireball Jutsu is maxed out. Ding! Dragon Flame Jutsu is full. Ding! The Instant Body Technique is at full level. Ding! The Shadow Clone Technique is at full level, and multiple Shadow Clones are activated. Ding! Multiple Shadow Clone max levels. A series of system sounds flashed in my mind. Seeing this scene, Chinyu was a little stunned. This means that any ninjutsu that Chinyu comes into contact with can instantly reach full level. Whether it's Susanoo, or Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, it's a big killer move in seconds. Others have worked hard for decades and spent countless efforts to achieve achievements. When they come to me, they can reach full level with one click. This is really cool. Chinyu felt the huge pupil power emerging from his eyes, and couldn't help but smile. Chinyu, don't move around. The wound on your body has just healed. If it opens again, it will be bad. Shizune with black hair appeared in Chinyu's field of vision. She is the only medical ninja in the entire team. In this battle, death may be a relief, but living is a sin. At least, looking at Shizune's hot sweat and pale face, it is obvious that the chakra and physical strength are too much. Seeing the medical chakra lit up again in her hand, Chinyu reached out and stopped it. Don't worry, my body is already in good condition. You still need to rest for a day or two. If you continue, I'm worried that you will use up too much energy and pass out of a coma. Chinyu advised. Shizune shook his head stubbornly, bit Yuhi's lips and said, Master Tsunade said that medical ninjas are the last guardians of life on the battlefield. If even I give up, then they will also be abandoned. I'm not reconciled. If I can be as powerful as Master Tsunade, and summon Master Slug to help everyone heal, they won't have to be abandoned. My parents have died in this war and I don't want those who are waiting for their parents to be as disappointed as I am. I don't want to. They are still alive. Why should they be abandoned? I'm not reconciled. I'm obviously a medical ninja, but I can't do anything right now. Hot tears shattered on the back of his hand with a slight sob. Forcibly pursed lips, full of unwilling grievances. Or, this is the unwillingness of the doctor. Chapter 2 shows you what despair is. Chinyu, what do you think I should do? Shizune raised his head hesitantly, tears already crawling. Now, she is not like an experienced medical ninja at all, instead she feels like a child who is at a loss. You've done enough. Chinyu got up and gently wiped Shizune's tears. Let me handle this matter. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Shizune couldn't help but startled. On weekdays, Uchiha Chinyu was a shy, or rather low self-esteem teenager. Now, the feeling to her is completely different. Those hawk-like eyes gave her an inexplicable sense of security. However, when he thought of the intimacy now, with a little ignorance, Shizune's cheeks slightly lowered, and he quickly changed the subject. They are seriously injured, how will they be rescued next? Unless it is transported back to Konoha, or there are more medical ninjas to support, but they are now discussing a retreat and abandoning the wounded. Don't worry, with me here, they won't be abandoned. This war will come to an end. Let's go home together. Chinyu loosened his body and stood up. Under Shizune's bewildered look, he gave a shudder to his eyebrows and walked out. Disgusting. Shizune rubbed his forehead subconsciously, but found that the tone of his speech seemed a little strange, and his cheeks couldn't help but turn red. At the entrance of the cave, the battle meeting continued. As soon as Chinyu approached, he heard the final decision. Now, in the name of the captain, I propose to immediately abandon the wounded and withdraw. Please raise your hand if you are willing. Yamanaka said suddenly. Aburame on the side took the root and raised his hand to echo, I do. The transportation of the wounded and the treatment along the way will slow down the retreat of the large army, so it is appropriate to abandon the wounded. I hope you will consider it carefully, and don't forget how Konoha White Fang ended up. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of everyone in the field changed drastically. The death of Konoha White Fang Hatake Sakumo was a huge loss for Konoha Shinobi Village. It is a pity that his death was spurned by the vast majority of people. People are selfish, they just focus on the results, but what they sacrifice in the process. Now that Aburame took the root of these words, it was obvious that their choice was driven to a dead end. There is no need to choose, we are different from Gen, we will not give up teammates casually. Chinyu said lightly. It's Uchiha Chinyu, isn't his injury very serious, he woke up so soon. Many people were shocked. They still had lingering fears when they thought of Chinyu, who was rescued from the detonating rune, covered in blood. Aburame Togen and Yamanaka K's couldn't help but sank. Whether they are in the roots or in the Konoha, they are considered little geniuses. When have they been publicly questioned and publicly opposed their decisions? Moreover, the thought instilled in the root is that everything can be easily given up for the sake of victory. Chinyu, you are just a chunin, you are not qualified to participate in this decision, hurry up and step aside for me. Yamanaka shouted in a deep voice. If there is another time when you speak indiscriminately to deceive people, then don't blame our military law for handling it. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the field changed drastically, and they all looked at Chinyu, who was completely different from the usual shy and inferior. Intuition tells them that this Chinyu may have fooled his brain and dare to contradict those who are rooted. Uchiha Chinyu, you dare to ignore the captain's orders, you are courting death. Yamanaka shouted angrily. Let everyone's face change involuntarily. Aburame also said coldly, don't forget, we are facing hundreds of Kumogakure and AB groups. This is a world where the strong eat the weak. You, a weakling who can't even reach Jonin, have no right to speak. I'll give you 2 chances now, the first is to shut up and get out of the way. Second, die. The awe-inspiring words changed the expressions of everyone in the field. Chinyu, come back soon. Shizune rushed out and said in a hurry, I'm sorry everyone, Chinyu's consciousness is still not clear. Shizune, leave this matter to me. Chinyu interrupted, looking up at Aburame and saying, then you mean that companions can kill each other? Can I kill you too? A small voice swept through the cave, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. This is completely different from Chinyu, who has always been timid and fearful in their acquaintance. HMPH, what of Uchiha Chinyu, we have known for a long time that your family is about to move, but you are too naive. With your strength, you even threatened to kill me. Aburame laughed disdainfully. HMPH, a chunin trash who has no strength at all, originally obediently stayed by the side, we might even take you away, but now it seems to be spared. Yamanaka said coldly, the following crime, blatantly disobeying the captain's order, we have the right to kill you. Weak people should hide in the corner and shiver. Xiaoxia's energy was locked on Chinyu's body at once. Everyone present clearly knew that as long as Chinyu had the slightest movement, the thunder-killing move would be waiting for him. Yamanaka wind, we are companions, don't go too far. A Jonin with purple hair stood out from the crowd. In this situation, you should calm down and discuss, and then there will be a solution. HMPH, Azuki, I advise you not to meddle in your own business. This time the mission is entirely our responsibility. This kid is so weak, he has already dragged his feet, and now he is blatantly disobeying the order. We have the right to kill him. Do you mean that you can kill people with strength? That's good, let you see what despair is. Chinyu laughed playfully. The blood in the pupil was like a tide, instantly occupying the entire pupil. The next moment, the 9 tomo practiced into one. The turbulent pupil power, like a hurricane, centered on Chinyu, exploded instantly. A head of black hair moves without wind, and the blood-colored pupil power makes people feel a kind of throbbing. What kind of eyes are these? Uchiha Chinyu, isn't it a single hook Sharingan? Now it's 1, 2, 3, 9 tomo. What the hell is going on? Among the Uchiha clan, the 3 tomo are already very powerful, and the 9 tomo. The powerful pupil force oppresses, and the blood-colored 9 tomo Mangekyo Sharingan. The expressions of the people in the cave changed drastically. The Uchiha clan is a famous family in the ninja world. The evolution model of Sharingan has already been figured out. Single tomo, double tomo, triple tomo. This is the most common change. It can be said that the Mangekyo Sharingan is known to very few people even within the Uchiha clan. Not to mention, people who awakened by chance. However, none of this matters. The most important thing is that they feel like a disaster from the oppression of this powerful pupil force. Chapter 3 Susano_. How is this possible? Isn't he Chunin trash? How can he open the legendary Mangekyo? Abarame's expression changed suddenly. He and Yamanaka K's, as Danzo's henchmen, are also the top fighters. Of course, he knows a thing or two about the secrets of the Uchiha family. The pair in front of me, Sharingan, who is out of common sense, is the only explanation. Wind. Abarame and Yamanaka couldn't help but look at each other. Go. The art of turning hearts. The Yamanaka wind was the first to burst, and he pressed his hands in the air to directly perform the secret technique of the Yamanaka family. At the same time, Abarame took a piece of his mouth to agitate, and opened his mouth to spit out a black mist. Secret art, poison dust art. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Shizune's face changed, and he shouted in a hurry, Chinyu, be careful, this black mist is a nano-level poisonous insect. Once it is ingested in the body, it will definitely die. Don't worry, Chinyu suddenly raised his head, and 9 tomo Rinnegan turned frantically. The chakra, which was filled with the smell of disaster, was like a frenzy in the next moment, and rolled back towards Chinyu's body. Boy, you are too big, as long as the poisonous dust is 1 meter away from you. Abarame couldn't help but stop smiling. Stopped by the invisible aura of Yuhi, 3 feet away from Chinyu. The next moment, the pupil power, which was rolling in the sky, turned into a terrifying skeleton. The originally small cave was directly filled up. A pair of eyes beating with blood-colored flames exudes a fascinating taste. PFF'd. The poisonous insects attacked, and they were instantly burnt out by the flames. Turned into a piece of dust scattered on the ground. Say no to Susano. Looking at the terrifying skeleton, the blood-colored energy ribs, and the jumping flames in the deep-set eyes. Just looking at it makes one feel a chill down the spine. No way, you are clearly controlled by the wind's secret technique. Abarame's expression changed suddenly. Not only because of the Susano that Chinyu showed, but also because of his and Yamanaka's unfavorable combined ultimate move. I don't know how it was broken. Haha, have you forgotten that our Uchiha family is best at demonic illusion besides Kaden, fire style? Chinyu sneered. What? Abarame's expression changed suddenly, and he hurriedly moved, only to find that his whole body seemed to be restricted by invisible shackles. My body can't move, when did you put demonic illusion on me? What's the matter, are you afraid now? Chinyu sneered. It's too late. Roar. Susano let out a roar, and his right hand, which was bony protruding, slapped the two of them like lightning. No. Since you want me to die, then you should die too. Aburame took root with a ferocious face. Unlike Yamanaka K's, his body was restricted, but he was still able to give orders to the bad bugs. Secret technique, insect explosion technique. The poisonous insects all over the body instantly became restless, and I saw Aburame quickly bulging on the surface of his body. Boom. The poisonous insect detonated instantly, a powerful air wave swept away, and the dark green poisonous gas dispersed with the wind. Everyone, be careful, don't breathe these poisonous gas, Shizune exclaimed. But soon I saw that the whole world was turning, and I woke up. They are still in the cave. However, this time, there was no trace of battle in the cave, and there was an explosion of poisonous insects. Chinyu in a hurry, he found that Aburame and Yamanaka were kneeling on the ground and giggling like dementia. This weird look is obviously still deep in demonic illusion. What is demonic illusion? It can control all of us in an instant. The battle just now was an illusion. The two Jonins were pulled into the illusion without knowing it, and there is no way to get out of it now, which is too terrifying. People with sharp eyes can see the clue in an instant. However, seeing Yamanaka K's and Aburame taking their roots with a smirk like a dementia, they felt a little lingering fear in their hearts, and their spines were still chilled. They knew very well that if Chinyu was in a bad mood just now, he could easily kill them together. This is definitely not a problem. They can go to the battlefield and have already made psychological preparations. However, death can be vigorous, but this kind of death is also unclear. Make them unacceptable. Okay, the killers will be killed forever. They want to kill me, so if I kill them, that should be normal, right? Chinyu seemed to have done a trivial thing, and swept the audience with scrutiny. Then he walked slowly to Yamanaka K's and Aburame to take the roots. Yes, Chinyu is right. Gen's people are too indifferent. They dare to kill their companions. Even if they pass it back to Konoha, they will not be able to escape punishment. Instead of letting these two people stay in the team like fish bones stuck in the throat, it's better to get rid of them. Now that Aburame and Yamanaka are struggling to conquer the crowd, the team is leaderless. Chinyu, your strength is outstanding, I urge you to lead the team. The ninjas in the arena joined in one after another. Chinyu couldn't help but smile. Wall grass is not lacking anywhere. But the only thing that satisfied him was that these people never offered to give up his teammates and shot him. Otherwise, he didn't mind and solved them easily. Chinyu, you can't kill them. Shizune suddenly persuaded. Danzo is very vengeful. Once Yamanaka and Aburame are killed, they will definitely give you the name Missing Nin. I don't want anything to happen to you. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people in the field changed drastically. They have heard more or less about Gen's behavior. However, with Danzo's identity here, many people dare not speak out. Moreover, many people saw Danzo's hostility towards the Uchiha family. You don't want me to have an accident. Qinfeng looked at Shizune with a smile. Shizune's expression was stagnant, and a trace of red yuhi appeared on his cheeks. He finally bit Kiba and nodded. I don't want everyone to have an accident. So that's the case, it seems that my expression was wrong. Qinfeng laughed dryly and said, since Shizune, you said, I will let them go for the time being, but the death penalty can be escaped, and life is hard to forgive, so let's imprison them first. Everyone respects me so much, so I won't hold back. I will rest in place for 3 days. After 3 days, we will take the initiative to fight. Chinyu looked at Shizune and said, in my eyes, my companions must not give up. Unless you step on my corpse. Come on, take them down first. The indifferent voice made everyone in the field suddenly shocked. Originally, in their eyes, Qin Feng was a shy and cowardly person. But now because of all this label has been completely subverted. Whether it's taking the route of Yamanaka Kase and Aburame in an instant with demonic illusion, or taking the initiative now. In their eyes, Qin stood up for his companions. This gave them an inexplicable sense of security as companions. Chapter 4 I will soon learn. Qin, don't worry, this pass is an important strategic position for our country of fire. Although we will not disobey the order, we will never give up easily. Otherwise, once Kumogakure passes the pass, it will be transformed into in the case of Zero, it is a huge threat to Konoha. Azuki Kangwu, who had just spoken to stop him, said in a deep voice. Go get ready, Qin said while looking at these people. The world of Hokage is all about the weak and the strong, and Qin strength is enough to shock them. What's more, if you give up your companions, even if it is for a mission, going back to Konoha will also be spurned. Moreover, once the Kumogakure enters Konoha through this pass, it will be like a land of no one. To continue to block, I am afraid it is too difficult. Qin, don't worry. A group of ninjas agreed, planning to take precautions on their own. By the way, who of you has a ninjutsu scroll with you? Qin Feng suddenly remembered something important. He now has a one-key full-level system, which can make all kinds of ninjutsu full-level. There are still 3 days of free time at the moment. Of course, the opportunity to enhance his own strength cannot be easily missed. Moreover, Kumogakure, SAB combination is not an easy character to deal with. Ninjutsu scroll. The more than 20 ninjas present couldn't help but startled. No, Qin Feng didn't hold out much hope either. After all, in this wartime state, who would carry a learning scroll with them? Moreover, there is a centralized ninjutsu scroll training room in the ninjutsu village, and most of the ninjutsu is also inherited by teachers or guided by elders. Rarely would anyone carry a ninjutsu scroll alone with them. If you lose on the battlefield, not only will your life be lost, but the scrolls will also fall on other people. Azuki Kangwu, out of the crowd, made his debut. Qin, I don't know why you want a ninjutsu scroll. This is an A-level ninjutsu I prepared for my daughter, Raiden Thunder style Luo Lei. I originally planned to go back after the mission was completed. A present for her is Chunin. Quote. Now instead of falling into Kumogakure's hands, it's better to give it to you. Your daughter. Qin raised his brows, looked at the outline of Jonin's face, a vaguely familiar outline, and said, your daughter is Azuki Yugao. Haha, Azuki, your daughter is really outstanding, even Qin paid attention to it. A big man laughed heartily. Azuki Kangwu glared at him and said, shut up you bastard. You keep introducing your son to me, my precious daughter, but I swear, he likes at least Jonin. Che, my son Inu Arashi will soon become Chunin, especially Jonin is just around the corner. Inu Feng quickly retorted. Azuki, look at Qin. His strength can definitely reach a special Jonin level, but demonic illusion can't even catch up with us old guys. An unexpected voice appeared in the team. Shizune's expression froze, and he said anxiously, you guys stop joking, hand over the scroll to Qin first, he may be of some use. Little Shizune, why do you look like Yuhi? It's not because you like Qin. As the roar of laughter spread, the suppressed atmosphere in the cave dissipated a little. After looking up and down, Azuki Kangwu patted Qin on the shoulder and said, good boy, your powerful demonic illusion can indeed reach the limit of being a special Jonin. This scroll is handed over to you. If you can go back alive, I have a letter here that I hope you can pass on to my daughter. Qin, I also have something here, you help me pass it on to my son. I have it here too. I trouble you too. Looking at the ninjas who took out letters and some personal objects one after another. There is no doubt that Chinyu is the one with the greatest chance to return to Konoha alive. Chinyu, can you help me return this Kunwu to Lord Tsunade? Shizune couldn't hold back his breath. This is the gift she gave me as a teacher. For a time, the smiles on everyone's faces concealed a trace of bitterness. Do you think there is no doubt that you will die in this battle? Chinyu said indifferently. Then why did you disapprove when Yamanaka-fung and the others decided to retreat just now? Everyone looked stunned. In their eyes, Chinyu's strength is enough to reach the point of being a special jonin. However, there are hundreds of people in Kumogakure, as well as the AB combination, and not one person can resist. Azuki Kingwu hurriedly said, Chinyu, don't get me wrong, we are not people who are greedy for life and fear of death. When we are jonin, and when we take on the task, we already have the heart to die. What's more, this pass is the main passage to Konoha. If Kumogakure is allowed to cross here and drive straight in, Konoha will be attacked from the back and forth, and our family and children will be threatened with life. So, we would rather die than retire. Inu Feng also nodded and said solemnly, Chinyu, we have always underestimated you. We never thought that your Grandmaster is such a powerful demonic illusion. We already have the heart to die here, just hope you can help us with something. Go back. Chinyu, just help them. Shizune couldn't help but persuade, help me too. For a time, everyone looked at Chinyu with a little more hope. Sorry, I won't help you. Chinyu said lightly, you take these things back, and you have to hand them back. Including this scroll. Let's go back together. The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane, shaking everyone's soul at the same time. Azuki Kingwu couldn't help clenching his fists, his eyes slightly filled with yuhi. Okay, the good boy is right, let's go back together. When I go back, I will definitely introduce my daughter to you. Haha, Azuki, you are really disrespectful. HMPH. I think you guys are eager to have a daughter to introduce to Chinyu. Azuki Kingwu glared. Chinyu, what do you want a ninjutsu scroll for? This is an A-level Raiden Thunder style Luole. Everyone couldn't help but be curious and looked at Chinyu. Before the battle of life and death, this A-level ninjutsu is very powerful, but it is obviously not useful. Nothing, I just want to learn 2 more ninjutsu. Chinyu took the scroll. He has a 1-key full-level system, and for ninjutsu, the more the better. Now I'm learning ninjutsu, I'm afraid I can't catch up a bit. Azuki Kingwu looked stunned and said, it took me more than a month to learn this ninjutsu before I became a complete master. Now I only have 3 days, which seems a bit too much. Rush. Don't worry, I will learn it soon. Chinyu did not explain. I can't tell them. I have the system by my side, and I can reach the full level with 1 click. This is probably even more unbelievable. Azuki Kingwu was stunned for a moment and said, well, I also understand this ninjutsu. If you insist on learning, I can guide you. Thank you Uncle Azuki, I am enough alone. Chinyu shook his head and refused, and took the scroll and walked out first. Watching Chinyu's back go away, many of the ninjas in the field sighed secretly. Chapter 5 Raiden Thunder Style Kirin 1-click full level. This Chinyu seems to be a little overworked. A-level ninjutsu is not easy to learn. Even the experienced Azuki took more than a month to learn it. How could he succeed in 3 days? Inu Feng couldn't help but said. Okay, young people are like this, it's good to meet the wall. Azuki Kingwu patted King Feng on the shoulder and said, I hope Chinyu will understand that some things cannot be forced. Outside the cave, a slightly remote basin. Chinyu opened the Mangekyo Sharingan immediately after unfolding the Raiden Thunder Style scroll. Sharingan fell into the hands of Kakashi, creating the reputation of Copy Ninja Kakashi. For a ninja to learn ninjutsu, there are 2 most important levels. The first is entry, and the second is Grandmaster. However, Chinyu now has a Mangekyo Sharingan, which can be achieved in an instant. As for the Grandmaster, you can reach the full level with one click. Now Chin-Yu can be said to be equipped with the original physical plugin, and the invincible upgrade. Riding the horse against the sky. Ding! Find out the speed of the hand seal technique, whether it's one click full level. Full level immediately. Qin Feng quickly flipped his hands, and the chakra in his body was undergoing precise nature transformation. Raiden Thunder Style Thunder. When the last magic seal fell, there was a low roar in the sky. 9 thunders of light, like a dragon coming out of the abyss, with a sharp attitude, directly fell on the rock 7 or 8 meters away. Boom! The huge rock burst into pieces. Under the splash of thunder light, the gravel flew, and a big hole of more than 10 meters was blown up abruptly. Under the smoke of gunpowder, it looked shocking. Seeing this scene, Chin-Yu couldn't help but be stunned. According to the description of the A-level Raiden Thunder Style Thunderbolt on the scroll, once the master has mastered this ninjutsu, he can communicate with the free thunder element of heaven and earth, and perform a thunderbolt attack. However, the scene in front of him went beyond this scope. Could it be because of the one-key full-level system? Chin-Yu raised his brows. He remembered that Uchiha Madara once said in the original book that there is no weakest ninjutsu, only the weakest. A Cadent Fire Style Grand Fireball, you can use the feeling of a big move. Only Uchiha Madara can do it. Now, Chin-Yu's situation is probably due to the full level of ninjutsu. However, just now, the chakra in Chin-Yu's body was still consumed by 1/10. Ding dong, Thunder Attribute Chakra, 1 click full level. Ding dong, Raiden Thunder Style Thunder, 1 click full level. Ding dang, the natural power of Thunder Attribute Induction is full level with 1 key. The sound of the system prompt in his mind instantly confirmed Chin-Yu's thoughts. Looking at the big pit that was struck by the falling thunder not far away, I suddenly remembered the awesome ninjutsu from Uchiha's assistant in Raiden Thunder Style Ninjutsu. S-Class Raiden Thunder Style Kirin. It can be said that if this ninjutsu is not required to rely on the right time and place to be able to perform. Destructive power alone can match Uzumaki Naruto Futon, Wind Style Rasenshuriken. It's a pity that in the original work, this Raiden Thunder Style Kirin appeared in a terrific way, and it was a short-lived species in the later stage. There has never been a second time. This is a pity for many fans. Kumogakure attacking now reaches hundreds of people, and there are AB combinations, which is destined to be a tough battle. Once caught in a protracted war, with Qin Feng's current chakra level, even if he has Mangekyo Sharingan, he will be consumed to death. Therefore, this S-Class Raiden Thunder Style Kirin may be the key to Qin Feng's turnaround. Being able to use the power of lightning from the sky and the earth to greatly reduce the consumption of chakra and exert a speed of 1/1000th of the speed of light. As a large-scale killing move, it may be able to play an unexpected role. What's more, Chin-Yu also has a one-click full-level system. There is a high chance that it will be good to be able to reproduce Raiden Thunder Style Kirin and temporarily act as the bottom ace of the press box. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. 3 days is just a blink of an eye. Ding dong, Raiden Thunder Style Kirin full level with 1 click. Hearing this familiar sound, Chin-Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The connection with the backlog of thunderclouds in the sky was instantly cut off. The thunderclouds that had accumulated in the sky and the earth suddenly dissipated, a huge pressure looming, like a flash in the pan. Fortunately, there is a one-key full-level system, and even the natural power induction of the thunder attribute is full. Otherwise, the Raiden Thunder Style Kirin test would not have been successful so smoothly. Chin-Yu dispersed the chakra in his body. During this period of practice, he clearly understood the shortcomings of the Uchiha family, lack of blue. No wonder, Sage Eye and Sage Body, every time they fight a protracted battle, they are eventually exhausted. Even Uchiha Madara in the original book managed to transplant and phagocytose the cells of the original Hokage. It seems that after the matter here is over, Chinyu still has to try to get the sage body. When Chinyu walked out of the secluded basin, the 27 Konoha ninjas left behind had already assembled. Everyone's faces were solemn, and they were all ready to fight, and there was a hint of determination to die in their pupils. In their eyes, this irreversible war, in the face of hundreds of Kumogakure, combined with AB, was much less fortunate. However, after the pass is the land of fire in a flat river. Once this place is lost, let alone Konoha Ninja Village, even their family will be in a state of doom, so they can't retreat. Chinyu, don't be discouraged if you don't get an A-level ninjutsu master. Even the bastard Azuki took more than a month. Inu Feng couldn't help persuading him. However, the cumulonimbus cloud that suddenly appeared just now, as if there was something hiding in the cloud, made people feel oppressed, and we thought that Kumogakure came to attack. Quanfang, which pot is not to be mentioned? Which pot should you mention? Can't you say a little less? Azuki Kingwu stared. Boy, don't put too much pressure on yourself. That's the same sentence. If you can't hold on to it, you can take Shizune and escape first. You can't learn a ninjutsu in just 2 or 3 days. Seeing Chinyu's appearance, many people's expressions softened slightly. After all, after seeing Chinyu's powerful demonic illusion with his own eyes, he has an inexplicable confidence in this previously unknown young man. Chapter 6 gives you 2 options. The time is just right, I have already learned that ninjutsu. Chinyu said with a smile. Learn A-level ninjutsu in 3 days. Azuki Kingwu was startled, then patted Qinfeng's shoulder cheerfully and said, You good boy, you are still joking at this time. But that's fine. Let the atmosphere ease a little bit. 30 minutes ago, according to the report of the Dark Sentry, the main force of Kumogakure has appeared 5 kilometers away. You can give an order. Qinfeng did not explain the questioning, frowned and said, 30 minutes ago. I'm not stipulating that wartime intelligence updates are every 15 minutes. Azuki Kingwu's expression changed suddenly. They completely ignored this because of the repressive atmosphere of team integration and death. Azuki, something is bad, Yamanaka Kase and Aburame are gone. Genin, a guard, hurried over. As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. The 2 things seem unrelated. If you scrutinize 1 or 2 in depth, their dark whistle will be solved quietly, and even the warning will not be issued in time. Is it related to the 2 of them? Return them all to the cave for me. Chinyu shouted in a hurry. The expressions of the people present changed suddenly. Haha, I just realized it now. I thought that this time Konoha sent someone to resist our Kumogakure attack. It turned out to be a stunned young man. Hearty laughter resounded without warning. Figures flashed in all directions, and there were hundreds of people in numbers. The first of them, on a hill several hundred meters away, is the AB combination that makes all countries terrified. No, we're surrounded. Inu Feng turned pale. Kumogakure standing in front of him, as long as they are not fools, they will know that this is a trap. Hundreds of people, as well as the AB group, and they were ambushed, we are simply dead. Azuki-senpai, what are we going to do? It must be Yamanaka Wind and Aburame who took the route, otherwise our defense line arrangement and secret post will not be seen through. The scene was chaotic, facing hundreds of people led by Hokage I, known as the next generation of Kumogakure village, and Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force Killer Bee. This is undoubtedly a disaster. Calm down. Azuki Kingwu's face also turned ashen, and when he looked at Chinyu, he couldn't help but startled. The calm face on that face, as if he didn't take all this to heart. Is this being frightened? Haha, your panic really makes me very happy. I laughed outrageously and said, I really want to know what your plans are next, whether to surrender obediently or let me kill you with my own hands. Kill, kill. Surrender, or die. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, making all the Konoha ninja nerves tense to ultimate, and the panic on their faces could not be concealed. Kumogakure in front of you, play and interpret the first move. Chinyu. Shizune's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Chinyu. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Chinfeng rubbed Shizune's head and said, Senior Azuki, you take them back to the cave and hide in the barrier. Leave the rest to me. Chinyu had expected all of this. After all, the roots in the original work can do anything to achieve their goals. At present, Yamanaka Feng and the two have been seized by Qin Feng, and they have given up their teammates in important strategic positions. Once Chinyu and others are allowed to go back alive, it may cause a negative impact on the route. Therefore, the only way is to strike first and use the knife to kill. However, this is also in Chinyu's mind. Next time we meet, he will be able to shoot at the root without any hesitation. One more plausible excuse. Chinyu, are you alone? Are you crazy? We won't watch you die alone. Azuki Kingwu's expression changed. He never expected Chinyu to give such a reply. Although it was against hundreds of Kumogakure and the terrifying AB group, they couldn't let him fight Chinyu alone. Chinyu, don't blame yourself too much. We will face it together. There will always be a way. Shizune urged urgently. Chinyu, you really don't need to care. We stayed voluntarily. Yes, we are the ninjas of Konoha, and have already put life and death in our eyes. In the eyes of many people, Chinyu's actions were because he forced the entire team to stay, so he felt remorse. Sent to death. Chinyu shook his head with a dry smile. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to send me to death. You stay in the barrier. I'm just worried that I will save you after a while. I am the captain you elected. This is an order. The small voice was full of undoubted taste at this moment. Azuki-senpai, what should we do? Shizune was anxious. Azuki Kingwu's expression changed, looked at Chinyu's indifferent face, bit Kiba and said, I'll retreat into the cave, and support Chinyu at any time. Don't forget, his strength is stronger than me. As soon as these words came out, whether it was Konoha's ninja or Kumogakure, they couldn't help but startled. However, when I think of Chinyu's demonic illusion alone, he took Yamanaka Feng and Abarame's two Jonins and killed them instantly. I was apprehensive in my heart, but still bit the bullet and retreated. They just swear in their hearts that if there is any accident, they will definitely take action to rescue them with lightning speed. Konoha Ninja, a Kumogakure team leader, who had retreated into the cave in an orderly manner, he couldn't help but said, Master I, are we going to stop it? If we enter the barrier, it may be detrimental to us. HMPH, what's not good? What is worth paying attention to in the mere rogue army? I thought that the Uchiha clan in the intelligence sent Shisui, but I didn't expect it to be just an obscure trash. I snorted coldly. According to the newspaper, this stunner is nothing but Chunin. Quote. These Konoha ninjas actually obeyed a Chunin's command. I don't think they're stupid, or they're just jumping off the wall. Hearing the words, the team leader quickly apologized and said, Master I is right, these people are already in our pockets. As long as we break through this barrier, the huge country of fire will become our country of thunder. Kumogakure in the field showed joy. Konoha opened 3 major battlefields at the same time, but he couldn't conquer it for a long time, which indeed made Kumogakure village feel threatened. Now it can be the straw that breaks the camel's back, which is not happy. Are you finished? Chinyu said suddenly. Now you have 2 options. First, get out now. Second, I killed you all. Chapter 7 _ The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. Arrogant and domineering. Still crazy. In the eyes of Kumogakure and even Konoha ninjas, it is undoubtedly the latter. The current situation, whether it is the number of people or the strength, is completely catching turtles in the urn. Now Chinyu is talking nonsense, which is downright contempt for their Kumogakure. Sure enough, he is an ignorant child. Today we will see how you killed us. HMPH, kill him first, let him understand what the gap is. As a Chunin, the first thing on the battlefield is how to judge the strength gap and learn to live. Kill him. A Kumogakure roared, took out a kunai with his backhand, and rushed out first. The team that followed immediately moved. For a time, people number 7 or 8 rushed towards Chinyu with a galloping attitude. Chinyu, be careful. Shizune was anxious. However, the pupils of Azuki Kangwu beside him suddenly shrank. I saw that in the face of the fast-approaching 7 people, Chinyu didn't have the slightest idea of dodging. Azuki, that seems to be your Raiden Thunder-style technique. Anufeng exclaimed. Is he crazy, trying to use the technique of falling thunder at this time? Azuki Kangwu was anxious, and was about to jump out to support. Boom. In the sky, there was a low sound of thunder. Chinyu's hand seal stopped abruptly. Raiden Thunder-style Thunderbolt. Bang bang bang. 7 lightning Jinchuriki column lights up suddenly in the sky. The next moment, at ultimate speed, he headed towards the 7 Kumogakure who appeared more than 10 meters away from Chinyu. The speed is so fast and the number is so large that people can't react at all. Boom. 7 Kumogakure were directly enveloped in it. The violent destructive power overwhelmed the ground and burst open in response. Light blue thunder light illuminated the entire canyon. The billowing dust and the flying gravel made everyone's heart tighten. After everything calmed down, the deep pit blasted by the thunder light was 7 or 8 meters in size. Every Kumogakure was covered in blood, and some people had broken hands and feet. Obviously can't die anymore. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This seems to be an A-level thunderbolt. Even some Grandmaster Jonin can only drive 3 thunderbolts. He is a Chunin, how can he accurately kill the 7 Hawu people? This kid is weird, spread out quickly, don't let him succeed again. The scene suddenly became a little chaotic. The moment before, they completely ignored Chinyu, because they thought that a mere Chunin could not pose a threat to them. Now Chinyu shot and killed 7 people in seconds. The result was different. However, compared to Kumogakure, Konoha's ninjas were even more shocked. They clearly knew that Chinfeng only started learning about falling thunder 3 days ago. Now not only is he a master of this A-rank ninjutsu, but he is completely beyond the state of proficiency. I am afraid that I have also understood the profound meaning of it, and I can instantly send 7 thunder lights. Standing on the hill, Ai's eyes flickered and said, "Don't panic, the other party is just an unknown Chunin, perhaps a little bit of Raiden Thunder-style talent, who has understood the profound meaning of this ninjutsu. Sato, go to Grandmaster Raiden Thunder-style and bring him back." Kumogakure, who had been standing by Ai's side, wearing a mask, nodded and stepped out. However, the footsteps quickly stiffened in midair. A fiery wave of air blew head-on. Chinyu's flying hands stopped abruptly, and at the moment when the fiery chakra burst out, he turned into a 20 to 30 meter huge fireball. Rolling out of the sky. What the hell is going on here? Am I dreaming? Is this still the great fireball jutsu? PFF'd. The air seemed to be penetrated, and the distance of several hundred meters was pulled apart in the blink of an eye. Wherever you pass along the way, whether it is a rock or a tree, it burns in an instant. Sato, who took a step forward, turned pale, and hurriedly retreated. Even I and Killer B's nerves suddenly tightened, subconsciously dodging the edge. The oncoming grand fireball fell off the chain at the juncture. Do not. It should be said that the angle was obviously misaligned, and at a 45-degree angle, it shot straight up into the sky. Boom! The fireball of dozens of meters shattered in the void. The flames flying all over the sky illuminate half of the sky. The sparks drifted away, as if a wonderful fireworks feast was staged. Everyone present was stunned, especially Kumogakure, who was frightened and ran away. Watching the huge grand fireball directly rolled out a deep groove on the ground. There are also trees that are still burning around, and their faces are stunned, but they can't react. Regardless of whether it was the Raiden thunder-style lightning technique just now, or the current grand fireball. What a power this is! It's completely low-level ninjutsu, almost playing S-rank ninjutsu. When I thought about it, if I was hit head-on by a grand fireball of dozens of meters, I'm afraid there would be no bones left. HMPH, bratty brat, I thought you were capable of anything, but it seems that your chakra is too large, which mutated the ninjutsu. Ai Leng snorted. Now in such a win-win situation, Kumogakure under his command has been making a fool of himself in public one after another, and of course he has to save this place. Looking at Qinfeng with the same expression, I said disdainfully, unfortunately, your biggest weakness is your blind pursuit of power. Ninjutsu that can't even hit the target, no matter how powerful it is, it will be just like the fireworks just now, just like the fireworks. The riots of Kumogakure gradually subsided. Master Ai is right, let's not mess around. A person who can't even control ninjutsu can't defeat our Kumogakure at all. Furthermore, he has performed 2 ninjutsu blindly in pursuit of power one after another. There is definitely not much chakra in his body. I think he can only perform 1 more ninjutsu at most. As long as we take the blow and take him down, there's no problem at all. Of all Kumogakure lit up, and when they looked at Qin, there was a hint of greed. It's a pity that the shot just now didn't hit, otherwise there will definitely be huge casualties in Kumogakure. I didn't expect that Qin could hide so deeply that he could perform ordinary ninjutsu to such a degree. Azuki, what should we do now? Qin obviously has a special talent. In addition to the powerful demonic illusion, he can easily comprehend the profound meaning of thunder fire ninjutsu. If he is handed over to the 3 generations of Hokage to train himself, our Konoha will definitely appear in the future. A stronger presence. Quote. A group of Konoha ninjas babbled. As for the last words, even Azuki Kingwoo's heart was touched. After experiencing the tug-of-war on the 3-way battlefield, he is very clear that a genius's combat power can have a huge impact on a battle situation. For example, Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, which is in the limelight, is the best example. If Uchiha Qin can grow to this point, it will be a powerful new blood for Konoha. Chapter 8 Kill the Audience. Messy thoughts flashed through Azuki Kingwoo's mind. He looked at Qin who was still calm, and said with a stagnant expression, I feel that Qin may not be that simple. The attack, obviously missed, why are you so calm? Azuki Kingwoo said while looking up at the sky. The sight of it made him almost split his eyes. With the canyon as the center, it seems that there is an invisible big hand, rapidly rolling the backlog of thunderclouds. Like a giant funnel. One after another ferocious thunder snake roamed in the clouds, looking more and more ferocious. The oppressive aura that gradually diffused and opened gave people a feeling that the mountains and the rain were about to come and the building was full of wind. He vaguely guessed that Qin might have already learned Luolei and hid in the basin for the blow in front of him. Cannot say. Azuki Kingwoo clenched his fists. He knew that the power of this shot would be astonishing. Otherwise, Qin would not have spent so much effort. Feeling the pounding of his heart, Azuki Kingwoo's nerves were about to collapse because of the tension. Why, Qin was still able to stand outside as if nothing had happened. What a terrifying state of mind. Boy, you're not lacking in skills, right? I said with a sneer, isn't there enough chakra? If it doesn't work, then it's our turn. Looking at Chinyu, who was still indifferent, Ai's face sank, and he shouted sharply, "Come on, spread out and surround him. I don't believe that he can make a big wave. Kill him." Dozens of Kumogakure erupted in an instant. Just now Raiden Thunder Style and Grand Fireball, but let them lose face. Now that Chinyu's chakra is insufficient, it is a good opportunity to beat the underdog. 300 meters, 200 meters. 10, 30, 50, 70. Chinyu silently calculated all of this, feeling the chakra nature transformation in his body and resonating with the thunderclouds in the sky. With that backlog of Lei Wei, even Chinyu felt his heart tremble. "You foolish kid, give me death." A Kumogakure arrived first. However, it should be said that dozens of Kumogakure came from all directions, and each one's eyes seemed to be staring at the fat in the basin. Raiden Thunder Style Thunder Gun. Raiden Thunder Style Ground Walk. Raiden Thunder Style Thrust. The successive roars echoed wildly between the heavens and the earth. One after another dazzling thunder light turned into various attacks and stabbed Chinyu head-on. Seeing Chinyu, who seemed to be ignorant, Shizune couldn't help but hurried out. "It's here, everyone will support the barrier with all their strength, or we will all die." Azuki Kingwu shouted violently. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, Chinyu, who was under attack, disappeared from thin air like a ghost. It's a Raiden Thunder Style instant. Those with sharp eyes can see right through it in an instant. Ai's expression tightened, and he hurriedly raised his head to look at the top of the hill not far away. The scene of entering the goal shocked the nerves. "God, there is a problem this day, run away immediately." Ai roared anxiously. In the clouds, he felt a feeling that even he was terrified. At this moment, he finally understood why Chinyu was standing there in a daze, without the slightest reaction. "It's an inning. You can't escape, my chakra is really not enough. To catch you all in one go, you need a large area, strong destructive power, and a speed that people can't avoid, so I thought of borrowing the power of Tianlei." Chinyu stood on the mountain on top. The lightning that was lurking all over his body was not hidden at all at this moment. Uzumaki-like backlog of thunderclouds, flashing thunder light, and a huge thunder Kirin squeezed out under the body. "Goodbye, cute silly Kumogakure." The voice fell, and Chinyu moved. Kirin incarnate made a roar of the sky. The thunder ripped apart the world, and the thunder light occupied the pupil. Boom. Kirin swooped down, and the speed was so fast that the Kumogakure couldn't recover. Boom. Lightning bursts, powerful enough to rival Tailed Beast Bomb. The entire canyon was instantly submerged by lightning, and whether it was a tree or a rock, it was directly crushed. The lightning that soared into the sky caused the backlog of clouds to be directly penetrated. It's been a few minutes until everything recovers. The huge canyon has become a mess. Do not. It should be said that everything in front of you has no shadow of the canyon. This is completely a flat river, a scorched earth of terracotta. The so-called trees and rocks have disappeared, and some hills have been razed to the ground. As for the so-called Kumogakure, not even the bones survive. Some were lucky enough to be able to display defensive measures in time, and perhaps still be able to leave an arm or a leg. The huge battlefield looks like a mess. Am I dreaming? If we don't have this cave, we might be dead. Are you blind? There are still caves here. If Senior Azuki had not discovered the clue in advance and let us madly bless the enchantment, I'm afraid we would also die. Even the barrier that could resist Kumogakure's attack for 2 days was directly broken. The Raiden Thunder style just now is the most terrifying and powerful forbidden technique I have ever seen in my life. A group of Konoha ninjas, showing the look of the rest of their lives. They were well aware that the blow was against Kumogakure. However, After seeing it with his own eyes, after the shocking scene, his heart is still terrified. Especially seeing those Kumogakure who were directly blasted into slag, their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. "You bastard, you dare to set up a game to kill my men." I and Killer Bee rushed out of the ruins. He was a little embarrassed, but didn't suffer much damage. Some of the Kumogakure, who were close to them, did not participate in the encirclement and suppression, so they were also rescued in time. However, even counting I and Killer Bee together, there are only 7 people. This is a huge gap compared to the mighty posture when he came. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it, under the huge gap in the number of people? In the team led by the combination of AB, Kumogakure will also be killed by a Chunin, and hundreds of elites will be killed instantly. Murderers, people will always kill them, don't they have a life to die for? Chinyu said with a smile. Looking at this genial smile, whether it was Kumogakure or even Konoha's ninja, the soles of his feet were shivering. "Okay, very good," I said with a gloomy face, and then shouted sharply, "I will hit the trap once, and I will definitely not hit it the second time. You have performed 3 such powerful ninjutsu, your chakra is amazing, and it will definitely not last long. I will see today, what ability do you have to defeat me? As long as you fall into my hands, I will definitely crush your bones and let you know how powerful Kumogakure is and how majestic it is." Chapter 9 Unbreakable Defenses. The awe-inspiring voice echoed above the ruins. Looking at Chinyu, who killed hundreds of people in one move, Azuki Kingwu and the others really had hope. However, when I think of the AB group in Kumogakure who has long been famous in the ninja world, they are still staring at them, and my nerves are tense again. "Azuki-senpai, do we want to help?" Shizune was anxious. Azuki Kingwu looked at Chinyu and said, "Chinyu, let's help you." "No need." Chinyu smiled genially and said, "Let's go together, I also want to know what my strength is." "Haha, you brat is really arrogant. I think you're too strong but you dare to say such outrageous remarks." I laughed uncontrollably, and then his face was covered with haze. "I want you to live rather than die." Boom. I stepped hard, and the Raiden Thunder style chakra dormant in the body surged out like a frenzy. A shot, it is ninjutsu. Raiden Thunder style chakra mode. If Namikaze Minato is golden lightning, then I is blue lightning. When the footsteps fell and the ground cracked, I had already crossed 100 meters and appeared in front of Chinyu. The speed was so fast that Azuki Kingwu and the others suddenly shrank their pupils. In their eyes, Chinyu didn't move at all, he still stood there, watching all this quietly. As if stunned by the scene in front of him. "Boy, you can't even keep up with my speed. You dare to be presumptuous and die for me." I grinned grimly, and his 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and thunder light splashed up. Without any bells and whistles, it was a blow in the face. Thunder fist. Boom. The air was instantly pierced, and the huge fist chased Chinyu's cheek. Looking at Chinyu who still didn't react at all, the rest of Kumogakure couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, they seemed to have seen Chinyu being killed. Boom. The dull and thunderous collision sound suddenly sounded. The fierce and unparalleled thunder fist fell outside Chinyu's shoe with a posture that was as heavy as 10,000. Like hitting an invisible iron wall, it was instantly blocked. Thunder Light and Gorilla Yuhi's air waves swept through, forming a huge impact. Ai's expression changed suddenly, as if hitting an iron plate. Seeing that Chinyu's eyes were instantly swallowed by blood, and the 9 tomo swirls frantically, I almost split his eyes. Ribs made of chakras from Yuhi's gorilla stood in front of Chinyu. What is this? Isn't this the monster that appeared in Demonic Illusion? It's Sharingan. No, the pattern is completely different from the Sharingan of the Uchiha family, single tomo, double tomo, and triple tomo. What the hell is going on? Seeing the change in Chin-Yu's whole person's breath, the aura full of disaster filled his heart, and there was an inexplicable depression in his heart. 9 Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan. Chin-Yu's chakra is not much, but his pupil power is basically zero loss. Is the best way to deal with the Raiden Thunder style chakra pattern known for its speed and power. It's me, Chin-Yu said suddenly. The moment when Tomo Sharingan turned frantically, Yuhi, the gorilla full of calamity, swept away like a frenzy. A huge air wave burst out with Chin-Yu as the center. PFF'd. An orangutan Yuhi's skeleton arm suddenly appeared on the rib, which looked very penetrating. Without any bells and whistles, he patted I like lightning. Be careful, Killer Bee exclaimed urgently. I sensed the danger, and the lightning on his body instantly soared to ultimate. Without any bells and whistles, he stomped on the ground abruptly and retreated straight out. Boom. The ground was instantly smashed, and under the rocks splashed, the other arm chased I away. The violent scene made everyone feel caught off guard. Looking at Chin-Yu's back, he quickly condensed into a Susanoo with a height of 12 or 3 meters, and his whole body was beating like a flame. Even more horrified. Bang bang bang. The two arms slammed down in turn, rolling up the fierce wind. I, who was surrounded by lightning, quickly dodged under the attack, looking extremely embarrassed. Hee, do you only hide? Chin-Yu said with a faint smile. It has to be said that in the world of Hokage, there are very few people who can use chakra to this extent. Ninjutsu. In addition to having the ability to precisely control the changes of chakra attributes, it also needs a strong physique like a beast to be able to accept the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode. Even in the huge Kumogakure village, only a few strong people can learn it. This really moved Chin-Yu's mind. For outsiders, Raiden Thunder style chakra mode may be difficult to learn. But for Chin-Yu, who has a one-key full-level system, it is not much of a challenge. The difficulty is how to get the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode in Ai's hands. Arrogant boy, don't think that you can be invincible by hiding in the tortoise shell. Ai's voice came suddenly. A figure entwined with blue thunder light instantly appeared above Susanoo. Heavy flow. I roared angrily, and the thunder light in his right hand instantly soared, like a battle axe, slamming down on Susanoo's head. I saw. Chin-Yu's eyes turned abruptly. He had reached the full level of Mangekyo Sharingan with one click. But it is still the first time to use it, and it will take some time to really use it freely. However, Ai's speed was astonishingly fast, but Chin-Yu could still see through it. If you use your body to counterattack, you might not be able to keep up with Ai in Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, but Susanoo shot instantly when he thought about it. The huge palm suddenly stepped forward, and the roar was incessantly under the ear, directly colliding with the ribs of Ai's hand. Bang! A thunderous explosion suddenly came out, and the thunder light splashed, like fireworks in the sky. A figure flew upside down and landed more than 10 meters away. It's Lord Ai. He cast a heavy flow, and he still fell behind. Oh my god, that monster didn't even have a crack. I turned over and landed on the ground, directly smashing the ground, and there was a slight tingling in his right hand. Susanoo, who had at most damaged a little strength, Ai's face turned ashen. This gave him an unbreakable illusion. I said long ago, let your AB team go together, otherwise you have no chance of winning. Chin-Yu said with a light smile. In the original work, the Susanoo cast by Uchiha Madara was difficult to break even with the 5 shadows working together. The current Chin-Yu may not be as good as Uchiha Madara in spirit and spirit, but Susanoo displayed by the full-level Mangekyo Sharingan is also not weak in defense. HMPH, arrogant boy, your tortoise shell is indeed very strong, but you can't keep up with me in terms of speed. You are doomed to lose. I shouted coldly, I'll see how long you can support it. Whoosh. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and Ai's figure swayed, like a ghost, and appeared in front of Susanoo again. Chapter 10 The Unquenchable Flame. The Level of Thunder Abuse. Ai's right hand instantly turned into a hand knife, and under the violent lightning splash, he burst into a fierce posture, and even the air was distorted. Break it for me. Ai roared again and again. The knife fell on Susanoo without covering his ears. Bang bang bang. One after another, the blue lightning was shot down madly, giving people a dazzling feeling. In just a few seconds, the two fought 12 or 3 times. However, Susanoo remained indestructible in the face of Ai's incomparable offensive. Crazy. Looking at this scene, Kumogakure in the field turned pale. Even Ai, who claims to be unparalleled in attack and speed, can't break through this defense, so who else can do it? After playing for so long, it's time for me to attack. Chinyu smiled lightly and looked at Ai who had just stood firm. Ai's expression was somber to ultimate, his whole body was crackling with thunder, and he shouted sharply, I can't break your defense for the time being, but you also can't keep up with my speed. Let's see who can hold on longer and who will be the winner. It turns out that you are thinking about this. Chinyu's face showed a hint of playfulness and said, unfortunately, you are thinking wrong. Amaterasu. Nine-Tomo Sharingan turned in vain, and an inexplicable death energy quickly spread out in Ai's heart. Brother, be careful. Killer Bee gulped. A huge octopus tentacle wrapped Ai in an instant. Before he could react, the dark flames suddenly burst out. The black flames were like a tide, with an inexplicable heat, causing the temperature of the ruins to skyrocket. The most unimaginable thing is that this black flame spreads very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it occupied most of the octopus arms of hundreds of meters. This Kaden, fire style. Quickly use the Sweeten, water style, to put out the fire. Sweeten, water style, water dragon bullet. A Kumogakure of Grandmaster Sweeten, water style, his hands quickly formed a spell, and the water element floating in the sky was instantly drawn. With the water dragon condensing, the next moment he rushed towards the black flame. Boom! The water dragon shattered in an instant, and under the steaming water, the black flame became more and more vigorous. The strange scene made everyone's faces change dramatically. This is an unquenchable flame, Kumogakure exclaimed. Ow! The 8-tailed bull ghost let out a roar that shot up to the sky, and the violent chakra came out of his body and shot straight into the sky. The violent scene made Chinyu show a trace of envy. The tailed beast is really different, this is squandered capital. Xiaoba, don't be impulsive. Killer Bee's face changed slightly. Unfortunately, before he could react, Chinyuju, Tomo Sharingan, suddenly turned. Tsukuyomi. Killer Bee instantly felt the world turning. The whole sky was occupied by blood, and Yuhi's 9 Tomo Sharingan quickly emerged in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 800. The dense posture makes people feel like their scalp is tingling. However, despite how Killer Bee struggled, he couldn't move at all when he was on the cross. There is a familiar face in the figure that emerges all around. It's me. Killer Bee's face changed drastically. It's a pity that before he could react, the countless figures that approached, the Yuhi sharp knives in their hands, stabbed him directly. Ah ah ah. The screams echoed in the heaven and earth, and it looked very mournful. This seemingly tedious scene is just a blink of an eye in the outside world. Killer Bee, who was suddenly sluggish, Ai's face that appeared in an instant couldn't help but change. This is demonic illusion. Lord Ai, hurry up and cut off the tentacles of the 8 tails, otherwise, the black flames will devour Lord Killer Bee. A Kumogakure hurriedly reminded. I didn't have time to think about it. The thunder light bloomed in his right hand, turned into a hand knife, and fell directly on the tentacle. PFF'd. The green liquid of the big tent rose into the sky, and when the tentacles fell to the ground, they were quickly swallowed by the black flames. Looking at the black flames that burned even the ground, whether it was Kumogakure or Konoha's ninja, the spine was a little cold. Demonic illusion solution. I didn't care too much, quickly hand seal with both hands, and roared sharply. However, after trying 7 or 8 demonic illusion removal methods one after another, I fell into Killer Bee and Tsukuyomi, still indifferent. Master I, what is going on here? Among the Konohas, the Kurama clan and the Uchiha clan are the Grandmaster demonic illusion, but we have tried so many cracking methods and can't solve it. What should we do? The scene suddenly became chaotic, and the remaining 5 Kumogakure resigned. One move, Kirin instantly killed hundreds of elites. I thought that with the combination of AB, I could restore the disadvantage and defeat Chinyu in one fell swoop to win. However, the successive means refreshed their cognition. How to break the deadlock in the face of such an unsolvable opponent. Now we can only forcibly break the demonic illusion. The first is to kill the caster, and the second is to use the more powerful chakra to shock the body. Ai's face was somber to ultimate. However, seeing Chinyu wearing an indestructible tortoise shell, I instantly gave up the first choice. As for the second option, facing Killer Bee, who is Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column force, I asked himself to compete with chakra. This is completely impossible. What's the matter? Can't make a decision. Chinyu smiled warmly. The solution is very simple. As long as you stay away from me, the caster, this demonic illusion will soon be lifted. Tsukuyomi is one of the strongest demonic illusions that have ever appeared in Hokage. But the duration of the illusion is related to the pupil power of the caster. That day, Kakashi was able to escape because of Uchiha Itachi's lack of strength. However, after the incident, Kakashi was in a coma for 7 or 8 days before he recovered. Thinking back on that scene afterwards, I still have lingering fears. Of course, I won't let you escape so easily. Chinyu's smile grew even more. Ai's cheeks twitched and said, "Boy, don't be too arrogant, I have seen through your means. I can't break your defense, but you can't kill me either." You're right. Chinyu didn't deny it and said with a smile, "So, I want to make a deal with you. As long as you give me the training method of Raiden, Thunder Style, Chakra Mode, I can disarm demonic illusion." Forgot to tell you, in the world of demonic illusion, days and nights may have passed in a second. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Whether it was Konoha or Kumogakure, even I never thought that what Chinyu was plotting was the Raiden Thunder Style chakra pattern on him. Master I, you must not hand over this technique. This is the secret technique of our Kumogakure village. If the people of Konoha get it, it will be a huge threat to our Kumogakure village. Master I, please think carefully, we Kumogakure are unyielding in 100 battles, even if we die. Chapter 11 Become a Hokage and then fight. No, compared to Killer Bee, this mere secret technique is not worth mentioning at all. I took out a scroll with his backhand and threw it directly. Also, this secret technique cannot be learned by anyone. If you are a little careless, you will not be able to control chakra, and you will directly explode and die. Having said that, I looked at Chinyu and said, "You don't mind what I say?" Chinyu didn't expect that I would carry the scroll with him. He didn't take a second look after taking it. He smiled warmly and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I hope you won't be surprised when we meet next time. I'll disarm demonic illusion first." Fell, Chinyu's 9-tomo Sharingan stopped abruptly. Eight Tails, who had fallen into an illusion, let out a roar. I broke through. Damn boy, I'm going to kill you. Killer Bee, why are you in a coma? I still have to fight. The moment the demonic illusion was released, Killer Bee just had time to open his eyes a little, and then passed out. Chin-yu was not surprised by this scene. In fact, as long as I delays a little longer, the eight-tailed bull demon will also break through Tsukuyomi, and Killer Bee will also get out of trouble. After all, Chin-yu opened Susanoo, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi instantly. It is also necessary to maintain Susanoo at all times, which consumes a lot of his pupil power. Moreover, Tsukuyomi is still mainly used for Killer Bee. Boy, Killer Bee will be okay. I tried several methods, but none of them could wake Killer Bee. This is severe loss of consciousness. If Killer Bee didn't fit perfectly with the 8 tails, I'm afraid that the moment Killer Bee lost consciousness, the tailed beast would riot. It's just overdraft of mental strength. You can recover after a period of rest. Chin-yu raised the scroll in his hand and said, "Thank you, you can go now." Chin-yu, this is a good opportunity. Inu Feng was anxious, but was interrupted by Azuki Kingwoo's eyes. I sneered disdainfully and said, "A bunch of useless people, if it wasn't for another genius from the Uchiha family, you would have already been killed by me." Damn Anbu, I haven't even collected such important information. In Ai's eyes, if they had known about Uchiha Chin-yu, they would never have lost so much. However, if you can't stay in Konoha, you can come to Kumogakure to find me. I welcome you at any time. I took out a scroll and threw it out again. Enron back to Konoha. Quote. By the way, they all said that the person with the best chance of becoming the 4th Hokage in Konoha is Namikaze Minato, but I think you are equally qualified, Scarlet Ashura. Those words behind, I helped Killer Bee to turn around and left. Next time we meet, I hope that we will be absolute as shadows, and I will pierce your turtle shell. With Ai's departure, the remaining 5 Kumogakure were unwilling. Still fast-paced. For a time, the huge ruins became empty. Winning, we actually blocked Kumogakure's large force, as well as the AB combination. Che, what nonsense are you talking about? Chin-yu alone killed them and repelled the AB group. It's the credit of Chin-yu alone. I didn't expect that in the Uchiha clan, besides Shunchi Shisui, there is also a genius like Chin-yu. That trick Kirin just now made me horrified. Konoha Ninja in the cave was instantly overjoyed, and his face was full of smiles from the rest of his life. Originally facing the impact of Kumogakure, they were already desperate. In particular, after knowing the betrayal of Yamanaka Wind and Aburame taking the route, in their eyes, this is a mortal situation. However, the immediate results have subverted their cognition. Kirin, who killed hundreds of people in an instant. Unbreakable Susanoo. Dark as ink, black flames that cannot be extinguished. And the mighty demonic illusion. All of this is completely beyond the definition of Jonin. Judging by Ai's statement, Chin-yu has now reached the cage-level candidate, commonly known as the existence of penumbra. Did you hear it just now that Ai and Chin-yu agreed to become a shadow and fight again, and even gave him a nickname, what bloody arrow? It's Scarlet Asura, you idiot. Woo. Looking at a kind of Konoha ninja who talked a lot, Chin-yu breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Tomo Sharingan disappeared, the Susanoo on his body also disappeared out of thin air. Chin-yu, are you injured? I'll treat you right away. Shizune hurried forward with a hint of anxiety on her pretty face. Silly girl, he can't even break through the defense, how could I get hurt? Chin-yu slapped Shizune's nose with a smile. I love you, Chin-yu, you can't blame Shizune. Azuki Kingwoo also came over with a smile, but his face was full of sighs. Good boy, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Thanks to you this time, we will be saved. As for other things, we will definitely support you when you return to Konoha. In the Konoha, the Uchiha clan is in a very awkward position. Has been trapped in the undercurrent of power between Anbu, Root, and the Guard. To Azuki Kingwoo's understanding, Chin-yu, as a genius, has been patient all the time, just to avoid these troubles. Uzumaki. Azuki Kangwoo, who started to make up his mind as soon as he came out and made excuses for himself. Glancing at Shizune, whose face was full of yuhi, Chinyu opened another scroll. There are impressively their guards on it, as well as the specific location of the dark whistle. Damn, our defenses and secret guards change every day. If we can describe it so clearly, only Yamanaka and Aburame know about it. Anufeng and his party also walked quickly. Seeing the information on the scroll, his face turned ashen. If Chinyu didn't take action this time, I'm afraid we would definitely die. Back to Konoha, we must report this matter to Lord Hokage, otherwise how will we convince the public? The root people are so nasty, so what if Danzo is there? Chinyu, don't worry, we will definitely support you. Looking at the crowd of Konoha ninjas, Chinyu didn't say much. In this world, the strong are king, and the weak are just the dolls of the strong. Now in Konoha, Danzo does have a place to make waves. However, Chinyu has a one-key full-level system, as long as he is given time. Grow up quickly. Even Madara, one of the behind-the-scenes bosses, Uchiha Madara, is not in Chinyu's eyes, and he is afraid of a mere Danzo. Once in a hurry, he doesn't mind a few more lives on his hands. Okay, Chinyu is tired too. Let him rest for a while. Shizune, you also go to see if Chinyu needs help. Azuki Kangwoo stopped the others. Involving the Konoha executives and the Uchiha clan cannot be commented casually. At least, before Chinyu spoke, they couldn't make a conclusion. Otherwise, making Chinyu unhappy is not what Azuki Kangwoo wants to see. Chapter 12 Raiden, Thunder Style, Chakra Mode. Watching Chinyu leave, the scene boiled again. Azuki, that pair of eyes just now makes people unable to look directly. Inufeng couldn't help but leaned over. The powerful Raiden, Thunder Style, ninjutsu, the super strong pupil and demonic illusion are simply unmatched. Even I, the next Raikage heir from Kumogakure village, also claimed that Chinyu is qualified to inherit Hokage. Who do you think is more certain than Namikaze Minato? As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted everyone. Azuki Kangwoo's expression changed slightly, and he sighed helplessly as he looked at the curious crowd. The current situation is not as simple as you think. Yamanaka Kase and Aburame took their routes and fled back to Konoha. With Danzo's hostility to the Uchiha family, they will definitely cover up the two. If Danzo knew we weren't dead, he would have killed us again. The happy expressions on Inufeng and the others' faces instantly stiffened. Azuki, do you think the situation is too bad? What should we do now? Do you need to remind Chinyu? Inufeng said urgently. Azuki Kangwoo shook his head and said, Inufeng, do you think a person who hides so deeply doesn't know about this kind of thing? According to my inference, Chinyu probably already has a countermeasure. Everyone present was silent, and could not help but glance at each other. Recalling the battle just now, I still vividly remember it. With such great strength, he has been dormant in Konoha for so long. I'm afraid the plot is definitely not small. However, if the Kumogakure can be repelled this time, Chinyu will have the greatest credit. Once it is passed back, the Konoha executives must not sit idly by. Then Chinyu is also very good. Not only was he able to defeat the AB combination, but he also plucked his hair and extorted the ninjutsu from Kumogakure village. If this Raiden Thunder Style chakra pattern is handed over to Konoha, it is also a big credit. Everyone in the field was chatting again. After all, this battle was too shocking. You said, Chinyu Grandmaster Raiden Thunder Style ninjutsu. Will he try to learn Raiden Thunder Style chakra mode? Dogfeng said coldly. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, and Azuki Kangwoo's expression froze as he said, maybe it's really possible. However, I still don't believe that he understood the profound meaning of falling thunder in 3 days and developed a Raiden, thunder-style Kirin that is enough to rank S-rank ninjutsu. Azuki, you said that because you lost face, right? Inu Feng teased. Why didn't we take a gamble? Okay, if Chinyu can really do it, I will treat my precious daughter with Chinyu. Azuki Kangwu patted his chest and said. Che, Azuki, are you a bet? You are just looking for an excuse to send your daughter to Chinyu's arms. If you count me, I'll bet too. If Chinyu really learns, I'll let the 2 daughters at the head of the family let Chinyu choose. Old man Mew, you have such a big heart. Your 2 daughters, one is 30 years old and the other is like a giant bear, how can they be placed on the table? If Chinyu really likes it, then he will be blind. Damn, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to duel with you, and if you lose, you'll have sex with my daughter. Inside the cave, Chinyu had no idea that he had dozens of future father-in-laws. Walked. I stared at the scroll that recorded the Raiden, thunder-style, chakra pattern. Chinyu, are you really not injured? Shizun Yu, he said again with a sullen face. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, you have repeated this question 10 times. If you don't believe me, why don't I take off my clothes and show you? As he spoke, Chinyu unbuttoned the buttons on his body. Chinyu, you're a hooligan. Shizun's cheeks became more Yuhi's, and after glaring at him, he turned and left. Watching her leave, Chinyu was also free. He has consumed a lot of chakra and pupil power now. In other words, his body has been hollowed out. There is no physical strength and impulse to do that at all. After finding a good corner and sitting cross-legged, I began to try to practice this Raiden, thunder-style, chakra mode. In the battle just now, Chinyu used Mangekyo Sharingan to secretly check the moment I entered the mode. Now, after comparing it with the explanation recorded on the scroll one by one, it is found that there is no omission. It seems that I has never thought that he will have Waterloo. He didn't do anything on the magic scroll. After reading it again and again, Chinyu put away the scroll, entered a state of meditation, and restored the chakra in his body a little. After a short while, Chinyu opened his eyes, and the sky outside began to darken. After a battle during the day, a group of Konoha's ninjas clearly performed their duties. Some people were even reassigned to guard posts in various places. Therefore, Chinyu was still the only one in the huge cave. The chakra in the body has recovered to 70-80-80, and I finally understand the pain of Hitachi's lack of blue. Chinyu sighed helplessly. Putting 3 big moves will consume 2/3 of chakra. If it encounters a protracted battle, it will be disarmed in the middle. That's a nightmare. Forget it, I'll think about the matter of adding chakra. Now I'll learn the Raiden, thunder-style, chakra mode first. Chinyu put aside his thoughts. His eyes were slowly closed, and all the explanations on the scroll appeared in his mind. After a full 3 or 4 seconds, Chinyu suddenly opened his eyes, and his hands flew quickly, forming a series of magic seals. Under the roar of the chakra in the body, strands of electric arcs emerged on the body surface. Mangekyo Sharingan had copied from I flashed in Chinyu's mind, and the surgical seal suddenly changed. The chakra, which was originally smooth as a trickle, changed in an instant, like a galloping horse. A low roar emanated from Chinyu's body. Countless violent blue arcs burst out of Chinyu's body, illuminating half of the cave. However, as soon as the thunder arc emerged, it collapsed between the heavens and the earth in an instant. The chakra attributes in the body changed, dissipated directly, and returned to normal. Hint of happiness flashed on Chinyu's face, and he said to himself, fortunately, the chakra change was cut off in time, otherwise the attribute change that was agitated at that moment would have killed me in a blink of an eye. No wonder that guy handed me this arcane scroll so easily. Ding dong, I found out that the host has learned the Raiden, thunder-style, chakra mode, whether it is full level with one click. Full level immediately. After trying, Chinyu also gave up self-study. If there is a system, it is self-abuse. Congratulations to the host, the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode is full. As the sound of the system's prompt dissipated, Chinyu spit out a deep breath, his thoughts moved again, and the chakra in his body changed again. Under the crackling sound, blue thunder arcs splattered out of Chinyu's body. In an instant, under the stimulation of this thunder arc, Chinyu felt that his cells and body were rapidly activated. Chapter 13 Konoha Reinforcement _ It feels really weird. A look of joy flashed across Chinyu's face. Originally, even if a person is accustomed to his own weight, sometimes he will feel a sense of weight bearing. However, now that Chinyu is in the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, his entire body is as light as a feather. However, the consumption of chakra in the body is also not slow. With Chinyu's current chakra volume, it can last up to 20 minutes. If you perform any more ninjutsu, then the time supported by Raiden Thunder style chakra mode may be further shortened. I am afraid it is for this reason that I will develop ninjutsu to reduce his chakra loss. Try the speed first. Chinyu took a step forward. With a puff on the spot, except for the remaining traces of lightning arcs, the whole person was like a blue electric light, blazing straight out of the cave. Konoha Ninja, who was stationed not far outside the cave, was startled at first, and then he couldn't help rubbing his eyes. What's wrong with you? Anufeng and Azuki Kingwu walked slowly. We seem to see a blue light flashing just now. But before I could see it clearly, it disappeared out of thin air. Blue light. And Azuki Kingwu were stunned for a moment, and then quickly asked, is that feeling the same as Aishi's Raiden Thunder style chakra mode? Azuki-senpai, when you say that, I feel a bit similar. Azuki-senpai, are you saying that Kumogakure went and returned to take revenge? The two slightly younger Chunin's face flashed a trace of tension. Not long after the battle, they had Chinyu as the backbone. But the last time Kumogakure suffered a big loss, I am afraid this time will not be hit again. No, I'd rather Kumogakure come back to find trouble, and I don't want to believe the guesses in my heart. Azuki Kingwu and Anufeng couldn't help but look at each other. The two clearly wanted to go to the same place. Go and see the cave, is Chinyu still in it? As soon as these words came out, the two slightly younger Konoha ninjas were completely enlightened. If the thunder light just now is exactly the same as the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, the person who performed this secret technique was not the heir of Raikage, but Uchiha Chinyu. Now that the battle is over, I get a scroll with a Raiden Thunder style chakra pattern, but it's only half a day. If Chinyu really learned the secret technique, what else can be used to describe it? Genius. Evildoer. Monster. Or the god of ninjutsu. Chinyu, who is thousands of meters away, did not know that his actions would bring them such a big shock. In the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, his speed has completely reached the subsonic level. In the blink of an eye, it is a distance of hundreds of meters. Moreover, under the activation of cells, Chinyu's neural response, attack power, and 5 senses were greatly improved. Even the sound of insects hundreds of meters away can be clearly heard. Stop, our ninjas of Konoha. A hurried cry came. Chinyu instantly locked the source of the sound. Although he didn't have pervert's perceptual ninjutsu, Chinyu could still identify the approximate number of people through his voice. 7 people besieging 2 people, it's interesting. Chinyu's lips twitched and he couldn't help but smile. Flash, he decided to go and see what happened to the Konoha ninja. In the forest, a clearing. 2 slender figures looked back to back at the ninjas with all kinds of hideous animal masks, eyeing all around. We are Konoha ninjas, this is the proof of identity. A pale-faced teenager who was only 12 or 13 years old couldn't help saying. Behind him is a girl with purple hair and a beautiful face. Judging from the identification they wore, the two were newly promoted chunin. Of course, the weight of this chunin, placed in the Peace era in the original work, needs to pass the chunin exam and the evaluation of the names of various countries to be able to rank in this column. Unfortunately, in the Third Ninja War, vast majority of chunin are forcibly promoted. 1. Opening up 3 major battlefields at the same time has already made the backbone of Konoha squandered. 2. The protracted battle is all about attrition. With the limited combat power in Konoha, it simply cannot last for long. 3. Forcibly upgraded to chunin, in order to confuse the enemy, and really care about it, it is also a strong external force. According to the understanding in Chinyu's memory, this chunin assessment method. B-level mission in your team and come back alive to apply to become a chunin. Chinyu clearly remembered that in the Third Ninja World War, Obito was the tail of the crane, and even Sharingan was not turned on. Can be promoted to chunin, with Kakashi as the captain, to perform special tasks. This is enough to prove how much moisture chunin has. Yugao, you must be careful when you stand behind me. It's not far from the gate. These Anbu's just misunderstood our identities and pretended to be the enemy, as long as I explain it clearly. Moonlight Hayate couldn't bear it. Live explained. A trace of tension appeared on Azuki Yugao's face. This is the first time she has officially set foot on the battlefield after graduating from the Ninja Academy. All along, she just took some small tasks, looking for cats and dogs, guarding Konoha Shinobi Village and other relatively simple tasks. Also take part in some harmless battles to gain some experience. 3 days ago, she was suddenly promoted to chunin. Azuki Yugao knew very well that this was the reason for the emergency on the front lines. This led to the emergency deployment of combat power in the rear of Konoha. Originally, Azuki Yugao was still thinking about how to escape the battlefield. It's a pity to hear that Kumogakure launched a sneak attack, and her father Azuki Kingwu happened to be participating in the battle. In order to urgently send Yellow Flash, Hiraishin Kanai of Namikaze Minato to the battlefield, so I personally invited to fight. As for Moonlight Hayate, because of the strange feeling in his heart, he couldn't help but accept this task. After 3 days of continuous rush, it is not far from the pass. I thought I could reach it smoothly, but I didn't expect to be stopped by Konoha's Anbu at such a critical moment. Senior, I'm Konoha's new chunin, Moonlight Hayate. My father is Moonlight Black Knight, one of the 8 colors of Konoha. This is my family token. Moonlight Hayate quickly moved out the backer. Unlike Azuki Kingwu, Moonlight Hayate's father, Moonlight Black Knight, is one of the 8 colors of Konoha. Handed Konoha style 3 sun and moon swordsmanship, combined with Kekkei Genkei. On the battlefield, he is a terrifying assassin. Looking at the entire Konoha, the strength is also the outstanding existence in Jonin. According to Moonlight Hayate's calculations, now they just need to figure out their identity and move their father out. These Anbu ninjas are amazed. Will obediently let them go. If they are not careful, I am afraid they will escort them to the stronghold. Chapter 14 The Prodigal Son. Kill them. The Anbu ninja who took the lead suddenly said. Moonlight Hayate's smile froze instantly, even Azuki Yugao standing behind him was no exception. Whoosh. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and the 2 root ninjas moved instantly. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of Moonlight Hayate. In their eyes, it was an easy task to deal with the 2 huge chunks of water. The violent scene made Moonlight Hayate's expression stiff. Looking at the 2 short knives rapidly expanding in the pupils, there was a fatal mistake on the battlefield. Got lost. The 2 root ninjas who shot, a smile flashed in the depths of their eyes. Half a day ago, they were stationed dozens of miles away, in a secret stronghold belonging to the root. After receiving the order from Yamanaka Kase and Aburame to take the route to kill all the Konoha ninjas, they rushed there. Before arriving at the pass stronghold, I met two rookies. For the task of bullying a rookie, they don't miss the fun. Konoha-style swordsmanship Mikazuki shadow dance. The crisp and tender drink sounded, and a pretty figure suddenly flashed out, attacking from behind Moonlight Hayate first. The ninja knife in his hand circulated faint chakra fluctuations. The next moment, instantly turned 1 into 3, and attacked the two Anbu head-on. The violent scene made the two Anbu obviously feel caught off guard. Of course, they have heard of the Konoha-style swordsmanship possessed by Moonlight Dark Knight in Konoha. Facing the illusory attack with a lurking murderous intent right now, I didn't have time to think about it, so I quickly pulled away and retreated, temporarily opening the distance. Seeing this, Azuki Yugao pulled Moonlight Hayate behind him and threw out several shuriken with his backhand. Hayate, you have a chance to escape first. As long as you rush to the pass for help, we will have a chance to be saved. Am I fleeing alone? Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but startled and said, how can I leave you alone? We're going to die together. Azuki Yugao's expression changed slightly, and when he looked at the resolute Moonlight Hayate, he couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart. It can be said that in this life and death situation, people who can still say such words are considered tribulations. However, this thought just flashed in my mind, and a big hand suddenly protruded from the ground. Hayate, be careful with your feet. Azuki Yugao almost made a sound and jumped up quickly. At this moment, she discovered that the attack of the two Anbu ninjas just now was only a detailed attack. The team leader who took the lead had already found the opportunity to lurk underground and conduct a sneak attack. However, to Azuki Yugao's disappointment, it was Moonlight Hayate who was still standing in the same place as if in shock. Originally, Moonlight Hayate hadn't noticed the existence of the other party, but after Azuki Yugao's reminder, it was already one beat slower. Now he is still dumbfounded, obviously unable to escape. Doden Earth-style decapitation in the earth. Anbu ninja grabbed Moonlight Hayate's ankle. The surrounding ground rolled quickly like running water. Moonlight Hayate woke up suddenly, trying to break free from the attack, but found that he had been dragged into the dirt. The next moment, after the chakra dissipated, only one head bulged out. The violent scene made Azuki Yugao's complexion change drastically. She never imagined that Moonlight Hayate would be captured in a single encounter on the battlefield. There are only 7 people on the other side, and she is only one person. If she wants to save Moonlight Hayate, the only way is to escape to the stronghold for help. Little girl, now is not the time for you to lose your mind. A sneering voice suddenly came. I saw 2 ninjas, with a backhand toss, 2 shuriken, attacked her in a roundabout form. There is also a special rope. If you miss a little, I am afraid it will be tied directly. However, in midair, Azuki Yugao had no way to dodge. Anbu ninjas who are eyeing tigers all around. As long as there is any flaw, I am afraid that it will directly lead to death. Looking at the rapidly approaching rope, Azuki Yugao's face couldn't help but show an inexplicable bitterness. Looking at the pass not far away, while smiling bitterly, a shuriken suddenly shot out in the dark. When the sparks splattered, and the 2 kunai were instantly smashed into the air. The sudden scene changed the expressions of everyone in the field. It's such an exquisite shuriken technique that with just one shuriken, 2 kunai were knocked into the air. Anbu, who was lurking in the soil, lost his voice and exclaimed. Before he could think about it, he hurriedly glanced around and gave orders at the same time. Immediately probe the surrounding enemies, and if you find them, kill them immediately. The awe-inspiring voice spit out, Anbu's captain thought that his subordinates would act in an instant. However, after seeing the panic in their pupils, the nerves suddenly tightened. Are you going to kill me? The joking voice came from behind, and Anbu's captain's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly performed soil stealth, intending to escape. However, just as he had just drilled into the soil, an awe-inspiring aura of death instantly spread all over his body. I found you. The voice fell, and the fist wrapped in thunder light, like a battle axe, mixed with the sound of wind and thunder, smashed directly to the ground. Boom! It exploded like a thunderstorm. The instant the fist landed on the ground, the solid ground shattered. Cobweb-like cracks quickly spread around. Anbu, who had just dived into the soil, shattered his head like a watermelon. The hot blood splashed down, like bright fireworks, but it gave people a shocking feeling. Escape, let's escape quickly. The remaining 6 Anbu ninjas panicked instantly. In a flash, he was about to walk away. However, during this process, they always paid attention to Qinyu's figure. But with a little movement, that frightening figure disappeared out of thin air. Thunderstorm knife. Qinyu's right hand turned into a hand knife, and at the subsonic speed of the Raiden Thunder-style chakra burst, he instantly appeared in front of the first Anbu ninja who escaped. Without any bells and whistles, his right hand slammed down towards his neck, and blood spattered. Before the panic on his face could dissipate, the huge head was thrown directly into the air. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. It is a pity that all defenses are pale and powerless in the face of Qinyu, who is like a god of death. 5 flickered, and they just had time to see the blue lightning. It's too late to react. There was only time in my mind, a figure surrounded by lightning, and the huge head was thrown out with blood. After Qinyu stopped, the 6 heads fell to the ground. Like rain hitting a banana, a large amount of hot blood splattered. Azuki's heart, Yugao, just got his footing, and looked at the man in front of him who was bathed in lightning, with a warm smile on his face. Like the young man next door, Qinyu couldn't help but take a half step back. Now it's your turn, Qinyu laughed playfully. You're a pretty girl, why don't you let the uncle have fun? The low voice made Azuki, Yugao and Moonlight Hayate look stagnant for a while. They never thought that the person in front of them was not the savior, but a prodigal son. Chapter 15 Running Faster Than a Rabbit. What are you trying to do? Azuki Yugao subconsciously took a half step back. After witnessing Qinyu instantly kill 7 Anbu. Hearing this frivolous remark, she would rather face those Anbu. It's better to be frivolous than to be killed. I won't tell you, you should be very clear. Qinyu smiled playfully and looked at Moonlight Hayate. I'm giving you a chance to live now. Are you willing to let us go? Moonlight Hayate said with a happy face. My dad is Moonlight Dark Knight, as long as you let us go, you will be paid heavily afterwards. Talking, Moonlight Hayate thought about taking Azuki Yugao away. You seem to be mistaken, I mean, only one of you can leave alive. Qinyu said suddenly. Moonlight Hayate and Azuki Yugao couldn't help but stagnate. Doesn't this make them live and die? Don't worry, it's up to you to decide who leaves and who stays. Of course I'll do the murder. Qinyu laughed playfully. If you think you can be stronger than 7 Anbu, come and die. A small voice echoed in the forest, making the atmosphere in the field more inexplicably depressed. Azuki Yugao couldn't help but look at Moonlight Hayate. The sight of her goal made her stunned for a moment. Yugao, wait for me, here is only a few kilometers away from the stronghold. I am faster than you, and I will definitely be able to move to rescue the soldiers. Moonlight Hayate dropped those words, turned around and ran away. The speed was so fast that it completely took out the strength of feeding. After several ups and downs, he plunged into the forest and disappeared. You said, the microcosm will explode if people are in a predicament. Chinyu said with a smile. Azuki Yugao's face turned pale, and he took out a kunai with his backhand and stabbed it directly into his throat. When Chinyu threw out a shuriken with his backhand, instantly knocking the kunai away from Azuki Yugao's hand. Azuki Yugao's expression changed, and he shouted anxiously, "Didn't you say that there are only life and death? I can't do it myself now." "Of course you can," Chinyu said solemnly, "however, I'm just trying to scare you guys. I didn't expect that kid to run faster than a rabbit. Let's go, or Uncle Azuki will worry about you." Abandoning these words, Chinyu turned around and walked towards the stronghold. Azuki Yugao was stunned. She was already thinking of suicide. Where would one expect the result to be like this? Looking at Chinyu's back, and the Moonlight Hayate who fled just now, there was a hint of self-deprecation on his face. "Help, Uncle Azuki, hurry up and save Yugao." Moonlight Hayate was detected by the Dark Sentry before he even set foot on the base. Chinyu's battle just now was also detected by the Perception Ninja. So Azuki Kangwoo and Inufeng had already driven them out. "Hayate, why are you here?" Azuki Kangwoo's expression couldn't help changing. "What were you talking about just now? What happened to her Yugao?" "Uncle Azuki, something is bad." Moonlight Hayate explained anxiously. "Yugao and I were instructed to bring Minato Senpai's Hiraishin kunai to accurately locate the space jump of the predecessor. However, Yugao and I were ambushed by Anbugen at a distance of several thousand meters. At a critical moment, a teenager with a thunder arc wrapped around his body shot and killed the person at the root. However, he coveted Yugao's beauty and let one of us leave. I was faster than Yugao, so I came to ask for help." Looking at the anxious and panic-stricken Moonlight Hayate, everyone looked at each other. "You bastard." Azuki Kangwoo threw it back. Snapped. A crisp slap suddenly sounded. Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but froze, covered his cheeks and said, "Uncle Azuki, you. Why did you hit me? Hurry up and save Yugao, there may be a chance to go now." "Fuck your sister." Azuki Kangwoo almost kicked his foot. "Two live and one, you run away first. If Yugao didn't meet Chinyu this time, and something happened to her, I would definitely destroy you. Even if your father is a moonlit knight, I don't care." In the eyes of Azuki Kangwoo, Moonlight Hayate and Azuki Yugao are also childhood sweethearts. Moreover, Moonlight Dark Knight also instructs Azuki Yugao Konoha Ryu. Still appreciate Moonlight Hayate. If this situation lasts a little longer, perhaps Azuki Kangwoo will let them develop. It's okay now, when faced with a life or death decision, run faster than a rabbit. This made Azuki Kangwoo feel blind. "Uncle Azuki, what did you say? Yugao is still in the hands of that madman." Moonlight Hayate's expression stiffened. "Hi, are you looking for me? When I was just walking, I saw two stunned greens, so I rescued them easily." A familiar voice came floating. Moonlight Hayate, couldn't help but stunned, and hurriedly followed the voice. What caught the eye was the murderous face that didn't blink. Moonlight Hayate didn't even think that Azuki Yugao was walking slowly with a frosty expression on his face. Why are you okay?" Moonlight Hayate looked at Azuki Yugao and couldn't help saying. "You're so funny. You ran faster than a rabbit just now. Now you're asking me if I've treated Yugao like that," Chinyu said with a smile. "I'm still young and don't know what that stuff is." Moonlight Hayate was furious. He could clearly see the wretchedness on Chin Feng's face just now. "Yugao, listen to my explanation." Moonlight Hayate hurried forward. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded suddenly. "There seems to be nothing between us that needs to be explained, Hayate classmate," Azuki Yugao said coldly. "Dad, I'll take over the task." "Well, let's go in and talk about it. Azuki Kangwoo glanced at Moonlight Hayate coldly and said, girl, I will use my eyes to recognize people in the future. Some people won't show their horse's legs until the critical moment. Once they choose the wrong one, they can't go back. Azuki Yugao, who had no nostalgia at all and walked away directly, Moonlight Hayate's expression turned ashen. Your name is Chin Yu, I want to be with you. Moonlight Hayate hurriedly shouted while covering her stinging cheek. Are you going to duel with me? Come over, I just haven't killed enough. Chin Yu laughed playfully. Duel. Chin Yu, you can go ahead, so that we can take a gamble. But your odds are very low. Looking at the situation that was instantly noisy, Moonlight Hayate's face suffocated Yuhi, thinking of the 7 root ninjas who were killed in an instant, completely discouraged. I'm going to hand over the task now. Moonlight Hayate turned and left neatly. Again, the crowd burst into laughter. Chin Yu, have you really learned the Raiden Thunder style chakra pattern? Inu Feng suddenly said. Chapter 16_. There was an inexplicable silence in the huge ruins, and everyone stared at Chin Yu. No, Chin Yu said nonsense in a serious manner. No, Inu Feng turned over Byakugan and said, you're hiding really deep. I tell you secretly, that guy Azuki is betting with us that if you learn the Raiden Thunder style chakra pattern, he will let Yugao have a blind date with you. You are all 14 or 15 years old, and it's time to start a family and start a business. Chin Yu almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. According to Inu Feng, he was sold just now, and he even helped people with money. Inside the cave, Azuki Yugao gave the Hiraishin Kunwu in his hand to Azuki Kangwoo. Dad, according to the description of the 3rd generation, after bringing Hiraishin Kunwu, as long as you activate the Kuwusheng art, Father, Senior Minato will be able to sense the coordinates and jump in space. Azuki Yugao said urgently. The Kumogakur army is coming. According to the information, the AB group will lead the team in person. In the face of this kind of enemy, only Minato, Senpai can fight against it. Azuki Yugao opened the scroll that activated Hiraishin Kunai. Yugao, you don't need it anymore. Azuki Kangwoo stopped him and said with a wry smile, you are already late. Dad, what are you talking about? Didn't we catch up? Azuki Yugao said urgently. This time there are hundreds of people in the Kumogakur army. I in the AB group is still the next successor designated by the 3rd generation of Raikage. Once they attack, there is no way to stop them here. Now the time is pressing, let's activate it quickly. Yugao, I really don't need it anymore. Azuki Kangwoo patted the back of Yugao's hand and said, Chin Yu has already repulsed them. No, it should be said that it was killed. Speaking of which, Rao was Azuki Kangwoo, and a look of awe appeared on his face. Azuki Yugao's expression was stagnant, and he said anxiously, Dad, what happened? You just said that the person who solved Kumogakur was that Chin Yu. His own credit. Yes, this is his credit alone. Azuki Kangwoo mentioned the battle, his voice trembling a little. If you saw it with your own eyes, you would be like me. Dealing with the Kumogakur army alone, with the help of Sky Thunder, cast S-rank Raiden Thunder-style Kirin, killing hundreds of Kumogakur with one blow. Using a powerful pupil technique, summoning a blood Shira, a black flame that cannot be extinguished, and a powerful demonic illusion that instantly suppresses Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. Azuki Yugao was stunned. It was the first time she saw her father, like a child. So much respect for a young man. However, following Azuki Kangwoo's description, Azuki Yugao's mind couldn't help but come up with a vague picture of that battle. Dad, according to what you said, Chin Yu is hiding so deep, could it be a genius hidden in the Uchiha clan? Azuki Yugao said in a deep voice, I am afraid that with such strength, he can compete for the position of Hokage. By the way, when I left, he also said that the next decisive battle will be fought as a shadow. Azuki Kangwoo said excitedly, also called Chinyu a bloody Asura. Azuki Yugao's expression also changed. Of course she had heard of Kumogakur AB combination, the successor of the next Reikage. Now Chinyu has received such a high evaluation and is recognized by the next generation of Reikage. It would be false to say that you are not qualified to be Hokage. By the way, Yugao, I have something I want to discuss with you, Azuki Kangwoo said with an embarrassed expression. Azuki Yugao frowned and said, Dad, you said so excitedly just now, you won't do anything to hurt me, right? Cough, Yugao, please don't say that. Dad just thinks Chinyu is good and intends to introduce you to a blind date. Azuki Kangwoo coughed dryly. Dad, you actually betrayed me. Azuki Yugao's expression turned ashen. She never thought that when she met Azuki Kangwoo, she would make such a decision on the battlefield. This riding horse was sold, and it also helped people with money. Yugao, don't be so excited. You also saw that Kid Hayate, when he was dying, he gave up on you and ran away alone, but Chinyu was different. When Kumogakur attacked, he was still alone. If one person fights against it, who is stronger and who is weaker, as long as he is not blind, he can tell. Azuki Kangwoo's face showed anger. As soon as he thought about it, if the person Azuki Yugao met this time was not Chinyu, then she might be waiting for her death. Get out of the way, you guys get out of the way, I want to see Yugao. Moonlight Hayate's voice came from outside the cave. Yugao, I'm going out to send him, don't bother with him anymore. Azuki Kangwoo's face sank, and he was about to stand up. Dad, let me go, this is my business. Azuki Yugao stopped him and walked straight out of the cave. Facing the noise of Moonlight Hayate, the people around were obviously attracted. Get out of the way, I want to see Yugao, I have something to tell her. Moonlight Hayate shouted in a hurry. Konoha ninjas who were guarding outside the cave remained indifferent. Moonlight Hayate, don't play around here. Inufeng persuaded in a deep voice. This is an important place, you are a chunin, you can't enter casually without communication, hurry back to the side, don't get in the way other people. Uncle Inufeng, I'm getting in the way, I just want to explain to Yugao, I just wanted to save people and plan to come back to rescue soldiers. Moonlight Hayate hurriedly turned back and looked behind. It was an unexpected figure. You're blocking me, Chinyu stretched his waist and said, it's getting dark, I'm going back to have a good rest, remember to tell me when I'm done eating. Chinyu, don't worry, we will lose your share. The two Konoha ninjas, who were originally indifferent, hurriedly put on a smile. Looking at this scene, Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but be stunned. Uncle Inufeng, didn't you say that this cave is an important place, can't Chunin go in casually? Why can he? Moonlight Hayate said anxiously. As soon as these words came out, the Konoha ninja present instantly became unhappy. Inufeng was no exception. He looked at him coldly and said, Moonlight Hayate, sometimes you have to stop in moderation. If Chinyu is also a Chunin, then there is probably no Hokage in this world anymore. Yes, you are a life-hungry person, if it wasn't for the fact that you are also a Konoha ninja, and Moonlight Knight is one of the 8 colors of Konoha, we would never let someone like you in. Moonlight Hayate, if I were you, I'd better stay by the side and don't continue to be ashamed here. Moonlight Hayate was stunned. For a long time, due to the patronage of Moonlight and Dark Knight, and Kekkei Genkei, he has always been regarded as a genius. Chapter 17 Who is faster? Are you purposely isolating me? Yugao and I are childhood sweethearts, she will listen to my explanation. Moonlight Hayate's face flashed a trace of madness, and said anxiously, let me in, Yugao will definitely forgive me. Moonlight Hayate, you're enough. Azuki Yugao's voice came from inside the cave. Soon 2 figures were seen coming out of it. This time, it has nothing to do with me. Chinyu shrugged helplessly and said, he was yelling, he wants to explain it to you, you can solve it yourself. Looking at Chinyu, who was the instigator, he turned and left gracefully. Azuki Yugao was stunned at first, and his eyebrows were furrowed. Chinyu, can you stay for a while? I stay. Chinyu glanced at Azuki Kingwu suspiciously. Instantly smelled what was going on. Yugao, why are you leaving him to go to the grass over there, and I will explain it to you alone. Moonlight Hayate hurriedly reached out to Azuki Yugao to catch him. However, before meeting, Azuki Yugao avoided it. Moonlight Hayate, please don't act indiscriminately in front of my target, or I will cut off the relationship with you as an ordinary friend. Azuki Yugao said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but stagnate and looked at Chinyu. Chinyu was instantly helpless. He finally understood what it meant to be shot while lying down. Yugao, what are you talking about? Who is your object? Moonlight Hayate was anxious. It's Uchiha Chinyu. My dad has promised me to date Chinyu, so please don't harass us in the future. Azuki Yugao said coldly. Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but startled and said, it's impossible, I don't believe you, you said this to anger me. You and Uchiha Chinyu don't know each other at all. Among the younger generation, it has always been instilled that the Uchiha family is the source of the rebellion. In order to avoid suspicion, many people will actively avoid the people of the Uchiha clan. Moonlight Hayate, enough is enough. A trace of disgust appeared on Azuki Yugao's face. The former Moonlight Hayate, in her eyes, is a sensible, talented and responsible genius. I never thought that this kind of thing would happen when I walked out of the village for the first time. No, I'm not enough, you give me a chance to explain. Moonlight Hayate begged urgently. Lick the dog. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, if she finishes explaining, won't you stop making trouble? Yes, as long as Yugao finishes explaining, I will obediently leave. Moonlight Hayate looked stubborn. Okay, you've watched. Chinyu wrapped his arms around Azuki Yugao's waist, and his right hand suddenly pulled her into his arms. Without any hesitation, under the stunned eyes of everyone, they directly kissed. It's a light kiss. However, it still made Azuki Yugao's mind roar, and it went blank. What are you doing? Moonlight Hayate woke up suddenly. This was the first kiss that he had been eyeing for 7 or 8 years, but he couldn't get it. Now that it was stolen by Chinyu in the blink of an eye, how could he accept it? Isn't this an explanation? Chinyu spread his hands and said, now give up. If nothing happens, I'll go back to rest first. Looking at Chinyu, who had a calm expression after the strong kiss, turned around and left, Moonlight Hayate's expression instantly distorted. Without any hesitation, he took out a kunai from his waist and stabbed Chinyu's back. The closeness of the distance made everyone's faces change dramatically. They never thought that Moonlight Hayate would be so crazy. However, in the face of all this, Chinyu seemed to be unknown. PFF'd. Kobo pierced Chinyu's body in an instant, and immediately a white mist rose up, causing the crazy Moonlight Hayate to be stunned for a moment. Idiot, I'm behind you. Chinyu's right hand turned into a knife and slashed directly towards Moonlight Hayate's neck. Moonlight Hayate's expression changed dramatically, but in this case, he didn't have time to dodge at all. Can only wait for the attack to fall. Whoosh. A golden flash suddenly appeared. Before everyone could react, an unexpected figure appeared in front of Chinyu. The probe hand buckled on Chinyu's wrist. The sudden appearance of the figure made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. That golden hair made Chinyu pursed his lips and smiled. Minato, after hiding for so long, I thought you didn't want to come out. It's the golden glitter Namikaze Minato, and he's arrived. Only time-space ninjutsu can cross the two major battlefields and arrive here in such a short time. Cut. You might as well say that only Namikaze Minado's speed can stop Chinyu's attack, otherwise, that boy, Moonlight Hayate, will definitely suffer. HMPH, this stinky boy, no one will be able to swallow his anger if he doesn't suffer a little, but it's all for now. Facing Moonlight Hayate's behavior of abandoning his companions on the battlefield, many people were dissatisfied. In particular, the willful behavior just now has attracted the hostility of many people. This is a battlefield, not a place where one's feelings are mixed with children's personal feelings. I actually don't want to show up. After finding out that Kumogaku's attack was repelled by you, I thought about returning to the land of the land. Unfortunately, if I didn't make a move just now, I'm afraid this kid will suffer a bit. Namikaze Minato said with a wry smile. Lord Minato, it's him, he was the one who teased me in the forest just now, that made Yugao misunderstand me, you must call the shots for me. Moonlight Hayate said anxiously. Chinyu shook his head with a smile and said, Minato, you have seen it too. If you want to calm him down, you should suffer a little. Besides, you can't stop me from teaching someone a lesson. Boom. A burst of white mist appeared on Chinyu's body, and the next moment the whole person disappeared out of thin air. Is it the shadow clone technique? Namikaze Minato's expression changed. Before I could think about it, I turned around and looked. At the same time, he swung his right hand back, and the kunai, which depicts Hiraishin's magic mark, was instantly released. Just appeared behind Moonlight Hayate, had a smile on his face, and his body swayed half an inch like a ghost. Hiraishin's kunai almost passed, and the attack fell flat. It's coming, someone exclaimed. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and there was a hint of urgency in their eyes. The art of Hiraishin was seen from Namikaze Minato, and the next moment he disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above Hiraishin kunai. He reached out and grabbed Chinyu's shoulder directly. I got you. A smile appeared on Namikaze Minato's face. He hadn't met anyone who dared to challenge his speed for a long time. Now Chinyu's actions have undoubtedly made him arouse the mentality of striving to win. Really, Chinyu said with a smile on his face, however, you are too naive. A small voice suddenly spread. The next moment, a crackling thunder arc bloomed on Chinyu's body. Under the raging thunder light, Chinyu, who was about to be caught, disappeared out of thin air. Appeared again, has come to the back of Moonlight Hayate. The knife in his right hand was as fast as a thunderbolt, and slashed straight down the back of his neck. Chapter 18 Only friends, not enemies. Bang. The dull collision sound suddenly sounded. Hand knife fell directly on Moonlight Hayate's neck. Under the attack of tremendous force, he rolled his eyes, passed out of a coma, and fell to the ground. The violent scene left everyone in the field dumbfounded. Looking at the thunder light scattered from Chinyu's body, his face was full of disbelief. If they said that just a moment ago, they speculated on whether Chinyu mastered the Raiden, Thunder-style, chakra mode from the one-sided words of Moonlight Hayate. However, seeing it with my own eyes now has a different meaning. From repelling Kumogaku, it has only been half a day. Chinyu learned the Raiden, Thunder-style, chakra pattern, known as one of the most difficult secret techniques in Kumogaku village. What words can be used to describe this speed? Fear. Evildoer. Indescribable. More importantly, there is no contrast, no harm. Namikaze Minato, known as Yellow Flash, Chinyu could also teach Moonlight Hayate a lesson. It means that it is better than the speed. Hehe, Minato, I'm sorry, no one can stop the person I want to teach, even myself. Chinyu laughed dryly. If it were replaced by the former Uchiha Chinyu, facing the legendary Konoha, he would definitely bow down like a pug. But now that he has a one-key full-level system, he wants to bend him down. Then wash and sleep. Chinyu's words are serious. You can show mercy. For Moonlight Hayate, it is already the best lesson. Namikaze Minato is a new generation of peaceful ninjas. Moreover, the personal relationship with Uchiha Fugaku is very good, and they are still brothers in private. Long time, he has been very concerned about the problems of the Uchiha family. And Uchiha Fugaku, both hold the mentality of peaceful settlement. Uchiha Fugaku, who has already awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, is not concerned with this relationship with Namikaze Minato. Firmly believes in the concept of Namikaze Minato, and I am afraid that Konoha has already been reversed. It's a pity that the Third Ninja World War is now drawing to a close. A year later, Namikaze Minato died, and a series of events broke out under the manipulation of Danzo and other high-level officials. Of course, Chinyu didn't pay any attention to all of this. With the addition of the system, the world is so big that there is no place to hide. If you really push him, throw 2 or 3 big moves at will, slap the butt and slip away, no one can stop him. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to rest first. It's really hard to lack blue. Chinyu patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, he walked into the cave. In their eyes, Namikaze Minato is an unattainable existence. It is said that among the Konohas, he is the most qualified to inherit the identity of the next Hokage, and he is treated respectfully on weekdays, even the older generation is no exception. When have I ever seen someone as big-hearted as Chinyu without the slightest bit of reverence? After watching Chinyu leave, Azuki Kingwu stepped forward with a wry smile and said, Master Minato, don't blame Chinyu. This time, he was able to defeat Kumogakure and the AB team. It's all his credit. Besides, he's only in his early 15 or 16 years, so he doesn't know much about etiquette. Namikaze Minato in his early 20s, Chinyu can be called a junior. Moreover, compared with Namikaze Minato's long-standing and prominent status, Chinyu did lack etiquette. Senior Kangwoo, you are calling me my lord again. Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly. With you guys, I like Chinyu instead. However, according to my understanding, Chinyu was originally a less outstanding junior in the Uchiha clan. When he came out, Fugaku also asked me to help him take care of Chinyu. It seemed that he was hiding. For this remark, everyone in the field was sighed. Thinking of Kirin and Mangekyo Sharingan who fell from the sky, the soles of their feet are still cold. Lord Minato, your status is different now. You have the right to call us old immortals. Azuki Kingwu said with a smile. However, we have something to report. Chinyu may have intentionally not wanted to get involved in the disputes between the Konoha and Uchiha clan, so he deliberately hid it. Following Azuki Kingwu's narration, Namikaze Minato, who was still smiling, turned solemn. Senior Kingwu, do you say that Chinyu has a powerful Raiden, Thunder-style ninjutsu, a special Sharingan, and also has the reverse 10-10 gift for learning ninjutsu? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but asked. Looking at everyone in the field who nodded in unison, Namikaze Minato couldn't hold his breath even more. Senior Kingwu, Moonlight Hayate will be handed over to you first, and I'll go look for Chinyu. Lord Minato, don't worry, but in Kumogakure village, the next Raikage heir, I once said that Chinyu has the qualifications to become the next Hokage. I hope you don't mind. Azuki Kingwu hesitated for a moment and said. This time, Danzo's confidants, Yamanaka Fung and Aburame, took root, not only fled back, but also leaked the information about our base to Kumogakure. If Danzo knew that Chinyu had broken his subordinates' affairs, he would probably target Chinyu. We hope Mr. Minato can help one or two at a critical moment. Quote. In the eyes of Azuki Kingwu and others, external enemies can also be eliminated by powerful means. But in the face of internal struggles, it can be said that it is easy to hide with open guns, and difficult to guard against hidden arrows. Senior Kangwoo, don't worry, I understand what to do. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, wait a moment, I will report the matter here to Lord Hokage of the third generation. 3 generations of Hokage-sama have come forward, and Danzo will also restrain himself. Azuki Kangwoo breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is arranged like this for the time being. The next defense depends on everyone's concerted efforts. Namikaze Minato patted Azuki Kangwoo on the shoulder and said, I'll go talk to Chinyu first. Watching Namikaze Minato leave, Azuki Yugao finally couldn't hold his breath and said, Dad, are you saying that once Chinyu returns to Konoha, I'm afraid he will be hit by the roots? What's the matter? Are you concerned about your little lover so soon? Inu Feng teased. Azuki Yugao glared at him and said, who is his lover? I just don't want Konoha Shinobi Village to lose such a strong man. This kind of person is like a companion, an absolutely powerful backing, but if it is an enemy, it would be too terrifying. Azuki Kangwoo said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions couldn't help changing. As Azuki Kangwoo said, facing Chinyu's existence. The only thing we can do is to be friends and not enemies. Even if you can't be friends, you can only be passers-by. Chapter 19 Calculating Namikaze Minato. Inside the cave, Chinyu sat cross-legged, recovering the chakra in his body. At the same time, he was thinking about how to solve the problem of lack of blue in a short period of time. After these 2 battles, his chakra was exhausted, and if it wasn't for the strength of his pupils. In the face of the enemy, I am afraid that I will not be able to get up. After thinking about it, Chinyu finally concluded 2 ways. A contract with Mount Myoboku, then learn Sage Mode. By absorbing the power of nature, you can quickly return to blue. The second finds the head-tailed beast as a human Jinchuriki column force. This is the quickest way Chinyu can think of right now. However, Mount Myoboku's psychic contract has always been worn by Jiraiya. Since Orochimaru defected and escaped from Konoha, Jiraiya has also become a dad and has been following Orochimaru. It is difficult to find Jiraiya in a short time. As for finding the head-tailed beast to be the human Jinchuriki column force, looking around the entire ninja world, except for the 3-tailed, the rest of the 8-headed tailed beast are all lodged in the human Jinchuriki column force. During the current war, every shinobi village is very careful about the protection of the human Jinchuriki column force. For a moment, trying to use this method to solve the problem of lack of blue seems to be even more unrealistic than the first one. Thinking of this, Chinyu sighed helplessly. I'm so hard. Chinyu, if you have any problems, you can tell me if you don't mind. Namikaze Minato's voice suddenly came. Seeing Namikaze Minato approaching, Chinyu's eyes lit up. Namikaze Minato's ninjutsu can be said to be a royal family. Start Hiraishin, ultimate move Rasengan, can't beat the ghoul. In addition to these 3 ninjutsu, in Chinyu's impression, Namikaze Minato did not perform many other ninjutsu. However, among the 3 ninjutsu techniques, Chinyu paid more attention to the technique of Hiraishin. Radiant Thunder style chakra mode can greatly increase Chinyu's speed. Just in terms of escaping and killing the enemy, and surprise, I am afraid there is no ninjutsu that can compare to Hiraishin's technique. Chinyu, are you worried that Danzo will be bad for you? Namikaze Minato said tentatively. Chinyu raised his brows, not thinking that Namikaze Minato would automatically make up his mind. Originally, he was thinking about how to use Namikaze Minato to teach him the art of Hiraishin. Now it saves him a lot of words to explain, and he said one by one, this is just a small matter. If Danzo really wants to shoot at me, I will not go back. The world is so big, there will always be a place for me to hide. Namikaze Minato's expression froze. This is what worries him the most. According to the description of Azuki Kingwu and others, Chinyu's strength is enough to reach the level of Jonin. Possibly even more than that. If coupled with the amazing ninjutsu talent. Once Chinyu was allowed to leave Konoha Ninja Village, it would be a huge loss and hidden dangers. Chinyu, don't take things too seriously. Fugaku and I have a good relationship and will never let Danzo target you recklessly. Namikaze Minato hurriedly advised, and I will report this matter to the third generation in advance. Lord Hokage, with his wisdom, will certainly handle this matter fairly. Just feel free to come back to Konoha with me. As for Namikaze Minato, Chinyu has also learned about it in the original work. As the saying goes, good people are short-lived. So Chinyu didn't doubt Namikaze Minato's intentions too much, but his intention was to get Hiraishin. If he was dismissed with just these 3 words, it would be rubbing the IQ of his 2 lifetimes on the ground. I also want to go back, but unfortunately I don't have much means to protect myself. If you are willing to teach me the art of Hiraishin, I may consider 1 or 2. Chinyu said with a smile. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but startled for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, so you have been thinking about this from the very beginning. It seems that you don't take Danzo to heart at all, but this Hiraishin technique is the forbidden technique developed by the 2nd generation Hokage. Even if I want to teach it to you, I need the consent of the 3rd generation Hokage. Namikaze Minato said helplessly. If you really want to learn, I can teach you the ninjutsu I developed myself. You mean, Rasengan? Chinyu turned over Byakugan helplessly. With Namikaze Minato, such a one-rooted person, it would be more difficult for him to teach Hiraishin privately than to kill him. It seems that there is only other way to think of it. You also know about Rasengan. Namikaze Minato said with a smile on his face. This Rasengan does not require a hand seal. The amount of chakra is generally required, and I have also developed a systematic learning method, which I will demonstrate to you now. Quote. Rasengan. Namikaze Minato said, the fingers of his right hand tense slightly. Under the chakra lingering, blue airwaves are quickly generated, and a blue chakra ball is formed in the blink of an eye. It looked like a blue starry sky. Of course, if people are judged by their appearance, this Rasengan should be underestimated. I'm afraid it will often be the end. In the original book, there is a funny joke. There is no enemy that Rasengan cannot deal with. If there are, one opponent that cannot be solved, use 2. If it still can't be solved, I will make the balls in different ways, and I will always be able to make the finale come out. Did you see clearly? Namikaze Minato scattered the Rasengan in his hand and asked, I will demonstrate the 2nd time now. With your aptitude, as long as you practice well and control the movement of chakra well, you should be able to do it within a week. Learned. Namikaze Minato's face full of enthusiasm, Chinyu couldn't refuse. Moreover, Naruto's futon wind style Rasengan in the original book is really awesome. Compared with Raiden thunder style Kirin's display is also less complicated. Feeling that the chakra in Namikaze Minato was working again, Chinyu's Mangekyo Sharingan was working. In Hokage, Sharingan is a local plug-in, no need for white. Namikaze Minato, who was always paying attention to Chinyu, felt at this moment that his whole person seemed to be seen through. The moment he raised his head, his eyes met, and his pupils could not help shrinking. The chakra condensed in his hand also collapsed. Are you Mangekyo Sharingan? Namikaze Minato couldn't help asking. Chinyu was not surprised when Namikaze Minato made a statement. Mangekyo Sharingan is not the first time in Konoha history. At least all the information of Uchiha Madara will be completely recorded by the 2nd generation Hokage. And Namikaze Minato, as the most promising 4th generation Hokage existence. In order to solve the matter of the Uchiha family, he is especially concerned. Knowing the existence of Mangekyo Sharingan is not surprising. Isn't it strange that an unknown junior would have Mangekyo Sharingan? Chinyu didn't plan to hide it at all. In the face of absolute strength, all intrigues and tricks are idiots. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and nodded. I finally know why they say you have the talent to learn ninjutsu. Chapter 20 Kurigakure Attacks _ Sharingan of the Uchiha family has the ability to copy ninjutsu, although not everyone can do it. Namikaze Minato looked away after taking one more look. However, in Konoha's secret information, the Uchiha clan Mangekyo Sharingan described that once awakened, they will obtain special pupil techniques. If I guessed correctly, the huge Shira ghost, black flames, and powerful ninjutsu are all it's the eyes that make it. Had already anticipated Namikaze Minato's speculation. From the beginning, he decided to fight off the Kumogakure and AB combo, using Susanoo, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, knowing that this matter would not be hidden for long. Nodding one by one, he said, "You're right, you deserve to be the hot choice for the next generation of Hokage." Hearing this, Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly. In Konoha, there are many outstanding people, Fugaku, Shisui, Sanin where the teacher is, and you. I'm just more receptive because I'm on the front lines and have no political background. If you really want to compete with strength, Jiraiya-sensei, Fugaku, Shisui and others are more suitable. Looking at Namikaze Minato with a humble face, Chinyu couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "Act when you should, otherwise why would you become so powerful? Hid it so that no one can see it. That's boring. People are selfish. When you become a hero, you have to keep secrets, but I can't do it." Namikaze Minato smiled wryly and said, "I didn't expect Chinyu, your opinion on the matter really makes me stunned. Although I can't teach you the art of Hiraishin, but back in Konoha, I will ask the third generation of Hokage-sama for instructions, and he should agree. Now let me demonstrate the second Rasengan first." Spoke, Namikaze Minato gathered the chakra in his body again. However, before Rasengan took shape, there were hurried footsteps outside the door. "Ms. Minato, the big thing is bad." The secret whistle reported that Kurigakure's whereabouts appeared 3 kilometers away. There are still a lot of people. The leading ninjas are not clear for the time being. Azuki Kingwu hurried in. Seeing the Rasengan scattered from Namikaze Minato's hands, only to realize that the timing seemed a little wrong, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. "Chinyu, I'm sorry, about Rasengan, wait until I come back to demonstrate. You just spent a lot of chakra participating in the war. Now rest at the stronghold. Let me kill those Kurigakure." Namikaze Minato dropped these words. And hurried out. After Azuki Kingwu gave Chinyu an apologetic look, he quickly followed. After the two left, the huge cave returned to calm again. I didn't expect that even Kurigakure would send people to attack in a roundabout way. It seems that they all wanted to beat the underdogs. Chinyu smiled playfully. Originally, I planned to find a tailed beast as a chakra cache machine. If I can catch a small leader, I might be able to find out the whereabouts of Sanwei. However, let's try it first, learn Rasengan, and maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Chinyu thought about it, and recalled the scene of Namikaze Minato's second Rasengan being copied by Mangekyo Sharingan. The few chakras left in the body roared and quickly gathered to the right hand. Originally the difficulty of Rasengan, as long as it is systematically practiced, even the tail of a crane like Naruto can learn it. Now Chinyu has used Mangekyo Sharingan to thoroughly analyze the operating structure of Rasengan, and it will be more effective if it operates. Rasengan. The 5 fingers of Chinyu's right hand were slightly tensed, and the blue chakra that was released quickly gathered in the palm of his hand. The next moment, with the sound of high-frequency chakra flowing, Rasengan was instantly condensed. Ding Dang found A-level ninjutsu Rasengan, whether the host is full level with one click. Hearing the system's voice, Chinyu couldn't help but raise his brows. This Rasengan could have been transformed into Ultimate by Namikaze Minato. If you can continue to max level, what will happen next? Full level immediately. Chinyu did not hesitate any longer, and immediately issued an order. Ding dong, congratulations to the host on getting the Big Ball Rasengan. Ding dong, the host's Thunder attribute chakra is detected, and the Raiden Thunder style Rasengan is obtained. The two voices that sounded one after another made Chinyu stunned. Originally, I just planned to imitate the original book, and after learning the ball rolling, I came to a futon wind-style shuriken. Unexpectedly, with the one-click full-level system, Big Ball Rasengan and Raiden Thunder-style Rasengan were also created. As for why no other properties appear, I'm afraid it's the system that can't check that chakra has other attributes, nature transformation, in his body. It seems that I will get a sage body in the future and rub all the balls of nature transformation. Chinyu put away his thoughts. Outside, in the face of the sudden Kurigakure, everyone's nerves were tense. As soon as Namikaze Minato left the cave, after issuing a few strict orders, he led a small group of people to the place where the target appeared. That is the closest place between Konoha and the Land of Water. Pity that Namikaze Minato was sent to the battlefield of the Land of Wind and Land early in the morning, and did not leave the Horaishin spell in the adjacent area of the Land of Water. Otherwise, a space jump would be able to rush to the destination as soon as possible. Namikaze Minato and his party left. There were originally only 26 strongholds, and the strength of the guards dropped sharply to 12 in an instant. This is because of Azuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate. Dad, do I need to do something? Azuki Yugao couldn't help but say. Now the number of enemies is unknown, I'm worried that they will attack the stronghold in a roundabout way. As soon as these words came out, the diligence in the field became a little dignified. The nerves of those who stayed here were also suddenly tense. However, as soon as this worry crept into his heart, Azuki Kingwu looked back at the cave where Chinyu was, then heaved a sigh of relief, patted Azuki Yugao on the shoulder and said, "Silly girl, don't worry. The base is understaffed, and Lord Minato is not there, but don't forget Chinyu." Having said that, Azuki Kingwu looked at the awakened Moonlight Hayate, and warned in a deep voice, "Hayate, I hope that when you meet Chinyu next time, don't mess around again, he is not an existence that you can compare with." Quote. Moonlight Hayate's face sank, clenched his fists resentfully, and raised his head stubbornly. "Uncle Azuki, don't worry, my intelligence escort mission has been completed. If Chinyu is there, it won't do much for me to stay here. I will leave the stronghold now and return to Konoha to return to my life." Leaving those words, Moonlight Hayate stepped out of the base. However, just after taking 3 or 4 steps, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. Without any bells and whistles, it hit him directly. Boom! Moonlight Hayate was directly crushed to the ground. Feeling the warm and bloody smell on his face, he struggled a little to look up, and the sight made him pale. Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 21 to 40. Chapter 21 The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Yes, it's a corpse. Moonlight Hayate almost split his eye sockets, looking at the Konoha ninja who was so close, facing his own eyes, that he couldn't die any longer. As soon as his feet shook, there was an inexplicable wetness and hotness, making his pants gloriously wet. The smell of urine made the surrounding Konoha ninjas vigilant, and looked at Moonlight Hayate with a hint of disgust. Of course, Moonlight Hayate can't be blamed either. The first time he went to the battlefield, he experienced Anbu's pursuit, Chinyu's coercion and teasing, and now he is staring at the corpse. Not being frightened to death, which is already good. One after another figure, flashing in all directions. The village of Kurigakure, after learning that the Kumogakure attack on the pass had failed, immediately mobilized its troops and planned to conduct a second wave of attacks. In their eyes, there are only two possibilities for the Konoha ninjas to withstand the first wave. One pays a heavy price. To have powerful ninjas is a branch of Jinchuriki column. When they saw Konoha, Namikaze Minato, known as Yellow Flash, left the so-called important pass, only a dozen or so Konoha ninjas remained. For Kurigakure, it's all about being defenseless. So, from the very beginning, they use the trick of adjusting the tiger and leaving the mountain. Use some normal ninja as bait to lure Namikaze Minato away. Then, mobilize the elite to raid the pass. They had thought that Namikaze Minato would not be easily led away. However, the current results were beyond their expectations. Barrier is broken, they will be able to drive in and attack Konoha's rear. At that time, Konoha will be disrupted by the enemy on both sides, and the balance of the three major games will be broken first. Most importantly, this time, in order to make the mission go smoothly, the ninjas sent by Kurigakure village are not as strong as the Kumogakure AB group. But the one who took the lead was two of the 7 people of the ninja swordsmen who made the ninja world terrified. As a product of the blood fog, the 7 people of the ninja sword are all brutal elites killed in the blood sea. In the face of one, there are only 12 or 3 people left, but they are all within reach. Alert, everyone cheered me up, this time it's an incredible existence. Azuki Kingwu looked at the 2 ninjas who took the lead, his face turned pale. The 7 ninja swordsmen, Tsukazan Fubuki. The 7 ninja swordsmen, Kurosuke Rai Kiba. With the 2 names falling, all the Konoha ninjas could not help but gasp. Behind them, 50 Kurigakure elites followed. Tsukazan is more than 2 meters tall, with a fat body and a seemingly honest appearance. However, in the village of Kurigakure, none of the ninjas who came out of the Age of Blood Fog were not psychological changes. This is a ruthless character that even his companions can betray for profit. As for Kurosuke Rai Kiba, he is thin, with black hair, wearing a black robe, 2 sharp blades in both hands and electric light flowing. Chimpanzee Yuhi's blood tickled down the blade. The dark whistle just now was obviously his killer. Hee, it's all trash, especially the kid over there who peed his pants. Rai Kiba laughed playfully. Facing such an opponent, for them who have always been bloodthirsty, there is no challenge at all. Okay, don't forget that there is another tricky Namikaze Minato. We will destroy this pass as soon as possible. Even if he rushes back after the incident, it will not help. Tsukazan looked around coldly. Chapter 22 Rasengan's Violence. On the huge ruins, Kurigakure, several times the size of Konoha, stared at everything in front of him. It made the atmosphere in the field inexplicably depressed. Especially looking at the lead, Tsukazan and Rai Kiba of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The heart seemed to be clenched tightly by an invisible big hand. Hurry up and let Chinyu come out to deal with them, otherwise we will all die. Moonlight Hayate hurriedly got up on the ground. Chinyu. Rai Kiba raised his brows and smiled playfully. Which character is this? Why haven't I heard of it? It's not going to be rushed to the doctor, and I'm going to find someone to fool us. However, we Kurigakure and Kumogakure are different, we are scared. As soon as these words fell, unbridled laughter immediately erupted in the arena. A playful smile appeared on Tsukazan's honest cheeks, and said, okay, let's not scare them, just get rid of them quickly. However, it's really surprising that this kind of little beauty is also on this front line. Wait a while and give her to me, and you can deal with the others. Azuki Yugao's pretty face turned pale. Facing Tsukazan's words, she was completely unexpected. Yugao, I'll stop them in a while. You go to the cave and inform Chinyu. Now that Lord Minato is not here, only he can save us. Azuki Kingwu shouted sharply. Brothers, open the barrier immediately. The rest of the Konoha ninjas were already tense. Facing Azuki Kingwoo's order, without any hesitation, Hanseel immediately planned to open the barrier. It's too late to shoot now. Tsukazan gave a grim smile. A white fog blew up without warning and instantly surrounded the entire battlefield. Without any bells and whistles, Tsukazan took the lead. The seemingly fat body, but the movements under his feet are extremely flexible, spanning more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye, and appearing in front of Azuki Yugao first. It's Kurigakure village, the best silent killing technique. Azuki Kingwoo's face changed dramatically. Feeling the air around him, he shouted anxiously, Yugao, be careful. Haha, it's too late to think about being careful now. Tsukazan laughed unbridled. I want this woman. The fog, Azuki Yugao's expression turned pale, and he hurriedly wanted to dodge. It's a pity that there is no way to hide when you can't see your fingers. However, just as the color of despair climbed up her face, the next moment a dazzling blue sphere like a starry sky passed by her side. A slight wave of air stirred up the fog in the sky, and immediately revealed Tsukazan's joking expression. However, after seeing the oncoming Rasengan, his smile instantly stiffened. Before he could think about it, he hurriedly pulled out the shark muscle he was carrying with his backhand, and without any hesitation, laid it directly in front of his chest. Boom! Rasengan slammed into the shark muscle instantly. The huge impact force surged out like a frenzy. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded suddenly. The resulting hurricane instantly dissipated the surrounding fog. Tsukazan's huge body flew upside down like a cannonball. Along the way, some Kurigakure who rushed out were directly smashed and flew out. In the end, he slammed heavily on a big tree 100 meters away, and barely stopped his figure. However, under the huge impact, the tree was also cut off in the middle. The violent scene made everyone's expressions stiff, even Lei Kiba. About Tsukazan's strength. And under the silent killing technique, their Kurigakure is even more like a duck to water. Tsukazan was ambushed at the crucial moment and succeeded. This was beyond his expectations. Chapter 23 Big Ball Rasengan. Enemy attack, hurry up to defend. Don't mess up, this kind of attack is not a big problem for Tsukazan, remove the silent killing technique. Seeing the tree that was cut in the middle, Kurosuke Rai Kiba shouted in a hurry. The fog shrouded around it quickly dissipated. Originally known as Kurigakure, the strongest silent killing technique, but now it is reversed, which is convenient for the enemy. If this matter gets out, it will definitely bring shame to the village of Kurigakure. The fog cleared, Konoha's ninjas were equally flustered, but when they saw Tsukazan lying in the ruins, whose life and death were unknown. There are traces of destruction left on the ground, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Yes, it's Chinyu, he must have shot. With him, we will surely be saved. Idiot, don't forget, hundreds of Kumogakure were killed by Chinyu, and even the AB group was forced back by him. Looking at the panicked Konoha ninjas, they all showed joy. Those Kurigakure couldn't help changing. Lord Rai Kiba, are we going to retreat? A Kurigakure couldn't hold back. However, as soon as the words fell, Lei Kiba swung the knife out with his backhand. PFF'd. The huge head flew up, and the blood splashed down, giving people a shocking feeling. Disturb the military, court death. Lei Kiba seemed to have done an ordinary thing. After the corpse was smashed to the ground, he said sharply, the guy who hides his head and shows his tail, get out if you have the guts. Are you looking for me? Chinyu walked out slowly. Glancing at Azuki Yugao, he said, my little girlfriend, no one can make fun of her. Those who spoke badly, are dead. Bad boy. Kurosuke Lei Kiba was stunned for a moment, then he laughed uncontrollably. I thought who attacked us, but it turned out to be just a Konoha Chunin. Sukazan, don't pretend to be dead, you have shark muscles, you don't even think about it. Can't take much damage. Hehe, Rai Kiba, can't you keep a secret for me, this will scare away Konoha's hero. Sukazan, who was lying in the rubble, stood up shaking his body. The shark muscle in his hand, which was originally bandaged, has been completely exposed. Looking at the ferocious blade, people have an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Dad, is this the 7 ninja swords in Kurigakure? Azuki Yugao couldn't care less about the battle of words now. Azuki Kangwoo nodded and said with a solemn expression, Chin Yu, be careful, according to the information, the ninja sword in Sukazan's hand, called shark muscle, has the characteristics of predatory chakra. Your attack just now is probably out of 10, absorbed by it. Quote. However, Chin Yu, how did you learn the Rasengan from Lord Minato? In the Konoha people's ninja village, who doesn't know Namikaze Minato's ninjutsu? Did you mean Rasengan? Chin Yu looked at the shark muscle and smiled knowingly. That's what I just learned. Just now, I was thinking about how to solve the lack of blue. I didn't expect to ignore the existence of the shark muscle. I just happened to be short of a weapon. A small voice swept away from the field. Whether it was Konoha or Kurigakure, they all looked at each other. Is this a blatant robbery? Ha, boy, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Sukazan laughed recklessly. I tell you, your attack just now had a good impact, but those chakras were completely plundered by the shark muscles. If I said that with your heroic blow just now, all the chakras became my possessions, what would your expression be? Fell. Sukazan showed off and let the shark muscle feed back the chakra to him. Looking at this scene, many eyes in the field fell on Chin Yu. It seems that you enjoy my chakra very much. Chin Yu smiled warmly. However, I hope you can wait a while and laugh. The inexplicable speech made people startled. The next moment, the thunder arc on Chin Yu's body skyrocketed, and the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode unfolded instantly, turning into a thunder light. Almost at the same time, a flash of lightning flashed, and Chin Yu had appeared behind Sukazan. The violent scene made people's nerves suddenly tense. Sukazan, be careful, Rai Kiba hurriedly reminded. Sukazan's response was not slow. His fat body did not appear to be slow at all, and he clenched the shark muscle in his hand, intending to block again. However, when he entered the scene, his pupils suddenly contracted. Big Ball Rasengan. The 5 fingers of Chin Yu's right hand were tense, like a chakra galloping, pouring frantically into his hand. Rasengan with a diameter of millimeters condensed in an instant. The violent gesture displayed, I took a photo directly to Sukazan. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion sounded. Chakra airflow, like a hurricane, devoured Sukazan and the shark muscle in an instant. The huge impact force exploded in an instant. Sukazan, who bore the brunt, flew backwards like a cannonball with Big Ball Rasengan. The ground along the way also pulled out a shocking gully. All the trees collapsed suddenly, and finally hit the rock wall thousands of meters away. Boom. The rock wall shattered with a bang, and cracks like spider webs quickly spread open. The surging air waves broke the surrounding trees. Sukazan-sama, my lord, was shot up again. Looking at Sukazan who was shot up again, all the Kurigakure couldn't help laughing. The attack this time was at least 10 times stronger than before. Kurosuke Lei Kiba's face turned ashen and said, Sukazan, hurry up, you have shark muscles around you, this kind of attack can't hurt you at all. The hurried voices echoed in the forest. Unfortunately, as the words faded, Sukazan, who was lying in the rubble this time, did not stand up. Just as Lei Kiba couldn't hold his breath, a thunderlight appeared on the ruins without warning. It's that kid, that's really fast. When did such a powerful person appear in Konoha? His speed, I'm afraid he's not as aggressive as Konoha Yellow Flash. Of Kurigakure in the field changed. Originally, in their eyes, this was a one-sided war of catching turtles in a urn. But the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him turned everything upside down. I'm sorry, he seems to have been killed by chakra. Chinyu smiled warmly, and picked up the mercurial muscle that fell to the ground. Lake Kiba, who was watching this scene, flashed a hint of joy in the depths of his pupils. There is a flaw, Raiden Thunder-style thunder. Lake Kiba instantly raised the thunder knife in his hand. Under the infusion of chakra, it points directly to the sky. The arc of thunder circulated, colliding with Tianlei, and a light blue light of lightning struck Chinyu's body in an instant. As one of the 7 ninja knives, it is clear that these 7 knives have their own characteristics. Among them, the shark muscle is definitely the most difficult existence to tame in the wild. Chapter 24 The First Use, a little hands-on. Boom. At the same time, Lake Kiba took the lead and collided with the thunder knives with both hands. Thunder arcs shot up into the sky. The thunder that was accumulated in the clouds was pulled. In an instant, it turned into 7 or 8 falling thunders, and slashed Chinyu straight away. The speed of thunder came in an instant, looking at Chinyu who was completely blocked by the 7 or 8 thunderbolts. Those Kurigakure. It's time to try the knife. Chinyu smiled warmly. The shark muscle in his hand slashed toward the sky. At the moment when the ferocious giant mouth opened, the thunder light in the sky was directly smashed by a knife. Boom. The thunder exploded, and there were arcs splashing. The violent scene made Lake Kiba's face change drastically. It's impossible, why didn't this shark muscle attack you? As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Lake Kiba knew very well that the wildness of the shark muscle was enough to counteract anyone who wanted to control him. Even if you have a strong strength, you should be backlashed by the first contact. Now Chinyu can use the shark muscle casually, which is completely beyond his control. It's even weirder than his son now. Chinfeng raised his head suddenly, and under the 9 Tomo Sharingan, even a tailed beast could easily be subdued, not to mention a mere shark muscle. I feel that the little chakra that passed by in the thunder and lightning just now feeds back to myself. Casting the big ball Rasengan in the body, the slightly weaker chakra obviously had a little more. It's a little bit less, but it's a really good weapon. Chinyu looked at Lake Kiba and said, if you have 7 ninja knives, and you don't even have ninja knives, what would you call them? Damn, how dare you hit us with the idea of forbearance? Lake Kiba's face sank, and he said, I finally know who you are, and you dare to speak so loudly. Spooky Sharingan, and super fast, you are the king of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui. Chinyu couldn't help but flip through Byakugan. Do not. It should be said that everyone in the field couldn't help but turn around. Lord Rai Kiba, you seem to be mistaken. Uchiha Shisui is called Shunchi Shisui, and he is best at Shunchi, and Sharingan does not match this teenager in terms of age. Shut up, you don't speak, no one thinks you're dumb, there's absolutely nothing wrong with Mr. Lake Kiba saying it's Shisui in the blink of an eye. Lake Kiba's cheeks were shaking, looking at Chinyu who suddenly appeared in the distance. He said sharply, boy, who are you? Who am I? Chinyu smiled warmly, it's the one who killed you. When the words fell, the thunderlight on Chinyu's body soared, and he took a step, and the whole person was like a thunder, and he rushed out. Come on, use all defensive ninjutsu for me. Lake Kiba roared. Since becoming a group of 7 ninja swordsmen, when have they been despised like this? Around 30 or 40 Kurigakure, some of them, quickly hand seal up. As the handprints flew and fell, Chakra shouted in unison when he was agitated. Sweeten, water style, wall. One side of the wall of water quickly spewed out all around in an instant, forming a 100-meter-sized defensive line. The remaining Kurigakure, looking at each other, were obviously the personal guards under the command of Lei Kiba. As the spell seal fell, a large amount of river water was spit out between the mouths. Sweetened water style, great waterfall technique. One after another, the rivers rushed out, and they quickly rolled back around when they were isolated by the water wall. A giant wave was formed, which was photographed head-on, and instantly flooded the terrain in a radius of thousands of meters. Azuki Kangwu and the others had already reacted and activated the barrier of the station to keep the river water out. Kurigakure, who had changed the terrain for a few seconds, and the Konoha ninja present, his face was solemn. In the land of water, the ninjas who came out of the blood mist are really not comparable to other ninja villages. Whether it is chakra volume or teamwork, the timing is very accurate. If they are matched, I am afraid they will lose without a doubt. Boy, where are you running? You're not afraid. Lei Kiba gave a grim smile. The thunder knife in his hand was suddenly raised high, swaying the backlog of thunder in the sky. Boom! A blue thunder light fell from the sky. It fell into the river in an instant, and the crackling thunder light, the moment it encountered the water, the power instantly soared. Like arcs as thick as the mouth of a bull, John Kiba swept away like a claws. The expressions of Azuki Kangwu and others changed drastically, and they shouted anxiously, "Increase the output of chakra, don't let the barrier be broken." When the barrier opened, the light shined. However, the incoming arc was still like a heavy whip, hitting the barrier, causing it to vibrate violently. "Haha, if you can't hide, then I will break the barrier and make you wag your tail." Lei Kiba laughed horribly. Under the electric light of the lightning blade in his hand, the lightning arc accumulated in the cloud layer also became manic. One after another, the thunder fell like a torrential rain, falling madly. After the enhancement of water, it turned into 7 or 8 thunder lights, and quickly hit the barrier supported by Azuki Kangwu and others. "Senior Azuki, we won't be able to sustain this kind of attack for long, hurry up and think of a way." A Chunin couldn't hold his breath. They do not need to face the attack directly, but continue to send out chakra to enhance the defense of the enchantment. For them, the consumption is also not small. The sweat dripping down his cheeks smashed to the ground drop by drop. "Come on, don't hold back, or we'll all die." Azuki Kangwu suddenly spoke up. His face turned pale, looking at the distant gaze, full of horror. Everyone's nerves suddenly tense. He quickly looked up and followed his gaze. Chinyu was in midair, and the Rasengan in his hand glowed a purple-blue color. One after another thunder arcs circulated, ravaging the surrounding space. An indescribably dangerous smell was born from the heart. "I'm sorry, it was the first time I used it. I was a bit novice, and I wasted a little time. Now I'm praying for you." Chinyu smiled warmly. The Radiant Thunder style Rasengan in his hand was thrown out instantly. PFF'd. The air seemed to be torn apart, and under the raging thunder, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Directly into the water below. Boom. The crazy backlog of thunder light exploded in an instant. Morphology compressed to ultimate, plus pervasive lightning properties. One after another, the lightning rods as small as the hair of a cow became like lightning rod bombs under the powerful explosive force of Rasengan. With the help of the strong conductivity of water, the area changed by Kurigakure instantly became a weapon in Chinyu's hands. Chapter 25 3 Balls Solve a War. Boom. The sound of thunder shook the sky, giving people a feeling of tearing the eardrums. The blue electric light illuminated the whole world and took away everyone's vision. The violent explosive force instantly penetrated the water shield wall composed of dozens of Kurigakure. One after another, slender lightning rods like hairs pierced their bodies directly. Powerful current volts, coupled with fierce shredding and destructive power. The structure of the entire body was shattered in an instant. The next moment, the sound exploded into a blood mist and merged into the seawater. Dozens of Kurigakure turned into blood mist at the same time, and this scene almost made people's eyes split open. Only thing that makes people feel lucky is that Raiden, Thunder-style, Rasengan mainly attacks Kurigakure. Otherwise, Konoha's four-sided barrier alone might be instantly pierced. The river water that has lost the support of chakra is difficult to maintain its original state. The next moment it collapsed on the ground and passed away directly. Everything was restored to its original state. The ruins that had fought against Kumogakure had a huge pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. On the edge of the deep pit, there are countless potholes and small holes. These are the puncture marks left by the lightning rod. 2 thunder knives were inserted obliquely in the ruins. As for those Kurigakure, they had already turned into flesh and blood and washed away with the river water. Konoha ninja who witnessed this scene had already dropped his jaw in shock. Only been half a day since the Kumogakure attack not long ago. Last time a Raiden Thunder-style Kirin killed hundreds of Kumogakure. Now encountering dozens of Kurigakure, a Raiden Thunder-style Rasengan has once again killed it. With such an understatement, the 2 waves of attacks disintegrated. Is this still war? Chinyu landed in the ruins, watching the electric arcs circulating on the 2 thunder knives, constantly seeping into the soil. A playful smile appeared on his face. Lake Kiba, you are the only one left now, why can't you escape? Where did your confidence go? Chinyu said. A pale hand protruded from the soil of the ruins, and one caught the thunder knife. Kiba, whose clothes were tattered and covered in blood. As soon as he appeared, without any hesitation, he roared hideously. You bastard, I fought with you. Dormant in Lake Kiba's body, poured into Lei Dao frantically. Young man with cage-level strength, the only thing he could do was to fight a bloody path. Good chakra, I just happened to be short of blue. Chinyu smiled even more. With the backhand, take out the shark muscle sucked in the back. Without any bells and whistles, he headed towards Lake Kiba. Tear. There was a sound of cloth tearing, and the chakra, which was frantically pouring out of Lake Kiba's body, was bitten away by the shark muscle in an instant. After losing Chakra's thunder knife, the flashing thunder light only lasted for a moment, and then annihilated between heaven and earth. The sharp thorns of the shark muscle were like dozens of sharp knives, instantly severing his chest. The blood splashed and the white bones pierced, giving people a shocking feeling. The violent scene made Lake Kiba stunned. As a group of 7 ninja knives, he never imagined that he would eventually die on the ninja knives. You're definitely not unknown, who are you? Lake Kiba said intermittently. The one who killed you. Chinyu said with a playful smile. Dead man, you have no right to know my name. You. Lake Kiba spit out a mouthful of blood, and finally died out of breath, fell to the ground and died. With the dust stirring, a group of lost Konoha ninjas were able to react. Chinyu put away the thunder knife with his backhand and said, I'll leave it to you here. If not, I'll go back and rest. Abandoning these words, Chinyu seemed to have done something irrelevant. On the other hand, Namikaze Minato and the others rushed to the place where Kurigakure was found dozens of kilometers away. Some hard searching, I finally came across a few Kurigakure. PFF'd. The kunai in Namikaze Minato's hand slashed the throat of the last Kurigakure in an instant. Seeing Kurigakure, who fell to the ground, died of anger, his expression sank. Master Minato, this is also a Chunin. According to the traces, there should be hundreds of Kurigakure here, but now we have only encountered 8 Chunin. After looking at the dead Kurigakure on the ground, Anufeng couldn't hold back his breath. No, I'm afraid this is a trick. Namikaze Minato's expression suddenly changed. Couldn't help but startled and said, Ms. Minato, You mean that Kurigakure has the intention to lead our main force and send someone to attack the stronghold. However, there is Chinyu in the stronghold, so we don't have to worry too much. After seeing the first battle of Kumogakure with his own eyes, Inufeng and other Konoha ninjas, Chinyu, for them, have a full sense of security. No, Chinyu just fought a battle, his strength is very good, but I'm still a little worried. Namikaze Minato said with a worried face, here is my Hiraishin Kunai, you take it, what's the matter, activate with chakra and I'll be there right away. I'll go back to the base first and see if Kurigakure has done anything. Those words, Namikaze Minato instantly disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. Hiraishin magic mark left along the way, Namikaze Minato finally appeared inside the stronghold after several jumps. Be careful, there is an enemy attack. Azuki Kingwu shouted in a hurry. One after another kunai roared towards Namikaze Minato in an instant. The violent scene made Namikaze Minato startled at first, but disappeared again and appeared beside Azuki Kingwu. He was about to pat him on the shoulder to signal his reassurance, but when he entered the huge pit, his pupils shrunk suddenly. Konoha ninja present couldn't help but stunned when he saw this familiar space ninjutsu. It's Mr. Minato. Azuki Kingwu came back to his senses, looked at Namikaze Minato who was full of shock, a hint of pride appeared on his face, and said, Master Minato, you missed it again. Not long after you left, Kurigakure led a sneak attack, with a total of 40 or 50 people, led by Sukazan Fubuki and Kurosuke Lake Kiba among the 7 people of Kurigakure. You didn't see that as soon as Chinyu came out, a Rasengan smashed Sukazan into the air. Then, Sukazan stood up nonchalantly, and Chinyu added another oversized Rasengan to crush him to death. Then, Lake Kiba asked Kurigakure to change the terrain, and Chinyu used a Raiden Thunder-style Rasengan to blow them into blood mist with one move. Azuki Kingwu, who was chattering and spitting stars flying everywhere. Azuki Yugao glared at him and said, Master Minato, don't take offense, my father's vulgar description. Chinyu confronted Kurigakure just now. He just used 4 moves to get rid of them. According to my understanding, the first move is Minato-sama's Rasengan, the second is a super large Rasengan, and the third is a Rasengan with the Thunder attribute nature transformation. When Chinyu used up his 3 moves, only the seriously injured Kurosuke Lake Kiba was left on the battlefield, but Chinyu killed him with his shark muscle when he was desperate. Hearing this explanation, Namikaze Minato was stunned. As for the power of Rasengan, he is very clear that it is a ninjutsu. From his point of view, this has been developed to the ultimate. But I never imagined that as soon as it was taught to others, people would use it in different ways. Moreover, 3 balls solved a war, which is too shocking. Chapter 26 Konoha Reinforcement _ Azuki, where is Chinyu? Namikaze Minato said anxiously. At the beginning, he was still doubting Chinyu's talent for learning ninjutsu. The talent that is present at the moment is more than just being able to learn Rasengan in an instant. He also refined his original form changes to ultimate, but he did not expect Chinyu to not only improve his form to a higher level. It also incorporates property attribute changes. Namikaze Minato would never believe it if anyone saw it with their own eyes. Lord Minato, Chinyu is resting in the cave. Azuki Kingwu was stunned for a moment. When had he seen Namikaze Minato, who is hailed as Konoha's most likely 4th generation Hokage, would be so gaff? I'll go back when I go. Namikaze Minato dropped these words, directly cast the Hiraishin technique, and disappeared in place. In the cave, Chinyu just stretched his waist, his expression condensed, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were slightly bent. Chakra infused frantically, and instantly condensed into a Rasengan. Without any bells and whistles, he smashed directly behind him. As soon as Namikaze Minato appeared, he saw Rasengan who was rapidly dilating in his pupils, his expression changed, and he hurriedly jumped in time and space again, appearing 7 or 8 meters away. I didn't expect you to keep so many Hiraishin spells. Chinyu scattered the Rasengan in his hands. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly. You kid is really pervert. Not only did you learn Rasengan, but you also honed the transformation to a higher level, and even integrated the nature transformation into one. Do you want to learn? Chinyu smiled playfully. Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, forget it, I've been thinking about it for so long, but I can't retrain Rasengan into the ultimate form. It seems that it is more suitable for you. However, I still know some common ninjutsu, do you want to learn it? Chinyu did not reject this suggestion. Since he could not learn the technique of Hiraishin for the time being, it would not be a bad thing to temporarily master other ninjutsu techniques. In a flash, 3 days have passed. Futon, wind style, Daitapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Futon, wind style, chakra in Chinyu's mouth swelled suddenly, and the next moment he swallowed it. The hurricane was like a tidal wave, turning into a wind blade after another, with a stern sound of breaking the air, and instantly cut off the trees along the way in the blink of an eye. Directly emptied the forest in front of this clearing. Pervert, you will soon learn Futon, wind style. Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly. Back then, it took him 3 days to learn this ninjutsu. Now Chinyu only spent half a day. This is too shocking. Of course, Chinyu deliberately created it for a long time. Otherwise, let Namikaze Minato know that he has learned this ninjutsu, but he will be full level in an instant. I'm afraid even the jaw dropped in shock. Ding dong, detected the Futon, wind style, chakra attribute in the host body, whether it is full level with one click. Yes, Chinyu hurriedly ordered. In the past 3 days, in addition to learning some basic ninjutsu, he also delved into various attribute changes. In addition to Futon, wind style, there are Kaiden, fire style, and Suiten, water style. Various Rasengans have already been developed by Chinyu. However, in order to avoid being too shocking, Chinyu did not show it. Congratulations to the host, the Futon, wind style, chakra attribute has changed to full level. Congratulations to the host, activate the Futon, wind style, Rasengan shuriken to full level. Hearing the familiar sound of the system, Chinyu smiled knowingly. Chinyu, Lord Minato, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. Azuki Yugao glanced at Chinyu. A hint of worry flashed in his pupils. Konoha's reinforcements. Chinyu smiled warmly. Do you want to see me by name? Looks like a bit of a bad visitor. WDM Minato's expression changed slightly. He stayed here for 3 days, originally receiving the task of guarding the pass by Konoha. Originally, after discovering Chinyu's existence, he could leave early. However, for the sake of Chinyu, he still decided to stay. Chinyu, wait a moment, I'll come out with something. Namikaze Minato reminded. For Konoha's top executives, whether or not the ignorant way of doing things will change with the appearance of Chinyu. Namikaze Minato doesn't dare to gamble. Having seen with his own eyes, Chinyu's ability to learn against the sky. Namikaze Minato has classified it as a special Sharingan, sake, with a powerful ninjutsu copy ability, and extension ability. Only then can he learn the ninjutsu he taught in a short period of time. 3 days ago, he secretly passed this matter back to the 3 generations of Hokage. Now that Konoha has reinforcements arriving, Namikaze Minato hopes to represent the will of the 3 generations of Hokage. Inside the cave, moonlit night, Uchiha Fugaku, and a Jonin wearing an Anbu mask arrived with 50 Konoha ninjas. After Namikaze Minato passed the information back, the 3 generations of Hokage immediately issued an emergency summoning order to recall Moonlight Night, one of the 8 colors of Konoha. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally the captain of the Konoha Guard, was also summoned. 3 generations of Hokage is very simple, since Uchiha Chinyu has opened the special Sharingan. Only Uchiha Fugaku, the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan, is qualified to check it out. The mystery of Ziba Sharingan. Regardless of the fact that this matter is done very carefully, the deployment of large troops. Also, the pass was not broken, so the route led by Danzo also learned of this. He inserted his hand directly and dispatched the ninja at the route. The euphemism is to help guard the pass, but the real idea is unknown. Azuki Kangwoo, where is Chin Yu, why is he gone? The ninja at the route suddenly spoke up. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was stagnant, and he said, someone has already notified him. I heard that he is with Minato. Let's wait for a while. Uchiha Fugaku, as the chief commander of the Konoha Guard, has some power. Uchiha clan, however, these powers are not given much attention. At least, Anbugen, who is under Danzo's command, has always been hostile to the Uchiha family. Uchiha Chinyu's purpose and identity are not clear, and the importance of this pass is the most important. He left the pass without authorization. This is ignoring our Konoha's safety and playing his duties. The ninja at the route snorted coldly and said, what if he has any intentions and takes our Konoha's important information and takes refuge in a foreign enemy? The expressions of the ninjas present changed drastically. For a village, the most important thing is loyalty. Whether it is the second generation Hokage, or the current high-level Danzo. Uchiha family has always been regarded as the head and the bones. It is for this reason that the gathering place of the Uchiha clan has been crowded out and moved to the edge of Konoha village. The purpose is to beware of the mutiny of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 27 Yamanaka Long Yi, what you said seems a bit too much. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Chinyu and Minato are together, and he is the younger generation that I personally watched and grew up with. He has absolutely no disagreement with Konoha, and he will not leak Konoha's information. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Chinyu belong to the relationship of uncle and nephew. For a long time, Uchiha Fugaku has not spent any less effort on the cultivation of the Uchiha family. Unfortunately, in his eyes, Uchiha Chinyu was at most an ordinary clansman. If it weren't for the relationship between uncle and nephew, it might not be too much, reminding Namikaze Minato to take care of him at critical moments. But Uchiha Fugaku never imagined that Chinyu would hide so deeply, not only awakening the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, also has such a powerful pupil power. What's more, it was Chinyu who suddenly showed this kind of unparalleled power. The difference from the mediocrity of the past is too great, and many high-level officials of Konoha have spoken. Among them, Danzo even decided that Chinyu was someone with ulterior motives. Patriarch Fugaku, what you said is from the patriarch's point of view, or as an uncle and nephew, to justify Uchiha Chinyu. Yamanaka Long Yi snorted coldly and said, if I were you, in order to make things easier it seems more fair. Quote, I advise you to return to Konoha Ninja Village for surveillance and inspection now, and at the same time give up participating in this matter and hand over Chinyu to our route for investigation. If, Uchiha Chinyu, there is really no problem, we will not embarrass him. Uchiha Fugaku looked ashen. This remark is undoubtedly that Danzo intends to cross the 3 generations of Hokage and detain Chinyu in advance. With Danzo's prejudice against the Uchiha clan, Chinyu fell into his hands. Whether he can come back is another matter. Captain Yamanaka, I, Azuki Kangwoo, are willing to guarantee my life. Chinyu has absolutely no objection. He not only repelled Kumogakure at the critical moment, but also repelled the intruder from Kurigakure. Azuki Kangwoo couldn't help but speak. Road. So, our Konoha ninjas here are willing to use the forehead guard to vouch for Chinyu. Konoha ninjas who were originally stationed in the pass and were rescued by Chinyu all agreed with a solemn expression. The expressions of Uchiha Fugaku and Moonlight Dark Knight also changed. They never imagined that in just 2 or 3 days, Chinyu's prestige would rise to such a level. Damn, are you planning to rebel? Yamanaka Longyi snorted coldly. Whether Uchiha Chinyu is guilty or not, that's the matter of the top management of Konoha. You are not qualified to intervene. If it happens again, I will bring you back to Konoha for investigation now. I don't want to hear this kind of talk a second time. Azuki, don't forget your family. You just joined our Konoha ninja village. Don't cause your family to be treated unfairly because of your recklessness. Azuki Kingwu's expression changed. Their family has always had an ally with Konoha. Almost like a mercenary. Unfortunately, due to the constant wars and the sneak attacks of the Avengers, the population of their family gradually dwindled. The combat power is declining, and it is impossible to protect themselves. Eventually he joined the Konoha shinobi village and became one of them. As for the real fighting power, the Azuki family with only 3 or 5 members left, of course the high-level officials of Konoha did not pay attention to it. Moreover, this is a critical moment in wartime. The opening of the 3 major battlefields makes Konoha more urgently in need of combat power. So the addition of Azuki Kangwu, it is logical to become Jonin. Now that Yamanaka Longyi opened his mouth, he used his family to threaten, which made Azuki Kangwu instantly powerless. HMPH, what's the matter, can't you talk? Yamanaka Longyi snorted coldly and said, now hurry up and escort Uchiha Chinyu back. Before we figure out his purpose, we will be responsible for this matter. Everything is for the safety and stability of Konoha Shinobi Village. As soon as these words came out, even Azuki Kangwu's expression stiffened, regardless of whether it was Uchiha Fugaku. With Yamanaka Longyi's approach, he undoubtedly hit 30 big boards without interrogation. Chinyu was directly incriminated. Hehe, I didn't expect the roots to be so majestic, just ran 2 chops, and another old chop. A frivolous voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Chinyu strode forward, followed by Namikaze Minato. They were outside, listening to all this, especially Namikaze Minato's complexion, which was extremely blue. When he sent the information back to Konoha Ninja Village, he repeatedly emphasized that he must use the policy of Wairo towards Chinyu. Even if you can't be friends, you can't be enemies. Pity that Namikaze Minato never imagined that Danzo would have to force his way in at this juncture. You bastard, you dare to speak rudely, it seems that you have been lurking in the Konoha Ninja Village for a long time, and you really have ulterior motives. Yamanaka Longyi instantly attacked. Go up and catch him. Behind him, the root ninjas under his command rushed out and walked towards Chinyu. Go away. Chinyu gave a cold scolding, and a huge orangutan Yuhi chakra burst out like a frenzy. 4 Anbu ninjas suddenly changed. There was a muffled groan in his mouth, and he took 2 or 3 steps back. Moreover, this breath does not only affect the 4 Anbu. Even the entire cave was filled with this catastrophic force. Feeling this huge breath, whether it is Yamanaka Longyi, even Uchiha Fugaku and Moonlight Dark Knight, their expressions changed drastically. They had guessed how powerful Chinyu was. However, the aura that erupted right now was completely beyond their expectations. I never imagined that a boy of 15 or 16 would possess such power. Sure enough, it is the power of Ziba recorded on the stone tablet. Uchiha Fugaku also muttered to himself when his expression changed. The direct awakening of Mangekyo Sharingan, as described by Uchiha Madara, is called Ziba. It means that the pupil power that traces its origin has the opportunity to awaken the chakra eye. However, the powerful pupil power that Chinyu exudes now not only has the feeling of being straight, but also has a more ominous smell than the tailed beast. This kind of feeling can only appear when facing Kyubi, Nine Tails. Arrogant, we are the captain stationed at the pass this time. You are a chunin, dare to disrespect us. Yamanaka Long Yi's expression also changed. The following is a violation of military discipline and should be taken into custody immediately. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, hurry up and catch Chinyu. As soon as it is exported, it is an unwarranted crime. This kind of familiar feeling is undoubtedly a rehearsal. Or rather, Danzo arranged it that way from the start. Chapter 28 No One Can Save You. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku stiffened. This Yamanaka Long Yi obviously sees that they have a good relationship with Chinyu. This kind of order was specially issued to limit Chinyu's resistance. At the same time, there is no need to let his subordinates take action to reduce the casualties of the roots. This is totally a good calculation that kills two birds with one stone. Hehe, the people at the roots are really shameless. You give me one of the following crimes. Then you sold the information of the stronghold to Yamanaka Kase and Aburame of Kumogakure to take the roots. Did you kill them or hand them over to the 3 generations of Hokage to be punished? Chinyu said with a faint smile. Or else, you dealt with the crimes yourself and took them into custody. Of the Konoha ninjas changed drastically. They also heard a little about Yamanaka Kase and Aburame selling out information about the base. Originally, according to their calculations, hundreds of Kumogakure elites, under the leadership of the AB group, had to break through the barrier and kill Uchiha Chinyu, but it was an easy task. As long as the people in the stronghold, all died. What they did was unknowable. However, they never imagined that at this juncture, the variable Chinyu would appear. Not only has a powerful Sharingan, but also killed hundreds of Kumogakure in seconds, repelling the AB combination. This was reported back to Konoha. It was a shock. Moreover, Kumogakure's next generation Raikage successor, I, obviously suspected that Yamanaka Fung and Aburame took the root and gave him false information, and threw the scroll to Chinyu. Of course, if this is really a conspiracy to invite Kun into the urn, it is a great achievement for the root. But I obviously misunderstood the intention of Yamanaka Fung and Aburame to take the root, so he gave the scroll to Chinyu. A small questioning voice echoed in the cave. Yamanaka Long Yi's expression was ashen, staring at Chinyu viciously. He is Yamanaka's father and Danzo's student. This time, he took the initiative to take on this task, just to clean up Yamanaka wind and pour sewage on Chinyu's body. I never thought that as soon as Chinyu appeared, he went straight to the theme. Looking at Chinyu with a fearless face, Yamanaka Long Yi snorted coldly and said, just a chunin, this kind of thing is not yours to take care of. Yamanaka Kase and Aburame take the root, it's the people of our root, who committed something, of course, our root will deal with it. When Namikaze Minato and the others heard the words, their brows couldn't help frowning. Dealing with one's own people, this is no doubt nowhere to be said. Hehe, it seems that what you said is the truth, whether you are a traitor or not, or you have the final say. Chinyu smiled warmly. Since this is the case, should I handle my affairs myself? Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Yamanaka Long Yi shouted sharply. Are you questioning our roots and the fairness of Lord Danzo? This is a big sin to despise the top of Konoha. Come on, let me catch him. The 4 root ninjas, who were originally out of the crowd, looked at each other and stepped out again. Facing this scene, Chinyu's smile became even wider, and he said, it seems that the one with the bigger fist is the last word. Then don't blame me for being unkind. The voice fell, and the thunder arc on Chinyu's body crackled. The next moment, like a ghost, he disappeared into place out of thin air. Appeared again and had come to Yamanaka Long Yi. What a great speed! Whether it was a moonlit night or Uchiha Fugaku, his expression changed drastically. Yamanaka Longyi, who faced Chinyu directly. He did not expect that Chinyu would suddenly attack him under the pressure of such high-level officials. Without any bells and whistles, the probe grabbed his neck instantly. "Boy, you are courting death!" Yamanaka Longyi shouted angrily. However, he was secretly happy. As long as Chinyu is in front of everyone's eyes, he will take action against him. The trumped-up charges will be fully confirmed. However, when he tried to manipulate his body, his expression changed drastically when he met the pair of blood-like eyes of Yuhi. "Can't you move?" Chinyu smiled playfully. He had already bound Yamanaka Longyi's body with Sharingan's hypnotic eye properties. If he hadn't deliberately left his consciousness, I'm afraid he would have already sunk into the demonic illusion realm. For a person, there is nothing more terrifying than the inability to control one's own destiny. "Uchiha Chinyu, what are you going to do? Hurry up and let me go, I'm on behalf of Lord Danzo." Yamanaka Longyi shouted in a hurry. Chinyu didn't take it to heart and said with a smile, "I'm representing myself, you are annoying to me, so go die." "Chinyu, be merciful." WDM Minato hurriedly discouraged. Unfortunately, the dark flames suddenly rose and spread over Yamanaka Longyi's body in an instant. The scorching heat, and the heart-piercing pain, helped Yamanaka Longyi break free from the shackles of demonic illusion. Threw Yamanaka Longyi out of the cave with his backhand. Boom! Yamanaka Longyi slammed on the ground hard, and before he had time to think about it, he hurriedly rolled on the ground, intent to annihilate the black flames on the body. However, all this fell into the eyes of Azuki Kingwu and others, but it seemed pale and powerless. "Save me, why can't this flame be extinguished? Hurry up and use Suiten, water style, Grandmaster Suiten, water style, hurry up and save me." Yamanaka Longyi growled hysterically. The four root ninjas looked at each other and performed the Suiten, water style, ninjutsu. Suiten, water style, water fluctuation. Suiten, water style, Suzui Izumi. Suiten, water style, water dragon bullet. Suiten, water style, water whip. Looking at the last two root ninjas, I even used water dragon bullet and water whip. Chinyu was really impulsive and wanted to ask the two of them if they had a grudge against Yamanaka Longyi. However, along with one after another of Suiten, water-style, ninjutsu, they fell on Yamanaka Longyi's body. The jet-black flame still showed no sign of going out. This strange scene made people feel a chill, rising straight from the soles of the feet. "No, Chinyu, you let me go, I'm just doing things for Danzo, this has nothing to do with me, I don't want to die." Yamanaka Longyi was desperate, struggling to crawl towards Chinyu. Unfortunately, everything seemed pale and weak, and Amaterasu, who was covered in water vapor, burned even more vigorously. Yamanaka Longyi was swallowed up in an instant. With the screams, everyone fell into the ice cellar. Have a deeper understanding of Amaterasu. Unless the Grandmaster seal, or don't let the black flames get close. Otherwise, once hit, no one can save it. After the screams dissipated, Yamanaka Longyi, who was in the black flame, directly turned into fly ash. The burnt smell that filled the air made people feel like retching at the same time. Looking at Chinyu's eyes, there was a little more awe and horror. Inconsistent words can directly kill the black flame. Moreover, once the shot is taken, there is still no way to rescue it, which is also a despair for other people. As for whether there is still the confidence to provoke, I am afraid the premise is to weigh yourself. Chapter 29 The Unprovocable Existence. Inside the huge cave, there was a burning smell. Everyone looked at the thin figure, and in the depths of their pupils, a trace of inexplicable fear flashed. One move killed Yamanaka Longyi with the strength of Jonin. Such means, at least I am afraid they have cage-level strength. Do you still want to catch me? Chinyu looked at the 4 Anbu-rooted ninjas. The faces of the 4 root ninjas changed dramatically, and they shook their heads quickly. No, we're just following orders. Chinyu, they can't help themselves. Namikaze Minato quickly discouraged. In their eyes, it would be a nightmare if Chinyu started to kill. HMPH, go back and tell Danzo, don't provoke me, go crazy, even I'm afraid. Chinyu snorted coldly. The 4 root ninjas fled as if they were granted amnesty. Minato, hey, I want to chat with Chinyu alone. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly said. Moonlight Dark Knight's expression stagnated, and he stopped talking, but was stopped by Namikaze Minato's probe. Brother Fugaku, it's wartime, be careful. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Namikaze Minato gratefully, then looked at Chinyu. Uncle Fu. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. Of course he knew what Uchiha Fugaku was thinking, and said, let's go out and talk. As Uchiha Fugaku and Chinyu left, the inexplicable depression in the huge cave still did not dissipate. Did you really want to ask me, why didn't you stop it just now? Namikaze Minato looked at the moonlit night. All the Konoha ninjas looked stagnant, and their faces were full of question marks. Moonlight Haya nodded and said, Minato, with your speed and strength, it shouldn't be difficult to rescue Yamanaka Longyi in time. I also want to know, why don't you help? Do you hate Danzo? Political parties in Konoha are divided a lot. However, in the final analysis, there are only the Danzo of the Hawk faction, the 3 generations of the Wairo faction, and the Uchiha clan whose position is uncertain. And Namikaze Minato comes from the 3 generations of Hokage disciple Jiraiya, obviously belong to the same faction. No, Senior Moonlight, you underestimated Chinyu. His strength and talent can be described as terrifying, no matter if the difficulty is A-level or S-level ninjutsu, what kind of attribute changes. As long as he makes a move, it only takes half a day to learn. If you were faced with a teenager with such a terrifying potential, and the roots under Danzo's command, what would you choose? The voice fell, and the expression of the ninja in the field was stagnant. The Moonlight Knight is even more shocked. Senior Moonlight, I hope you don't delay Konoha's major affairs because of some trivial matters. Now is a critical moment in wartime. Any variable will make Konoha fall into a state of doom. Namikaze Minato glanced at Moonlight Hayate. I still heard a little bit about the fact that he held a grudge against Chinyu. Moonlight Dark Knight's face sank, and he said, Minato, I'll be measured. That's best, I'll go out and see. Namikaze Minato dropped those words and turned to leave. Dad, didn't you say, help me teach that Chinyu a lesson, with your strength, it's easy to deal with him. Moonlight Hayate was full of resentment. Shut up, I'm measured in this matter. Moonlight Haya glared at him, then waved to the other ninjas to go down to rest. In the huge cave, only Azuki Kingwu and Anufeng were left. Kingwu, I want to know, your evaluation of that kid. Remember that this is about Konoha's high-level evaluation of Uchiha Chinyu. Moonlight Haya said. Azuki Kingwu and Anufeng looked at each other and said, don't provoke them. The simple answer made the Moonlight Dark Knight feel caught off guard, and subconsciously looked at Anufeng. Don't provoke. The answer of such a withdrawal made the Moonlight and Dark Knight look stagnant. Boom. A violent explosion sounded suddenly in the cave. The next moment, a hurricane swarmed like a tidal wave. The violent scene made Moonlight Haya and the others' faces change drastically, and they hurried away before they had time to think about it. 10,000 meters away, a deserted forest clearing. Uchiha Fugaku followed Chinyu. Looking at the road in front of him, the thin figure, his expression condensed, and disappeared out of thin air. Instant. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly appeared behind Chinyu, and Kuufin flew into his hand and stabbed directly at the back. When Chinyu immediately blocked with his backhand. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. He flipped his right foot and kicked Chinyu's head like lightning. At the same time, his right hand touched his waist, and 3 shuriken flew out. For a time, the triple attack completely blocked Chinyu from going up, down, and down. Uncle Fu, your testing is too boring. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. There was a crackling sound on his body, and he immediately entered the chakra mode. Under the flickering violent thunder, Chinyu retreated to a distance of more than 10 meters like a ghost. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku's right foot attack was instantly missed. The 3 shuriken wrapped around a special metal wire collided with each other and flew towards Chinyu again. Kaiden, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Uchiha Fugaku flew with both hands, and the combat experience was extraordinary. With the hot chakra in his mouth, he followed the steel wire and quickly swept away towards Chinyu. The flaming flames turned into 3 100-meter fire dragons, showing the gesture of Kiba dancing claws. Chinyu, our uncle and nephew haven't played against each other for a long time. Our Uchiha family is best at Kaiden, Fire Style, Ninjutsu. Let me see how far you have improved. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. I only know Grand Fireball. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, forget it, although the level is 2 levels lower, but let me see, it's better to give up. The inexplicable words made Uchiha Fugaku startled. Hand seal that was flipping like a wheel in Chinyu's hand, his face changed drastically. Do not. It should be said that even the eye sockets are split. Kaiden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The magic seal in Chinyu's hand stopped abruptly, and the hot chakra accumulated in his mouth was instantly swallowed. The heat wave was like a wave, and the flaming flames condensed in an instant, turning into a huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters. Do not. It should be said that it is the sun. The trees along the way collapsed at the sound, and the 3 fire dragons looked extremely small in front of the sun-like fireball. A short distance of 100 meters, but they collided in the blink of an eye. Boom! The fire dragon was crushed in an instant, and the grand fireball, which was dozens of meters in diameter, only paused slightly. The next moment, with a rolling posture, he attacked Uchiha Fugaku in the air. Also a Kaiden, Fire Style, Ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku thought that he was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and he had already mastered Kaiden, Fire Style, Ninjutsu. Never thought that Chinyu would use the Grand Fireball to use S-rank ninjutsu as soon as he made his move. Chapter 30 C-level ninjutsu uses the attitude of forbidden technique. The scorching hot air hit the face, making people feel dry mouth. Along the way, the scorched ground collapsed, the scorching heat, and even the rocks melted. Looking at the rapidly expanding fireball in his pupils, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes suddenly widened. Mangekyo Sharingan. A light blue light suddenly appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's body. Illusory skeleton people, quickly condensed. This is Susanoo. Boom. The grand fireball hit Susanoo instantly. The fiery fire wave exploded like a frenzy, sweeping out in a rolling gesture. The trees along the way were broken at the waist, and the flaming flames rose into the sky. The huge explosion power directly covered a radius of 1 kilometer. Fugaku-san, what happened? Namikaze Minato arrived first. Feeling the fiery waves of fire, under the flipping of both hands, the seal of Sweden water style is formed. Sweden water style, water dragon bullet. Roar. The 3 water dragons condensed out of thin air and smashed directly into the endless sea of fire. The oncoming fire wave was instantly extinguished. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku burst out in the sea of fire. Mangekyo Sharingan has long since returned to his normal form. Sweden, water style, great waterfall technique. Quote. At the same time as the massive chakra surged out, it instantly drowned the earth in all directions. The fiery fire wave was annihilated directly, and a large amount of water mist was transpired. Futon, wind style, big tornado. Namikaze Minato continued to shoot. As the hurricane rolled over, the mist that shrouded the sky and the earth finally disappeared. Minato, what happened? Moonlight Dark Knight hurriedly arrived. Looking at the charred trees with a radius of 1,000 meters, he said anxiously, "It's not that Chinyu wanted to escape," and displayed some forbidden technique. "Dad, it must be like this. Hurry up and join hands with Lord Minato to catch Chinyu." Moonlight Hayate hurriedly agreed. However, he was quickly startled by the figure falling in front of him. "What's the matter? Are you talking bad about me?" Chinyu glanced at Moonlight Hayate and smiled genially. Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but snorted, took a half step back, stumbled and fell to the ground. "Knight, Minato, don't get me wrong, I just checked Chinyu's strength. The explosion just now was caused by the grand fireball. Uchiha Fugaku fell immediately." The voice fell, and the expressions of everyone present were stagnant, and they looked at the charred trees with a radius of 1,000 meters, and their faces were stunned. "Fugaku, you are wrong. I heard Azuki say that Chinyu knows some forbidden technique. This wide range of attack methods should be done by forbidden technique." Moonlight Haya couldn't help but said. As soon as these words fell, the other ninjas did not speak, but the expressions on their faces had already betrayed them. In their eyes, Great Fireball Jutsu is just AC rank ninjutsu in Kaden fire style. The Uchiha family is the art of the Grandmaster Kaden fire style, which is able to exert the power of Grand Fireball beyond the level. Obviously impossible to achieve this S level, or even the level of forbidden technique. It is indeed the Grand Fireball. I saw it with my own eyes just now, but the Grand Fireball is a bit big, probably about 60 to 70 meters in diameter. Namikaze Minato glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and nodded in agreement. The scene was dead silent. All the Konoha ninjas looked at each other in dismay. Even the Moonlight Knight looked ashen. If someone else said this, they would never believe it. But the man in front of him, Namikaze Minato, said something completely different. A chunin that uses the power of forbidden technique in AC level Grand Fireball. This make them special Jonin, or even Jonin alive. Okay, if there's nothing wrong, I would like to chat with Chinyu, there's no problem. Uchiha Fugaku didn't think of it at all. It's just a simple test that can cause such a big disturbance. Go on, be careful. Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement. Can we not talk about it? Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. However, seeing the stubbornness on Uchiha Fugaku's face, Chinyu had no choice but to turn around and lead the way. Watching the two figures go away, Namikaze Minato glanced at the Moonlit Knight, did not stay any longer, and turned back to the base. Chinyu's strength surpassed his understanding one after another. He wants to report what happened here to the third generation of Hokage as soon as possible. Dad, Moonlight Hayate struggled to get up. Shut up, Moonlight Haya shouted sharply, you can't bear a single look of trash. I'm asking you now, you haven't killed Chinyu, have you? Moonlight Hayate was startled for a moment, then said excitedly, Dad, you haven't arrived yet, how dare I do anything to him? Don't worry, I've thought of a lot of ways. As long as Dad takes action, I'll make him regret offending me. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded suddenly. Moonlight Hayate was stunned, covering her hot cheeks. Shut up, you bastard, I warn you, don't do anything to Chinyu, it will cost the family as well. Moonlight Haya scolded angrily. This time, it seems that the Uchiha clan has a more terrifying existence than Shisui. After these words fell, the expression of the Konoha ninja present changed drastically. If we say that the ninjas in the previous generation of Konoha who are famous in the ninja world are Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade Sanin. There is also the presence of Konoha 8 colors. Then, the contemporary strength is more outstanding. The one located at the top of the tower is Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, who is Shisui instantly. Is the existence of Ino Shikacho and others. In Konoha, the rise of a Uchiha Shisui has made many people feel the crisis. Now there is a more terrifying Uchiha Chinyu. I am afraid that the pattern of the entire Konoha ninja village will change. HMPH, you do it for yourself. If you can, even if you can't befriend Uchiha Chinyu, you can't be his enemy. After Moonlight Haya left those words, he turned and left. Moonlight Hayate was stunned. Do not. It should be said that the Konoha ninjas present were no exception. They never imagined that one of the dignified Konoha 8 colors would say such a thing. Thousands of meters away, on a rock, Chinyu stood against the wind, and Uchiha Fugaku stood behind him with a dignified expression on his face. Ask if you have anything, Uncle Fu, don't hesitate. I didn't expect that Uncle Fu would dare to open Mangekyo Sharingan in front of everyone. Uchiha Fugaku's expression froze. He didn't expect that his secret would be instantly revealed by Chinyu. In the Second Ninja World War, after Mangekyo Sharingan was turned on, Uchiha Fugaku has never been used in front of outsiders. He knew very well that this force could protect the Uchiha clan. Will also push the Uchiha clan to extinction. Chapter 31 The Presence of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku smiled helplessly when he thought of facing the Grand Fireball like a forbidden technique just now. I thought I was hiding deep enough, but I didn't expect you to hide deeper than me. Not only did you enable Mangekyo Sharingan, but you also have such a superb talent to be able to perform ninjutsu to such a degree. However, there is one thing I want to figure out, and this is about the survival of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Fugaku's misunderstanding. Couldn't catch Uchiha Fugaku's hand and persuaded bitterly that the original Uchiha Chinyu was dead. He came from across, and with the help of the one-click full-level system, I only opened Mangekyo Sharingan for a few days. If this is true, say it. I am afraid that Chinyu is directly regarded as a mental patient. You are asking me, have you seen Uchiha Madara? Chinyu looked at Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, a look of shock flashed across his face, and his pupils were full of disbelief. Although these changes in expressions were quickly hidden by Uchiha Fugaku, they still could not escape Chinyu's eyes. From Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor change, Chinyu deduced that Uchiha Fugaku did not explain why Uchiha Fugaku opened Mangekyo Sharingan in the original work. I am afraid that most of the reasons come from Uchiha Madara. Perhaps, from the beginning, it was not Uchiha Obito that Uchiha Madara wanted to overthrow Konoha's lone target. Instead it was Uchiha Fugaku. After helping Uchiha Fugaku open Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku's pupil technique was too powerful, and in the end, the old and frail Uchiha Madara could not control it at all, and finally broke away from his control. Later, Uchiha Madara will transfer the target to Uchiha Obito. Then, step by step, the spearhead of revenge was first directed at the Uchiha family. Let Uchiha Obito team up with Danzo, let Uchiha Itachi carry out genocide. You really know the existence of Uchiha Madara, did your Sharingan also help awaken him? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly became anxious. Chinyu patted Fugaku on the shoulder and said, Uncle, don't worry, my Mangekyo Sharingan was born with awakening, and I don't need his help at all. Also, do you think that if I dare to kill Yamanaka Longyi, I will become that immortal puppet? Looking at Chinyu, neither big nor small, Uchiha Fugaku sighed in relief and secretly relieved. As for Chinyu's domineering behavior just now, even he felt a little prickly. It is indeed impossible for Uchiha Madara to make Chinyu surrender. Chinyu, I'm relieved to hear you say this. I won't ask about you, but don't tell me about Uchiha Madara. That guy is crazy, Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. However, with your presence, I think he will find you soon, and I hope you will say what you said today. In the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku. Rumored that Uchiha Madara was killed by heavy trauma in the Valley of the Terminator with the original Hokage Senju Hashirama. Afterwards, the first generation of Hokage also suffered from too many old injuries in the body, and eventually died of complications. When Uchiha Fugaku saw Uchiha Madara alive in front of him, his heart was indeed full of shock. But in the face of the temptation of power, he finally got on this boat of no return. Uncle Fu, don't worry, I'm not like your mother-in-law and mother. Chinyu rolled his eyes, looked at the forest below, and said, this world is very big, have you ever thought about leaving Konoha with the Uchiha family? Chinyu, what are you talking about? Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. After taking a quick glance around, he said anxiously, you mean the whole family to defect? This will only completely stimulate contradictions, and any ninja village will never allow it. In the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, he pinned all his hopes on Namikaze Minato. As long as he becomes the fourth Hokage, with the friendship between him and Namikaze Minato, we'll find ways to ease the relationship between the Konoha and Uchiha clan. Now Chinyu suddenly came up with this idea. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, it is very likely to represent the extreme idea of the younger generation. I know that you pin your hopes on Namikaze Minato, but it's better to hold on tight to yourself than to hold the master of your destiny in someone else's hands. Chinyu said lightly. He just accidentally crossed over to this body, and he didn't have deep feelings for the Uchiha family. But I didn't want to die, so I said this. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed, and he went silent. After a long time, he said, I don't want the Uchiha family to bear the infamy. Chinyu, you are still young and don't know what righteousness is. Is it righteous? Chinyu laughed dryly and said, this thing will crush people. But, you say that, I don't mind my own business, and if the people from Konoha don't provoke me, I don't want to get into trouble. But if he provokes me, don't blame me, don't miss the old feelings. Looking at Chinyu with an indifferent face, Uchiha Fugaku felt a strange feeling in his heart. If it is said, the previous Chinyu gave him the feeling of cowardice and inconspicuousness. So now Chinyu feels like a sharp-edged blade to him. Also, it's a double-edged sword. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. Chinyu patted Uchiha Fugaku on the shoulder and said, Uncle Fu, as the patriarch, if you have the opportunity, get in touch with Shisui, and he also started Mangekyo Sharingan. Also pay more attention to Itachi. If they can grow up smoothly, they can definitely become the first-class powerhouses in the ninja world. Abandoning these words, Chinyu turned around and left. For a time, Uchiha Fugaku was the only one left on the rock, and fell into silence. If it is said that, just a moment ago, in order to find out the details of Chinyu, he would fight with him. Now it's getting more and more confused. For Uchiha Shisui, he has paid attention. It was also suspected that he was the contact object of Uchiha Madara. But I never imagined that Uchiha Shisui would also open Mangekyo Sharingan at this age. Moreover, Uchiha Madara really ignored the Itachi, who had just shown his edge. Chinyu, who are you? Who are you hiding so deeply, and what are you doing? Is it the position of Konoha Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but mutter to himself. Chinyu and Uchiha Fugaku separated, his brows could not help frowning. Had already expected Uchiha Fugaku's choice. Moreover, the current Uchiha family, it can be said that there are too many worms. Let's not talk about the target of Konoha Shinobi Village, just some of the younger generation have the mentality of thugs. often with the help of the identity of the garrison, what protection fees are charged, or what misdeeds Madara does. Uchiha Fugaku has been rectified, but unfortunately this is a deep-rooted thinking that has evolved into a bad problem. To a certain extent, it is impossible to change the thinking of some clansmen. Even if Uchiha Fugaku really defected from his family, I am afraid that these people will never miss any chance to take revenge on Konoha. Once that time comes, Konoha will have an excuse to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Chapter 32 The Decision of the Moonlight Knight. Chinyu, are you finished talking? Inside the cave, Namikaze Minato looked at Chinyu, who came back, and breathed a sigh of relief. Do not. It should be said that the people present, including Moonlight Dark Knight, also gambled here. Bet on whether Chinyu will defect and leave Konoha Ninja Village. After all, after seeing with his own eyes, Chinyu can even use sea-level ninjutsu as a forbidden technique. Clearly understand the words of the Moonlight Knight. I would rather be a stranger than be an enemy. What's the matter, do you think I'll run away? Chinyu glanced at Namikaze Minato. Don't worry, there is no one in this world that I should be afraid of. Looking at Chinyu, who was full of confidence, these words seemed a bit defiant, but no one dared to refute them. Namikaze Minato shook his head with a wry smile and said, of course I know. However, the attack of Kurigakure and Kumogakure has already been defeated by you, and they will not dare to touch this place in a short time. So, the stronghold will be taken over by Moonlight Dark Knight, and you and I will leave for Konoha Ninja Village. If you have any objections, you can raise them. When the voice fell, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and they all looked at Chinyu. Is it the Shinwukun Bridge in an emergency? Chinyu only knew the approximate time of the war, but did not know the details. If it really is the Battle of Shinwukun Bridge in an emergency, that means that the Third Ninja World War is coming to an end. How do you know? Namikaze Minato's expression froze. Guess, do you believe it? Chinyu patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. When will we leave? Tomorrow morning. Namikaze Minato heard the words with a relieved expression. They were most worried that at such a sensitive time, Chinyu would misunderstand and call him to Konoha urgently. That's no problem. Chinyu agreed to go back to Konoha. The first purpose was to peep at those forbidden techniques, and the second was that Obito was going to be darkened. Then Rin will soon be the target of Kurigakure village, acting as a human Jinchuriki column force weapon to destroy the peace of Konoha. If it can be used properly, Chinyu will have the opportunity to find Sanwei, tame it and use it as a chakra cash machine. I'm hungry too, let's go out to eat first. Namikaze Minato greeted. The first to leave with a group of ninjas. Chinyu was not far behind, and quickly followed. Dad, do you really want me to go back with Uchiha Chinyu? Moonlight Hayate's face was full of anxiety. Aren't you worried? Did he shoot me in the middle? Thinking of the horror of Uchiha Chinyu, Moonlight Hayate also felt regret in his heart. For the sake of a mere woman, offending an existence that even his father was extremely afraid of. If Chinyu didn't die, it would completely become a nightmare for his whole life. Don't worry, I've already thought of a way. He hid so deeply and defeated Kumogakure and Kurigakure at a critical moment, proving that he still has his heart for Konoha. Moonlight Dark Knight said solemnly. If you sincerely apologize, and I give him the stuff at the bottom of the press box, it should be able to resolve these small frictions. Moonlight Hayate was stunned for a moment, and then said anxiously, Dad, that thing is the key to our family's survival, will it be too much? No, Moonlight Haya shook his head and said, if he accepts it, it will bring opportunities to our Moonlight clan. Also, I have made up my mind. I hope that after this incident, you will not be able to grow up completely, and understand who can be provoked and who can't be provoked. Moonlight Hayate was silent, and after a long time, under the gaze of Moonlight Dark Knight, he nodded in agreement. Let's go, it's not too early, it looks like there's a campfire dinner outside. Outside the stronghold, it was a canyon that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. After 2 world-shattering battles, it was completely razed to the ground. 70 or 80 Konoha ninjas are sitting around here. There was a huge fire in the middle, illuminating the night. The flame jumped with the wind, causing the temperature to rise quite a bit, which seemed a bit depressing. Not much different from the atmosphere in the field. Many Konoha ninjas swept over Chin-Yu's body subconsciously, appearing very restrained. Ahem, I'm nearby, I brought 3 old goats back, let's eat roast lamb tonight. Azuki Kingwu coughed dryly, intending to break the depression in the field. However, looking at the Konoha ninja who were still indifferent, obviously afraid of Chin-Yu, afraid of accidentally touching the scales, the Konoha ninja who kept silent, helplessly laughed bitterly. I'm leaving tomorrow, let me cook you a meal. Namikaze Minato also intentionally split the depressing atmosphere in the field. Just as he stood up, he was stopped by Chin-Yu's probing hand. I have also studied food, let me do it. Chin-Yu patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, he walked out. As a ninja, it is not difficult to hunt 3 wild sheep. Moreover, one of the long horns was scarred, and it was bent and hovered, showing a mighty posture. It seemed that it was for the food supplement in wartime. Azuki Kingwu didn't even let go of the sheep. Chin-Yu, can you do it? Azuki Kingwu couldn't help asking. Chin-Yu rolled his eyes. Don't ask men if they can do it, men can't do it, women don't like it, who has a chakra knife, lend me a hand. PFF'd. The sound of snickering resounded in many corners of the arena. Namikaze Minato also shook his head and smiled helplessly. Only Azuki Yugao and Shizune, the 2 little girls, looked confused. Dad, what did Chin-Yu mean? Azuki Yugao asked. Azuki Kingwu squinted and said, Little girl, why are you asking so many questions, just stay aside obediently. Seeing how Azuki Kingwu reprimanded, many people who were holding back their laughter immediately burst into laughter. Looking at Chin-Yu, who suddenly broke the atmosphere, Namikaze Minato and Azuki Kingwu looked very surprised. Chin-Yu, I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. If anyone's chakra knife is the best here, it should be mine. Moonlight Hayakane with Moonlight Hayate. Just heard this. Without any hesitation, Moonlight Dark Knight took out the short knife on his thigh with his backhand and threw it out. Chin-Yu, of course, understood what Moonlight Haya was thinking, and did not refuse, but took it back. The chakra knife was pulled out in response, and the light blue blade, under the chakra perfusion, glowed blue fluorescence. However, at the moment when Qin Feng performed the thunder element nature transformation, the arc was as bright as fireworks. This chakra knife is pretty good, Chin-Yu said with a light smile. Moonlight Dark Knight smiled and nodded in agreement, which was the key to breaking the freezing point of the relationship. If you like it, I can give it to you. Chapter 33 Foodie delayed by ninjas. If you like it, I can give it to you. Moonlight Haya stared at Chin-Yu. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of everyone in the field could not help but stagnate. As one of the 8 colors of Konoha, taking the initiative to surrender his status to please Qin Feng was beyond their expectations. I understand your kindness, everyone is hungry, don't waste time. Chin-Yu shook his head and refused. The Moonlight and Dark Knight looked stagnant, and his face was a little unbearable. Senior Moonlight, don't mind, Chin-Yu has a shark muscle and a thunder knife in his hands. Your chakra knife is good, but it is difficult to enter Chin-Yu's eyes. Azuki Yugao explained in a low voice. Kurigakur 7 People's Saber. Moonlight Dark Knight was startled, and immediately heard the exclamations in the field. Chin-Yu's eyes widened, and Mangekyo Sharingan opened instantly. He grabbed the dead wild goat with his left hand and threw it directly into the air. The short chakra knife held in the right hand, under the flow of electric light, quickly cut away. Everyone just felt dazzled and waited to react. The goat was easily dismembered by Chinyu. If there is really one word to describe this scene, only the idiom of Peoding Jianiu can do it. In an instant, the 3 sheep turned into pieces of meat of different sizes, and fell into the soup nest with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters like blood. When I saw Azuki Kangwoo, I brought back 3 wild goats. Chinyu decided to make a Chinese gourmet mutton to shock this group of natives who only eat ramen and barbecue. Moreover, the mutton was cut by Chinyu's thunder and lightning, completely locked in the gravy, and then boiled with blood. It tasted even more delicious. What kind of food is this, cooked in such a strange way? Che, you don't pay attention to the main point. Using the chakra attribute change, and Sharingan to dismember the goat, the gesture is skilled, the speed is extremely fast. This skill is not comparable to ordinary people. This must be a professional butcher delayed by ninjas. Everyone in the field was stunned. Especially Uchiha Fugaku. He never thought that Chinyu would use the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan as the key to the butcher. If Uchiha Madara knew about it, he might even vomit out old blood. However, when Uchiha Fugaku saw Chinyu frown, a more absurd idea appeared in his mind. This guy isn't going to use Kaden fire style. As soon as these words fell, everyone in the field was stunned at first, and they had already seen the magic seal in Chinyu's hand flying down. Kaden fire style sparks. The fiery chakra, following Chinyu's breathing, instantly made the mutton cooked in warm water boil. Of course, if a layman sees this scene, he will definitely be surprised. However, it was a ninja who was present. Facing Chinyu's precise chakra manipulation ability, he almost split his eyes. If the amount of chakra is too small, the spell will fail. Too much chakra will fry the whole pot of lamb. Now that Chinyu can just boil the mutton, even Namikaze Minato might not be able to sigh. As soon as the water boiled, Chinyu poured out the whole pot of blood and immediately added clean water to continue cooking. A handful of plump wild green onions picked from nearby, a handful of Chinese prickly ash, and a pine wood that Chinyu had already made, covered them directly when the fragrance filled the air. As long as you add a pinch of salt when it comes out of the pot, it will be delicious on earth. Bring me a stone here. Chinyu motioned. Azuki Kangwoo didn't hesitate, and hurriedly brought a large stone with a smooth surface. Watching Chinyu buried in the fire, when it was burning hot, the goat's fat smeared on it, and the sound of Zilla sounded. The dough that was originally used to make ramen noodles was neatly spread on the stone. As soon as it was scalded before and after, when the sizzling sound of suet sounded, sprinkle a handful of fat onions again. A piece of green onion flatbread is directly completed. At that time, just cut the mutton into slices and eat it in a roll. That's even more delicious. Chinyu made hundreds of green onion pancakes at once, and it took almost the same time to watch the mutton. The moment the lid was opened, the smell of mutton permeated. For a while, the surroundings were silent. Chinyu turned around and looked around, only to realize that Azuki Kangwoo and the others had their bull's eyes widened, and they came around. Sniffing lamb and swallowing saliva against this nest of hands. If he wasn't afraid of where Chinyu was, he would have already rolled up his sleeves and started robbing him. Chinyu rolled his eyes, and after rolling 7 or 8 mutton stuffing, he squeezed out of the crowd under the eye of a tiger. Come on yourselves, I have already demonstrated the method. Chinyu dropped these words. The hungry wolves that were already starving all around suddenly burst into flames. Let me go first, your sister, you pushed me out. Ulan, don't forget, you called me brother, hurry up and give it to me first. Che, in this case, even if you were my mother, I wouldn't let you. No, give me the rest, or I will fight you. In the face of this kind of Chinese cuisine, The aroma of various spices colliding together not only conquered the sense of smell, but also the taste buds. Looking at the chaotic situation, Chin-Yu shook his head helplessly and came to Azuki Yugao and Shizune's side. Eat it, it tastes good. Hee, it looks like I'm an old man who spoils the atmosphere a bit. We don't have the Minato treatment anymore. Azuki Kangwoo couldn't help but take a few glances and joined the snatch. Chin-Yu, thank you, I didn't expect you to cook such a different kind of food. It would be a blessing if someone married you. Dog Feng held 2 slices of green onion cake in his mouth and 3 in his hand. Apparently it took a hard fight to get it over. He spoke, he did not forget to wink at Azuki Yugao and Shizune, making the 2 girls' cheeks more yuhi. He had to bow his head and eat silently. Me too. Namikaze Minato looked at the green onion cake that Chin-Yu handed over, and unexpectedly took it. Chin-Yu, if you go back to Konoha and open a gourmet restaurant, I'm afraid there will be no Ichiraku ramen. I'm really surprised that you have always been so inconspicuous, and suddenly you have become all-powerful, which makes me a little uncomfortable. For this remark, Uchiha Fugaku also agreed. Chin-Yu shook his head and said with a smile, is this a hobby? Playing as a pig and eating a tiger is too much, and it should be a dragon eating a tiger. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but stare at each other and fell into silence. Since Chin-Yu was reluctant to reveal too much, they would not ask too much. After a meal, the atmosphere was obviously chatting. Konoha Ninja, who was originally wary of Chin-Yu, looked at Chin-Yu with a hint of kindness. This is probably the miracle of Washa's so-called wine table communication. It's getting late, I'll go back to rest first. Chin-Yu patted the dust on his body and left first. For Chin-Yu's departure, everyone present nodded in agreement. But no one noticed Moonlight Knight and Moonlight Hayate's departure. Chapter 34 I have learned. The cool breeze in the dark night made people feel an inexplicable chill. Chin-Yu didn't go back to the cave to rest directly. He turned around and came to the jungle not far away, and stopped abruptly. It's time to come out and meet after we've been with you for so long. 2 figures flashed out in the darkness in response. With the help of Madara's moonlight, it is the Moonlight Knight and the Moonlight Hayate. Sure enough, the blue is better than the blue, so that I can also discover my existence. The Moonlight and the Dark Knight have the ability to escape. In this rare bloodline, he became the most powerful silent killer in Konoha. I thought that I would be able to take advantage of this, but I didn't expect Chin-Yu to see through it in an instant. You've been courting me in public just now, and now you're following me again. There must be something. Chin-Yu looked back at Moonlight Hayate. Your Moonlight clan's penetration is good, but how could you not be found by me with this oil bottle? Moonlight Knight smiled helplessly. He is known as the Konoha 8 colors, but compared to him, Moonlight Hayate is indeed a bit far behind. Moreover, compared with the terrifying young man in front of him, it is a world of difference. Chin-Yu, don't get me wrong, I am following you this time to resolve the grievance between you and Moonlight Hayate. Moonlight Haya said straight to the point. Our Moonlight clan, in addition to having Kekkei Genkei, is best at swordsmanship. Among them, Konoha Sanryu is our family's box-pressing swordsmanship. The outside world compares me to Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo because of this sword technique. Chin-Yu was also a little surprised by Moonlight Haya's actions. However, after possessing the shark muscle and the thunder knife, Chin-Yu really wanted to learn some knife skills. Otherwise, the forbearance knife fell into Chin-Yu's hands and only knew how to slash, which was a shame. Originally, Chin-Yu thought about going back to Konoha and going to Hitaki Kakashi to see if there was any way to get Hitaki Sakumo's sword technique. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to send it to the door. Chin-Yu, I don't ask for anything. As long as you can protect Moonlight Hayate at a critical moment, the previous matter will be written off, and I will teach you the Konoha 3 Sun Moon Dance. Moonlight Haya said anxiously. Chinyu frowned, glanced at the tense Moonlight Hayate, and said, forget it, I don't want to use a hairy boy to threaten me in return. Looking at Chinyu, who turned around and planned to leave after leaving these words, Moonlight Haya's expression became stagnant, and he hurriedly said, Chinyu, don't misunderstand, this sword technique was planned to be taught to you from the very beginning. Looking at the instant body technique, he appeared in front of him. Still full of urgency in the dark night, Chinyu knew for the first time that this father's love was great. For this little thing, even the family's knives were given away. However, this is also in Chinyu's favor. Chinyu, please accept it, otherwise Hayate will not be at ease for the rest of his life. Moonlight Haya said anxiously. There are only two ways to get revenge with a strong man. Kill the strong man first. The next day I lived in fear, worrying that if this strong man was in a bad mood one day, he remembered this incident and deliberately killed him. What's more, facing Chinyu, Moonlight Hayate obviously only had the first choice left. If you don't want anything delivered to your door, then I respectfully accept it first. Chinyu spread out the scroll with his backhand. Looking at everything recorded above, the sound of the system prompt sounded in my mind. Find out, S-level swordsmanship, Konoha 3 Sun and Moon Dance, whether the host is full level with one click. Full level immediately, Chinyu didn't hesitate. Jingle. Congratulations to the host, Konoha Sanryuwu is full level. After feeling the memory of Sanryuwu in his mind, Chinyu put away the scroll and handed it back to the Moonlight Knight. Chinyu, what's wrong? Moonlight Haya couldn't help but startled. In his eyes, Chinyu took the scroll up to now, and it only took a minute or two. You don't think this scroll is fake, do you? When a person takes the initiative to flatter, the most worry is to be misunderstood. Now the Moonlight and Knight have this kind of mentality. Even the things at the bottom of the family's box were sent out, if it was more suspicious. This is so frustrating. No, I've already learned it. It's useless for me to keep this scroll, Chinyu said lightly. Looking at the serious Chinyu, Moonlight Haya and Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but be stunned. As a descendant of the Moonlight clan, Moonlight Haya has an extraordinary talent, and it took a year to learn the swordsmanship of Konoha Sanryuwu. Moonlight Hayate's talent was slightly worse, but it took more than 2 years. However, the two of them are also known as the most talented heirs besides the first-generation patriarch who created the Konoha Sanryu dance. Moonlight Knight, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, is also known as the existence that promotes Konoha's 3-day moon dance. They have always been proud of the Konoha 3 Sun Moon Dance. However, as soon as Chinyu opened his mouth, he told them that it took 2 minutes to learn the Konoha Sanryu dance. This is too convincing. Don't believe it, Chinyu said with a light smile. The Moonlight Knight was startled for a while, and then he stubbornly agreed. He taught the Konoha 3 Sun Moon Dance to Chinyu, just to resolve the grievances and forge a good cause by the way. If Chinyu did not learn, all his efforts would be in vain. Moonlight Haya didn't want to provoke Chinyu, but in this case, he could only bite the bullet. In order to avoid hurting people, let's use a branch instead. Chinyu's right hand probed into the air. 2 3-foot-long branches fell directly into the hands of the two of them. The chakra threads, this is the foundation of the puppet master. Moonlight Dark Knight's expression changed slightly. Once again, he was surprised by Chinyu's powerful chakra manipulation ability. It's over, let's start. Chinyu didn't care. Looking at the moment of the Moonlit Night, I took a step forward. Moon Shadow. Moonlight Dark Knight's expression suddenly changed. Before I could think about it, I turned around and stabbed back. PFF'd. Although what Yugong Haya held in his hand was just an ordinary branch, it fell into his hand like a sharp blade. Along with the sound of breaking the air, there is even more chakra surging. The whistling sound of the wind entwined the branches, enhancing the power of cutting by a few points. At the same time, the branch directly pierced into Qinyu's body. However, this knife did not splatter with blood, and Qinyu, who appeared behind him, gradually became distorted and illusory. "I'm behind you," the familiar voice sounded again. The complexion of the Moonlight Knight changed dramatically. Sun and Moon Shadow Strike. This is one of the moves in Konoha's 3 Sun Moon Dance. Use afterimages and clones to confuse the enemy and take the lead in attacking. Once there is a mistake, a fake target is attacked. That would be a fatal blow. Originally, in the Moonlight and Dark Night, I thought Qinyu was joking. But now it seems that Qinyu will not only use the Moon Shadow, but also the Sun and Moon Return Shadow Strike. This is completely beyond his knowledge. Chapter 35 Sun and Moon Phantom Slash. The moonlight roared in the dark night, and clenched the branches with both hands, under the chakra infusion. Turn around and stab Qinyu directly. Attacking together, the light and shadow bloomed immediately, turning into afterimages in the sky, adding an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. Sun-Moon Blood Wheel Slash. Qinyu was not afraid at all. This Sun and Moon Phantom Slash, with the virtual in the real in the virtual, the best way is to break it hard. The moment chakra poured into the branches, it burst into dazzling light, and the next moment it slashed into the Moonlight Knight. With a single blade, it turned into a round moon blade and slashed down towards the afterimage of the sky. Boom! The two attacks collided with each other, and under the wind, the Moonlight and Dark Knight staggered out. Looking at Qinyu, the Moonlight Dark Knight was full of disbelief. "Dad, what he did is really the 3 Sun Moon Dance?" Moonlight Hayate asked eagerly. "Bastard, as a direct descendant of the Moonlight clan, can't you see it like this?" Moonlight Haya scolded angrily. "You must practice more after you go back, or you will lose the face of our Moonlight clan." "It's okay, I'll go first." Qinyu threw away half of the branch in his hand. The battle just now was only tentative. Moreover, in order to perform the real 3 Sun Moon Dance sword technique, you also need a good chakra knife. Only with strong chakra conductivity can better chakra agglomeration, as well as attribute changes, enhance the power of swordsmanship. Among them, in the world of ninja, there is the so-called country of iron. They have chakra, but what they developed is not so-called ninjutsu, but how to integrate chakra into swordsmanship. Among them, Mifune of the Iron Country has honed his swordsmanship to a level comparable to other existences at cage level. However, with the successive wars, many so-called samurai were eliminated. Moreover, in the face of the so-called great power struggle, the Iron Country has always maintained the attitude of a neutral country. As a result, there are fewer and fewer samurai, and there are fewer opportunities for the exquisite swordsmanship to spread. "You go back first, I also want to guide Hayate." Moonlight Dark Knight did not continue to hold back. Now Qinyu's talent has far exceeded his imagination. Regardless of whether he has mastered the profound meaning of the 3 Sun Moon Slash, this amazing learning talent is worth betting on. It was only at this moment that he understood why Namikaze Minato, Uzuki Kingwu and others valued Qinyu so much. To offend the hero Danzo. "Moonlight Senpai, are you alright?" Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared. Moonlight Haya, who was very worried, was taken aback, and he shook his head quickly and said, "Minato, I have nothing to do, I just want to share my experience with Qinyu." "Dad, is this still an exchange of experience? You have taught him Sanryuwu." Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but pouted. However, this can't blame the Moonlight Hayate for breaking the matter. Originally able to practice the Konoha 3 Sun and Moon Dance, but very few. Among them, Moonlight Hayate is considered to be the best, and is known as a little genius. Now suddenly a monstrous Chinyu appears, so his so-called little genius halo may be reduced to a green leaf in an instant. Speak up. Moonlight Dark Knight glared at him. Namikaze Minato smiled and shook his head. Senior Moonlight, don't blame Hayate too much, you're betting, it's not wrong. Moonlight Knight couldn't help but startled, and said, Minato, do you also think Uchiha Chinyu's achievements will be very high in the future? No, I don't think so. Namikaze Minato shook his head. Moonlight Knight was stunned for a moment. Just when he thought he had made the wrong bet, Namikaze Minato's voice sounded again. I think Uchiha Chinyu didn't show his real strength. Minato, what are you talking about? Moonlight Dark Knight was taken aback. In the information he learned, Uchiha Chinyu defeated Kumogakure and Kurigakure alone. Addition, the AB group was also repelled, and at the same time, it was recognized by the next generation Raikage of Kumogakure village. This is a great honor for any ninja. However, now Namikaze Minato told him that Chinyu was still paddling. This gap is too big. Right now I just hope that Danzo doesn't do something stupid, otherwise we Konoha will probably have a big enemy. Namikaze Minato said with twinkling eyes. In the early morning, when the genius just lit up, Chinyu and his party of 4 left the stronghold. Since Shizune was the only medical ninja in the stronghold, he could not evacuate with Chinyu. However, with Moonlight and Darkness, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, and dozens of new ninjas as background, the defense of the stronghold has been improved by 1 or 2 levels. If you encounter any problems, you can also support Namikaze Minato. It can be said that Namikaze Minato, who knows the art of Hiraishin, is the backing of mobile support. Originally, Azuki Yugao also planned to stay in the stronghold to support Azuki Kangwoo. Unfortunately, Azuki Kangwoo obviously has selfishness. Not only because of losing the bet, but also because of Chinyu's great potential. Their Azuki family, their status in Konoha is not high. Case, Chinyu really takes power in the future and becomes a big man in Konoha. As Chinyu's woman, Azuki Yugao's status has also risen. Even if he takes 10,000 steps back, with Uchiha and Chinyu alone, the 2 battles have erupted with strong fighting power and a short guarding character. Azuki Yugao became Chinyu's woman, and she would never be mistreated or looked down upon. It was because Azuki Kangwoo had this idea. In the stronghold, ninjas with daughters plan to sell their daughters. Last night, he almost knocked on Chin Feng's door. Therefore, Chinyu hurriedly packed up his things and left early as soon as the day lighted up. When Azuki Kangwoo sent out the base, he held his shoulders with a look that you know. That appearance and expression, it was as if they wished Chinyu and Azuki Yugao, if something happened on the way, they would return to the village to get raw rice and cook cooked rice. This kind of behavior made Chinyu spit bad. The surname in the Hokage world is precocious. However, looking at Azuki Yugao, who is 12 or 13 years old, it was obvious that his figure was already quite large. Inside Konoha, the huge Hokage office, the 3rd generation of Hokage looked a little gloomy, looked at Kaharu Udatane, and Homura Mitokado, and said solemnly, Danzo violated our agreement and issued an order privately to let Yamanaka Longyi challenge Uchiha Chinyu. Sarutobi, did you get Minato's report? What happened? Homura Mitokado said solemnly. Yamanaka Longyi is in the hands of Danzo. His strength has already reached the level of an elite Jonin, and he is also a grandmaster. Uchiha Chinyu, has it been a loss? Kaharu Udatane showed a rare smile, nodded and said, that kid is hiding too deep. If you can beat him, maybe it's not a bad thing. Chapter 36 Danzo's decision. Kaharu is right. Before Uchiha and Chinyu's purpose is unclear, this kind of beating is inevitable. Danzo will act as the clown. It's the best thing to do. Homura Mitokado nodded in agreement. You bastards, are you all confused? The third Hokage suddenly scolded. Don't forget Minato's report. Try not to turn against Uchiha Chinyu, otherwise he will become our Konoha's #1 enemy. The inexplicable words made Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane look stiff. Sarutobi, what do you mean? What happened to Yamanaka Longyi and Uchiha Chinyu? In their eyes, the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen have always been peaceful. Emotions have never fluctuated so much, and now there will be monsters when things go wrong. He died, and was instantly killed by Uchiha Chinyu. The 3rd generation Hokage took out a scroll and threw it to Homura Mitokado, saying, "This is the information sent by Minato, you guys have a look first and think of a countermeasure." Yamanaka Longyi was killed by one move. Homura Mitokado's expression changed. Quickly open the scroll and check it out. As time went on, his and Kaharu Udatane's expressions became more and more livid. In their eyes, Yamanaka Longyi is the Grandmaster's heart-turning technique, and in his roots, he has been trained by non-human beings. Prefers to be good at restraint and sensory ninjutsu. If the two fight once, it will be with Yamanaka Longyi's powerful perception ability. You must first notice the opponent's changes and move. However, it is now described on the scroll that Yamanaka Longyi was bound by demonic illusion before he could react, and then burned to ashes by the black flame that could not be extinguished. Although the battle scene, they are not seen before. But just based on the description between the lines, it has already sent chills down their spines. According to Minato's description, Uchiha Chinyu has only shown a certain level of strength until now. Moreover, he has the ability to learn ninjutsu against the sky, which is probably related to his special Sharingan. 3 generations of Hokage said in a deep voice. Minato once mentioned that Uchiha and Chinyu have always hated troublesome things, that's why he made a move against Zhangzhou. This time, he was forced to take action, and he also repelled the large forces of Kumogakure and Kurigakure. Even Tsukazan Fuguki, the shark muscle of the 7-man Kurigakure, and Kurosuke Lake Kiba were also killed. Among us Konoha, only a few people can achieve such a record. Speaking of which, 3 generations of Hokage took a look at Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado. You tell me now how to decide. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane's expressions changed. Originally, in their eyes, Uchiha Chinyu was just a kid similar to Uchiha Shisui. This kind of person is easy to deal with, as long as you use the family to coerce a little or two, you will do it obediently. However, now Uchiha Chinyu, not only has been lurking for more than 10 years, but also burst out with such a powerful strength. Even Danzo's subordinates dare to kill. This is fearless. HMPH, you guys are really going back the more you live. Danzo suddenly pushed open the office door. Lord Hokage, the 2 guards stationed at the door looked complicated. Go back, I already knew he would come. 3 generations of Hokage waved his hands. In Konoha, Danzo is a special existence, and the route he established is independent of Anbu, a subordinate of Hokage. In a sense, a power structure that does not belong to Hokage. Therefore, Danzo often secretly sends members of the route to monitor the entire Konoha village. Even Hokage's office is no exception. HMPH, Sarutobi, you are really going back as you live, and you can't even deal with a mere brat. I think you are not suitable to be a Hokage and take on this important task. Danzo came over with a cold face. If I hadn't left behind in advance, I'm afraid you have made a decision now, and I don't know. Danzo, don't get me wrong, Sarutobi didn't mean that. Homura Mitokado spoke up to discourage. He knew very well the character of his old classmate. HMPH, Mito seems that you also think that the idea of the 3rd generation is correct, which really disappoints me. Danzo sneered. Now that Konoha is at stake, all countries dare to step in and bully our Konoha, all because of your cowardly nature. If you had listened to me in the morning and dealt with them with an iron fist, Konoha would not have to open 3 major battlefields at the same time. This. Homura Mitokado looked stunned, shook his head and sighed. Danzo, don't get me wrong, everyone is here for Konoha to be strong, even Sarutobi is no exception. If you have any opinion, feel free to say it, so that we can discuss 1 or 2 things. Danzo, Mito is right. If you have any opinion, feel free to say it and take a look. If it is beneficial to Konoha, I can agree. 3 generations of Hokage said solemnly. Juan Kaharu has not spoken, but his expression has already agreed. HMPH, no need. Danzo snorted coldly and said, since that Uchiha Chinyu has so many variables, it is a scourge for us Konoha. Also, don't forget, if the Uchiha clan knew that there was such a rebellious existence in their clan, it would definitely fuel their arrogance, so I have already sent someone to deal with him. The small voice changed the expressions of the 3 generations of Hokage and others. They were still discussing just now, how to appease Uchiha Chinyu and use it for Konoha Ninja Village. Now Danzo has secretly sent someone to deal with Chinyu. This completely overturned Namikaze Minato's plan. Danzo, are you crazy? You shot Uchiha Chinyu again and again. You are forcing him to defect. 3 generations of Hokage shouted angrily. In case Uchiha Chinyu escaped from the village, with his current strength and record, any village is willing to throw an olive branch and become a sharp blade in the murder of our Konoha ninja village. You are the biggest responsible person. Turning around, Kaharu and Homura Mitokado's expressions changed involuntarily. It was the first time they saw the peaceful Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they were so angry. Moreover, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, getting the position of the 3rd generation of Hokage, I owe Danzo in my heart. Why it has been left to the root, this institution that is out of the control of Hokage exists. However, now the 3rd generation of Hokage, but because of the Uchiha Chinyu thing, mad at Danzo. This is enough to explain the importance of the 3 generations of Hokage to Uchiha Chinyu. Danzo, I warn you now, hurry up and bring people back, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. 3 generations of Hokage shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 37 The Poison of Precocious Thought. The huge Hokage office fell into an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. Facing the wrath of the 3 generations of Hokage, Kaharu and Homura Mitokado turned pale. However, in the face of Danzo's private shot, he was also dissatisfied. HMPH, Sarutobi, you really don't have the spirit you used to be. Danzo snorted coldly, his attitude obviously softened a bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been able to see through whatever he does in private. Several times for the position of Hokage, but was still defeated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it was on the old love, and the original intention was for Konoha's good, I am afraid that the roots have long since ceased to exist. Don't worry, the people I sent this time are not our Konohas, but some wandering ninjas. No matter what the outcome is, they won't know my identity. Danzo said solemnly. In case of failure, Uchiha Chinyu will only do it, mistakenly thinking that it was done by other ninja villages. After all, recently, his sharpness has been revealed. Those words behind, Danzo turned and left. Looking at the closed office door, the 3rd Hokage couldn't help rubbing his swollen temples. Sarutobi, what are you going to do now? Homura Mitokado couldn't help it. Juan Kaharu still did not speak, just stared at the 3 generations of Hokage. They knew very well that Danzo's words were the biggest compromise. As for the final result, it only depends on the decision of the 3 generations of Hokage. Danzo, this guy is really a headache. 3 generations of Hokage sighed helplessly. Send someone to inform Minato that there are wandering ninjas in the land of fire, and tell them to be careful. The eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, Danzo's starting point is for the safety of Konoha. What's more, now they just know that Danzo used some means to get in touch with the wandering ninja. Who these wandering ninjas are, no one knows. So it is impossible to stop the wandering ninja. The only way is to notify Namikaze Minato to be more vigilant. If Uchiha Chinyu can come back alive, it is a kind of strength. In case of being assassinated in the middle, it is life. Sarutobi is right, and this is the only way to do it now. Homura Mitokado nodded in agreement. Now our country of fire is in turmoil, and the speed of attack and deployment in the country of earth has also changed. It seems that this tug of war that lasted for 2 years is also ready to end. As long as Minato arrives in Konoha, let him lead his team to the land of the earth for the final mission. Outside world. As soon as Danzo left the Hokage office building, Yamanaka and Aburame took root out of the shadows. Lord Danzo, are things going well? Yamanaka couldn't hold his breath. You must avenge my father. Yamanaka Longyi is Yamanaka Feng's father and Danzo's most powerful subordinate. After hearing that Yamanaka was at risk of being killed at the hands of Uchiha Chinyu, Yamanaka Longyi volunteered to take action, intending to let out a bad breath. It's just that they never imagined that this bad breath not only did not come out, but also lost their lives. Feng, don't worry, the wandering ninja I contacted this time is a small family that has been in decline, and there is a monster that has existed for a long time. If he shoots, no matter how powerful that kid is, he has always been so low-key, must lack a lot of combat experience. Danzo sneered. Yamanaka's expression was stagnant, and he said, Sir Danzo, you mean the monster that has been on the battlefields recently and offered a bounty for assassination. Aburame, who had not spoken for a long time, heard the words, and at this moment, his face changed dramatically. If Danzo really invited that legendary person to take action, then waiting for Uchiha Chinyu is definitely a dead end. Konoha is far from the base, and it will take at least 4 days if he is on the road with all his strength. Because Namikaze Minato was in a hurry, he returned to Konoha to check the battle situation, so he performed the Hiraishin technique in the middle and left early. Although, Namikaze Minato also mentioned that they can be taken away together with the technique of Hiraishin. However, Chinyu refused. The technique of Hiraishin is actually not much different from the space jump of Rinnegan in the later period of Sasuke. However, Sasuke can also open the space door in all directions with the same Rinnegan. Namikaze Minato can only jump with the Hiraishin spell. And with the number of people transferred, the consumption of chakra and mental power will greatly increase. Even the space jump distance will be shortened. Therefore, Chinyu still refused. Chinyu, there is a post station ahead, why don't we rest here? Moonlight Hayate asked weakly. Along the way, Moonlight Hayate kept a distance from Chinyu at all times. But it was indeed a bit overwhelming for him to travel for days, even though it was only 20 miles away from Konoha. Still can't resist making this suggestion. Chinyu, it's already close to Konoha's warning position, why don't you take a rest for a while? Azuki Yugao wiped the sweat from his forehead, showing a hint of tiredness. If Azuki Kingwu knew, he desperately wanted to let Azuki Yugao and Chinyu happen to unknown things on the way back. All the time was spent on the journey, so I'm afraid I don't know what to expect. Chinyu stopped first and landed in front of the inn, looking at the caravan inside with a playful smile. Come on, it's very lively here, maybe there are some unexpected surprises. The inexplicable words made Azuki Yugao startled, but Moonlight Hayate had already run in. Boss, hurry up and give me a pot of tea and 3 meatballs. As soon as Moonlight Hayate said the words, he remembered this moonlight night, but let him focus on Uchiha Chinyu. Uchiha Chinyu, who walked in quickly, he hurriedly said, I'm calling for you guys. Looking at the shriveled Moonlight Hayate, Chinyu shook his head with a smile and said, "You can eat this, I'm not hungry." "Guest, tea and balls are here." An old man with a dry face came out of the kitchen. "This young man, I advise you to try it. The meatballs from our post station, the caravans from the past, but no matter how far apart they are, they will come and visit. If you try it once, you will definitely come back in the future. It really tastes so good, it's the first time I've heard of it." Azuki Yugao's eyes lit up. Pervert is Chinyu, and this is the first time they have gone on a long-distance mission. "After this long journey, my stomach is already beating. Now that I heard the old man brag so much, I couldn't help but pick up the ball and stuff it into my mouth." "Okay, don't eat this ball, everyone is watching you." Chinyu suddenly grabbed Azuki Yugao's hand. The sudden action made Azuki Yugao stunned for a while, and then Yuhi's cheeks rose involuntarily, and said, "There are many people here in Chinyu, hurry up and take your hands back." Azuki Yugao with the look of a little girl, Chinyu turned over Byakugan helplessly. The speed of this thinking is too fast. It seems that the precocious thinking of the Hokage world is poisonous. Chapter 38 The Assassin Covered in Copper Smells. "Go!" A loud shout suddenly sounded. The shop owner, who was originally withered, became extremely sharp in the next moment, and went straight to Azuki Yugao to catch him. Azuki Yugao was stunned. She never thought that the old man in front of her would be hidden so deeply. At such a close distance, there is no way to hide. When the old man saw this scene, his face was filled with joy. In his eyes, as long as one hostage is captured, then, it is not difficult at all to deal with two young chunin. Recurrent violence. The crackling thunder arc sounded suddenly. The fist wrapped around Li Guang seemed to explode even the air. Boom. The old man was directly smashed hundreds of meters away. Everywhere along the way, whether it is a wooden board or a big tree, it was broken by the middle. When he hit a rock wall and barely stopped his figure, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, tilted his head and died. Inside the inn, more than a dozen merchants who wanted to start violently, looked sluggish. The intelligence and tasks they got were only to deal with the three chunin of Konoha. Among them, even the frightening yellow flash Namikaze Minato left early. In their eyes, this task is a sweet pastry. Patriarch, who is he? It seems to be different from the information. A wandering ninja couldn't hold back. The one who took the lead was a middle-aged man dressed as a businessman, looking at Chinyu with a hint of yin eagle. HMPH, just a little faster. Don't forget, this time we all came out. As long as we take off this kid's head, the reward we get is enough for us to survive the war. Our family is fighting for survival. Yes, we are fighting to survive. More than a dozen wandering ninjas instantly agreed. Leader of the wandering ninja, staring at Chinyu, shouted sharply, "Let's fight quickly, don't let that guy take a step ahead of us and get a reward." Thinking of which guy with the smell of money and danger, the leader of the wandering ninja, his spine is still chilled. Looks like there's another amazing person here. Chinyu smiled genially. Since you're not the main course, you're not qualified to keep it for questioning. When the voice fell, the floor under Chinyu's feet cracked. The next moment, it disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, and reappeared before the leader of the wandering ninja. Rasengan. This is Chinyu's weakest attack right now. Under the chakra infusion, it was instantly rolled into a ball. Without any bells and whistles, he smashed the wandering ninja head-on. Do not. The pupils of the wandering ninja leader suddenly shrank. This was completely different from the Chunin he knew. Boom. The moment Rasengan fell, the leader of the wandering ninja hurriedly raised his defensive hands and broke them. The huge impact caused him to be thrown out. It smashed the beam directly, and smashed it on the big tree 100 meters away. Even worse than the wandering ninja who pretended to be an old man, he couldn't even spit out blood. His entire chest was sunken, and he died of breathlessness. Dead, the patriarch actually died. Escape, let's escape quickly, otherwise our Fengmo clan will be exterminated. A terrified roar resounded from the field. The wandering ninjas who were present didn't have time to think about it, they just scattered and fled. Chin-yu, hurry up and chase. These wandering ninjas dare to commit murder outside Konoha village. If they encounter other people whose strength is inferior to you, it will be unfortunate. Azuki Yugao was anxious. After being frightened just now, she quickly regained her senses, took out the chakra knife, and stood on guard. She was not surprised that the leader of the wandering ninja was instantly killed by Chin-yu. Chin-yu, you go, I will help you protect Yugao. Moonlight Hayate expressed his position in a hurry. This is a good opportunity to take credit. However, seeing Moonlight Hayate's legs that were shaking like twists and turns, the confidence in these words obviously became a little insufficient. No need, they can't leave. Chin-yu looked at the forest not far away lightly. As the leader of the wandering ninjas said just now, this time, a difficult character came. Ah! The screams suddenly sounded. Azuki Yugao's expression changed, and he said, Chin-yu, did Lord Minato come here? In the eyes of Azuki Yugao, Namikaze Minato possesses the art of Hiraishin. This is still the outskirts of Konoha village, and there are inevitably Anbu or sentinels patrolling nearby. The sound of the battle just now was enough to startle Konoha. As soon as Namikaze Minato learns of the situation here, Namikaze Minato will be able to arrive with a Hiraishin technique in just a few miles. What is that? Moonlight Hayate's expression changed dramatically. However, before he could react, Chin-yu's right foot struck the Moonlight Hayate like lightning. At the same time, Chin-yu took Azuki Yugao into his arms and hurriedly dodged to his side. Boom! The place where the three stood was instantly pierced. The soil flew down, and the two arms connected by the black meridians were directly caught empty. Chin-yu and Azuki Yugao landed 7 or 8 meters away, and Moonlight Hayate obviously did not have this kind of personal service. He smashed directly outside the inn, and when he saw the strange hands emerging from the soil, his expression turned pale. If Chin-yu hadn't shot in time just now, he might have already fallen into this big hand. Sure enough, it's you, the copper stinking guy. Chin-yu looked into the forest. The two hands sticking out of the soil suddenly tightened, and they opened the soil directly, showing them in the eyes of everyone. A figure shrouded in a cloak, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, walked slowly out of the forest. However, as soon as he walked out of the forest, behind him, Zhang Kiba's black blood vessels with claws, each with a corpse hanging on it. These are the wandering ninjas who escaped just now. Chin-yu, who is this person? Isn't he too scary? Azuki Yugao's face turned pale. If the wandering ninja who appeared just now is an ordinary enemy, then the person in front of him is pervert. Moreover, the 17 or 18 wandering ninjas who escaped were instantly killed. This kind of record is not something that ordinary ninjas can achieve. Have you heard of Taki Ninja Village? Chin-yu looked at the enemy in front of him thoughtfully. He never imagined that it was not long before he came to the world of Hokage. Met Kakuzu, a member of Akatsuki in the future. Taki Ninja Village. Azuki Yugao was stunned for a moment, and said, I heard that there was a rebellion in Taki Ninja Village 20 or 30 years ago. The originally powerful Taki Ninja Village was slaughtered overnight, and finally declined, hiding in a waterfall. After that, rest and rest. Quote. Chapter 39 Let's make a bet. Is it the Taki Ninja Village that has the allocation of tailed beasts? Moonlight Hayate was also surprised. With a livid expression, he couldn't help but say, Chin-yu, you won't tell me that he is the missing nin who slaughtered high-level officials. Yes. Chinyu nodded with a smile and said, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Kakuzu. Words fell. Azuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate turned pale. Level missing nin that almost wiped out the village. Terms of strength, it is comparable to Cage level. All along, no matter how hard the 5 great ninja villages work hard. For S-level missing nin, it is always difficult to catch. However, now there is one in front of them. This is not a nightmare, or what? Chinyu, are we going to escape? Moonlight Hayate was anxious. It's only a few miles away from Konoha. As long as we hold our strength, we should be able to get back to the sealed gate soon. At that time, the people stationed will support us. Facing the origin of Kakuzu, Moonlight Hayate's fighting spirit disappeared in an instant. Hayate, shut up for me. Azuki Yugao scolded coldly, looked at Chinyu who was still smiling, and said solemnly, don't throw other people's ambition and destroy Chinyu's prestige. Look at Chinyu's expression, he doesn't even have the slightest bit of fear. It's hard to say that he can deal with this S-rank missing nin. Why is this S-level missing nin staring at us? Moonlight Hayate, Azuki Yugao, as a little girl, has a more careful mind. Since Chinyu called the man in front of him, he was a bounty hunter covered in copper smell. The wandering ninja family just now also put their bounty on their lips. Does this mean that they are being offered a bounty? Chinyu, are we being targeted? Azuki Yugao said anxiously. Chinyu smiled and patted her shoulder. It seems that you are not stupid. We have been offered a reward, and the person who started it is really big, and it takes at least 20 to 30 million taels for Kakuzu to make a shot. What? The expressions of Azuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate changed abruptly. When they become ninjas, it is about 100 taels a month. After a year, there are 2,000 or 3,000 taels, which is already very good. Now, according to Chinyu's guess, a reward of 20 to 30 million taels can be offered. The person who issued the assassination order is definitely not an ordinary person. Chinyu, you mean, in Konoha village, someone wants to kill us? Azuki Yugao couldn't help but probe. The past few days, nothing happened to Azuki Yugao and Chinyu. However, in the face of Chinyu's doting, no matter what the relationship was, Azuki Yugao couldn't help but care. It was killing me, you are just implicated. Chinyu said with a light smile. If you are afraid, you can go first, he will not chase you, your lives are worthless. Looking at Chinyu who was still thinking about joking at such a time, Azuki Yugao glared at him and said stubbornly, Chinyu, I won't leave, I believe you will be able to defeat him. Hayate, are you right? Moonlight Hayate just had the intention to retreat, and before he could react, he heard these words. Facing the gaze of Azuki Yugao, he nodded bitterly. Boy, are you finished? Kakuzu raised his head suddenly after absorbing the chakra of these wandering ninjas. Not only did those black blood vessels not close up, but Kiba danced like claws, which looked shocking. Kakuzu, you are still covered in copper stench, why don't we take a gamble? If you win, I will give you the head on my item. If I win, you will become my subordinate. Chinyu said with a smile. This bet is very cost-effective. You can kill me if you win, but you don't have to die when I win, and you can still be my subordinate, don't you feel honored? The low voice made Azuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate bewildered. Is this the rhythm of recruiting an S-rank missing nin? Once it got out, it would be too shocking. Boy, you can really say with your mouth, it's been a long time since I met an interesting kid like you. Kakuzu untied his cloak, revealing his body as if it were connected, with black blood vessels exposed, and more it looks disgusting. Especially when spit out from the mouth, the blood vessels like a straw, like the tongue of a poisonous snake, add a few points of inexplicable depression. Looking at Chinyu who always looked the same, Kakuzu smiled grimly and said, I didn't expect that you little brat, seeing me like this, still looks the same. I agreed to the bet you made just now. I very much hope that you will be my bounty, and I hope you can support me with 4 or 5 more moves, otherwise I will be bored. The rise of Chinyu was only a short period of 7 or 8 days. Even the people in Konoha Ninja Village don't know everything, let alone a wandering ninja like Kakuzu. What's more, in Kakuzu's eyes, what a big wave can a mere Konoha Chunin turn over? Don't worry, I will make you hurt and happy. Chinyu suddenly laughed. Kakuzu's expression sank, and looking at the pressure on him, Chinyu, who seemed not to care, completely wiped out the last trace of patience, and shouted coldly. Boy, I hope you can wait a while and still laugh. Raiden Thunder Style, Dark Thunder. Kakuzu's back immediately flew out a Raiden Thunder Style mask, opening his mouth. One after another thunder light splashed, like a frenzy, smashing out towards Chinyu. You step back, the battle is about to end, Chinyu said with a light smile. The expressions of Azuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated without thinking about it. They had seen Chinyu's methods with their own eyes. Dare to say such a thing now, it is definitely not a boast. However, when I think about this one, it is an S-level missing nin. They have confidence in Chinyu's strength, but whether they can solve the battle so quickly is probably another matter. While speaking, the short distance of tens of meters was only a blink of an eye under the attack of the Dark Thunder. After Azuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate stood firm, the incoming attack had already landed on Chinyu. Boom! The thunder light exploded, like a thunderbolt across the sky. Everything in the inn was smashed by the violent thunder arc in response to the sound, stirring up a large piece of sand and dust. You bastard, dare to underestimate me, I will make you die faster today. Kakuzu snorted coldly. Kaiden Fire Style mask on the back appeared instantly. Kaiden Fire Style head hard. A sea of fiery flames gushed out of his mouth. After absorbing the chakras of more than a dozen wandering ninjas just now, the range of the sea of fire obviously reached 20 to 30 meters. It directly enveloped the entire station. However, it was not until Kakuzu reacted. Sea of fire suddenly turned like a uzumaki. The next moment, the flames that filled the sky were blown away. Chapter 40 solved by 2 meatballs. Buzz. A sharp, piercing air chirping sounded suddenly. Looking at Chinyu who walked out slowly in the remaining sea of fire. Futon Wind Style Rasengan Shuriken that spins rapidly like a small comet. Kakuzu's face changed drastically. What exactly is Futon Wind Style Ninjutsu? It can change the form and attributes to such a degree. Never get hit, or I'm afraid I'll die. Chaotic thoughts flashed in Kakuzu's mind. But looking at Chinyu, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. In these chakras, he felt a strange purity, if he could take his heart for himself. Is it possible to use this to learn this powerful ninjutsu? The idea of greed has just emerged. The next moment, Kakuzu's pupils shrank suddenly. The ground Chinyu was standing on suddenly cracked and sank like a spider web. Kakuzu just felt a flower in front of him, and a thunderlight had already hit the sky. When I saw it clearly again, the attack was close at hand. Your ball delivery has arrived, please sign for it. Chinyu smiled playfully. The Futon Wind Style Rasengan Shuriken in his hand smashed directly into Kakuzu's chest. There was a stagnation in the sharp air vibration. The next moment, a powerful hurricane force erupted. At the moment when the piercing sound of the sonic boom reverberated, the air wave that swept away was soaring into the sky. Everything within a radius of 100 meters, whether it was a rock or a tree, was smashed into pieces in an instant. At this moment, Kakuzu felt like he was being cut by countless sharp blades. If it weren't for the Doden Earth-style heart to strengthen his body's defenses, ordinary attacks would not be able to penetrate at all. I'm afraid he is dead now. Now he only needs to give up one heart, survive this wave of attacks, and then wait for an opportunity to sneak attack under suspended animation. In this kind of surprise, behead this weird kid. However, this idea had just sprouted in his mind, and the next moment he entered the scene, Kakuzu almost opened his mouth and vomited blood. Looking at the balls in Chin-Yu's hands, his scalp was numb. A futon wind-style Rasengan who has made him doubt life. Also comes a Raiden thunder-style Rasengan Shuriken. Then his Doden Earth-style body may not be able to resist at all. What's more, now that he was under attack, he couldn't move at all, and he was completely reduced to a target. In the face of his own suspended animation, Chin-Yu still had to whip the corpse, this cautious and unexpected powerful method. Let Kakuzu doubt for the first time that he is covered in copper stench, is it wrong? No, don't kill me, did you forget our bet? I can surrender to your command. Kakuzu hurriedly woke up in suspended animation. Chin-Yu said with a playful smile, now it's up to me to call the shots. Try the Raiden Thunder-style meatballs. Quote. Raiden Thunder-style Rasengan Shuriken like a thunderball. Do not. Kakuzu let out a strange cry. Raiden Thunder-style Rasengan Shuriken collided with futon wind-style. Like a frenzy, the thunder light directly drowned Kakuzu. Kakuzu's body like countless needles. Under the change of Rex Earth control attributes, Kakuzu's defense is completely useless. Boom. The sound of thunder and explosion lasted for more than half a minute before being annihilated between heaven and earth. Looking at the devastated ruins, laying a body full of holes, like a rag. Moonlight Hayate and Azuki Yugao were dumbfounded. Is this still the scary S-class missing nin? Or is it the one who slaughtered all the high-level executives of Taki Ninja Village? As soon as he appeared, he played two ninjutsu, and was directly solved by Chin-Yu's two balls. This is too shocking. Boy, you don't keep your promise. Kakuzu looked up with difficulty in the rubble. The four masks behind him have collapsed, proving that he survived the two balls just now and directly ruined his 4 lives. Moreover, even the last mask had a crack. If the attack just now, continue for another 7 or 8 seconds. I'm afraid, Kakuzu has come to an end in the ninja world. What's the matter, are you still not giving up? Chin-Yu smiled warmly. Kakuzu's expression froze, and then he roared angrily. Boy, you die for me. The soil under Chin-Yu's feet opened in an instant, and there were thousands of blood vessels formed by both arms. Like countless shots, he stabbed Chin-Yu directly. The attack is close at hand, and it is still overwhelming, giving people a feeling that there is no way to hide. However, in the face of all this, Chin-Yu didn't seem to care about it at all, and the smile on his face became even more prosperous. A blood-colored illusory body instantly enveloped the body. Thousands of blood vessels, like rain hitting plantains. Directly by Susano. Looking at this sudden appearance, it was like a godlike figure. Kakuzu's expression froze. By the way, I still have Suiten water style, Doden earth style, and Kaden fire style balls. I haven't rolled them yet. Do you need to try them? Chin-Yu smiled playfully. If Danzo saw it, he had high hopes that the ace who could kill Chin-Yu would be teased like a baby. I am afraid that, like Kakuzu, he even has a heart to die. No, you killed me, Kakuzu roared grimly. Danzo, I've known for a long time that you're not doing well. Azuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but startled. They had also guessed that this assassination was related to Konoha. But it is also possible that the villages of Kurigakure and Kumogakure suffered a big loss in Chin-Yu's hands. deliberately offering a reward in the black market for Kakuzu to assassinate. However, now that Kakuzu broke it himself, everything is different. Killing from the outside world, no matter who it is. They are absolutely not afraid. But the current assassination, but from Konoha. This is a knife in the back. Where does it not make people feel cold? Hee, tell everything, isn't that a good boy? Chinyu laughed dryly and said, don't worry, I won't kill you. You are a rare strong man. If this ninja world lacks you, it will also lose a lot of color, and I like your true temperament covered in copper. Susanoo shrouded in Chinyu's body instantly dissipated. For the thousands of blood vessels that are still staring at the outside world, it seems that they have not paid attention to it. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Kakuzu couldn't help asking. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, isn't this basic trust? Or, I don't think you can kill me. Kakuzu's expression froze. If someone else said this, he would definitely not be convinced. But after seeing Chinyu's powerful means with his own eyes, the dignified S-level missing nin was defeated by 2 balls. This is a complete nightmare. I admit defeat. Kakuzu gave this answer after holding back for a long time. Those blood vessels lurking in the soil were quickly recovered. Looking at the dignified S-rank missing nin, he really opened his mouth to surrender, and Moonlight Hayate and Azuki Yugao froze in place. From assassination to surrender, the gap is too big. Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 41 to 60. Chapter 41 The next goal. The huge ruins looked unusually messy. The dignified S-rank missing Ninkakuzu, like a salted fish, lies inside. If Danzo can see that the bounty hunter he regards as an ace has become a pug in front of Chinyu, I am afraid it is difficult to accept. Don't worry, you will know later that this decision is correct. Chinyu patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. Now that you have lost 4 hearts, it happens that I have a very good goal. If you can get it, your strength will definitely skyrocket to a higher level. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, Chinyu's powerful means. Kakuzu may not believe this. But after being tortured by 2 Maruko, now Kakuzu desperately wants to become stronger. From then on, he stood up in front of Chinyu. What power are you talking about? Kakuzu grabbed Chinyu's arm. Feeling the strength from his 5 fingers, Chinyu couldn't help but smile. The world is most afraid of people who have no ambition. If so, how can a person become stronger? That only magnifies their ambitions infinitely. For example, Uchiha Obito turned from the back of the crane and turned into a big boss behind the scenes. This is the best interpretation. You should have heard that the Third Ninja War was triggered by the disappearance of Sunagakure village, the 3rd generation of Kazekage. Chinyu looked at Kakuzu. He acts in the dark all the year round, things outsiders may not know. As a bounty hunter, he will have more intelligence channels. In the world of Kakuzu, there is nothing money can't solve. I know, it's been a mess, but I don't know who did it. Kakuzu shook his head. Those 3 generations of Kazekage have a reward of 10,000 taels in the black market. Is it really not your Konoha? No, Chinyu shook his head. I asked you to find someone, and after finding him, you managed to take the heart of the 3 generations of Kazekage from his hands. With iron sand, your strength will reach a higher level. Kakuzu's grievances can obtain this chakra attribute change by plundering the hearts of others. Iron sand, like Kumogakure's dark thunder. Both are specific variant properties, different from Kekkei Genkei. Others may not get this power, but Kakuzu is an exception. There was just one thing Chinyu couldn't understand, why in the original book, it was obvious that he could become a very strong ninjutsu. A good hand is often played badly. Could this be the legendary plot kill? Feeling the change in Chin-Yu's gaze, Kakuzu smiled helplessly and sat up straight with difficulty. Old boss. I know you, and I will definitely think that with such a powerful secret technique, why would you go to some special people to take the house? It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I can't do it alone. For Kakuzu's helplessness, Chin-Yu is actually very powerful. His fame is nothing more than the fact that Taki Shinobi sent out to assassinate the first Hokage. After standing in the distance and placing a shuriken, he was already frightened by his eyes, and fled back with his tail between his tail. Taki Ninja Village was afraid of the incident, and after Kakuzu came back, he was directly charged with an unwarranted crime. Kakuzu was angry, and directly seized the grievances of the secret art. Originally, the overall strength of Taki Ninja Village was not enough. In the later period of the original work, a Jonin could hang a village. Facing the existence of a monster like Kakuzu, it is completely a target. Do you know the whereabouts of the 3 generations of Kazekage? Kakuzu couldn't hold back his breath. The Moonlight Hayate and Azuki Yugao in the distance were startled for a while, and were about to step forward. Chin-Yu's Mangekyo Sharingan turned in vain, instantly hypnotizing the two of them. For Azuki Yugao, Chin-Feng is not disbelieving. But he didn't want to implicate her, and was monitored by Danzo and Anbu. In case of forced confession, it is even more inadvisable. Looking at Chin-Yu's casual glance, he hypnotized Azuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate. In addition to being surprised, he finally realized that something was wrong. Boss, your Sharingan is the same as Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu was able to run away with a single glance, and there were only 2 in the ninja world. The first is the original Hokage. The second is Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu, who survived the first ninja war, is no stranger to the existence of Uchiha Madara. Almost. Chin-Yu didn't hide it. Since you want to let a person do things for yourself, if you can't even shock and deter. How to sacrifice your life for yourself. Let's get down to business first. Chin-Yu returned to the topic and said, you have a lot of connections in the black market. Find me a person named Sasori of the Red Sand. If you find him and ask him to give you the heart of 3 generations of Kazekage, he needs a lot of materials to make human puppets, and he must keep the human alive before he can carry out the transformation. The biggest special feature of a human puppet is that it can possess the ninjutsu of its own life. Although the puppet core is also required, for Chin-Yu, it is good that Kakuzu can get the iron sand. However, it would be nice if Sasori of the Red Sand could be recruited. Moreover, if you can't find Orochimaru, you can also come to reproductive cultivation, then you will have the best of both worlds. You mean that kid? Kakuzu's expression froze. Chin-Yu raised his brows. You know him? Of course I do. Kakuzu nodded. This kid likes to make puppets, and sometimes he buys some corpses from me that aren't dead yet, and also offers bounties for me to catch some living people. I didn't expect him to be crazy enough to attack the 3rd generation Kazekage. That's the head of his village. Chin-Yu was instantly helpless. He didn't expect the person he wanted to recruit. One was covered in copper stench. One is heterosexuality. It seems that Akatsuki is a bunch of weirdos. However, people who are not the same way, how can they come to the same road? Since you know where he is, let's go first. Several root ninjas have just arrived there. You should be able to solve it, right? Chin-Yu glanced at the woods not far away. As soon as they arrived, the expressions of the 3 root ninjas who were hiding inside for surveillance changed dramatically. I didn't have time to think about it. I quickly planned to withdraw and retreat. The purpose of their visit this time was to monitor the battle between Kakuzu and Chin-Yu, and then report back to Danzo. However, let them never imagine. I thought it would be a protracted war, but I didn't expect it at all. After hearing the explosion and arriving later, the battle was over. "Boss, don't worry, they can't get out of my palm and look for that guy. I'd better change my heart first." Kakuzu smiled grimly. In the jungle, dark blood vessels spurted out in an instant. Like a big net, it shrouded the 3 root ninjas overwhelmingly. Chapter 42 _ Ah! 3 screams suddenly sounded. It will come to an end soon. With the help of Mangekyo Sharingan, Chinyu saw the ground and shot out a large blood vessel without warning, directly piercing the bodies of the 3 root ninjas. As the blood was swallowed, Kakuzu, who was weak, gradually regained his breath. The 3 hearts were dug out abruptly and boarded directly by Kakuzu. Feeling his slightly recovered physical strength, Kakuzu breathed a sigh of relief and finally stood up. "Boss, I'm going first. Where does Danzo need me to deal with it?" A murderous look flashed on Kakuzu's face. For Danzo's intelligence error this time, it almost cost him his life. If it wasn't for Chinyu, he would finally be willing to recruit. "I'm afraid he has now become a cold corpse." "No need, you don't need to take care of this matter, I will handle it myself." Chinyu patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. "Let's go." Kakuzu couldn't help but startled and said, "Boss, don't you need to do something with me? If I just run away like this, you will lose more than you gain." In Kakuzu's eyes, there are many undercover spies from various countries. Each of them will use some demonic illusion, secret technique, forbidden technique, etc. to operate remotely for security and confidentiality. Originally, the most difficult thing to accept for Kakuzu to surrender was to endure the pain of being manipulated. "No, it's unfavorable to use small tricks on your body," Chinyu said with a smile. "Also, I believe in my charisma, and the whole ninja world will tremble when I am domineering." This seems like a joke. However, falling into Kakuzu's ear made his expression change. After seeing Chinyu's powerful means with his own eyes. Like Uchiha Madara, there are blood moon eyes that symbolize disaster. He knew that this young man was probably not aimless. Kakuzu took a deep breath, and after clarifying his thoughts, he said, "Boss, I'm leaving first. If there is any news, I will contact you as soon as possible." Kakuzu leave, Chinyu walked to Azuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate. Solution. The surgical seal was turned over, the sleeping Moonlight Hayate and Azuki Yugao woke up. "Chinyu, why did I fall asleep? I seem to have had a dream just now that an S-rank missing nin is coming to assassinate us." Azuki Yugao rubbed his hazy eyes. When he saw the ruins in front of him, he was stunned. "This is probably not a dream. Let's go, the time is about the same. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid Konoha will send someone to find us." Chinyu rubbed Azuki Yugao's head. When using Mangekyo Sharingan just now, Chinyu didn't do anything. Azuki Yugao recovered a little and glared. "Chinyu, can't you always treat me like a little girl and rub my head?" Compared with Chinyu, Azuki Yugao's age is similar. However, in terms of height, Chinyu was already 1.7 meters tall, which was significantly taller than Azuki Yugao, who was just over 1.5 meters tall. Not only can you see the top of your head, but you can also touch your head comfortably. Konoha seals the front door. Due to the emergence of Uchiha Chinyu, he defeated Kumogakure and Kurigakure with a strong attitude. This led to the high level of Konoha attaching great importance to it. Do not. It should be said that even the younger generation in the Uchiha clan was greatly shocked. I thought that when a Uchiha Shisui came out, it had already overwhelmed the entire era. Not long ago, even the little devil of the Uchiha clan's patriarch showed his sharp edge. He was hailed as a little genius as soon as he entered the ninjutsu school. Now suddenly there is a genius who has been bullied for more than 10 years and lurked. This gap is a bit difficult to accept. It is for this reason that the Uchiha clan also sent a guard team to wait here. Opposite them are Namikaze Minato and the rare Danzo. A few minutes ago, after Namikaze Minato finished dealing with trivial matters, he returned to Konoha and unexpectedly found Danzo, who has always been a dragon but not the end, appeared in front of the city gate. When he was surprised, his heart was also suspended. Thinking of what happened in the stronghold, Danzo appeared here. Obviously the weasel was celebrating the new year for the chicken. No, the appointed time has passed, I'll go take a look. Namikaze Minato glanced at Chunin, who was stationed at the gate, and couldn't help but act. Hehe, Minato, you just got back, where are you going now? Danzo was staring at Minato visibly all the time. Formed the Hiraishin spell, he hurriedly stepped forward and interrupted. Lord Danzo, the 3 Chunins I led have exceeded the agreed time. I'm worried about the accident, so I want to go and see. Namikaze Minato said in a deep voice. There was a hint of coldness between the words. Minato was also dissatisfied with Danzo's successive shots on Chinyu. However, Namikaze Minato is not the reason for Chinyu and others being late, and it is not easy to directly refute. Hehe, Minato, you are worthy of being the next Hokage's favorite, even doing things safely. Danzo was still laughing. His heart, he was silently calculating the time for Kakuzu to solve Chinyu. Danzo smiled even more at the impatient Minato. In his eyes, the longer the delay, the better the chances of Minato waiting to collect the body. 15 minutes have passed now, with the strength of rank missing Nin and the help of Hefeng Demon Ninja. To solve a mere Chunin. Even if this Chunin is carrying a secret, it is no exception. Lord Danzo, you didn't deliberately stop me from saving people, did you? Namikaze Minato's expression darkened. The team was originally led by him. In case anything happened to Chinyu and others, he would be to blame. Minato, what you said made the old man's heart chill. Danzo said this, but his smile became brighter. You know what, everything I do is for Konoha. What's more, I don't know what you're talking about. I just watched the liveliness here and came here to join in the fun to see who you are waiting for here. Having said that, Danzo shook his head with a smile. However, looking at your expression, I'm afraid the chance of not waiting is not big. Then I'll go back first. I hope the little friend in your eyes can arrive safely. 15 minutes have passed. The monitors he sent also did not send out a notification signal. From Danzo's point of view, Chinyu and the others are sure to die. It is for this reason that it is of little use to continue to stay here. Minato, why are you here? Chinyu's voice suddenly sounded. Danzo's steps, and the smile on his face, stiffened. Chapter 43 Chinyu, nothing happened on your way, why did you delay 15 minutes? Namikaze Minato's face beamed with joy. However, looking at Danzo, there was a little more provocation. A moment ago, he kept saying that it was impossible, but now Chinyu suddenly appeared. This slap made a slap in the face. Nothing happened, we just got tired and rested. Chinyu smiled and patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. Is there something wrong? If not, I'll go back to rest first. This scene immediately caused the guards standing not far away to become restless. Have you seen, that trash Uchiha Chinyu is the same as Namikaze Minato's brother. They seem to have a good relationship. It's really quick for Konoha to win people's hearts, no wonder he can become a popular candidate for the next Hokage. The guards headed. It was obviously a thin man in his early 20s, with hostility flashing in his pupils. Chinyu remembered that this one seemed to be called Uchiha Stone. Has double Tomo Sharingan. Before the rise of Uchiha Shisui, he was known as the rookie of the Uchiha family, and there was hope. Unfortunately, at the moment when Uchiha Shisui became famous overnight. Uchiha Stone was instantly turned into slag. Now that another Uchiha Chinyu appears, I am afraid that he will not be convinced. However, Chinyu didn't take it all seriously. In this world where strength is respected, there is nothing that cannot be solved by fists. If it doesn't work, then another punch. You are Uchiha Chinyu. You are indeed a hero out of a teenager. With all the obstacles along the way, you were able to reach Konoha village smoothly. It seems that the legend is true. Danzo turned around and said with a smile. However, the half-smile expression, all over his body, gave people an inexplicable depression. According to Chinyu, riding a horse is hiding a knife in a smile. Thank you for your concern, except for a few flies along the way, it seems that there is really no trouble. Qin Feng smiled warmly. Or, it's because I'm very lucky, or it's under the command of Lord Danzo. Is there any subordinate who's too unlucky, so they can't get back when they get lost? Having said that, Chinyu met Danzo's gaze without any hesitation, and his smile became even brighter. Lord Danzo, do you think that biting guard dogs should be killed? Don't let me see those two beasts, otherwise I will not show mercy to anyone. Fell, Chinyu's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan spun in vain. Immediately afterwards, the huge pupil power exploded like a frenzy, turning into a wave of air and sweeping away. However, this breath came and went in a hurry. It disappeared quickly. What a powerful pupil power! Danzo's expression froze. However, looking at Chinyu's eyes, there was a hint of greed in the depths of his pupils. For the Uchiha family, Danzo is a love-hate relationship. He hated the Uchiha family, and loved their Sharingan. Moreover, it was learned from the information that Chinyu's eyes were obviously different from those of the ordinary people of the Sharingan. Now that he has seen it with his own eyes, Danzo is more certain that these eyes are definitely similar to the Mangekyo recorded by the second-generation Hokage. Most importantly, the power of the pupil that burst out just now is so powerful. If it is not measured by Mangekyo Sharingan, it is absolutely inexplicable. Uchiha Chinyu, you really are different. You can even awaken your legendary eyes. Maybe you will surpass Uchiha Shisui and become a peerless genius in the family. Danzo pointed it out directly. Uchiha Ishii and other members of the guard team, their faces changed involuntarily. Also from the Uchiha clan, and they are very happy when there is a strong person in the clan. But who doesn't want to? He is the strong one. Now let the old tale of the crane become a peerless genius in Danzo's mouth. Also awaken the legendary Sharingan. This kind of treatment is enough to make one's heart twist. Hee, Lord Danzo, you really know how to joke. Maybe I'm not enough to compare with you. Chinyu laughed dryly. If you're okay, I'll go to the debrief. Yes, I almost forgot about this. Namikaze Minato hurriedly took over. The 3 generations of Hokage-sama and the 2 Konoha advisors have been waiting for a long time. Let's report first. Yugao, Hayate, go back to rest first. You are also tired during this time, don't walk around. Moonlight Hayate heard the words, relieved, glanced at Chinyu, quickly thanked him, turned around and left. Azuki Yugao felt a little reluctant in her heart, but feeling the atmosphere in the field, she also knew that it was not suitable to stay now. After looking at Chinyu worriedly, he also turned and left. For a time, the huge city gate had an inexplicable depressing taste. Minato, let's go. Chinyu patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder. Don't make the 3 generations wait for a long time. If you like Danzo, you can continue to stay here. Maybe you will wait for your hope. These words, Chinyu took the lead and walked to the Hokage building. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly. However, he also disagrees with Danzo's approach. Now that Danzo can suffer, Namikaze Minato can't be happy. It will not protect Danzo's weak mind. Chinyu and Namikaze Minato leave. Uchiha Shi left with a gloomy face and led the guards. Lord Danzo, do you still have to wait? I'm already on time to change shifts. Chunin, who was guarding the sealed gate, asked weakly. Fuck me, are you qualified to ask, Lord Danzo? Yamanaka wind flashed in the dark. Aburame followed behind to take the route, and the expressions of the two were obviously not good-looking. Danzo didn't speak. For Chinyu's words just now, he was only in his arms. Sharingan that he has collected so hard on his arm. There is also a secret transaction with Orochimaru, but there is a feeling of being seen through in my heart. Danzo, as the founder of Root, is also at the top of Konoha. Whether it is mentality or strategy, even Chungfu asked himself that even the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't compete with him. However, this time, not only did the assassination fail, but even a kid couldn't see through it. For the first time, Danzo realized what it was like to feel incomprehensible. Lord Danzo, didn't you ask the S-rank missing nin of Taki Ninja Village to kill Uchiha Chinyu? Why is he okay? Yamanaka couldn't hold his breath. Thinking of Yamanaka Long Yi's death, he wanted to tear Chin Yusheng apart. Feng, don't be nervous. Could it be that the kid changed his walking route and Kakuzu was empty? Aburame said solemnly. Otherwise, with the character of this kid, if Kakuzu really misses, he will definitely attack now. Danzo also nodded silently to these remarks. Go find someone, get in touch with Kakuzu, and check the post at the same time. I want the results in 30 minutes. Don't worry, Lord Danzo, I'll go now. Yamanaka couldn't hold back his breath. Abandoning these words, he turned around and rushed out of the sealed gate. He is now eager to verify Aburame's claim to take root. However, another thought flashed through my mind from time to time. Chapter 44 Shoyu Sharingan. In Hokage's office, the 3 generations of Hokage, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado closed their eyes silently, giving the huge office an inexplicable depression. Sarutobi, do you think he will come? Homura Mitokado said suddenly. Kaharu Udatane also looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. As soon as these words fell, the field fell into a brief silence, and the 3 generations of Hokage said, I believe in Minato, and I believe that he will definitely come. If even these dangers cannot be overcome, how can it be possible to repel Kumogakure and Kurigakure, and even I in the AB group recognizes his strength. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado looked stunned. This answer is obviously not what they expected. Sarutobi, do you think things are too simple? Homura Mitokado began. Soon an Anbu ninja appeared in the office like a ghost. Find the information on the bounty hunters who handed over to Danzo. In addition to the Fuma clan, there are also Kakuzu who attacked the first Hokage in the past, and Kakuzu who attacked and killed the top of Taki Ninja Village. Anbu Ninja took out a scroll. It's him. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane paled. However, a glimmer of happiness flashed in his pupils. 3 generations of Hokage. Notify Namikaze Minato and have him come to see me immediately. For Namikaze Minato, the importance of Chinyu, the 3rd generation of Hokage, was a little calm at first. However, after learning that Danzo had recruited this kind of monster to kill him, he couldn't hold his breath. Sarutobi, you are working too hard. That kid will die if he dies. We don't have to worry too much. Don't forget, it's wartime, and it's also a critical moment. Kaharu Udatane said suddenly. Homura Mitokado nodded in agreement. Kaharu is right, it's a good thing for Konoha to have one less thing. Seeing that the 2 major advisors of Konoha gave such an answer, the 3rd generation of Hokage looked stagnant, and chose to quickly pull the door to prepare for a visit in person. Lord Hokage, I brought Chinyu. 3 generations of Hokage just opened the door, and the site is Namikaze Minato, and there is a slightly unfamiliar face. It's him. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane couldn't help but stand up. Looking at Chinyu, who was standing side by side with Namikaze Minato at the office door, his expression was a little dazed. In their eyes, Chinyu was too young. At only 14 or 15 years old, he has the strength to repel Kumogakure and Kurigakure alone. It's not even comparable to them. If he grows up, his future strength is even more unimaginable. Are you Uchiha Chinyu? 3 generations of Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. Come and rest first, you are different from what I expected. Seeing that the 3 generations of Hokage let out the door, Chinyu walked in without being detained at all. Namikaze Minato was startled, touched the tip of his nose helplessly, and walked after him. HMPH, impolite brat. Kaharu Udatane snorted coldly. However, just as the voice blurted out, it met Chinyu's gaze. The moment when the 4 eyes were facing each other, the blood of the gorilla Yuhi quickly spread in Chinyu's pupils. Nine-Tomo Sharingan, the moment of sudden rotation, exudes an inexplicable smell of disaster. What? Kaharu Udatane's expression changed drastically. Boy, you dare! Homura Mitokado flickered, and quickly appeared beside Chinyu. His right hand turned into an eagle's claw, and he grabbed Chinyu directly. Sealing technique water chain bound. A mysterious incantation formation, centered on Homura Mitokado's right foot, spread rapidly. At the same time, 4 chains condensed from water were condensed out of thin air and quickly wrapped around Chinyu's body. However, as soon as the attack came out, Homura Mitokado felt that the world was changing, as if the stars were moving. Demonic illusion solution. 3 generations of Hokage shouted anxiously. Homura Mitokado woke up suddenly, gasping for breath, when he realized that the water chain restraint he had just cast had wrapped his limbs. Kaharu Udatane on the side was sweating profusely. Chinyu, what are you doing? Homura Mitokado shouted angrily. Someone, catch him immediately. An angry roar echoed in the office. However, half of the Anbu ninjas around did not appear. Don't get excited, I know you all want to know what kind of pupil technique I have. I just demonstrated it a little. Chinyu smiled warmly. Demonic illusion hypnotic eye. As long as there is a brief eye contact with me, it will be instantly hypnotized. Of course, if a ninja is strong, firm-willed, and experienced in combat, such a simple hypnotic eye cannot work on him. Untie. Chinyu's Tomo Sharingan faded away, and the demonic illusion was lifted instantly. Anbu, who was hiding all around, landed in the office one after another, and there were 8 in total. Moreover, the breath emanating from each body is a master of nerves. Boy, are you mocking us for being hypnotized? Homura Mitokado's face sank as he shouted angrily. Come on, hurry up and catch him for me. The 8 Anbu present were startled for a while, and after looking at each other, they looked at the 3rd generation of Hokage. They are Hokage's direct subordinate Anbu, and just listen to Hokage's one-man orders. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado are top executives and advisors to Konoha. But getting them to act is absolutely impossible. Retire. The 3rd Hokage waved his hand. 8 Anbu ninjas disappeared without any hesitation. The expressions of Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado changed. Sarutobi, what do you mean? He attacked the top officials of Konoha, and even disturbed the Hokage office, which should be punished. Kaharu Udatane shouted urgently. Homura Mitokado didn't speak, but when he thought that he had been hit by demonic illusion just now, he was caught by the restraint of the water whip he cast. This made his face a little uneasy. Okay, Chinyu just gave a little demonstration, I will handle this matter, and you don't need to say more. The 3rd generation of Hokage said without a doubt. Besides, I'm Hokage, if you're not hurt, just shut up. The expressions of Kaharu Yutane and Homura Mitokado couldn't help changing. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been moderate, they knew that this toughness would only be shown when the fate of Konoha was decided. After looking at Chinyu, Homura Mitokado snorted coldly and said, "Since Hokage doesn't need us to be present, then as Konoha's advisors, Kaharu and I will leave first. Hopefully the 3 generations of Hokage don't do anything that jeopardizes the foundations of Konoha, or we don't mind taking a trip to the daimyo." Chapter 45 The Decision of the 3rd Generation of Hokage. These threatening words, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Yutane turned and walked out of Hokage's office. When he left, the murderous gaze was so eager to swallow Chin-Yusheng. "Okay, Minato, close the door." The 3 generations of Hokage didn't take their words to heart. As Konoha's Hokage, the 3 generations' prestige is still very high. If Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Yutane are casually frightened, how can they do anything big? "Lord Hokage, if you end like this, it seems that the 2 advisors will go to Danzo's camp." Chinyu spoke first. As soon as Namikaze Minato closed the door, she felt a headache. He had already expected that with Chinyu's unruly character, he would definitely make things extravagant. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came to Hokage's office, I directly confronted Kaharu Yutane and Homura Mitokado. Even more, Namikaze Minato did not expect that the hypnotic effect of Mangekyo Sharingan would be so powerful. Even Konoha's 2 high-level advisors were caught off guard when they were caught off guard. "Uchiha Chinyu, you really hid very deeply. With your mind and guts, I really don't know how to describe you." 3 generations of Hokage smiled and shook his head. "Obviously you have such a powerful strength, but you have hidden your edge for more than 10 years. I can call your mind like a demon." For this evaluation, Chinyu also smiled and did not speak. "Tell Hokage the 3rd generation, I was through the army, and I just captured the body of this short-lived ghost, and then opened the plug-in and became stronger in an instant. Moreover, now the 3 generations of Hokage have personally made up their minds to help him find excuses." Chinyu is not happy. Seeing Chinyu smiling and not speaking, the 3rd generation Hokage frowned and changed his way of speaking. "Chinyu, I want to know, why did you do this, and, after hiding for so long, why did you suddenly attack again? Because you don't want to see the past lost, or you don't want to see other people die? Or, you have other people you value and don't want them dying?" Having said that, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but look at Chinyu. Moreover, he also nodded secretly to the straight-to-the-point questioning of the 3 generations of Hokage. Namikaze Minato was very clear about Chinyu's character during the time he had been in contact with Chinyu. "Chinyu, remember, any answer will be related to whether you can stay in Konoha Ninja Village. Of course, I hope that you, like Minato, will become a powerful new force in our Konoha Ninja Village." 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help it. Added one more sentence. Hokage with a solemn expression, Chinyu smiled warmly. "I have no interest in Hokage's position, nor do I have a so-called sense of belonging to the competition between your factions. However, I don't like other people being sneaky. If you don't like me, you can let the horses come over. Or, if you're not afraid of death, I don't mind killing 1 by 1, or 2 by 1. Chinyu's smile became brighter and brighter. After a short pause, he said, "I just want to be my salted fish." Salted fish. Namikaze Minato and Sandai Hokage couldn't help but startled. For such a refreshing and refined adjective, they obviously can't think of anything. "Chinyu, what is salted fish?" Namikaze Minato couldn't help but ask. 3rd generation of Hokage heard the words, and even Anbu in the dark also showed a hint of urgency. After all, from what Chinyu said just now, his attitude will shake Konoha's safety. The salted fish just has time to bask in the sun, so I bask in the front, and then bask in the days behind. Chinyu explained while touching the tip of his nose. For this kind of life, in the eyes of previous lives, this is a symbol of successful people. Imagine when someone else is at work. Under the sun and the beach, basking in the sun. From time to time, there is a big beautiful girl who wears a little less cloth, and helps to turn over and wipe the sun oil from time to time. Isn't life a salted fish? Namikaze Minato is stunned. Do not. It should be said that even the 3 generations of Hokage and Anbu, who was hiding in the dark, have become stiff. This salted fish life is too nonsense. Chinyu, your request is really that simple. The 3rd generation Hokage couldn't hold back his breath. If you want, I can make you an elite Jonin, and publish your record, giving you the same power as Minato. Anbu's ninjas were taken aback by the sweet pastry thrown by the 3 generations of Hokage. Namikaze Minato has long been regarded as the successor of the next generation of Hokage, with an identity and status that is completely unique. Now the 3 generations of Hokage put forward this condition as soon as he opened his mouth. That probably means admitting that Chinyu has the qualifications to compete for Hokage. No need, being a Hokage is such a troublesome thing. I don't want to age prematurely, and my hair will lose white hair. If I'm not careful, I have to die for the village. This kind of fearless spirit should be left to Minato. Chinyu didn't care at all. If nothing else, I'll go back to rest first. Abandoning these words, Chinyu turned around and left. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato's expression became stagnant. He was about to say something to discourage him, but he had already seen the 3 generations of Hokage shaking his head to stop him. As the door of the office closed again, the 3 generations of Hokage pondered for a moment, then said, Minato, what do you think? What Chinyu said just now is true. As for Chinyu's theory of salted fish, the 3rd generation of Hokage now thinks about it and has a bit of a headache. This is too much. Lord Hokage, I think Chinyu is trustworthy. Namikaze Minato said with a flickering expression. From the very beginning, he clearly knew the situation of the Uchiha family. Not only did he not have any hatred, but when Kumogakure attacked hundreds of Kumogakure and AB groups, he did not hesitate to give up the secret that had been hidden for more than 10 years, and even offered to rescue him. This proves Chinyu's heart, and among the Konoha. Quote, after repelling Kumogakure, I know that Danzo will definitely take anger on him because of Yamanaka Wind and Aburame taking the route. Not only did he not escape, but he also defeated Kurigakure's sneak attack again, and now he is following me back to Konoha. With the strength he just showed, he sneaked away halfway. Who can stop him? Having said that, Namikaze Minato looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. He clearly knew that no matter how much he said, the one who could really decide was the 3rd generation of Hokage. Minato, I know exactly what you think. The 3rd generation Hokage pondered for a moment and then said, then the matter of Uchiha and Chinyu will be handed over to you. I hope you can make him a spear in the hands of our Konoha, as bright as you. Sanin's departure is actually an important fuse for the 3rd Ninja War. Chapter 46 All Dead. A small voice echoed in the office. Namikaze Minato's expression froze, and he fell into a brief silence. The 2nd Ninja War, Hanzo of the Salamander, gave Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru the title of Sannin. It can be said that for a time Sannin was in the limelight in the huge ninja world. 3 people appearing in any battlefield is enough to dominate a battle. If it is placed now, with these 3 subordinates on every battlefield, the 3 major countries want to offend the country of fire. Still need to weigh 1 or 2. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's betrayal, Tsunade's post-traumatic stress, and Jiraiya's departure. For Konoha, it was a huge blow. If Chinyu, a new force, joins now, it would be best to end the current 3rd Ninja War. Lord Hokage, Don't worry, I have a good relationship with Fugaku. With his help, Chinyu is at best a salted fish. Namikaze Minato said at the end, remembering what Chinyu said just now. Couldn't help but smile. 3 generations of Hokage also smiled bitterly and shook his head. With your words, I feel at ease. About Shinwukun Bridge, the latest news has been sent back. I hope you take the time to visit as soon as possible. Iwagakure has dispatched a large number of elites. The fight between them and Kumogakure seems to be coming to an end. Outside, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado walked out of the Hokage building with gloomy faces. It's Danzo. Homura Mitokado frowned. Let's go and see. Kaharu Udatane dropped those words and walked over quickly. How did you get down? Where did the kid go? Danzo was about to return to the Hokage building. HMPH, that kid is too arrogant to cast demonic illusion on us in Hokage's office, but his eyes are too terrifying. I'm afraid it's Grandmaster Demonic Illusion. Homura Mitokado said angrily. Danzo, didn't you ask S-rank missing Ninkakuzu to go and kill him? Why did you fail? Powerful demonic illusion. Danzo's expression changed slightly. It seems that Sarutobi's intelligence network is still so powerful that it even knows who I am looking for. I did find missing Ninkakuzu from Taki Ninja Village, and the Fuma clan to kill him, but looking at that kid's expression, I'm afraid he secretly changed his route and escaped. HMPH, I knew that he was just a coward who feared death. How could he be an opponent of S-rank missing Ninkakuzu? Homura Mitokado snorted coldly. This kid is too unruly. I'm worried he won't be available to Konoha. Danzo, you should contact Kakuzu as soon as possible and try to fix it. Kaharu Udatane didn't speak, but her expression showed her meaning. Looking at Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado who were still in the Sarutobi Hiruzen camp, a smile appeared on Danzo's face. Don't worry, this time Sarutobi made such a decision, it has already endangered the foundation of Konoha. I will contact Kakuzu as soon as possible, and try to solve the boy, but the position of the next Hokage, I think you should also think about it. Think. For Danzo, this is his best chance to capture the Hokage. If there are 2 high rises, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado. There is also evidence that Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision failed, so he has enough odds to compete with Namikaze Minato for the next Hokage position in front of the daimyo. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane couldn't help but linger. They were already expected. But I didn't expect Danzo to make no secret of Hokage's location. Lord Danzo, the Yamanaka wind is back. Aburame said suddenly. Danzo glanced at it, then Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane, who were full of hesitation, said, you don't have to make a decision too quickly. I will let Yamanaka Fung contact Kakuzu and let him solve Chinyu as soon as possible. Go back and think about it again. Now is the critical time of the war. The 4 major countries attacked our country of fire at the same time, and the daimyo is already furious. All of this is because of Sarutobi's so-called steady thinking. What kind of cultivation and recuperation? If he had been earlier, he would have listened to me. The persuasion of the 4 great powers was stunned by the use of iron fists. Quote. Our Konoha ninja village is the only one who dares to offend us. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane fell into silence. Yamanaka Kase also hurriedly arrived, sweating all over his head and looking anxious and urgent. If he hadn't been gasping for breath, he would have been the first to speak. Fung, take it slow, they are also our camp now. Danzo said with a faint smile. You go to contact Kakuzu now, the target has returned to Konoha, we will try to create opportunities for him to shoot, this time only allow success, not failure. Quote. Lost, failed, Lord Danzo, the Kakuzu Hefeng demon clan may have failed. Yamanaka couldn't care too much. Danzo's smile suddenly stiffened, and his cheeks twitched as he said, Fung, what nonsense are you talking about, what happened? In Danzo's eyes, Uchiha Chinyu is nowhere near as powerful as an S-level missing nin who has been famous for a long time and slaughtered high-level officials. Dead, all the elites of the Fengmo clan were killed, and there are traces of large-scale battles in the inn. Yamanaka said with a livid expression. Among them, from the damaged traces of some ninjutsu, the power has reached the S-level. What? Of both Danzo, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane changed. Although Chinyu was a group of 3, they did not believe that the 2 newcomers, Moonlight Hayate and Azuki Yugao, could perform such a powerful ninjutsu. As for the so-called S-level ninjutsu, if it is from the hands of Kakuzu, then Chinyu has absolutely no way to come back alive. After this heavy scrutiny, it was proved that this S-rank ninjutsu probably came from Chinyu's hands. S-rank missing ninkakuzu they have high hopes for has fallen. Thinking of this, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane turned pale. Just now they were tit for tat with Chinyu. If they accidentally fell into the demonic illusion and the 3rd generation of Hokage didn't rescue him in time, Chinyu would suddenly take action. What awaits them is probably certain death. Mito, Kaharu, don't forget, you promised me something. Danzo hurriedly returned to this topic. Kaharu, the weather is fine today, and we haven't had a cup of coffee for a long time. Homura Mitokado said suddenly. Kaharu Udatane nodded and said, all right, I feel like we haven't been together for a long time. Looking at the 2 who turned around and left after leaving this nonsense, Danzo's expression turned ashen to ultimate. You bastard. Danzo's face was full of resentment. This should have been his closest chance to Hokage's position. However, now even Kakuzu was beheaded by Chinyu, which was beyond his expectations. Lord Danzo, what should we do now? Yamanaka couldn't hold his breath. Now even S-rank missing ninkakuzu can't kill Uchiha Chinyu. Do we have to watch him swagger in Konoha in vain? Fung, don't be impulsive. Lord Danzo will have a solution. Aburame hurriedly discouraged. However, he said this in his mouth, but he couldn't figure out what happened in his heart for a moment or 3. Even the existence of Kakuzu can't deal with Chinyu. Who else dares to take action? Don't worry, I've thought of a good candidate. Chapter 47 You are a little insufficient. The residence of the Uchiha clan is located in the northwest corner of Konoha Ninja Village. It is against the edge of the village and there are mountains, giving people a feeling that it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, it was easier for Konoha to guard the gates of the Uchiha clan. This can always be on guard against the Uchiha clan's defection. Chinyu left the Hokage building. He walked towards the residence of the Uchiha family. Chinyu has become cautious in 2 lifetimes. Still, there is a soulful attachment to this place. This may be the only thing left by the previous soul to Chinyu. Chinfeng looked up and saw the simple gate not far away with the Uchiha family's emblem on it. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. Chinyu raised his brows and threw out 3 shuriken with his backhand, which turned into a black light, and swept straight to his side. Clang clang. 3 metal collisions sounded suddenly. The shuriken was deflected directly. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. A slightly immature voice suddenly sounded. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, and looked at the grand fireball, which was 4 or 5 meters in diameter, and rolled over. Sweden, water style, water dragon bullet art. The water dragon erupted and collided directly with the grand fireball. Boom! Thunder-like explosions came out, and the water mist rose into the sky. It's enough. If you want to fight, wait for the next time. Like a ghost, Chinyu passed through the blast of wind and waves, appeared behind Itachi, and pressed his shoulder. Itachi was taken aback. His hands were still quickly hand-sealed, but he didn't expect Chinyu's speed to be so fast. Even his own was only slightly captured. When I was only 6 years old, I started the single Tomo Sharingan. Itachi, you are really amazing. Chinyu patted Itachi on the shoulder. For this cousin, even Uchiha Chinyu in his previous life loved him very much. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi takes care of his cowardly and introverted cousin on weekdays. Brother, you usually hide really deep. Uchiha Itachi turned around, a little displeased on his face. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, I just don't want to cause trouble, but if I can't escape this time, there is no way. Aren't you in ninja school? You didn't use Shadow Clone to skip class, did you? Uchiha Itachi's expression was stagnant, obviously being stabbed in a sore spot. Brother, don't tell my dad that. Uchiha Itachi said anxiously. For Uchiha Itachi, who just entered the ninjutsu academy. At that time he was still a naive and romantic boy. It's just that after graduating from the ninjutsu academy, his character gradually became silent, and the more things he was exposed to at the same time, the more things he shouldered. And, Uchiha Shisui's death caused Uchiha Itachi to completely enter a dead end of thought. Don't worry, your dad won't bother me, it's already very good. Chinyu patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder. Looking at the woods not far away, he raised his brows and performed the shunshu technique directly. Brother, Uchiha Itachi just opened his mouth, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Uchiha Chinyu disappear out of thin air. Raiden Thunder style is so fast, faster than Shisui's. Uchiha Itachi looked stagnant, and quickly followed. As soon as I set foot in the woods, I heard a cry for help. Chinyu, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Azuki Yugao was holding a chakra knife, his pretty face was dirty and a little tired. I just wanted to bring you something to eat. I didn't expect him to say that I am good at the important places of the Uchiha clan. Having said this, Azuki Yugao bowed his head aggrievedly. Don't take it to heart. Chinyu shook his head, looking at the three people who were blocking Azuki Yugao, his face darkened. If he remembered correctly, the leader of the team was one of the vice captains, Uchiha Shi, who used to be known as a little genius, and 2 followers. However, because of the birth of Uchiha Shisui, he will be overwhelmed. Chinyu, is this your friend? Could it be that you have forgotten that people who are not from the Uchiha family can't be within 500 meters of the garrison station? Uchiha laughed mischievously. This time, he deliberately asked for trouble, just to make Chinyu subdue his subordinates. Uchiha Shi, I remember that there is no such rule in the garrison. My father would never set such a rule. Uchiha Itachi was the first to speak. Hurry up and let the people go, or you will violate the rules of the clan. Because the Uchiha family has always longed for the location of Hokage. It's a pity that every time it exceeds the number of votes, it will be greatly behind. After all, the number of Uchiha clan is quite large, and it is considered a big clan in the ninja world. But compared with the entire Konoha shinobi village, there is no comparison at all. Therefore, for this Hokage position, Uchiha Fugaku has made a lot of preparations. A pity that a genius named Namikaze Minato appeared at the same time. With Uchiha Fugaku hiding Mangekyo Sharingan, the two are not comparable at all. HMPH, now that Chief Fugaku isn't here, then I'm the rule. Uchiha said in a deep voice. Actually, we are all from the same clan. As long as you listen to me carefully in the future, the matter of her trespassing on our garrison this time will be fine. Otherwise, don't blame us for the execution now. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Chinyu with a little hesitation. Itachi, don't leave this time in the muddy waters, just stand by and watch. Chinyu patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and looked at Uchiha Stone. Is there no room for negotiation? Uchiha Shi was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Forgot to tell you, I have just been appointed an elite Jonin. Do you think there is room for negotiation on this matter? Elite Jonin. Chinyu smiled warmly. No wonder you dare to change the rules without authorization. It turned out to be an Elite Jonin. Elite Jonin is among the Konohas, and it seems that there are not many. Having said that, the smile on Chinyu's face became even more intense, and the next moment he spoke with a hint of coldness. Unfortunately, your confidence is a bit lacking. As soon as the voice fell, the electric arc on Chinyu's body crackled. Boom. At the same time that the ground under his feet suddenly collapsed, the whole person was like an electric light, passing by in the blink of an eye. A distance of tens of meters is but the blink of an eye. Uchiha Shi and the others reacted. Chinyu had already appeared in front of them. Heavy flow. Chinyu clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand abruptly, without any bells and whistles, and smashed it directly towards Uchiha Shi's abdomen. Chapter 48 Encounter with Sannin. Boom. Like a thunderous explosion, all defenses are pale and powerless under the thunderous light. The powerful impact immediately sent the Uchiha stone flying backwards like a cannonball. With the dull sound of collision, the big tree directly cut off the middle. The violent scene, and Chinyu who was bathed in the light of thunder, made the expressions of the remaining 2 little servants change drastically. Before he could think about it, he quickly took out the kunwu with his backhand, and stabbed Chinyu directly in the chest. However, in the face of this scene, Chinyu seems to have no idea. The moment the 2 black kunai were stabbed in front of the chest, under the thunder, they were directly bounced off. What kind of monster is this? The faces of the 2 attendants turned pale, and as soon as they took a step back, their huge fists quickly enlarged in their pupils. Boom. The 2 figures flew out like cannonballs. Hit 2 big trees. Under the splash of blood, he fell directly to the ground and couldn't get up. This is too strong. Uchiha Itachi's expression froze in disbelief. He learned about the change of his cousin from the mouth of Uchiha Fugaku. However, in Uchiha Itachi's understanding, this kind of change is the level of Jonin, or Elite Jonin. Saw Uchiha Shi and the other 2 doglegs appearing just now, he also thought about holding him back. Never thought that Chinyu would solve the Uchiha stone, an Elite Jonin, as soon as he made a move. Isn't it hurt? Chinyu rubbed the head of Azuki Yugao, who was still absent-minded. If you're injured, I can help you heal a thing or 2. When he was at the base, Uchiha Chinyu did not miss the opportunity to let Shizune instruct medical ninjutsu. Now his palm immortal technique, as well as the suffering extraction technique, have already reached the full level with 1 click. I'm fine, the lunchbox I brought for you is broken. Azuki Yugao said disappointedly. Let's go, let's eat Ichiraku ramen. Chinyu shook his head helplessly. Is this okay? Azuki Yugao couldn't help but startled, but his cheeks were fiery. In her eyes, this is not much different from so-called dating. And the kid over there, if you don't mind. Chinyu looked at Uchiha Itachi with a confused face. Itachi is now only a little over 6 years old, graduating from ninja school at the age of 7. So I just opened an order for Tomo, who is a little stronger than Chunin at best. Is this your brother Uchiha Itachi? Azuki Yugao hastily said, obviously having heard of this little genius. Of course I don't mind, Itachi is so cute. Azuki Yugao squeezed Uchiha Itachi's cheek. If people in later generations know that Itachi God is treated like this, they don't know what the expression will be. I don't need to go actually. Uchiha Itachi responded in a trance. You don't want to know, how deep is your brother's hiding? Azuki Yugao said with a playful smile, we may be able to squeeze out his secrets by joining forces. And, don't you want to know, how did he beat Kumogakure and Kurigakure back on his own? Hearing these words, Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment, then bit his lip and agreed. Let's go. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and turned to lead the way. There was this little beauty Azuki Yugao, which attracted the attention of many people. In particular, seeing Azuki Yugao and the Uchiha clan walking together, their faces were more or less disgusted. Chinyu didn't take all of this to heart, but he didn't think that Konoha was already so hostile to the Uchiha clan. Welcome. A 12 or 13-year-old girl came out. Ayame, ask the guests to sit down first, I'll make the ramen and I can serve it. The sound of hand beating came from the kitchen. I want a char shao ramen. Chinyu sat down casually. This is jokingly called by Hokage fans, Konoha will fall, and it will never fall, the most mysterious Ichiraku ramen shop in Hokage. It was also imagined that the real identity of Uncle Ichiraku is still hiding in the Konoha ninja village, the most mysterious Otsutsuki hand fighting. I want barbecue pork too. Azuki Yugao hurriedly echoed. In her eyes, only eating the same thing as Chinyu can be called a date. Me too, Uchiha Itachi said helplessly. However, the two soon entered the exchange meeting. When Azuki Yugao, referring to Uchiha Chinyu, cast Raiden Thunder-style Kirin to kill hundreds of Kumogakur in seconds. Uchiha Itachi looked at Chinyu with a hint of shock and awe. Hand beat, give me a char shao ramen. A slightly tired voice came from outside the door. Chinyu raised his brows and saw a man with silver hair and a huge scroll sitting beside him. Lord Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to come back at this juncture. He slapped his hand and walked out of the kitchen, with a hint of joy on his face. Hand Fight is an ordinary merchant in Konoha, and he only knows about the situation of the battle. However, no one would be worried when they learned that the three major battlefields were opened at the same time. Jiraiya's fame as the Second Ninja War is a reassurance for Konoha. Shiba, you're still the same. Jiraiya tore open the chopsticks, looked at the snacks that Handa signaled to Ayame, and shook his head. I'm coming back this time, just to report the information to the three generations, and I'll leave soon. The war will soon be decided. The expression on his hands couldn't help changing, and he hurriedly gave Jiraiya a gesture of silence. Lord Jiraiya, there are juniors here, you can't just say this information. By the way, don't drink this time. Last time, Lord Jiraiya, but he told a lot of information. If Lord Hokage didn't arrive in time, I would have become a sinner. Hand beat to remove the sake from Jiraiya's table. Well, this time back, it's really not suitable for drinking. This time, Jiraiya surprisingly did not argue with Sho, but instead looked at Chinyu. Handbeat is not a stupid person, he saw the clue in an instant, and took Ayame back to the back kitchen. The ramen will be ready in 10 minutes. Got it. Jiraiya knew it was a hand-tapping reminder. Looking at the boy in front of him who seemed to recognize him early in the morning, Jiraiya sighed. I didn't expect that Minato asked me to come back because of you little bastard. I heard that you fought off Kumogakur and Kurigakure alone. This level of strength is infinitely close to cage level. Looking at the entire Konoha, there are very few people who can defeat you. Azuki Yugao and Uchiha Itachi wisely stopped talking. Looking at one of the dignified Sannin, to Uchiha Chinyu, giving such an evaluation, his heart is also full of shock. Chapter 49_. Lord Jiraiya, you are serious. Chinyu smiled casually. I originally only planned to be a salted fish, just like writing a little yellow book like you. This life is very free. If I hadn't been caught and used as a strong man, I wouldn't want to make up for these things. Having said this, Chinyu sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, I am soft-hearted and kind, and I still can't help but take action. Looking at Chinyu with a nonchalant expression, Jiraiya was startled at first. These words are not much different from what Namikaze Minato mentioned. Sadly, this is not the result Jiraiya needs. Chinyu, you should be very clear that sometimes, once you are exposed, you can't go back to the past, and many times you still need to make a choice. Jiraiya said solemnly. This time, I'm back. Just wondering, what do you think Konoha, in this third ninja war, will turn out? The decisive battle of Shinwukun Bridge is about to start. In this case, the biggest variable is Uchiha Chinyu. With the strength he has shown, he can completely defeat 1,000 with one. In case of a runaway in the big rear of Konoha, this is a huge disaster for Konoha. Don't worry, I just want to go to the battlefield. Chinyu smiled indifferently and said, in the battle of Shinwukunchou, Konoha will win. Jiraiya obviously did not expect that Chinyu would agree so readily. However, it also happened to address his and Konoha's concerns. Instead of Uchiha Chinyu, this variable is placed in Konoha Shinobi Village. Yet, let Chinyu and Namikaze Minato go to the battlefield together. This at least stabilizes the big rear. However, I have one condition, Chinyu said suddenly. Jiraiya couldn't help but startled and said, what conditions do you have? As long as it doesn't endanger Konoha's safety, I can promise you. Don't worry, don't always take me as a threat. As I said, I'd rather be a salted fish than show my face. Unfortunately, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong, so I can't do anything about it. Chinyu laughed dryly. Originally, Chinyu was a little disappointed that he didn't see Mount Myoboku's psychic scroll on Namikaze Minato. I never thought that Jiraiya would take the initiative to come to the door. This kind of fat sheep is not slaughtered for nothing. Do you have the idea of psychics? Jiraiya raised her brows and said, Minato mentioned to me that you want to sign a psychic contract with the toads of Mount Myoboku. This is not a problem, but I would like to warn you that you must not do anything wrong with Mount Myoboku, or I will withdraw your contract. As Mount Myoboku Toad Immortal, Jiraiya has many special rights. Among them, entering and leaving Mount Myoboku, and combining with the two immortals, are two of them. Don't worry, I'm a good person. I finish the ramen first, and then we sign the contract. Chinyu smiled and looked at the hand who came out. The aroma of the ramen has already permeated. Seeing that there was no conflict between Jiraiya and Uchiha Chinyu, he couldn't help but feel relieved. The ramen is here, Jiraiya-sama, this is sake. Why did you let me drink again? Aren't you worried that I'm drunk and talking nonsense again? Haha, Lord Jiraiya, aren't there 3 little devils beside you? They just happened to send you back. For this ramen meal, Uchiha Itachi and Azuki Yugao didn't speak, and they ate very fast. Seeing the eagerness on their faces, Chinyu knew that they were clear and wanted to see the signing of the psychic contract. In Hokage, there are very few people who can sign a psychic contract. Moreover, even if they were able to sign it, the contract psychic beasts signed by many people were not very powerful. To Mount Myoboku, which is reputed to be the strongest slippery forest, Raichi Cave is a far cry. As for these 3 places of contract, it is also because of the rise of Sannin that the entire ninja world has become famous. Now Chinyu can actually sign a contract with Mount Myoboku, which is proof of a strong man. We're done eating, thank you for your hospitality. Azuki Yugao and Uchiha Itachi said in unison. Feeling the fiery gazes of the two, Chinyu lost his appetite. Chinyu felt an inexplicable urgency in his heart when he thought of signing a psychic contract and trying to get sage mode in his hands afterwards. You 3, don't keep staring at me, there are no yaksings who drink. Jiraiya was helpless, patted his wallet and said, this time, I will pay the bill, it's rare to come back to Konoha once, and I'll pay for it. Wasting money on you little bastards. It would be great if it were used on some big girls. Thinking of these young ladies bathing in Izumi, Jiraiya's face showed a trace of reminiscence. Let's go, don't say that you are Sannin when you go out, you look like a pig brother, it's shameful. Chinyu rolled his eyes and took the lead with Uchiha Itachi and Azuki Yugao to leave. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? You are still young, and you don't know what the world of adults is at all. Why don't I lend you the intimacy paradise? This will allow you to open up a second world view, so you don't have to be a salted fish all the time. Life also has color. After Jiraiya paid the bill, she hurriedly chased after him. When the four left, a figure flashed out in the dark and quickly walked towards the roots. After the leadership of Uchiha Itachi, Chinyu finally came to the slightly secluded basin outside the village. Looking around, there are few people around, but in the open space in the middle, there are many scarecrows dedicated to practicing shuriken, and the traces of attacks scattered on the ground. It seems that the identity of Uchiha Itachi, the king of skipping classes, is not nonsense. I didn't expect that the Uchiha family had 3 geniuses this time. If they were not 7 years old, they would be able to practice the shuriken technique to such a degree. Jiraiya has been the tail of the crane for half his life. But now that he has mastered sage art, he can definitely be called the strongest existence in Sannin. This may be the counterattack of the hard-working genius. Boy, why don't I accept you as a disciple, and you go wandering with me? Jiraiya said coldly. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but shook his head and said, "No need, I want my brother to guide me." Let this monster. Jiraiya glanced at Uchiha Chinyu and said, "You follow this monster, but it's easy to be traumatized. If you follow me, I can give you another kind of enlightenment. You have to know that this world is very big, and some things are very cool. It's like landing in heaven. As long as you try it, you will linger." Jiraiya who ran the train as soon as he opened his mouth. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Jiraiya, if you want to harm Minato, go back and harm Minato. Now that Shinwukun Bridge is in a hurry, let's finish the business first." "You kid, you're just a lump of wood. No wonder even the little beautiful girl beside you ignored it." Jiraiya pouted. However, he still took off the contract scroll from his body. "Boy, this is the scroll of Mount Myoboku's contract. Only after a contract is signed on the scroll, can the toad of Mount Myoboku be summoned." Jiraiya rolled out the scroll. There are people who have signed contracts with Mount Myoboku through the ages, including the name of Hamura, the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. "Boy, if you have other psychic beasts, then cancel the contract first. The toads of Mount Myoboku are not small. If you let them know that you are on 2 boats, it will be a disaster." Chapter 50 _ Jiraiya, don't worry, my temper is not small. I hope Toad won't provoke me. Chinyu said with a smile. "Is your breath really big?" Jiraiya rolled her eyes and said, "Wait a while, don't cry, ask me for help. Bite your index finger first, then leave your name on it, and then I will cast the spell. Once the contract is made, you can't betray Mount Myoboku casually, otherwise it will become a stone." At the end, Jiraiya did not forget to remind. Looking at the rolled-out scroll, Chinyu bit his finger, and at the moment when the blood flowed out, he quickly wrote his name directly on it. When Chinyu's hand was withdrawn, Jiraiya quickly hand-sealed with both hands, and finally lit up with 5 colors of light, pressing directly on the scroll. The white air was steaming, and the seal in Jiraiya's hand instantly converged with Chinyu's signature, turning it into a mysterious sealing spell. When these rays of light dissipated, Chinyu felt that there was an inexplicable connection with the different dimension. "Okay, the contract has been successful, you can try it, but I advise you to be cautious and don't be ashamed." Jiraiya put away the scroll and carried it on his back again. "By the way, I haven't learned the hand seal technique of psychic arts. You can teach me along the way." Chinyu remembered an important question. His body has been useless for more than 10 years, and he can't even recognize ninjutsu, let alone such a high-level psychic technique. "You still don't understand the hand seal of spiritism." Jiraiya was a little surprised. After all, he learned of Namikaze Minato's letter and knew that in addition to Chinyu, a peerless genius in Konoha village who had been dormant for more than 10 years, he returned to Konoha village to find out. Now Chinyu told him that it was beyond his understanding that he did not know the art of psychics. Seeing Chinyu shaking his head again, Jiraiya sighed. Okay, I'll show you an example, but once you use it, there is a 90% chance of failure, so don't take it to heart. Look, don't blink, Mount Myoboku Sage Jiraiya. Jiraiya rapped on the stage, put his right hand on his mouth and bit, but his hands were like wheels, and they flew up quickly. When the last spell fell, Jiraiya slapped the ground with his right hand. The art of psychic. The cobweb-like magic seal unfolded instantly, and the white mist shrouded it. A figure the size of Mishu appeared in front of everyone. This is a toad with armor on both hands. Similar to the toad summoned by Jiraiya in the original book when he fought against Oni and Uchiha Itachi. Is this a psychic beast? Azuki Yugao's eyes lit up involuntarily, and said, I heard that as long as a contract is signed and a psychic beast is summoned on the battlefield, it means that the combat power is doubled. Also, the psychic beast is a partner that will never betray. For these remarks, Chinyu also complained a little in his heart. If Wan Qi knew, she would definitely grin. Eat people, eat masters. Wan Snake never jokes. Brother, are you sure? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help asking. Chinyu patted Itachi's head and said with a smile, do you want to see my joke too? I'll try as much as I can and maybe it will work. While speaking, Chinyu communicated with the system in his body. Ding dong, I found out that the host has learned the art of psychic, whether it is full level with one key. Full level now. Chinyu issued an order. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the psychic technique is full. A message about psychic techniques poured into his mind, giving Chinyu a sense of clarity. Chinyu, if you don't have confidence, you can go back and get in touch first, and you don't have to rush for a while. Jiraiya patted Chinyu's shoulder and said with a smile, you don't need to be discouraged, no one is a genius like me. The first call was successful. Looking at the familiar Jiraiya, Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, it's the first time to have a random psychic. You can successfully reverse and summon yourself to Mount Myoboku. I'm not like you. Jiraiya couldn't help but startled, this was his secret. In addition to knowing a little about the third generation of Hokage, he also bragged to Tsunade. Do not. Also showed off in front of Orochimaru. It seems to be written in the intimacy paradise. The more Jiraiya thought about it, the more she realized that it didn't seem like a secret at all, so she just ignored it. Boy, your tone is really not small. I hope you can wait a while and laugh when you see a tadpole that doesn't even have legs. Azuki Yugao on the side also waved a small pink fist at Chinyu, obviously cheering. As for Uchiha Itachi remained silent, with a cool look on his face, but his gaze towards Chinyu was also a little more urgent. Wu tilde. Chinyu took a deep breath. The blood on the index finger of the right hand was not dry yet, and when he wiped it in the palm of his hands flew up like wheels. This scene, Jiraiya's expression couldn't help changing. Originally, he thought that Chinyu's first hand seal, even if he really learned it, would be very jerky. However, the agility of hand seal's movements in front of them completely subverted their cognition. The art of psychic. When the last spell was finished, Chinyu slapped the ground with his backhand. Feeling that 80% of the chakra was extracted from the body like a frenzy, his expression couldn't help changing. Boom. A powerful sound suddenly sounded, and under the white mist lingering in the sky, 3 huge mountain-like figures condensed out of thin air. The air waves brought by the summons rolled back even further, making Azuki Yugao and Uchiha Itachi feel like they couldn't open their eyes. However, compared to them, Jiraiya almost split her eyes. Seeing that he was channeled once and was known as the 3 great powers of Mount Myoboku, Toad Bunta, Toad Jien, Toad Hero, and Jiraiya were full of disbelief. Jiraiya, what happened? you won't go to participate in the third ninja war, encounter some difficult guy, and channel the three of us out at one time. Toad went held a dry tobacco stick in his mouth. In a breath of air, he said, this is going to cost a lot. At least find thousands of pounds of worms, or don't even think about sending us off. Toad Jian and Toad Guang couldn't help but look around. However, in their perception, there is no danger at all. There were only 2 stunned people, and Jiraiya, who was stunned. Jiraiya, you should talk too, there is no danger at all, just call us out, but you can't just dismiss us. Toad Hero couldn't help but speak. Chapter 51 Shocked by a look. As Toad Hero's voice fell, Toad Bunta and Toad Jian also looked at Jiraiya. That staring expression, if there is no reasonable answer, I am afraid it will violently backlash. Jiraiya woke up in a trance, glanced left and right, and said with a wry smile, can I say, isn't it me who called you? It's not you. Toad Wenta raised his brows, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, is it that guy Minato? Why didn't I see him? In contemporary times, there may be other people who have signed contracts with toads. But there are very few people who can really support the huge consumption of chakra and are qualified to summon their 3 big toads. They really can't think of anyone other than Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. It's him. Jiraiya looked at Chinyu and said with a wry smile, boy, you can do it yourself. The baptism of a giant is already very miserable. You are now summoning 3 at a time. You can do it yourself. This sentence, Jiraiya directly turned on the mode of running away, and quickly opened a safe distance. Azuki Yugao and Uchiha Itachi also turned pale. However, in the face of these 3 toads that looked like hills, he still wanted to bite Kiba and walk to Chinyu's side. Go back and leave it to me. Chinyu looked up at Toad Wentai and said, it's the first time we met, and I'm very happy to be able to reach a psychic contract with you. HMPH, it turned out to be a mere brat. I thought it was someone who dared to summon us all at once. Toad Wentai snorted coldly. However, don't think, you called us out and sent us back with a pat on the butt. Toad Guang and Toad Jian were obviously following the lead of Toad Wen. Although they did not speak, their meaning was obvious. Is there any solution? Chinyu smiled even more. Of course he knew that the more powerful the psychic beast, the more character it was. Before being tamed, they are all thorns. HMPH, of course, as long as you defeat the 3 of us, it's fine this time, otherwise you'll have to help us catch bugs for a month. Toad Wentai's eyes narrowed slightly. At the thought of those delicious bugs, someone took the initiative to put them into their mouths. This life is the best. I like this solution too. Chinyu smiled warmly. Toad Wentai was stunned at first, and then he met Chinyu's bloody eyes of the orangutan Yuhi. 9 Tomo Sharingan. As soon as the blood moon-like pupils opened, Chinyu's whole aura underwent earth-shaking changes, and the huge pupil power rolled back like a frenzy. Toad Wentai's faces changed drastically. It's the calamity eyes mentioned by the great immortal. I didn't expect to meet them here. Toad Wentai's face changed. Be careful, this pupil technique is not easy. Toad Wen was too violent, and the moment he grabbed the short knife around his waist with his backhand, he saw Chinyu move. Do not. It should be said that Chinyu's eyes widened when he saw him. Tsukuyomi. To cast Tsukuyomi on the 3 big toads at one time is also very expensive for Chinyu. Maybe only for a brief moment. But in this situation of a strong duel, everything is enough. Jiraiya and the others only saw a slight pause in the movements in the hands of Toad Wentai Sanzao. The next moment, under Chinyu's body, the ground cracked instantly. The whole person turned into a streamer that traversed the world and landed on Toad Wentai's head in the blink of an eye. When the 3 toads woke up, Chinyu's figure was no longer there. Looking for me, I am on your head, Mrs. Wen. Chinyu smiled and patted the head of Toad Wentai. The sudden scene made Toad Wentai's face stiff. However, usually in such a situation, he would definitely run wild. Only, this time it didn't dare to make a mistake. Whether it was Toad Wentai or Toad Jian, even Toad Guang didn't make another move. They are very clear, in the moment when they fell into demonic illusion just now. Since the other party can mount them on their heads, this proves that they have the ability to kill them with one blow. In this case, the outcome is already decided. Boy, I didn't expect your tactics to be very good, the old man is convinced. Toad Wentai withdrew his right hand from the knife, grabbed the smoking gun and took a deep breath. Forget it this time. The next time you call us, I hope it's an urgent matter. We don't want to get together every time we come out. Jian, Guang, we're going back. Abandoning these words, Toad Wentai 3 directly turned into a white mist and disappeared out of thin air. So easy to solve. Jiraiya froze in place. Was bullied by a toad for the first time when he entered Mount Myoboku for the first time. Especially the worm meal, in order to maintain the freshness, it will squirm in the bowl. This situation, people think about it, the stomach is a little restless. Chinyu landed in the air, watching Uchiha Itachi and Azuki Yugao hurriedly greet him, and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Brother, were you Sharingan just now?" Uchiha Itachi couldn't help asking. In the eyes of others, Uchiha Itachi is called a genius because he was not yet 7 years old when he started the single Tomo Sharingan. It has always been an honor. However, when he saw the 3 psychic beasts facing him, Chinyu just squinted his eyes a little and pulled them directly into demonic illusion. This method, but his so-called single Tomo Sharingan became scum in seconds. This is Mangekyo Sharingan. It is the limit of Sharingan. You will have Itachi in the future. Chinyu rubbed the head of God Itachi. It can be said that the Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo he has now are all pupil techniques transformed by the system with Chinyu's thinking when he was at full level. It can be regarded as stealing Uchiha Itachi's pupil technique. Really, Uchiha Itachi showed a rare trace of innocence at his age. Chinyu patted his head and said, "Of course it is. It's getting late, you guys go back first, Jiraiya and I have something to talk about." After Azuki Yugao and Uchiha Itachi glanced at Chinyu hesitantly, they finally turned around and left. For a time, only Chinyu and Jiraiya were left in the huge open space. "Boy, the trick just now is really good. I didn't even think that your pupil technique would be so powerful that the 3 toads of Mount Myoboku directly hit the demonic illusion. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it." Jiraiya added not the slightest bit of vigilance. Instead, he relaxed a bit. In his eyes, Chinyu was able to show his strength without hesitation in front of him. "That's enough. Hee, it's all a little trick. Compared with your sage mode, it's still far behind." Chinyu laughed dryly, took out 2 bottles of wine from his backpack, and threw a bottle to Jiraiya. Drinking wine makes it easier to talk. This is wine table etiquette. Chapter 52 Goals of Cooperation. Jiraiya caught the sake, looked hesitant, and took the lead to sit down with her knees crossed. "Boy, I didn't expect that you know so much." Looking at Chinyu, and taking out a lot of jerky snacks, Jiraiya was not polite, and after taking a sip of sake, said, "You didn't play the idea of psychic art from the beginning, it was sage mode." Sage mode, as one of the most powerful combat methods after the collapse of Hokage's late combat power. Even Orochimaru has always been salivating. Chinyu had thought that Orochimaru had also searched for the location of Raichi Cave. "I also wanted to get Sage Mode, but unfortunately I couldn't get it." As for why Orochimaru knew about the existence of Sage Mode, I am afraid that there was a battle with Jiraiya. Beaten up by Sage Mode. It's like Orochimaru wants to get Itachi's Sharingan, after being killed by demonic illusion. Instead, he attacked Sasuke Uchiha. Almost. Chinyu didn't hide it, and sat aside with a smile. This is the world of the strong. Whoever has the bigger fist can speak up. Are you right? Jiraiya couldn't help but startled and said, "Didn't you say you want to be a salted fish? It seems a bit against your will." According to Chinyu's explanation, the salted fish is lying in the sun. After drying the front, it is right to dry the back. Hehe, in this world of power struggle, if you don't have absolute strength, it's difficult to even experiment with the desire to be a salted fish. Chinyu also took a sip of sake. Don't worry, this sage mode, I will definitely get it, but I don't like to use violence, everything is optional. However, I advise you to stop staring at Orochimaru when you have time, and remember to visit Omegakure village. That place will change the pattern of the entire ninja world. Chinyu thought of the three of Yahiko. According to the development in the original work, Danzo is about to take action against Akatsuki, who is led by Yahiko. Once Yahiko is killed, Nagato will run wild, and Akatsuki's nature and meaning will change dramatically. Jiraiya couldn't help but startled, looking at Chinyu with a hint of uncertainty. Boy, you seem to know a lot of things. It seems that you have never been blind for more than 10 years. Jiraiya spit out a turbid breath and said, Minato and I mentioned that your talent for learning ninjutsu is beyond the world. I just saw that you used the psychic technique for the first time, and you summoned the three toads, and I found out that I don't want to be your enemy. I hope you will not threaten Konoha in the future, otherwise I will feel very troublesome. Quote. Omegakure village, I will go for a visit. I have often heard about the deeds of those three little guys, and I don't know what happened now. Jiraiya patted the dust on her body and turned to leave as she spoke. Watching the back figure leave, Chinyu instead focused his gaze on the woods on the left. When the three toads were summoned just now, Chinyu found out that someone was coming and was still watching. Although they were 600 or 700 meters apart, they still couldn't escape Chinyu's perception. As for who he is, he can even figure it out with his toes. I really don't know what Danzo will do next. In this boring life, I really need some guys who are not afraid of death to adjust, otherwise it will be really boring. Chinyu smiled and stretched his waist, but he didn't in a hurry to leave, drinking lightly and drinking alone. On the other hand, the roots. Danzo stood on the roof, squinting slightly in the wind, and behind him stood a slender, pale man. That pursed smile was even more inexplicable. Lord Danzo, emergency. Shinichi, the ninja at the root, appeared beside Danzo and couldn't help but look at the pale man. After recognizing his identity, his face changed drastically. Don't be surprised, next, he's our ally, let's talk about it directly. Danzo said lightly, leaning on crutches. This time, he didn't expect that the person he was looking for happened to sneak into the Konoha shinobi village. Danzo a lot of effort. Yes, the ninja at the root responded and said, according to the intelligence report, after Uchiha Chinyu and Jiraiya left the village together, they channeled three big toads at the same time. As for who is psychic, we just arrived and didn't have time to see clearly. Hehe, I don't believe there are other people besides Jiraiya who can summon three toads at the same time. A feminine voice suddenly sounded. The gorilla Yuhi swallowed his tongue, and was as slender as a snake, which was shocking to see. I didn't expect that Jiraiya's strength has grown a lot since I left Konoha. In front of him, this terrifying snake-like man, the ninja at the root, couldn't help but take a step back and opened a safe distance that he thought was sufficient. Confronting Orochimaru, who is also one of Sannin, who was expelled from the village because of his quirks and human experiments. More terrifying existence than the rest of the Sannin. However, the ninja at the root was in awe, but he still said bravely, no, we finally speculate that these three toads were summoned by Uchiha Chinyu. There was also a gambling war between them. It's just that this gambling battle was settled with a glance than Uchiha Chinyu. Speaking of which, the ninja at the root showed a hint of surprise on his face. The expressions of Danzo and Orochimaru also changed. Able to summon 3 psychic beasts at the same time, in their eyes, only Jiraiya can do it. However, now that they are told that the person who did this kind of thing is actually Uchiha Chinyu, the gap is a bit too big. With the narration of the root ninja, Danzo and Orochimaru's faces became more solemn. However, the pupils are more fiery and urgent. You mean, Uchiha Chinyu pulled the 3 toads into the demonic illusion with one look? Orochimaru continued to reiterate. Seeing the root ninja nodding affirmatively, there was a hint of fiery on his face. In the legend, Mangekyo, which only Uchiha Madara owns, actually appeared on a 14 or 15-year-old kid. No wonder he was so arrogant. Orochimaru smiled grimly. Danzo, I didn't expect you to contact me this time. Great thing. If you can take this skin bag as your own, how good it will be. Under Orochimaru's undead reincarnation technique, a good body is a fatal temptation for him. Moreover, only Uchiha Madara, who is known to be comparable to the original Hokage, has the Mangekyo writing wheel. For Orochimaru, who loves human trials, this is the best experiment. HMPH, Orochimaru, have you forgotten the premise of our cooperation? Danzo snorted coldly. When Orochimaru defected, he helped. At the same time, in private, there have been collusion with each other. Including his right arm and right eye. Although, he is now Mangekyo without Shisui. But during this time, he also secretly collected a lot of Sharingan. What Danzo has to do is to capture the Mokuton, wood-style, cells of the first Hokage, known as the strongest in the ninja world, and the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. Only with these 2 strongest foundations, Danzo believes that one day, he will definitely be able to beat Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 53 Psychologically Distorted Kakashi. The morning sun, like broken gold, enveloped the entire Konoha village. Before sealing the gate, Chinyu yawned and stretched. For the Battle of Shinwukun Bridge, it can be said that it determines the direction of the entire Hokage plot. Whether it is to agree to Jiraiya, or to solve the lack of chakra, it is necessary to find the whereabouts of the 3 tails. To make up for the lack of blue, Chinyu had to go there in person. Hello. A beautiful female voice suddenly sounded. Chinyu followed the voice and saw that it was Rin. 14 or 15-year-old Rin, in Konoha, is also a unique beauty. Moreover, he has a gentle and kind personality, and is the object of the big boss Obito's secret love in the future. Are you here for the mission? Rin couldn't help asking. In her quest scroll, this time heading to Kanekun Bridge, it's just her, Kakashi and Obito. By their teacher, Konoha Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato. Now, a person suddenly appeared at the meeting point, which Rin couldn't help asking. It should be considered a temporary recruit. Join the team. Chinyu said with a light smile. Latina. Rin couldn't help but startled, then smiled and said, you don't have to worry, with Minato, Sensei and Kakashi here, we will be safe. To tell you a secret, today Kakashi has become a Jonin, which is a symbol of strength. As Rin spoke, he didn't forget to look at Chinyu's body. It turns out that you, like me, are also Chunin. Is this your first mission? No wonder you came so early. You are too nervous. Don't worry, I am a medical ninja. If something happens, I will be fine. Treat you. Rin's enthusiastic face, Chinyu couldn't help but flip through Byakugan. This horse is silly and sweet. No wonder so many people like it. As soon as they met, they were familiar with each other, and they opened their mouths and shut their mouths and cursed the injury. If they were in a bad mood, they would have slapped them directly. By the way, when did you graduate? Kakashi is amazing. Rin continued to take care of himself. Chinyu reluctantly looked into the grass next to him and said, Kakashi, come out when you come. At 1 o'clock in the evening, my ears are all calloused. Kakashi. Rin couldn't help but stun for a moment, and soon saw a black shadow flashing from the bushes next to him, attacking directly towards Chinyu. The speed is so fast that it is only a few dozen meters short, but it will arrive in the blink of an eye. Before Rin could react, the chakra knife in Kakashi's hand was instantly unsheathed. It turned into a white light and attacked Chinyu. Kakashi no! Rin exclaimed. However, the next moment, his expression could not help but stagnate. The crackling thunder arc flashed across Chinyu's body, and then disappeared into place out of thin air. The chakra dagger in Kakashi's hand fell in an instant. As soon as he stood firm, there was a hint of danger behind him. A cold blade rested directly on his neck. Don't move, my knife is very sharp. Chinyu smiled warmly. However, this smile landed on Rin and Kakashi's eyes, causing their pupils to contract suddenly. This is too fast. Chinyu, can't you be more merciful? I'm just one step late, so you'll be rude to my students. Namikaze Minato, like a ghost, used the technique of Hiraishin and appeared beside Chinyu. Looking at Namikaze Minato, he and Chinyu had the same look on their faces. The puzzlement on Kakashi and Rin's faces became even worse. Minato, you're too embarrassed to be late. If you came earlier, I wouldn't be misunderstood and I wouldn't be too lazy to do it. Chinyu took back the thunder knife and stored it in the scroll. Kakashi and Rin, who looked confused, he touched the tip of his nose and said, Minato, I think you should explain it first. For Kakashi's hostility, Chinyu did not take it to heart. It's normal to have a little twist in your heart when your father is dead. Moreover, in this almost invincible boring life, it is also very good to have a little bit who is not afraid of fear these days to adjust his life. As soon as these words fell, Kakashi and Rin couldn't help but look at Namikaze Minato. Yes, sorry, I'm not late. A hurried scream came from a distance. Uchiha Obito, wearing a blindfold, quickly jumped in front of Kakashi. You are already late, Kakashi said coldly, however, now we are in the mood to pay attention to you. Mr. Minato, the completion rate of the task is about the rules. When we took the task, we clearly marked the group of 4. Why is there a person of unknown origin now? Kakashi, who had only one route in his brain circuit, even Namikaze Minato dared to fight, Chinyu couldn't help laughing. He repelled Kumogakure, and Kurigakure was only known to the high-ranking Konoha and some high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan. For Kakashi et al., this remains a secret. Are you Uchiha Chinyu? Obito, as the Uchiha clan, is still the tail of the crane in the clan. I still know a little bit about the brothers in the family who started Sharingan. You, weren't you sent to guard the Northwest Pass? Why are you here? Chinyu collected the remaining memories in his mind and found that Chinyu and Obito had a little friendship. So it's not surprising to know that he took the mission. However, now suddenly, such a big change has taken place, it is really difficult for Chinyu to explain to Obito. Cough, Obito must not be rude. Namikaze Minato coughed dryly. He also didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't tell them that the Uchiha Chinyu in front of him was a salted fish genius who had been lurking for more than 10 years. Not only came back at the Northwest Pass, but also cast Mangekyo Sharingan, every second of the day, every second of the air. Mr. Minato, did I say something wrong? Obito couldn't help rubbing his eyes and said, I just saw an old woman who was going to cross the road, so I did something good, so I wasted time. And then sand got into the eyes. Obito, who was wearing goggles and opened his mouth to enter the sand, Chinyu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. This is an excuse, and it should be a bit more neat. Okay, the time is just right now. It's rare that Kakashi didn't raise a bar with you this time. It's time for us to set off. We have something to talk about on the way. Namikaze Minato looked at Chinyu, paused, and said, there are 3 things today to announce. The first thing is to welcome the elite Jonin Chinyu to join our squad. Chapter 54 I don't want this captain. Elite Jonin. Kakashi and the others looked stunned, especially Rin, who couldn't help but say, Mr. Minato, isn't the mark on his body a Chunin forehead guard? Why is he an elite Jonin? Among the ninja ranks, there are Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin. Among them, Special Jonin refers to those who have the strength beyond Chunin and cannot reach Jonin, but have special personal strengths, comprehensive strength, and can barely reach the assessment of Jonin, which is called Special Jonin. For example, in the original work, Moonlight Hayate, who knows Konoha-style 3-sun moon dance swordsmanship, is good at some kind of demonic illusion, and may be a ninja who excels in a certain field. As for the elite Jonin, it is the elite among the Jonin. He was specially rated as an elite Jonin by Lord Hokage of the 3rd generation yesterday, and he hasn't issued an announcement yet, so he didn't have time to replace the forehead guard. Namikaze Minato looked helpless. He's really not good at explaining. If it hadn't been for the 3rd generation of Hokage to issue a gag order, Chinyu's affairs would never have been leaked casually. Namikaze Minato was really willing to say everything at once. 3 generations of Hokage personally promoted. Uchiha Obito couldn't hold back. Chinyu, don't you turn on double Tomo Sharingan, or like the Patriarch, turn on 3 Tomo. Kakashi, look, this is the genius of our Uchiha clan, much stronger than your Chunin. Looking at the stinky fart, he did not forget to show off his power. Uchiha Obito. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, Kakashi has also been promoted to Jonin today. The low voice made Uchiha Obito stunned. He has always regarded Kakashi as a competitor, and thought that after opening Sharingan, he would be able to surpass Kakashi in a leap. Now, however, he was told that Sharingan had not been turned on, and that Kakashi had become a Jonin. However, this good news originally belonged to Tianda, but in the face of the title of Chinyu's elite Jonin, it seems a bit inferior. Obito, you won't forget it, right? Rin hurriedly said something to ease the atmosphere. We're talking, we want to prepare gifts for Kakashi. It's my gift, it's ugly, but it's useful in critical moments. Namikaze Minato took the lead out of the Hiraishin Kunai. Rin on the side also quickly took out her special medical kit and said, Kakashi, I made this myself, I hope you can use it. Hearing these alternative blessings, Chinyu really wanted to pinch Rin's nose. However, before Chinyu's attack, Namikaze Minato, who was beside him, had already blinked at him. Chinyu, as a senior, should you express it? Kakashi couldn't help but startled, took Hiraishin Kunai and the medical kit, and said, Minato-sensei, I don't need his stuff. Kakashi, who was a little stubborn, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but have a headache. Kakashi, this is a rare opportunity. If I hadn't had a little friendship with Chinyu, I'm afraid no one would be able to dig something out of him. Benefits. Kakashi frowned. Minato-sensei, are his things better than Hiraishin Kunai? If there is, I'm just opening my eyes, and I won't. In Kakashi's eyes, Chinyu was the same age as him. In the most festive days, Chinyu was not only subdued by one move. He was also overwhelmed by his elite Jonin. It's harder than reaching the sky to make him happy now. Okay, since you've made up your mind, I beg Chinyu to let him open your eyes. Namikaze Minato looked at Chinyu helplessly. Minato, can't you be more mature? Chinyu was helpless. However, in the backhand, a seal scroll fell into his hand. Boom. Under the white fog, the hideous shark muscle and thunder knife fell into Chinyu's hands. Hee, the first shot is the shark muscle and thunder knife of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chinyu, you really are very generous. Namikaze Minato's eyes could not help but light up. Why don't you remember the villain, and give Kakashi a gift? Quote. No way. Chinyu backhanded the shark muscle and thunder knife into the scroll again. I keep it as a collection. Seeing the duck flying away from his mouth, Namikaze Minato felt a hint of regret on his face when he was helpless. However, compared to him, Kakashi and the others couldn't hold their breath. The prestige of the 7 ninja swordsmen is also a well-known existence in the ninja world. The 7 ninja knives are their lifeblood, and it has always been rumored that people are in the knife. However, the shark muscle and thunder knife, one of the 7 knives, fell into Chinyu's hands, which meant that 2 of the 7 ninja knives perished. Moreover, it still fell into the hands of the young man in front of him. Kakashi, sensei. Uchiha Obito was the first to lose his breath. He could finish his sentence. Namikaze Minato nodded with a wry smile. Kakashi, you're out of luck this time, and I was planning to give you food. However, your guess is correct. One of the reasons why Chinyu was able to become an elite Jonin was because he killed 2 of the 7 members of the Kurigakure group. Having said that, Namikaze Minato looked at Chinyu and said, this time, due to the emergency situation at Shinwukun Bridge, we will be divided into 2 teams to carry out the mission. I am alone, and the 3 of you are led by Chinyu. What? Uchiha Obito and others were stunned. Kakashi couldn't hold his breath even more and said, Mr. Minato, the key to forming a team is cooperation. Chinyu's strength may be very good, but forcing a team with us is probably a bit inappropriate. Looking at Kakashi, who always replied to Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato knew that Kakashi didn't want to stay with Chinyu at all. Helplessly sighed, Kakashi, this is the order of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and it is also an emergency dispatch during wartime. Order. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then said with a blank face, since it is the order of the 3rd generation of Hokage, I will definitely obey it. But I want to remind that no matter who it is, it must not break the rules, otherwise it will be spurned. Kakashi with a dead father face, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, don't worry, I've always disobeyed the rules, and the orders of the 3 generations of Hokage are no exception. I don't want this, Captain. For the next action, you will be in groups of 3, led by Kakashi, and I will act alone. Are you alone? Uchiha Obito was stunned, and said anxiously, Chinyu, this is the order of the 3rd generation of Hokage. If you disturb the rules without authorization, I am afraid that you will be spurned by others when you return to the village. Spit. Chinyu waved his hand with a light smile, and said, so what, why should I see their faces as human beings? Don't talk about spit, even if the sky falls, I will not pay attention to lousy. Minato, it's getting late, let's go, I'm having a headache facing these little brats. It's really good for you to be the boss, or let's change it. You lead the team yourself, and I'll kill you. Chapter 55_. Looking at Chinyu who didn't care at all, Kakashi and the others were so confused that they couldn't answer. Namikaze Minato is also helpless. Looking around all the Konoha ninjas, Chinyu was the only one who dared to say such a thing. After all, another Konoha legend, Hatake Tsukumo, died not so long ago after being accused of being unhappy for breaking the rules. Lord Orochimaru, they have already set off. Yamanaka wind flashed in the dark. Really, it's really exciting. Orochimaru, who had changed his skin, swaggered out of the Konoha village. Licking his dry lips with his tongue, Yuhi said, I thought it would take a lot of effort to get Namikaze Minato away, but now it seems that God has helped me. You follow him all the time, and I will soon follow, Mangekyo Sharingan, destined to be mine. Leaving those words, Orochimaru vanished into place. Yamanaka Kase and Aburame, who arrived late, looked at each other and said, we also act. Don't forget to leak the information to Iwagakure. if Chinyu can be killed with the help of Iwagakure, then it is best however. Lord Danzo said that Orochimaru is a double-edged sword, and if it is not used properly, it will probably hurt us. Aburame nodded and said, everything is for the root, let's go. After a long time, Chinyu and his party finally reached the periphery of the target. Okay, let's rest here now, and at the same time clarify the current situation. Namikaze Minato took out a roll of topographical maps. This time, our opponent is Iwagakure. We and Iwagakure village are separated by a grass ninja village. Originally, the existence of the grass ninja village, for us Konoha, is a buffer with the Iwagakure village. Once the Iwagakure village attacks, the grass ninja village will also play the role of resistance, giving us Konoha time to defend. However, this time, when we found out, a large force of more than 1,000 people in Iwagakure village had crossed the defense line of Kusanagi village, and it was only 3 kilometers away from our line of defense in Konoha. What? The expressions of Kakashi and the others changed involuntarily. The biggest reason that the grass ninja village can survive in the gap between the great powers is the tacit consent of the 2 great powers. After all, if the borders of the 2 countries meet, I am afraid that there will be no sense of security at night. In order to ease the relationship between Iwagakure village and Konoha, Kusanagi village became a necessary existence. However, now that Iwagakure has unknowingly passed through the defense line of Kusanagi village, there are only 2 results. First, Kusanagi didn't even resist, and was instantly destroyed by Iwagakure. Second, Kusunan turned to Iwagakure and voluntarily gave up resistance. These 2 choices are undoubtedly the second in Chinyu's eyes. After all, for a small country to act as a buffer, the most basic thing is to have a balanced combat power. Now in Konoha Ninja Village, 3 battlefields are opened at the same time, and the back has to meet the eye of Kumogakure village. As long as you are not a fool, in this situation, you will think that Konoha Shinobu will definitely lose. With Iwagakure Murakami's 1,000 troops, Konoha's dozens of people are undoubtedly very shabby. Opening the door wide for future victors is the way to survive for a small country. I think you all understand the current situation. Since Chinyu doesn't want to be the captain, he will leave it to Kakashi. Namikaze Minato glanced at Chinyu and said helplessly, Teacher's only hope is to see you standing in front of me after this war is over. If nothing else matters, let's go. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito are the first to enter a battlefield of this level. But right now, it's just the guts to set off. The 4 people flickered and plunged into the woods. Chinyu stretched his waist, glanced at Guanline in the back, and smiled playfully. This time, I really hope to catch a big fish, and I'm almost suffocated to keep running out of small shrimp feathers. Abandoning these words, Chinyu did not stop there, and followed. Kakashi rushed out a few hundred meters, and when he saw Chinfeng who had arrived late, he couldn't help frowning. Follow the team, now I'm the captain. Kakashi with a look on his face, Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, I gave you your captain, don't forget, I am someone who doesn't care about the rules. You. Kakashi gasped. Namikaze Minato had a headache watching this scene. He really regretted making Chinyu and Kakashi team up. Even he couldn't make Chinyu cooperate well, let alone Kakashi. Stop. Kakashi stopped abruptly and gestured with his hand. Namikaze Minato nodded in satisfaction and looked at the big tree in the distance. In his perception, there is an enemy hidden here. Kakashi, let's discuss tactics first, there are a lot of opponents. Namikaze Minato suggested. Kakashi glanced at Chinyu and said, Teacher doesn't need it anymore. We are in a hurry now. If we discuss again, the enemy may escape. I just developed a new technique with the same name as the teacher. As soon as the voice fell, Kakashi quickly flipped his hands up in a stinky way. With the fall of the last spell, the crackling arc condensed in an instant. Chidori. Able to develop A-level ninjutsu in his teens, he is definitely a leader among his peers. Feeling the overwhelming power, Obito and Rin's expressions changed. Kakashi, the number of enemies is unknown. This ninjutsu is very strong, but you will endure many unknown changes. Namikaze Minato reminded in a deep voice. Chinyu, you can also help persuade me. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, Minato, you really like to splash dirty water on me. I can honestly tell you that this Chidori is very fast, but your experience and the speed of your nerves can't be balanced at all. If you go out now, you will only end up dead. Hearing this merciless blow, Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly, regretting letting Chinyu interrupt. HMPH, this is the ninjutsu I developed, I know it best. Kakashi snorted coldly and said, what are the drawbacks? You don't need to make a random evaluation. Minato-sensei, you cover me, and I can kill them all in a split second. Kakashi, who had made up his mind, Namikaze Minato nodded helplessly. Boom. Kakashi's right hand slammed into the ground, and the violent arc shattered the ground. The next moment, the whole person shot out like a cannonball. With Raiden Thunder style activating cells, the speed of his attack was obviously getting faster and faster. Chinyu, look at it, this is my strength. The voice was mixed with thunder. Iwagakure, who was hiding behind a big tree, was taken aback by Kakashi, who was so swaggering, and rushed out. You bastard, look down on me like this, and dare to attack from the front. Iwagakure's face was hideous, and he hurriedly threw a large shuriken in his backhand. However, these shuriken, as soon as they approached Kakashi, were shot by Namikaze Minato with the shuriken. Chapter 56 Flower Style Chidori 1, 10, 15, your attacks have revealed whereabouts. Kakashi's figure passed quickly. Shreds 15 shadow clones. His eyes suddenly turned and locked behind the tree. The thunder-like scene made Rin and Uchiha Obito look shocked. This is completely beyond their cognition. Someone is here, Chinyu said suddenly, tensing all his nerves. Uchiha Obito's face changed suddenly, and soon he saw a figure appearing from the ground. 4. Iwagakure's expression was stagnant, and he didn't see the faces clearly. A kunai burst into the air. PFF'd. Iwagakure turned into a white mist and collapsed between the sky and the earth. Namikaze Minato's expression changed suddenly, and he shouted anxiously, Chinyu, they handed it over to you. The voice fell, Namikaze Minato disappeared like a ghost. The next moment, he reappeared, and he was already in front of Kakashi. The dazzling sharp blade quickly enlarged in Kakashi's pupils. Under this extreme speed shock, he could not dodge at all. PFF'd. As soon as Namikaze Minato appeared, he immediately pressed against Kakashi's chest, blocking his extreme speed directly. However, the dazzling sharp blade also scratched Kakashi's shoulder, and the blood splattered, which was shocking. The next moment, Namikaze Minato disappeared out of thin air with Kakashi like a ghost. Kakashi, are you alright? Rin's face turned pale, and as soon as he took a half step, he saw Chinyu stretched and stood up. It's my turn. The voice fell, and the crackling arc of thunder spread out, and Chinyu disappeared in place like a ghost. Disappeared. Iwagakure missed a shot, and the memory of the clone flooded into his mind. The next moment his expression changed suddenly. In the back-feeding memory, he saw two chilling faces. Golden glitter and blood-colored Asura. However, compared with the golden flash, the blood-colored Asura, who has recently gained fame in the ninja world, is even more frightening. After being dormant for more than 10 years, he killed nearly 200 ninjas in 2 battles. This kind of record, looking at the Third Ninja World War, can definitely be called brilliant. Escape. A thought flashed in Iwagakure's mind, and the moment he turned around quickly, his pupils contracted directly from the face he was looking at. Chidori. Chinyu's right hand was entwined with lightning, without any fancy, and cut it directly to Iwagakure's neck. PFF'd. The huge head was thrown straight away, and together with the tree with a diameter of half a meter, it was also cut off by the middle of the thunder. Under the collapsed tree, Chinyu's figure was clearly visible. He grabbed the head that had fallen in midair, and disappeared out of thin air again. Disappeared again. This Raiden Thunder style instant body is too fast, not much different from Minato-sensei. Uchiha Obito couldn't hold back his breath. Are you looking for him? Chinyu's voice suddenly sounded. The head with round eyes was thrown out by Chinyu, and the blood splashed down, staining Yuhi's grass. At the same time, there was an inexplicable stench in the air. Looking at the horror on Iwagakure's face, at the moment of death, I'm afraid I saw something extremely terrifying. Did you use Chidori just now? Kakashi said suddenly. Uchiha Obito and Rin were also startled. Only Namikaze Minato laughed bitterly. In the eyes of outsiders, the Chidori developed by Kakashi seems to be A-level in difficulty. However, Chinyu can even learn S-level ninjutsu in an instant. Moreover, it was learned from Jiraiya that Chinyu summoned the three great powers of Mount Myoboku for the first time when he used his psychic technique. It can be said that the mere Chidori is really not difficult for Chinyu. Good eyesight. Chinyu smiled warmly. At the same time, a crackling sound came from the right hand, and the violent lightning flashed away quickly. The thunder light raged, giving people a feeling of tearing everything in front of them to shreds. Chidori. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Uchiha Obito at the back of the crane knew that this was Kakashi, and he was so stinky just now that he talked about it. Known as the newly developed A-level ninjutsu. The next moment, the arc wrapped around the hand stagnates for a while, and then spreads rapidly towards the whole body. For a time, Chinyu felt like he was bathed in thunder. This is the Chidori current. It's a Chidori gun. It's the Chidori knife technique. Looking at Chinyu's demonstration, Namikaze Minato's cheeks stiffened and twitched without rhythm. Enough. Kakashi finally lost his breath. The moment before, with a face full of tsunere, he boasted about this Chidori so much. He also talked about the speed and the teacher's name. Chidori current of Chinyu's fancy changes. This invisible slap slapped loudly. Kakashi, don't care, Chinyu is just kind. Namikaze Minato said with a wry smile. Chinyu patted Minato on the shoulder and said, sorry, I did it on purpose. As a ninja, I don't know what prudence is. That would put teammates to death. Now, do you still want to be the captain? The expressions of everyone present couldn't help but stagnate. Rin hurriedly said, Chinyu, Kakashi didn't have a heart, he would have succeeded. Rin is right, Kakashi missed this time, but you shouldn't deprive Kakashi of his position as captain, not to mention, I made a mistake just now. Uchiha Obito echoed anxiously. Seeing this rare scene, Chinyu and Namikaze Minato were also surprised. On weekdays, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito are incompatible. The minority obeys the majority. I've always been fair. If you plead for Kakashi's sake, then forget it this time. Chinyu said indifferently. In his eyes, the captain's position is completely useless, and it is dispensable. After all, he would not accept any orders. Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi, you're injured, can you leave it to me for treatment? Rin looked at Kakashi's wound that almost hurt his muscles and bones, his face full of urgency. Kakashi reacted in a trance, his eyes crossed everyone, and locked on Chinyu. I don't want this captain, but I will soon surpass you, Master Chidori, who is more powerful. At that time, I hope you can give me the captain position. Hearing these words full of determination, Chin-yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. I was thinking about whether to tell him the truth. I also have a Raiden Thunder style Kirin who is second day and second heir. Chapter 57 This is a game. Looking at Kakashi with a determined face, Namikaze Minato felt helpless. I just hope that Chin-yu will stop stimulating Kakashi's weak heart. Okay, Rin, you treat Kakashi now, and we're going our separate ways, Namikaze Minato said. Originally, I was quite worried about you, but with Chin-yu here, I believe there will be no serious problem. Those words, Namikaze Minato lifted his backpack and disappeared like a ghost. Call. Uchiha Obito breathed a sigh of relief, sat down beside Chin-yu, and said nervously, Chin-yu, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Sharingan, the mighty Raiden Thunder style, it's no wonder he can become an elite Jonin, he's better than some people. Having said that, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but look at Kakashi. His intention was obviously to use Chin-yu to pretend to be a wolf. I didn't know who it was just now, but I was stunned by the enemy's surprise attack. Whoever kept saying that he wanted to protect Rin. Kakashi was obviously angry and vented to Uchiha Obito. You. Uchiha Obito got angry and said anxiously, I just got sand in my eyes just now. It was Chin-yu who stole my limelight. Seeing the two fighting with swords, Chin-yu felt helpless. There is really no need for a reason for the children to talk. Rin, has Kakashi's wound stopped bleeding? Chin-yu looked at Kakashi's wound. Rin is the team's medical ninja. However, medical ninjutsu is obviously just the beginning. To learn medical ninjutsu, the premise is to have accurate chakra control ability. This threshold alone is 1 in 100. Rin can reach this point, it is already considered very good. Kakashi's wound is a little deep, it will take some time. Rin wiped the hot sweat from his forehead. Kakashi frowned slightly and said, Rin, if you're tired, take a rest first. Leave this injury alone for now, I'm fine. Kakashi took the bandage. However, as soon as he moved, he saw Chin-yu's hand on his shoulder. Let me do it, I'm already dragging the oil bottle. If I get hurt, I'll be distracted to take care of you. Chin-yu turned the chakra with his right hand. The immortal palm technique was activated instantly. Feeling the stinging pain on the shoulders go away quickly, and the wounds heal quickly, not to mention Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, even Rin, who is a medical ninja, can't help but be stunned. Chin-yu, are you also a medical ninja? Rin couldn't hold his breath. As a medical ninja, she knows the difficulty well. Now Chin-yu can heal the wound quickly, which at least needs to reach the level of an advanced medical ninja. Half of it. Seeing that the wound on Kakashi's shoulder healed, Chin-yu scattered the chakra in his hand and said, Next, we are going to catch a big fish. 30 minutes later, Chin-yu and his party entered the bamboo forest. Feeling the silence around him, Kakashi suddenly reached out and stopped everyone. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Thrust. One after another soil thorns stabbed out under the feet, and the dense posture can easily pierce people into a hornet's nest. Disperse. The corners of Chin-yu's lips pursed slightly, all this is not much different from the original. This made Chin-yu seem to have the ability to predict the future. The four moved instantly and quickly dispersed around. However, everyone's eyes fell on Nohara Rin, intentionally or unintentionally. Nohara Rin landed on the water and just stood firm. The water behind him immediately stirred up a circle of ripples. Iwagakure, who used camouflage invisibility, appeared like a ghost, and immediately caught Rin Nohara. Hee, 3 stunned young blues, even a woman can't be protected, don't worry, we will greet her well. After Dashi left these words, he hurriedly retreated. covertly cast Doden, Earth-style cover or no exception. For a time, the huge bamboo forest fell into a dead silence. There is really an ambush. Chinyu is right, that Iwagakure didn't go back. The other party will definitely try to dispatch, and when he sees that we are too young, he can't help but do it. Nohara Rin flashed in the dark out. If you let them know that Chinyu's shadow clone was captured, I don't know how they would feel. Having said that, Kakashi looked at Chinyu with a little more silence. Kakashi considers himself a genius in Konoha, and he also has a good mind. 89 out of 10 people can see through it when he asks the younger generation. However, in the face of Chinyu in front of him, Kakashi had a feeling that he couldn't figure it out. Chinyu is as expected, so what should we do now? Should we chase after him immediately? Uchiha Obito was slightly excited. Just being able to see Kakashi deflated is enough. No, we will capture the thief first, and we will capture them all. Chinyu smiled playfully. On the other hand, Huogong and Dashi, with Chinyu's clone, landed in a rock cave not far away. This girl is really quiet. It seems that she knows those 3 guys and can't be rescued from us. Dashi said with a playful smile. Right now, all we have to do is to cast demonic illusion on her and scrape the information as soon as possible. As long as we find out the number and layout of Konoha, we will be the hero of this battle. Firelight placed Chinyu's avatar in front of the wall, and at the same time motioned Dashi to cast demonic illusion. With the double surgery seal quickly falling down, Dashi shouted in a cold voice. Demonic illusion hypnosis. A wave of mental fluctuations permeated Dashi's body. Soon he saw the quiet Chinyu, and his expression instantly became dull. When Dashi and Huogong saw this, they couldn't help but stunned. This hypnosis was too smooth. Dashi, it seems that we are lucky. We should be able to dig out the information before the arrival of the large army. There was a hint of excitement on Huogong's face. While talking, he walked towards Chinyu. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and gently lifted Chinyu's chin. The next moment, the eye-catching smile made him look stiff. What's the matter? Am I doing it like that? A small sound swept away like a hurricane at this moment. Dashi and Huogong's expressions changed drastically in an instant. Who are you? Face the girl in front of you. Do not. It should be said that when this male voice came out, they instantly understood that this was a game. Hee, if you go out and take a look, you'll know. Chinyu jokingly smiled. The next moment, the body slammed, turned into a white mist that filled the sky, and dissipated between heaven and earth. The violent scene made Dashi and Huogong's nerves tense to ultimate. Before I could think about it, I quickly got out and ran out. However, as soon as the 2 of them set foot on the entrance of the cave, they felt the blazing fire coming towards them. Chapter 58 Bloody Asura. Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Raiden, Thunder Style, Chidori. Uchiha Obito quickly flipped his hands, and the moment the hot chakra gathered in his mouth, he swallowed it directly. The fireball with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, in a rolling posture, slammed into the hole head-on. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Crack. Huogong's face changed suddenly. However, as Jonin in the village of Iwagakure, their strength is also not to be underestimated. What's more, the rich experience in combat is not comparable to ordinary people. The hands flew over to form a series of magic seals, and then they slapped the ground with their backhands. Boom! The solid rock floor cracked, and the rock swelled even higher, forming an earth wall that directly collided with the grand fireball. The fireball was smashed, and the hot flames splashed down, forming a rain of fire. Seeing that the incoming attack was blocked, Huogong and Daishi instantly dispersed and fled. However, compared to Oishi, who has camouflage invisibility, Huogong's escape method is obviously a bit insufficient. As soon as he jumped out of the cave, he saw Lei Guang rapidly enlarge in his pupils. Kakashi attacked him in the attacking stance of Chidori. "Little devil, you are courting death." Huogong's face changed drastically, and he roared in a hurry. The ninja sword hidden in his sleeve slashed towards Kakashi. The means of this attack is undoubtedly the intention to go all out. In Huogong's eyes, facing this life and death battle, the little ghost in front of him looked different. But compared with these experienced ninjas, this kind of life-threatening battle is simply incomparable in terms of psychological quality. However, as soon as this idea came to his mind, the next moment he saw two black shadows rushing towards him. Raiden Thunder Style Chidori Current Shuriken. The two shuriken entwined the violent arc of thunder, instantly piercing the sky, and hit the ninja sword in Huogong's hands first. When the crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded, and the huge impact force made the ninja knife in Huogong's hand bounce directly. Kakashi's eyes lit up when the firelight's expression changed drastically. The short distance, and the extreme speed brought by Chidori's activated cells, made Kakashi instantly appear in front of the firelight. Chidori. Without any bells and whistles, the right hand wrapped by thunder light, like lightning, directly pierced through Firelight's chest. PFF'd. The blood splattered, giving people a shocking feeling. Under the blood flowers in the sky, there is a kind of horrified taste. Watching Chidori's first kill, Kakashi had a rare smile on his face. "Yes, it's you." The intermittent sound of firelight sounded suddenly. Looking at Chinyu, who was not far away to help, his expression became a little crazy. "Dashi, run away quickly. Go back and tell Lord Lois that the blood-colored Asuras are here. Let them run away quickly." A hysterical roar echoed in the heaven and earth. Dashi, who used a secret technique to enter the invisible, originally planned to let the firelight attract everyone's attention. Then, wait for the opportunity to kill Chinyu and others. However, hearing this name now, he turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Bloody Asura was from the village of Kumogakure, the first battle that the next Raikage told himself. Scarlet Asura, a collection of powerful attack ninjutsu, defensive ninjutsu, and demonic illusion in one. Anyone below cage level, as if encountering him, must escape. From the very beginning, many shinobi villages did not believe this information. But after learning that Kurigakure village was also interested in the pass behind Konoha, he went to sneak attack alone. After paying 2 blood mists to walk out, known as the monster of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The fierce name of the bloody Asura has been completely established in the ninja world. What happened? Uchiha Obito, who had planned to protect Rin Nohara. However, the sudden scene right now shook their nerves. "What were you talking about just now? Who is the blood-colored Asura?" Kakashi's expression also changed. He grabbed the collar of the firelight and asked anxiously. However, before he could get the result, a broken sound came from behind. "Kakashi, be careful," Rin Nohara exclaimed anxiously. Uchiha Obito also rushed out in a hurry. It's a pity that in the face of Dashi, who hides his figure, all this seems pale and powerless. Kakashi, who didn't even know where the enemy was, a playful smile appeared on Oishi's face. This is his tried and true secret technique, which is completely comparable to Kurigakure's silent killing technique. In his eyes, Kakashi's attack power has just dissipated, and it is impossible to continue to defend now. The only thing he can do is to obediently become a hostage in his hands. "I see you." A small sound swept away like a hurricane at this moment. Oishi's nerves suddenly tensed to ultimate. He hurriedly looked behind him, and a figure entwined with lightning, like a ghost, appeared behind him first. The 4 eyes met, and Yuhi's eyes were like blood moons, making people feel like falling into an ice cellar. This is Sharingan. Oishi looked stiff. He finally understood why the other party saw him. However, at such a close distance, everything seemed pale and powerless. Chinyu's backhand, under the flow of thunder light, Chidori bloomed instantly, turned into a thunder light, and penetrated Dashi's chest first. PFF'd. The blood splattered and turned into a huge blood mist. Dashi Yuan stared at him, his face full of disbelief. When they entered the battlefield, they also thought about the fate of many deaths. But I never thought that it would end up in the hands of a kid who was only 13 or 14 years old. Bang! The corpse fell heavily to the ground, and blood splashed down, which was shocking. Chinyu wiped the blood from his hands on Dashi's body and said, "Okay, 3 people are a team in Iwagakure village. Now all 3 of them have been killed by us, and the other party should have also contacted the main force, and it will be a tough battle next." The 3 Uchiha Obito looked stiff. They were just victorious. But aside from Kakashi killing an enemy, Nohara Rin has only used medical ninjutsu a little. Uchiha Obito also casts a Kaiden fire style. If the other party does come with a large army, then there is probably a dead end waiting for them. Chinyu, it's going to rain today, do we need to retire temporarily? Kakashi said after hesitating. Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. What he cares most about now is the firelight and the blood-colored Asura in the mouth of the big stone. To be able to make Jonin also frightened, that is definitely the same level as Namikaze Minato. Most importantly, there were only 6 people present. Except for the 2 dead Iwagakure, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, who were incompatible. Of course Kakashi knew how much he had. As for Nohara Rin, apart from being a little good at medical ninjutsu, his fighting skills and ninjutsu are no match for the elite Chunin, not to mention making the 2 Iwagakure fearful. After exclusion, then only Uchiha Chinyu remained. This so-called salted fish for more than 10 years, when it suddenly appeared, not only became an elite Jonin. Even the most likely to be the next Hokage, Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato is in awe. It gives the feeling that it is completely relative. This made Kakashi think that the blood-colored Asura that made Iwagakure terrified was absolutely inseparable from Chinyu. Chapter 59 Bakuden, Explosion Style, Ninja Hunt. Chinyu, I want to know if you are the bloody Asura they call him. Kakashi was the first to lose his breath. Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin couldn't help but stare at Chinyu. The exclamation just now also made them suspicious. At the same time, he was eager to know if Chinyu had made the 2 Iwagakure, the blood-colored Asuras terrified. Can I say no? Chinyu was helpless. Now that I think about it, I really want to hammer Ui to death. Don't choose any name, choose a blood-colored Asura. Most important. This one is spreading too fast. In just 7 or 8 days, the news spread throughout the entire ninja world, making Chinyu wonder if there were paparazzi undercover beside him. Kakashi and the others were startled. In the face of Chinyu's vague answer, he really felt at a loss. However, before they could ask questions again, one after another broke through the air, attacking in all directions. Be careful, it's an enemy attack. Kakashi let out a hurried cry and took the lead in pulling out the chakra dagger behind him. Under the infusion of chakra, the short knife emits a white light, like a flying butterfly. Dang dang. The crisp metal collision sound reverberated between heaven and earth, and there were sparks splashing. The violent scene made Uchiha Obito confused again. However, under the panic this time, Uchiha Obito was clearly determined to protect Rin Nohara. With a flick of the figure, he appeared in front of Rin Nohara. His hands flew quickly, falling down with a series of spells. The fiery fireball spewed out, sending the oncoming kunai flying away. As for Chinyu, he was the most relaxed of the 4. Under the raging thunder arc on his body, Kunai, who was slightly close to his body, was directly blown away by the thunder arc. The first wave of attacks passed quickly. After Kakashi and others stood firm, the entire basin was filled with dense figures in all directions. 10, 50, 100, 200, 300. Uchiha Obito looked at the dense figures around him, his face turning pale. This number is at least 100 times more than theirs. Kakashi, this won't be the entire Iwagakure's backup force, so many people. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but moved in the direction of Kakashi. Rin on the side is no exception. In the face of such a menacing scene with a large number of people, the existence of the three of them made everything pale and powerless. Hehe, I didn't expect that the four of you would be able to defeat Huogang and Dashi's team. It seems that you are indeed the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu who has been rumored to be boiling recently. A masked ninja fell from the tree. As soon as the footsteps stood firm, there was a high-temperature steam rising up from the body. Chinyu frowned, and quickly searched for the knowledge of Iwagakure in his mind. During this process, the three Kakashi looked stagnant. If they were guessing just now, then it has now been confirmed in the mouth of the other party. What's wrong? Looking at your expressions, you don't even know the bloody Asura who has gained fame on the battlefield recently. The steam man laughed playfully. It's no wonder that it is rumored that the new talent of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Chinyu, is beating the senior Uchiha Shisui. In the Battle of the Northwest Pass, Raiden Thunder Style killed 100 people in 1 second, Demonic Illusion was a tailed beast, and the Black Flame moved people's hearts. He also killed 2 ninja swords and 7 people. How gorgeous and shocking the record is. Speaking of this, the Steam Man said with a disdainful face, you tell me, is this kind of thing credible? I just don't believe it. It's just you Konoha. Under this kind of desperation, the so-called geniuses and powerhouses are created in order to restore the disadvantage on the battlefield. The hysterical voice was filled with a hint of madness. Chinyu finally remembered the origin of the Iwagakure in front of him. I thought that the ninja leading the team this time would be Lois, the cheap son of the two, Dai Onoki. Did not expect to come a ninja hunter with Kekkei Genkei, Bakuden Explosion Style. Bakuden Explosion Style is a very special Kekkei Genkei that can cause a big explosion when the attack hits the enemy. The power of the explosion is measured by the size of the chakra. According to the description in the original work, this hunter has the strength of cage level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be targeted by Hirako. Boy, it seems that you have also seen my identity. Hunter smiled grimly. You read that right, this uncle is Bakuden Explosion Style Ninja Hunter. I don't care if you are a blood-colored Asura or a white Asura. If you don't want to suffer, I hope you can obediently capture, don't let me waste too much strength. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the field changed instantly. Hundreds of Iwagakure, all locked on Chinyu's body. Similar to Bakuden Explosion Style Ninja Hunt. In their eyes, Chinyu was just a genius and powerhouse made up by the cornered Konoha. Chinyu. Kakashi couldn't hold back his breath. They didn't believe what Hunter said. It's just that they are both Konoha, but they have never heard of Uchiha Chinyu's deeds. At this juncture, it is inevitable that suspicion will arise in the heart. There are 365 people in total, and half of them are shadow clones. I said you Iwagakure village, do you like to be a big-headed ghost? Chinyu suddenly laughed. Didn't you say you're not afraid? For me and the 3 little brats, you need to work so hard. A small sound swept away like a hurricane at this moment. The headhunter's expression couldn't help but stagnate for a while. This basin covers at least several thousand meters open. Their Iwagakure took on an encircling gesture, and the entire basin was blocked. Moreover, when he came, Hunter had already issued an order for everyone to at least 1 shadow clone. Although it will weaken its own strength, it will also increase the number of senses, giving people a lineup of pressure. However, the lineup so scattered now was smashed by the opponent at a glance. In terms of numbers, as well as strategy, they were all revealed in one sentence. There is absolutely no way to do this with any enemy. Is it Sharingan? Sho met Chin Yu's gaze. However, he quickly thought of an important matter, and quickly looked away. His expression sank, and said, the blood-colored Nine-Tomo Sharingan are completely different from the eyes of the ordinary Uchiha clan. You are really special. Chapter 60. Take care of yourself first. It's a bit special, otherwise how can it be different? Chin-Yu smiled warmly. His eyes turned in vain and past the hunter, falling outside the encirclement. Have you all come to cut? It looks like it's about to start. Start. Sho couldn't help but startled, and then burst into laughter. Boy, do you mean start dying? Even if you can see that half of this place is shadow clone, we are all elites in Iwagakure, but many of you, the famous thieves, can compare. Having said that, Sho raised his hand and made a direct action of wiping his neck. Boys, wait and die. Kakashi and the others looked ashen, and the three of them subconsciously turned their backs to each other, but the corners of their eyes were locked on Uchiha Chin-Yu. In the face of such a mortal situation, no one will have the confidence, only Uchiha Chin-Yu can still look as usual. Time is almost over, Chin-Yu said suddenly. The expressions of everyone present couldn't help but stagnate. The headhunter even laughed outrageously. Boy, you're really joking. What do you do in this situation? Do you think someone will save you? Faced with these words, the figure of Namikaze Minato flashed in the minds of Kakashi and the others. In their eyes, they do not understand Chin-Yu. But Konoha Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato's deeds and prestige are clear. If you can get his support, it may not be difficult to escape from birth. I'm sorry, it seems that I'm too low-key, it's easy to be ignored. Chin-Yu smiled playfully, raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Look clearly, who is surrounded? Inexplicably speaking, even Kakashi and the others couldn't hold their breath, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. At the moment of entering the eyes, the pupils shrank suddenly, and the eye sockets were almost split. Boom! The violent thunder sounded suddenly, giving people a deafening feeling. In the sky, black clouds overwhelmed the city, forming a huge Uzumaki, and arcs of thunder roamed like electric snakes. Uzumaki Revisited, that illusory Kirin figure was even more shocking. At this moment, all the talents present suddenly woke up. What Hunter said just now is absolutely not false. The backlog of thunder light in the sky exudes an aura of destruction. I am afraid it is the Super Raiden Thunder style that kills hundreds of Kumogakure in 1 second. Boy, are you crazy? This attack really fell, and even you guys have to die. Hunter's face changed drastically. As soon as they arrived, they were attracted by Chin-Yu's bloody Shira name. Changes in the sky are completely ignored. The nerves of Kakashi and others are also tensed like strings to ultimate. The scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. If it does fall, as Hunt said, they will surely die. Hee, we don't need to worry about our safety. What you have to do is to care about how to survive this attack. Chin-Yu smiled playfully, flipped his right hand, and the thunder blade was directly channeled out. In the backhand, the thunder blade pierced through the void directly under Chin-Yu's chakra infusion. Boom! The backlog of thunder was instantly pulled. Roar! A thunder roaring like a roaring giant beast ripped apart the world. Kirin, who was lurking in the thunder, instantly broke through the clouds and swooped down. The speed is so fast that it arrives in the blink of an eye, making it difficult to escape. The three of Kakashi's expressions turned pale. At the moment when the lightning strikes, all that is left in front of you is the thunder in the sky. The eardrums also roared directly. The only thought is to close your eyes and wait to die. Boom! The thunder light soared into the sky, splashing out like a frenzy in the sky. The raging gesture swept everything in a radius of 10,000 meters. Whether it's a tree or Iwagakure thinking of running away from the periphery. Unfortunately, in the face of the blow in front of him, everything seemed pale and powerless. The thundering light that fell from the sky and the ground drowned everyone in an instant. Along with the rocky mountain, it was directly smashed by the violent thunder light. It was a minute or two later when everything returned to calm. The backlogged clouds of lead in the sky dissipated, and the wandering thunder light dissipated. All that was left was a charred basin, and a mess of woodland. The center where Kirin hit, sank like a funnel. An illusory huge figure stands in the ruins. In addition to Qin Feng, there are 3 people. Kakashi. Okay, open your eyes if you're not scared to death, Qin Yu said lightly. Kakashi and the others twitched their muscles involuntarily. The next moment, only to find that there is no pain in the whole body. We are not dead. The attack just now was devastating. Uchiha Obito hurriedly opened his eyes. Looking at Susanoo covering them, his expression stiffened, and his eyes were almost split. This scene was too shocking for him. It's just at the last minute. Did it stop us from attacking? Nohara Rin's expression turned ashen. Susanoo covering them with blood all over. They finally understood why Qin was called Scarlet Asura. The power of the Raiden Thunder style, just now, I am afraid it will reach the Super S level. This Shira is unscathed, and the defense is stronger. Kakashi looked ashen, remembering that not long ago, he was still in front of Qin, showing off his so-called Chidori. The cheeks couldn't hold up a bit. If there is a ground crack here, he can't wait to dig into it directly. This is Susanoo, one of Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil techniques. Qin said lightly. However, his brows quickly frowned, revealing an unexpected look. Qin, you mean, if I turn on Sharingan, I will also get this method? Uchiha Obito said excitedly with a smile on his face. Kakashi, did you hear me? Our Uchiha clan are geniuses, and I'll catch up with you soon. Kakashi's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but look into Qin eyes. The moment his eyes met, his whole soul seemed to be pulled by an invisible big hand. It seemed that as long as Qin glanced at him, his soul would be sucked into it. Kakashi, are you all right? Are you surprised by my potential? Uchiha Obito said, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. It was a rare opportunity to find a wolf and a tiger, but he didn't want to let it go. Forget it. Kakashi woke up in a trance, glanced at Qin and said, his is not an ordinary Sharingan. If anyone can do it, you Uchiha clan will not be the first. The title of Blood Shira appeared for the first time. Quote, I think, to reach this level, you need very powerful means, and in your lifetime, I'm afraid you will never have the chance to achieve it. Uchiha Obito suddenly gasped. However, there was no way to refute it, and he was not stupid either. With Kakashi's words, he clearly understood the key. Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61 Uchiha Madara's hiding place. Okay, you guys are here waiting for Namikaze Minato to arrive. I'm going to do something else. Qin dispersed Susanoo. Kakashi and others looked stagnant, and said anxiously, what happened to Qin? Is there a fish that slipped through the net? Qin originally planned to find an excuse, but now Kakashi helped him make up his mind and saved his mind. That's right, there were other ninjas just now who were watching from a distance and didn't enter the attack range. Qin nodded and said, however, he should have been hit by the aftermath of the attack, and he should have been injured as well. Qin, let's go together. Uchiha Obito was the first to lose his temper. Seeing the urgency on that face, Qin rolled his eyes helplessly and said, you're not afraid, right? Don't you want to open Sharingan? You keep avoiding the fight, you can never open it, facing difficulties in your opponents, this is the only shortcut to your victory. Chinyu patted Uchiha Obito on the shoulder, then looked at Kakashi and said, "You will be the next captain. I can't use this thunder knife, so I'll give it to you as a gift to Jonin. Don't forget Konoha White Fang, but the existence above Konoha Sannin is right and wrong. There should be a measuring ruler in your heart. Don't forget White Fang's swordsmanship. If you don't learn it, you can also give it to me." Leaving these words, the thunder on Chinyu's body skyrocketed. In the next moment, it disappeared into place. He's really gone. Uchiha Obito couldn't help it. Will Chinyu come back? Facing these words, Kakashi and the others couldn't help but stiffen. Chinyu's words just now felt a little like explaining what happened behind him. Are we going to support? Nohara Rin couldn't help but said, we are a team, maybe not as strong as Chinyu, but we can't let it go. Rin is right, let's go to support Chinyu. Uchiha Obito hurriedly agreed. However, as soon as he started, he was stopped by Kakashi. Obito, do you think we can deal with an opponent that even Chinyu thinks is tough? Don't forget, we were completely useless just now. The only thing we can do now is to wait for Mr. Minato to arrive and tell him what happened here. On the other hand, from the place where Chinyu and Iwagakure fought, a charred figure emerged from the ground. Frightened face. Almost died. If I hadn't carried out spore reproduction in advance and left behind, I would have died under Kirin just now. Black Zetsu's face turned pale. This time, he was staying on an Iwagakure's body, and he had planned to wait for the opportunity to give Uchiha Madara, a descendant of the Uchiha family. Make the next plan. Uchiha clan members appeared on the battlefield this time. Originally, in his eyes, almost 200 people went to capture the mere 2 Uchiha clan people, but it was just a matter of hand. So along the way, he kept bewitching the hunter. No matter what the cost, he would capture the enemy. However, Black Zetsu never imagined that this time it was not only the blood-colored Asura who had recently gained fame. The strength is so powerful that he can kill them all in seconds with a single Raiden, Thunder-style, ninjutsu. If Black Zetsu hadn't kept an eye out beforehand, he would probably be dead by now. No, you must tell Uchiha Madara and let him know that there is a terrifying existence in the Uchiha clan. Black Zetsu looked around, chose the right direction, and quickly fled. In his perception, Chinyu's bizarre eyes were probably similar to those of Uchiha Madara. Sure enough, it's this undead Xiaoqiang. Chinyu walked out in the dark. Looking at the distant figure, his face became playful. In the original book, after Uchiha Obito was buried by Flint's earth-splitting palm, after Kakashi implemented a counter-kill, he encountered a large army of Iwagakure, and then Namikaze Minato came to save people with the technique of Hiraishin. Unfortunately, after cleaning the battlefield, Uchiha Obito's body was not found. This made Chinyu guess that Black Zetsu must have been lurking in the basin from the very beginning. Possibly possessed by Iwagakure. Therefore, from the beginning, Chinyu was preparing to give a big gift to Black Zetsu, so I used Raiden Thunder-style Kirin. Now save him a small life, all to meet Uchiha Madara. According to the timeline of the original work, the current Uchiha Madara has already transplanted Rinnegan to Nagato. And due to his longevity and the old troubles left by the battle with the first Hokage that day, his strength is now 10 or 2. However, this time facing the legendary ninja, Chinyu still intends to be cautious. Otherwise, the boat will capsize in the Yin ditch, which is not like Chinyu's behavior. At the last moment will I say such words to Kakashi and the others. After a short while, Chinyu looked at the grass ninja village without any voice in front of him, and his expression couldn't help but stagnate. He finally understood why Kusanagi village did not stop Iwagakure from borrowing the way. Now that Black Zetsu has fled to this place, I'm afraid this is where Uchiha Madara was hiding. At the same time, the Grass Ninja Village is still under their control. Be careful, now is a critical time. The village chief said, don't let any Konoha ninja and Iwagakure break into the village. A small leader appeared in front of the village entrance and commanded in a deep voice. The two Kusanagi, who were hiding in the shadows, immediately cheered up. However, the next moment, their pupils shrank suddenly. A figure entwined with thunderlight appeared in front of the little leader, and with a flash of thunderlight on his right hand, the huge head was thrown directly into the air. Enemy attack. This thought flashed through the minds of the two Dark Whistle. Just as they were about to issue an emergency signal, the figure entwined with lightning appeared beside them like a ghost. You guys should sleep for a while, too. Chinyu turned his hands into knives and slashed directly at the back of their necks. The two of them didn't even have time to let out their exclamations, and passed out directly. After eliminating the surrounding ninjas, Chinyu didn't stop for a bit, and with a flick of his body, he sneaked into the Grass Ninja Village like a ghost. With Konoha Ninja Village, Grass Ninja Village can completely become a cottage. There should be only 1,000 people in the village, and there are only 100 people who can be called ninjas. Among them, less than 1/3 of them can be Chunin alone, and it is good that Jonin can have 10. Therefore, Kusanagi Village has always been brought into existence as a buffer between Konoha and Iwagakure villages. This time, Iwagakure actually did something that made Iwagakure go straight, and it was completely beyond Konoha's understanding. According to the hypnosis just now, I learned that the cave in front is the forbidden area of the Grass Ninja Village. I am afraid that Uchiha Madara is hiding here, Chinyu said to himself. With his current strength, let alone Kusanagi Village, even Konoha Village can go in and out freely. If Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu escaped, he would definitely come in all the way. Let the Grass Ninja Village be directly handed over. There is a voice, it seems to be the voice of Black Zetsu. Chinyu raised his brows, showing a hint of joy. Chapter 62. Sorry, I'm too excited. In the dark cave, an old figure sat upright on a chair, with wrinkles on his face, like tree bark, giving people the feeling that they were about to die and would burp at any time. Something's wrong, our plan is ruined. Black Zetsu rushed in from outside the cave. Uchiha Madara opened her heavy eyelids and frowned involuntarily. In his memory and settings, Black Zetsu is a replica of his spiritual will, so he should be calm and calm. The now terrified gesture is beyond his control. What happened? Why didn't you bring people back to me as planned? What's the use of me asking you? Uchiha Madara shouted sharply. Black Zetsu's expression froze, only to realize that he had completely forgotten his identity after walking through the gate of hell. Looking at Uchiha Madara with a thin and angry face, he felt unhappy in his heart, but when he thought of resurrecting his old mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, he clenched his fist a little and calmed down his emotions. Lord Madara, I just lost my temper. There was an accident in the plan, and a young man with a Zeba Sharingan like you appeared in the Uchiha family. He not only rescued our target, but also cast a powerful Raiden, Thunder style, to destroy the people of Iwagakure Village. All of them were killed instantly. If I hadn't kept my back, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back to see you. Zeba Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's expression changed. The so-called Zeba Sharingan is just a name for Uchiha Madara, which is also the meaning of Mangekyo. However, he had been monitoring the Uchiha clan during this period of lurking. Except for that Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Fugaku, who has the potential of Mangekyo Sharingan, was not discovered at all. Moreover, only Uchiha Madara knows how to activate Mangekyo Sharingan. The face of the control of the ethnic group, Uchiha Madara has always been selfish and did not reveal the way. Otherwise, if everyone has a pair of Mangekyo, then his Madara will be worthless. Lord Madara, I just know that that person is called Uchiha Chinyu. After I infiltrated Iwagakure, I learned that he showed his real strength for the first time when he fought against Kumogakure and Kurigakure in the Northwest Pass battlefield of Konoha not long ago. After a pause, Black Zetsu continued. It seems that he has such a powerful strength only when he turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. He also cast Susanoo. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara's face sank and said, I didn't expect him to have reached this level. I thought that it would take a lot of effort to cultivate a chess piece. Now one of the pieces has grown up. Black Zetsu, you have to find a way to catch him back to me. Bring him back. Black Zetsu's expression changed involuntarily. This is not the same as our plan. With Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo is also turned on. For Mangekyo Sharingan, it has already been played to the ultimate. I am afraid it will be difficult to use him for us. In the eyes of Black Zetsu, the original target Uchiha Obito, but even Sharingan has not been opened. Uchiha Chinyu, who suddenly appeared now, is the owner of Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, the most advanced Susanoo, on top of his record, is awesome as soon as he shoots. With Uchiha Madara and his situation at the moment, to fight against Chinyu, I am afraid the outcome is unpredictable. Black Zetsu, I find that you seem to be less and less like me. Uchiha Madara said coldly. I am the big black hand behind the scenes over the years, wars, genocide, and looting. That incident escaped my control. As long as you bring back Uchiha Chinyu, I am 100% sure that he will kneel here for my use. Having said this, Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu, Sharingan flipped over, and said sharply, do you understand? Black Zetsu's expression changed. He clearly knew that if he made an abnormal move now, with Uchiha Madara's suspicious character, he would definitely be suspicious of him. Once, let Uchiha Madara know that he is not his so-called spiritual product at all, I am afraid that the next plan will fail completely. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's expression changed, he nodded and said in a deep voice, go now. Leaving those words behind, Black Zetsu turned and walked out of the cave. However, as soon as he stepped forward, the sight of his goal shook his nerves. Kaden Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. The blazing fire came head-on. The fireball with a diameter of tens of meters rolled up a large heat wave, causing the temperature of the air to increase sharply. The violent scene shook the nerves of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. In their eyes, there is only one person who can perform the mere Kaden Fire Style Grand Fireball to this extent. Uchiha Chinyu. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's expression changed, and he only had time to exclaim, and the super-large fireball that was approaching quickly enlarged in his pupils. The scorching high temperature even set his clothes on fire. Just as he was about to withdraw and retreat, a figure appeared in front of him. Uchiha Madara looked old, but she was still not slow, holding the fan of the Uchiha clan in her hand, hitting the fiery fireball head-on. Uchiha bounces back. The fiery fireball suddenly stagnated. The next moment, like a cannonball, it was thrown straight out. The speed is so fast that it is several points faster than the time of the attack, and it directly hits the Rocky Mountain wall in the distance. Boom! The fire soared into the sky, causing the dark valley to shake violently. As the fireball passed along the way, the ground was directly scorched, and some buildings were burned to the ground. The smell of burning filled the air, black scorched earth, and the smoke was rising. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu stood together, looking at the falling figure outside the cave, his face gloomy. Hee, I'm sorry, I'm too excited. I just heard that you were going to arrest me, so I didn't invite me here. Chinyu smiled warmly. I was a little excited, and when my hand shook, I lost a ball directly. I didn't hurt you by accident. You. Black Zetsu's face darkened to ultimate. This is the second time that he was almost killed by Chinyu. The first time may be an accident, then the second time, it is undoubtedly serious. If it wasn't for Uchiha Madara's timely shot, even if he used the double spores, he would probably have been severely injured. What's the matter, can't you be angry? Chinyu looked at Black Zetsu with great interest and said, your life is really big. When you were in the basin, you couldn't die. Now you are attacked head-on, and you were saved. You deserve it. A monster that has lived for thousands of years. Chapter 63 You Are My Little Brother. 1,000-year-old monster. Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly. Black Zetsu is no exception. This is his secret. If Uchiha Madara is the mastermind behind all the wars, genocide, and looting for decades, then the changes in the ninja world, the Black Hand for thousands of years, is the one who is leading. Senju clan and the Uchiha clan who were opposed in the past, it is his masterpiece. It can be said that all this is carried out in an orderly manner under his control. No one could notice his presence. However, now that Chinyu pointed out the secret as soon as he opened his mouth, Black Zetsu couldn't figure out whether it was true or false. Are you Uchiha Chinyu? Uchiha Madara said coldly. The Black Zetsu you mentioned is my clone. I'm glad to see you personally approach the door. It proves that I am not wrong. Son, you should know exactly who I am. I am the Uchiha family, the greatest and the strongest Uchiha Madara, and your ancestor. With the strength of the god of ninjas, even if Senju Hashirama died, I am still alive. This means that I am the most powerful existence, and no one in the ninja world can match me. Having said that, Uchiha Madara's face showed a ferocious look. If Senju Hashirama hadn't already died, I, with stronger pupil skills, would have completely defeated him and become the most powerful being in the entire ninja world. Child, do you want to gain more power than you are now? As long as you are willing to be my revenge tool, I will tell you how. Chang's voice is full of inexplicable temptation between the lines. If placed on any Uchiha tribe, it might work. However, as a traverser, he is very familiar with Hokage and has a one-click full-level system. To be Uchiha Madara's little brother is a joke. What's the matter? What else are you thinking about? Uchiha Madara's face was playful, and in his eyes, Rinnegan was above Sharingan. If he hadn't been lucky enough to grab Senju Hashirama's cells, he would never have found out. Now using this as a bargaining chip to confuse a junior is enough. Sorry, I'm not interested in Rinnegan, Chinyu said suddenly. The expressions of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu instantly became stiff, and their gazes towards Chinyu became more disbelieving. It can be said that Sharingan can transform into Rinnegan, which is the biggest secret hidden in the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. If Uchiha Madara hadn't been lucky, he would have died in the first battle that day. Now Chinyu broke Uchiha Madara's bargaining chip. Where is it not shocking? Boy, what are you talking about? Uchiha Madara's expression became more ferocious, and said, where did you hear about Rinnegan? Is it the information left by Senju Hashirama? In Uchiha Madara's eyes, the only person who deserves his attention is Senju Hashirama. He wouldn't believe that a mere junior of the Uchiha family could know the existence of Rinnegan. Guess, Chinyu smiled playfully. Otherwise, if you were my little brother, I might think about it and restore you. The small voice made Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu's faces change drastically. From the beginning to the present, the young man in front of him has completely broken the secret in their hearts. Without the slightest sloppiness, it seems that he knows all this well. If the young man in front of him is an old monster who has lived for decades, or even hundreds of years, they may believe that the young man in front of him has been monitoring them very early. But the boy in front of him, from the perspective of bone age, is obviously only 15 or 16 years old. There is no possibility of monitoring at all. Why does he know so much? What's the matter, don't you want to? Chinyu smiled playfully. I came here with sincerity. If you don't want to, it will be difficult for me. The only way is to kill you. Fell, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu's expressions sank, and they shouted in unison. Go! White Zetsu appeared behind Chinyu, and there were as many as 30 or 40. As soon as he appeared, he rushed towards Chinyu's body. It seems that the negotiation has failed. The thunder light from Chinyu's body echoed with a crackling sound. As soon as the footsteps stepped down, the ground shattered. White Zetsu lurking in the ground was instantly shattered. At the same time, Uchiha Chinyu disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, and reappeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Recurrent violence. The fists suddenly folded, and under the entanglement of thunder, the power of 10 million volts of electricity erupted. Without any bells and whistles, he slammed down Uchiha Madara head-on. What a great speed! Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically. If it wasn't for Mangekyo's Sharingan, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to see Chinyu's movements clearly. This is when he handed Rinnegan over to Nagato and captured it from a member of the Uchiha clan. It might not be as powerful as it was in its prime, but he could also use the pupil technique. Susanoo. The blue pupil power surged wildly, and in an instant, on the surface of Uchiha Madara's body, strips of ribs condensed to protect him and Black Zetsu. Boom! The thunder light hammer slammed down in response, the huge impact, and the splashing thunder light, like a rumbling thunder. The ground shattered, and Susanoo, which had just condensed, instantly sank by dozens of centimeters. Cough cough. A violent coughing sound came from the dust, and through the translucent Susanoo, it was obvious that Uchiha Madara was vomiting blood. Tangle him. Black Zetsu's expression changed drastically. The current Uchiha Madara is already on the verge of death, and it is very good to be able to support it alive. Large part of the credit is still because of Senju Hashirama's cells, which barely continue his vitality. If facing an ordinary opponent, with Uchiha Madara's current state, it is not a problem to roll over the entire Kusanagi village. But what was in front of him turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, a mysterious kid who seemed to be able to see everything. It means that this battle is full of variables. Black Zetsu, give me strength. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and growled with a twisted expression. A mere junior who dares to be so rude to our ancestors. I want you to know that it is the same Mangekyo Sharingan, but there is still a huge gap. The hysterical growl made Black Zetsu's nerves tense. It does, in a sense, resonate with Uchiha Madara's cells. It is possible to achieve the level of power sharing. However, once this means is used, it means that Uchiha Madara will burn his life, and even the final plan cannot be carried out. This would mess up his plans. Chapter 64 Talking about Mao now. Black Zetsu, what are you thinking? Hurry up and give me your power. As long as I kill him, the plan can continue. Uchiha Madara roared again and again. As an existence that even Senju Hashirama dare not underestimate. To be despised by a junior at such a late age, for Uchiha Madara, this is simply a great shame. Black Zetsu, if this old man killed me, then I will kill you as well. You should think about it carefully. Chinyu smiled playfully. No, it should be said, if he kills me or not, you will surely die too. The first half of his speech made Black Zetsu seem to have caught a life-saving straw. The second half of his speech made his expression suddenly distorted. Just like Uchiha Madara, who has lived for so long, when has he been so despised by others? Most importantly, the secret that he had lived for thousands of years, even Uchiha Madara didn't know, but was broken by the young man in front of him. This gave Black Zetsu a killing intent. Looking at Chinyu with a playful face, Black Zetsu's face became hideous. Okay, Okay, since you want to die, Madara will show you what despair is. Tree roots shot out from Black Zetsu's body, and immediately plunged into Uchiha Madara's body. With the peristalsis of the rhizomes, a lot of power, like a frenzy, poured into Uchiha Madara's body frantically. What? Uchiha Madara roared sharply, and the old body gradually regained its youth. The wrinkled skin also tightened. A huge aura swept away with him as the center. The current Uchiha Madara, in the case of burning the last life, is obviously 10 times stronger than before. Although it didn't reach its heyday, compared to the pseudo-cage level of hunting, one hand can kill 10. Power, that's what power feels like. Uchiha Madara felt the mad power in her body, and the murderous intent on her face became even more intense. He knew very well that this was a battle that burned his life. Results must be decided as soon as possible. Kaiden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The fiery chakras converged in the mouth of Uchiha Madara. The next moment, it was swallowed out in an instant. The fiery fireballs with a diameter of tens of meters gathered together and rolled towards Chinyu. Not bad momentum. Chinyu smiled playfully. Your current strength is 1/10 of your heyday, or 1/20th. Can I say that this kind of strength cannot beat me? The low voice made Uchiha Madara almost explode with anger. At the same time, her expression was hideous, but it was the chakra ball that was spinning wildly in Chinyu's hands. Buzz. The high-pitched roar made the eardrums hurt. Is this a lunatic who actually sharpens the shape change to ultimate, and then injects futon wind-style chakra, and combines the attribute change with the shape change crazily? The speed of the rotating cutting may be able to instantly shred rocks and mountains. Black Zetsu's face changed drastically. However, as the energy carrier of Uchiha Madara now, he cannot escape at all, and the only thing he can do is to watch the battle obediently. PFF'd. Futon wind-style Rasengan in Chinyu's hand suddenly threw out, and collided with the grand fireball that was oncoming. Wind can fuel fire. But if the wind is strong and the fire is weak, the dominant position has obviously changed. The moment the two touched slightly, the fiery grand fireball was cut in half in an instant. Instantly pulled up by futon wind-style Rasengan. The fire follows the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. The two complemented each other, and the fiery flames instantly rose into the sky. Like a flaming comet descending into the sky, it smashed towards Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Boom! The flame storm soared into the sky, and the violent air waves, mixed with the flame Hefeng blade, smashed everything around. Under the impact of this wave, the cave collapsed and was directly razed to the ground. The surrounding valleys and cliffs seemed to have been struck by a pair of sharp claws, leaving thousands of ravines with claw marks, which are shocking. The trees in the entire valley were not spared, and they were directly broken in the middle. The soaring air waves, and even the backlogged clouds in the sky, directly penetrated. The violent scene shook the entire grass ninja village. The few remaining Jonin in the village, led by an elderly man, hurried there. Susanoo with only one end rushed out. The figures shrouded in them changed their expressions drastically. Elder, it's Lord Madara. A Jonin couldn't hold back his breath, and his expression changed dramatically, and said, who is fighting with Lord Madara? They have already been manipulated by Uchiha Madara using Mangekyo Sharingan. According to Uchiha Madara's plan, as soon as he dies, the demonic illusion he controls will automatically make these controlled grass ninjas commit suicide. This way, all the plans can be seamless, and Konoha or Iwagakure village will investigate after the event, and there is no way to start. However, Chinyu's sudden appearance completely ruined his overall plan. It's a young man who used the same pupil technique as Madara-sama. A Kusanagi changed his expression. Looking at Chinyu who was far away from Uchiha Madara, he was surprised, but his face also showed enthusiasm. In their eyes, Uchiha Madara is an omnipotent god. The fundamental existence that makes them stronger. However, compared to their frenzy, Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank silently. Resisting Futon wind-style Rasengan just now had already consumed a lot of his pupil power. I thought this was Chinyu's ultimate move, but looking at the balls whose left and right hands are completely different, his cheeks twitched slightly. As Chinyu said, he used the power of Black Zetsu to temporarily restore 1/10 of his strength. In the beginning, Uchiha Madara believed that having Susanoo under his control would be enough to be invincible against Amir Jr. Coupled with his superb combat experience and various means, killing this junior is not a problem. However, after seeing the power of Futon wind-style Rasengan with my own eyes, now I see the sweetened water-style Rasengan and Raiden thunder-style Rasengan in Chinyu's left and right hands. The spine has a feeling of medium hair. Why don't you move? Chinyu smiled playfully. If one ball can't solve the problem, then two, if it doesn't work, then three. My good ancestor, you say, is this right? The small voice gave Uchiha Madara an inexplicable sense of death urging at this moment. Looking at the warm smile on his face, Uchiha Madara had an inexplicable illusion. Compared with him, Chinyu is more like an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. Boy, we might be able to talk, Uchiha Madara said suddenly. Black Zetsu couldn't help but be startled. He didn't even think that the dignified Uchiha Madara would say such a thing. However, in the next moment, the words that fell in his ear shook his nerves like thunder. Let's talk about Mao now. It's not right for Lao Su to let you be a younger brother. Now, let's go to Huang Izumi Road and have a good company. Sweetened water-style Rasengan and Futon wind-style Rasengan in Chinyu's hands were thrown out instantly. If wind and fire are mutually complementary, then water and thunder are no exception. Two attacks with different attributes, based on Rasengan nature transformation, instantly launch attacks. The power of the collision, even Chinyu could not imagine. Chapter 65 Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. In the ruined battlefield, two huge illusory bodies are facing each other far away. Under the shocked gazes of Kusanagi and Uchiha Madara, the sweetened water-style Rasengan and Raiden thunder-style Rasengan in Chinyu's hands suddenly threw out. A short distance of 100 meters is just a blink of an eye. Two big Rasengans slammed into Uchiha Madara's Susanoo in an instant. Perhaps, because it was not in its heyday, the Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Madara had only one head in the three-sided Shira pose in the original work. Facing the incoming Rasengan, he only had time to raise his hands to block. Boom! There was a sudden explosion like thunder. At this moment, the second power of thunder and water was brought into the ultimate, and the violent power was rolled back, and the power of water was turned into countless high-pressure water jets under the frantic compression of Rasengan. The thunder attribute chakra turned into countless thunder rods like cow hair. The saturation attack formed by the two directly enveloped Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Under the superposition of thunder and water, the burst of power smashed everything in a radius of 500 or 600 meters. The astral wind that hits the face is more or less mixed with the blade of thunder and water. Among them, some Kusanagi, who were watching the battle from a distance, screamed miserably when they were caught off guard, and blood splattered instantly on their bodies. What's more, the whole arm was cut off at the waist. Seeing this scene, the old man's expression changed drastically. The people here are the elites of their grass ninja village. One death is one less. Go back all for me. The old man glanced at Uchiha Madara, who was still in the blast, with a trace of struggle on his face, and gave an order. As soon as the voice fell, regardless of whether he was injured or not, Kusanagi pulled away and retreated violently. It's just that they just took a few steps back, and the whole body was shocked like a demon. The depths of his eyes, the mark of Mangekyo Sharingan flashed. Chinyu also noticed this scene. It seems that these people were all deeply hypnotized by Uchiha Madara. At this critical moment, it was directly used by him. Kaden, Fire Style, Grand Fireball. Kaden, Fire Style, Balsam. Raiden, Thunder Style, Ground Walk. Quote. A series of attacks broke out in an instant. Even those Kusanagi who were seriously injured were no exception, and did not take their injuries seriously. In their minds, there is only one voice now, constantly beguiling them to attack. Even in death, never give up. Boom. The attack from the sky instantly poured onto Susanoo's body. It is a pity that the so-called Jonin of the Grass Ninja Village are actually not high in gold content, and they are just forcibly promoted to act as a facade. At the same time, there is no ninjutsu systematically learned in the Grass Ninja Village. All ninjutsu is imitated. It is like half a bucket of water, and the power that can be exerted is too far from the full version. Chinyu remembered that in the original book, there was a group of wandering grass ninjas, who specially went to learn other ninjutsu, and then added some miscellaneous experience. The end, they were all defeated by the Kakashi team. It's like a bomber in a motley crew. After the sound of the explosion dissipated and the flames rolled back, it was obvious that the group of grass ninja wanted to launch a second wave of attacks. With the surgical seal flying over in his hand, Chinyu moved. Do not. I should say, moved my eyelids. The moment when his eyes were round, Nine-Tomo Rinnegan turned wildly. The pitch-black flames, like the flames in the yellow Izumi, suddenly burst out violently. Amaterasu. More than a dozen grass ninjas, including the elder, were instantly swallowed by the black flames. The violent scene changed even Uchiha Madara, who was in the explosion. He had no idea that Chinyu would be so cruel at such a young age. Moreover, the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is opened, not only has Susanoo, but also this kind of black flame that makes people feel ominous, which acts as a physical attack method. Originally, Uchiha Madara planned to use this group of people to harass Chinyu. Now it seems that there is no way to come in handy. Seeing that the last trump card was also easily broken by Chinyu, Uchiha Madara's face flashed a trace of madness, and roared fiercely. Boy, you forced me. Since you want me to die, let's go together. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together suddenly, and the few chakras in his body were instantly poured into Susanoo. Susanoo, who originally only had one head, suddenly burst into air. Under the frantic squirming, two other heads appeared in an instant. Roar. A roar like a beast came out of Susanoo's mouth. The six hands suddenly opened, and the power of the Thunderwater Rasengan explosion was shrouded in an instant torn apart. Accompanied by Uchiha Madara's hands suddenly folded. Susanoo's six hands also flew up. A series of spells were quickly formed, causing Chinyu to raise his brows, and he smiled helplessly. You old man, even death won't make me feel better. This is Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. Uchiha Madara's expression froze, and when he looked at Chinyu, there was a hint of surprise. It never occurred to Chinyu that he knew what kind of ninjutsu he was going to use. However, with this ultimate move, Uchiha Madara has exhausted even the last bit of vitality. It is impossible to continue to ask questions. When his hands clasped together suddenly, he, who had already run out of oil, died with his eyes closed. Boom. In the sky, a low sonic boom suddenly sounded. Huge rocks fell from the sky, giving people an inexplicable feeling of depression. Under the friction between the meteorite and the air, a fiery flame ignited, as if covering the sky for a while. Even tens of thousands of meters away, it can be clearly seen. You bastard Uchiha Madara, I have to kill him next time we meet. Chinyu looked at Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, who was rolling down, and many thoughts flashed in his mind. With his current ninjutsu, there is absolutely no way to break this rock. As for escaping, not to mention that there are hundreds of grass ninjas here, just the diameter of Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, and the range of the shock wave, it would be very difficult for him to escape completely. Shadow clone. Chinyu's double surgery seal was quickly formed, and 10 shadow clones were instantly separated. It's not that Chinyu didn't want to. Like Uzumaki Naruto, he split 2,000 clones in an instant. It's just embarrassing, it's a fatal lack of blue. According to Chinyu's calculations, with his current chakra, about 200 or 300 clones can be separated. However, this will greatly weaken his chakra and will not be able to perform the next big move. Watch the roaring Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, fall, and the noise of escaping from the village outside. Chinyu moved instantly. Chapter 66 Oversized Futon, Wind Style, Rasengan. Chinyu opened his right hand, and Futon, Wind Style, Rasengan quickly condensed. At the same time, the 10 clones also proceeded simultaneously, frantically pouring Futon, Wind Style, chakra into the Rasengan in Chinyu's hands. Originally, this was one of Chinyu's hypothetical tricks, but unfortunately, the blue has not been enough, and the enemy has not been able to get on the table, so it was not developed, and the system was used to achieve full level with one click. But now facing Uchiha Madara, Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, Chinyu can only sacrifice his life to accompany Kunzi. With the infusion of Futon, Wind Style, chakra, Rasengan's volume was rapidly expanding, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant 7 or 8 meters in diameter. The frantically compressing and rolling chakra caused even the skin in Chinyu's hand to sting. Om. With a slight humming sound, Chinyu understood that not only did his shape change reach the limit, but even the chakra in his body was almost exhausted. Looking at the flame meteorite that was less than 5 kilometers away, the oversized Futon, Wind Style, Rasengan shuriken in Chinyu's hand suddenly threw out. PFF'd. The sound of fabric tearing suddenly sounded. The oversized Futon, Wind Style, shuriken turned into a streamer under Chinyu's full-strength throw and dashed head-on. The distance of 5 kilometers, in the case of meteorites falling from the sky, only took a few seconds. The two attacks collided suddenly. Boom. The explosion sounded like a thunderous explosion, tearing apart the world. Super large Futon, Wind Style, Rasengan instantly turned into hundreds of millions of blades and rushed into the meteorite. The flames and hurricanes rolled back, and the whole world fell into a dazzling sea of fire under the rubble. From a distance, it looks like a fire burning the sky. Chinyu, who was under attack, also felt that he couldn't open his eyes. The rolling air waves swept away like waves of frenzy. Boom. When the last roar came from the sky, the stalemate that lasted for more than a minute was broken. The huge extraterrestrial meteorite suddenly shattered and disintegrated, turning into meteors of debris that scattered all over the sky. Chinyu, who was under attack, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 10 shadow clone beside him had no chakra support and dispersed. Even the last Susanoo completely dissipated after resisting the flying rubble. Wait until everything returns to calm, let alone this canyon is razed to the ground. Even the village outside has become devastated. The cries were soaring to the sky, although it could not be called a hell on earth. But under this wave of indiscriminate attacks, the damage to Sao Ren village was undoubtedly greater than that of Chinyu. 10,000 meters away, Black Zetsu drilled out in the dark and was shocked when he saw the huge meteorite in the sky, smashed by Chinyu and turned into a meteor in the sky. He didn't expect that the ultimate move that Uchiha Madara used when he was dying would be defeated so easily. When Chinyu used Rasengan, Uchiha Madara knew that with this body alone, he was no match for Chinyu. So take the opportunity to let Black Zetsu escape from the battlefield through the underground, and then use the strongest attack at the moment, intending to kill Chinyu together. In his eyes, Chinyu's strength is very good, but he lacks a large-scale and powerful attack method. Shouldn't be able to fight Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, but it's a pity that it's not as good as God. The end, Chinyu took a risk and developed an oversized futon, wind-style Rasengan Shuriken. Uchiha Madara said that if the kid didn't die, I hoped that I would go back to make up for the knife. Do you want to go back and have a look now? Black Zetsu couldn't help but mutter to himself. After a little hesitation, he quickly rejected the idea. An opponent that even Uchiha Madara can't handle, Black Zetsu is not so arrogant that he thinks he can fight it. After looking back at the basin where Chinyu was located, Black Zetsu turned and sneaked underground and quickly left. In the ruins, Chinyu sighed helplessly after lingering for a while. It seems that Black Zetsu was so timid that he ran away without even looking at the result. From the very beginning, Chinyu had already expected that Black Zetsu would never live and die with Uchiha Madara. Moreover, Uchiha Madara will never miss the opportunity to let Black Zetsu die. He will surely try to escape the battlefield. Chinyu lifted Susanoo after taking out Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, and it wasn't really that his pupil power was exhausted. Just to induce Black Zetsu out. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. However, Black Zetsu has been able to live for thousands of years, and I am afraid that it is all due to cowardice. By the way, we have to recover Uchiha Madara's body. Chinyu raised his brows. To obtain Rinnegan later, he also needs to transplant Senju Hashirama's cells. If it can be found on Uchiha Madara's body, it can also save him a lot of effort. Unfortunately, despite Chinyu's search, Uchiha Madara's body seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, leaving only some black ashes. There are also basins flattened by rock fragments. It seems that when Uchiha Madara died, he was worried that his body would fall into Chinyu's hands and self-destruct in advance. It really is a hero. Chinyu gave up the idea of looking for it. Look at some pieces of daily necessities scattered around. Chinyu quickly flipped his hands and used the few remaining chakras to cast a huge grand fireball. Add a fire to the whole ruin. Since Uchiha Madara doesn't want him to get something. Then Chinyu didn't plan to leave some cells for others. He had some ashes that might have been burned by Uchiha Madara. Case of a Yakushi Kabuto, or pervert such as Orochimaru, an impure world reincarnation would be disgusting. After finishing all this, Chinyu didn't stay any longer, turned around and left. A few minutes later, a figure came hurriedly and landed in front of the raging fire, and the originally pale cheeks became a little more ashen. You bastard, it's better to be a step late, otherwise you'll know what's going on here. Orochimaru has been following Chinyu. Unfortunately, I found some good human specimens along the way, so I went to collect them. I thought that leaving Chinyu was only half a day's time. With the help of the poisonous snake, I could track it perfectly. I didn't expect that a shocking battle would be wrong. Although, he had arrived 10 minutes ago. But seeing the appearance of Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, Orochimaru didn't have the courage to approach in an instant, but pulled away. After everything is calm, I dare to take the risk and approach. The meteorite just now didn't come from the hands of Uchiha Chinyu. If it was really him, then the next action might have to be changed. Orochimaru's face was ashen. After looking left and right, it was even more ugly. This kid, he didn't even leave the other party's body at all, and he set a fire on purpose before he left. Couldn't he have found my trace? In fact, Chinyu did not find out the whereabouts of Orochimaru. He owns Mangekyo Sharingan. But not a true perception ninja, nor have Byakugan, so insight and perception coverage, simply cannot reach too far. Not to mention the venomous snake Orochimaru sent to track it down. He did it purely just in case. I didn't expect to really guess. Chapter 68 Namikaze Minato Doubting Life. Ding dong, congratulations to the host who has learned the Super Futon, Wind Style Rasengan. May I ask if you can fully level with one click? The system's voice sounded in Chinyu's mind, causing his footsteps to slow down. Just now is the first time to cast the super large futon, Wind Style Rasengan, so Chinyu needs 10 shadow clone assistance. Now done for the first time, with the help of the one-click full-level system. To condensing the super large futon, Wind Style Rasengan. That next time, one person is enough. Full level immediately, Chinyu gave an order directly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the Super Futon, Wind Style Rasengan is fully leveled with one click. Hearing the sound of the system dissipating from his forehead, Chinyu withdrew from the space of consciousness. After leaving Saoren village, Chinyu hurried to Shinwukun Bridge. He was the main force that defeated Hunter, but the task of destroying the Shinwukun Bridge had not yet been completed. According to inference, Kakashi and his party, now deeply behind the enemy, are about to destroy the Shinwukun Bridge. Minato, why are you here? Chinyu raised his brows, looking at Namikaze Minato who suddenly appeared, a little surprised. Namikaze Minato's expression was stagnant, and he glanced at the direction of Kusanagi village, and Chinyu, who looked a little tired in front of him, his cheeks twitched, and he couldn't help saying, Chinyu, don't tell me, the big movement in the direction of Kusanagi village just now, you tossed it out. Regarding Namikaze Minato's speculation, Chinyu reluctantly cursed Uchiha Madara in his heart. What a big move, put the so obvious Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star. Such a huge gesture can be clearly seen even several kilometers away. Now even Namikaze Minato has been provoked, but it's not clear even after washing it with water. Can I say no? Chinyu said helplessly, touching the tip of his nose. Namikaze Minato rolled his eyes and said, I'm even more suspicious when you say that. I can't think of a second person besides you who can crush such a huge meteor in such a broken place. I'm just curious, who is your opponent? Chinyu was too lazy to refute Namikaze Minato's insistence. Moreover, he also wanted to see how Namikaze Minato would react, so he patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder playfully, and said, I'm afraid to say it, I'm afraid you won't believe it. Don't believe it. Namikaze Minato was startled and said, you admit in disguise now that the first battle just now has something to do with you, what else can I not believe? I'm just curious, who could cast that huge meteorite? When he saw the huge meteorite falling from the sky, Namikaze Minato also imagined if there was a way to fight it if he was right. In the end he just came to a conclusion. There is no attack that can destroy this Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, except using the Horaitian enchantment to transfer it. Moreover, after Namikaze Minato thought hard about being able to fight against such a strong player, in the huge battlefield, apart from the shadows who would not easily play, only Uchiha Chinyu had the greatest possibility. Why Namikaze Minato decided not to join Kakashi and the others for the time being, and came to investigate. After seeing Chinyu, Namikaze Minato strengthened his guess even more. All of this has absolutely nothing to do with Uchiha Chinyu. But one thing Namikaze Minato didn't expect was that Chinyu would so easily admit that he was a party to the war. Uchiha Madara. Chinyu smiled warmly. Namikaze Minato's nerves suddenly tense, looking at Chinyu's eyes, there is a trace of iron. Chinyu, can't you stop joking? In the original Hokage's codex, Uchiha Madara is already dead, how could he fight you? Namikaze Minato has heard about this legendary ninja. Even the second-generation Hokage has repeatedly confirmed his death and written it into Konoha's secret file. Now Chinyu told him that Uchiha Madara was not dead. That is totally unacceptable. If he's still alive, Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, forget it, if you don't believe it, pull it down. Besides him, who else has the ability to almost kill me? However, let me tell you, the Tengai Shinsei Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, just now is not yet the heyday of Uchiha Madara, otherwise you will come to collect my corpse. Looking at Chinyu who seemed to be running a train with his mouth full, Namikaze Minato felt as if his mind couldn't turn around. But Chinyu was right. If Uchiha Madara was still alive, it would not be impossible to fight Chinyu. It's just, whether Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Chinyu are from the same clan, why fight? A series of questions passed through Namikaze Minato's mind, and he began to realize that because of this one question, his head was all blurred, and he couldn't turn around at all. The end, Namikaze Minato gave a wry smile and said, Chinyu, since you said your opponent is Uchiha Madara, where is he now? In Namikaze Minato's eyes, if Uchiha Madara is really alive, with his old resentment for Konoha, a huge scourge. Of course the old man was killed by me. Chinyu patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. Even the scum has been burned. You don't have to look at it, that old man is very cunning. Uchiha Madara is dead. Seeing Chinyu's indifferent expression, Namikaze Minato's head short-circuited. Do not. It should be said that Namikaze Minato is doubting life. Uchiha Madara, that is a character who can match the original Hokage. The existence that makes the 5 major ninja villages feel frightened. Now Chinyu told him calmly that the old man died so much that he didn't even have any scum. This is too hard to accept. Don't believe me. Chinyu rolled his eyes. Then it will be pulled down. Don't ask me again. After a battle, the chakra in the body has been consumed by 7 to 8 or 8. I will recover first. When you go back, how you like to report is up to you. Whether they believe it or not, it's up to you to explain it. Namikaze Minato was helpless. Even he is doubting life about this matter, and there is no evidence at all. How can he report it? Taking a look, Chinyu, who was meditating cross-legged to restore chakra. Namikaze Minato sighed inwardly, but his expression froze. It's Kakashi, they have an accident. Namikaze Minato hurriedly issued a Hiraishin Kunai. Hiraishin technique engraved on it, the whole body is made of yuhi, and there is a feeling of hot hands. This is a pair of special Hiraishin Kunai specially made by Namikaze Minato to protect Kakashi and others. Only when Kakashi senses danger when he takes it out to fight the enemy and is contaminated with blood and chakra. Now this Hiraishin Kunai, which is the connection, is so hot, it seems that the encounter is still life and death. Chinyu raised his brows and said helplessly, do you need me to go with you? Of course, I'd rather consume a little more chakra than keep you under my nose. Just in case you tell me next time that I'm in doubt about my life against the original Hokage, how can I report back? Namikaze Minato caught at Chinyu's shoulder. The next moment, the left-hand Hiraishin magic seal was formed, and Chinyu disappeared out of thin air. Perhaps because of the reason of carrying people, this Hiraishin technique, the jumping distance is only 20 kilometers at the limit. 5 or 6 jumps in succession, Namikaze Minato and Chinyu found something wrong as soon as they appeared. Chapter 68 accidentally killed 2 Kurigakure. Ms. Minato. Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, Chinyu had a panoramic view of the whole situation. In front of the ninja in a surrounding posture, in addition to Iwagakure, there is also Kurigakure. Among them was Biwajuzo, one of the 7 members of the Kurigakure group. Other hand, in Iwagakure, perhaps because of the deep hinterland, only a few not too famous Jonin led the team. Namikaze Minato who suddenly appeared, the faces of the ninjas in the field changed drastically. The big thing is bad, it's the golden glitter Namikaze Minato, and the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu, who has recently become famous. How come they are here? It's space ninjutsu. It is rumored that Namikaze Minato is best at space ninjutsu, so he arrived in time. An elder in the village once said that once you meet Namikaze Minato, who is known as Yellow Flash in Konoha, no matter what task you perform, the first thing to do is to run away. The scene was instantly detonated, and the nerves of all ninjas were tense. Looking at the two uninvited guests in front of him, the atmosphere in the field became extremely depressing, as if an invisible big hand clenched his heart tightly. Escape. I don't know who made a roar. Iwagakure and Kurigakure, who were staring at each other, shot out like cannonballs in an instant. As the leader of this time, Biwa-Juzo had already escaped from this place first after looking at Chinyu one more time. At the same time, a fog rolled back, instantly covering the entire forest. Ms. Minato, hurry up and chase after Kurigakure. They took Rin away. Uchiha Obito's half-face was covered with blood. A ferocious wound pierced his cheek. However, what attracted Chinyu the most was that Uchiha Obito finally opened Sharingan. Although only the weakest single tomo, this is already very good. It seems that this time, you got a blessing in disguise. Even Sharingan is turned on. Chinyu patted Uchiha Obito on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Rin is not in danger for the time being. Her physique is very special. If I'm not mistaken, Kurigakure intends to kidnap Rin and make a three-tailed Jinchuriki column force." Human Jinchuriki column force. Namikaze Minato is no stranger to this statement. At least, among the people he knew, there was Uzumaki Kushina, the cubic nine-tails Jinchuriki column force. Now Kurigakure intends to take Nohara Rin away and become an adult Jinchuriki column force, and that ambition is definitely not small. Chinyu, is this true? Hurry up and save Rin, I beg you. Uchiha Obito was anxious. Compared with Kakashi, Rin Nohara has more weight in his eyes. Otherwise, Sharingan will not be turned on. Don't worry, the village of Kurigakure will be handed over to me. Minato, you are responsible for blowing up the Shinwukun bridge. Chinyu dropped these words. The electric arc on his body resounded with a crackling sound, and the next moment his legs suddenly kicked, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that the surrounding fog also rolled back, and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Chinyu. Namikaze Minato looked anxious. The thought of Chinyu talking about Uchiha Madara just now sounded very absurd. However, it is now known that the village of Kurigakure may be a trap. Why did Chinyu know that the other party had taken away Nohara Rin's idea? Moreover, Namikaze Minato's heart clenched suddenly when he mentioned the three tails. An even more absurd thought flashed through his mind. Chinyu wouldn't plan to attack the tailed beast, would he? If Chinyu's opponent just now was really Uchiha Madara, then I'm afraid it's really possible to attack the tail beast. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato couldn't hold back his breath. Come on, let's blow up the Shinwukun bridge, and then go after Chinyu. I'm worried about what he will do. Namikaze Minato ordered urgently. Mr. Minato, isn't Chinyu just going to save Rin? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. After seeing Chinyu's methods many times, Kakashi was really impressed. It was for this reason that he would feel at ease to let Chinyu go after Rin Nohara and stay behind to complete the task. And, in Kakashi's mind, the death of his father, Hatake Tsukumo, still affects him. If it's just saving people, I'm not worried. Namikaze Minato said with a solemn expression, I'm just worried that he will attack the tailed beast in Kurigakure village. Once that time comes, the contradiction between the two countries will be thoroughly stimulated. To start with the tail beast. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were stunned. Tailed beast and the human Jinchuriki column force are too far away for them. Most importantly, In their eyes, the tailed beast represents disaster. Jinchuriki column force has always been hostile and alienated from outsiders. However, now that Chinyu actually took the initiative to fight the tailed beast, if he hadn't heard about it himself, he would never have believed it. Okay, now is not the time for us to guess. Hurry up and destroy the bridge, and immediately go to stop Chinyu. Namikaze Minato shouted anxiously. Shinwukun Bridge is a few kilometers away. Figures one after another quickly swept out of the fog. Biwa Juzo, who was carrying the beheading sword. 12 and 13 Kurigakure followed closely behind. Lord Juzo, what should we do now? A Kurigakure couldn't hold back his breath. 3 generations, but we were told to cut the grass and root, and now let the people of Konoha go back alive. I am afraid it will affect the plan. Shut up, Biwa Juzo shouted angrily. The people we meet now are golden flashes and blood-colored Asuras. Faced with one of them, we can escape unconditionally. If you want to die, you can stay by yourself. We continue to disperse and escape. These words, Biwa Juzo quickly flipped his hands and formed a series of spells. The art of Kurigakure. The fog spread out again, occupying the entire forest. Hearing the sound of footsteps scattered around him, Biwa Juzo breathed a sigh of relief. However, the breath of death that swept his entire body at the next moment made his muscles tense. Before I could think about it, I quickly pulled away and evaded. Boom! A thunder light flashed suddenly, like a thunderbolt across the sky. Biwa Juzo only felt the tingling of the skin on his cheek, and then vaguely felt the distant tree collapse. 2 screams resounded throughout the world. Kurigakure who had dispersed could not help but stop. Facing the fog that filled the entire forest, it seemed as if the big hand that had been invisible was clenching the heart tightly. I'm sorry, there was a phone call just now, and I accidentally killed 2 Kurigakure, you guys don't mind. Chapter 69 Surrender. The low voice, in this foggy forest, made people feel an inexplicable chill, and went straight to the forehead from the bottom of the foot. Biwa Juzo's face also sank. Scarlet Asura, don't deceive people too much, or the dog will jump off the wall in a hurry. Biwa Juzo was also shocked when the news that the vanguard attacked the northwest pass of Konoha and the entire army was destroyed was reported back to the village of Kurigakure. He clearly knew that Fuguki Tsukazan and Kurosuke Kiba, who led the team this time, were not inferior to him in the 7 ninja swordsmen. In some places, he was pressed hard. After all, the owner of the beheading sword in all dynasties is best at silent assassination. In a head-to-head confrontation, Biwa Juzo asks himself that he is indeed inferior to Fuguki Tsukazan and Kurosuke Kiba. However, even the 2 of them joined forces and were beheaded by Scarlet Asura. If it wasn't necessary, Biwa Juzo was really unwilling to fight Chinyu. Hee, I'm sorry, I just like to close the door and beat the dog. Chinyu smiled warmly. Besides, I happen to be short of blue. If you don't mind, let me cut it. Futon, wind style, wind breakthrough. Chinyu caught it with a backhand, and the shark muscle was instantly summoned. Without any fancy, toward the fog-shrouded forest in front, it slashed out from the air. Boom! As soon as the knife fell, the endless gust of wind detonated like a tidal wave, turning into a wind blade all over the sky, and swept out violently. The fog shrouded in the whole world, like a fading veil, quickly dissipated. Some trees were even cut off by the wind blade. Hurry up and spread out. Biwa Juzo growled angrily. In the past, in the huge ninja world, facing the 7 people of ninja swords, the murderous name of Biwa Ghost silently killed the ninjas of the 5 kingdoms, who did not flee from the wind. However, the current situation has been completely turned upside down. Seeing the fog dissipating in the sky, Biwa Juzo didn't have time to think, grabbed Kurigakure beside him, threw it behind him, and quickly ran away. I'm sorry, but it's not good to just throw garbage. A playful voice suddenly came from behind. Chinyu's body was full of thunder, and his whole body turned into a thunderous thunder. The shark muscle held in his hand, under the ferocious squirming, a huge head was thrown into the air. The next moment, the head was caught by Chinyu with one hand, and most of the chakra in the body was swallowed by the shark muscle before it collapsed between heaven and earth. Hearing the screams coming from behind, Biwa Juzo's expression changed suddenly. Quickly speed up the pace, intending to take the road to escape, but unfortunately there is a flower in front of him. The figure he didn't want to see the most stopped in front of him, and the head caught in his hand was the one he just left behind. You're trash, please take it back. Chinyu threw the head directly to Biwa Juzo with his backhand. Blood splattered with the heavens and the earth, causing Biwa Juzo's cheeks to twitch uncontrollably. The next moment, his face was hideous, and he roared angrily. Boy, since you want to force me, then die for me. Sweden, water style, wild water wave. Biwa Juzo, the hands are flying rapidly, and the moment when chakra gathers frantically into the hands. A figure entwined with lightning, like a ghost, took the lead and appeared in front of him. I said, when Lan Duo, let me cut a knife first. Chinyu smiled playfully. The shark muscle in his hand slashed towards Biwa Juzo. The violent scene made Biwa Juzo's cheeks change dramatically. Before I could think about it, I quickly dispersed the gathered chakra, raised the beheading sword in his hand, and blocked it head-on. Boom! The dull collision sound suddenly echoed. Under the impact of the huge force, Biwa Juzo flew out backwards. Finally, he bumped into a big tree 7 or 8 meters away, and barely stopped his body. What a lot of strength, what a superb swordsmanship. At the moment of the collision just now, the shark muscle in Chinyu's hand, the position of the slash, was obviously the beheading sword with the weakest strength, close to the hilt. Able to make attack target transfer in an instant. This is completely beyond Biwa Juzo's understanding of Chinyu. In his eyes, Chinyu's strength is very strong. But it is obviously very difficult to control such a large weapon as the shark muscle. After all, in the original book, there is only one person who can control 7 ninja swords at the same time. That is the Ghost Lantern Moon. Therefore, even if Biwa Juzo obtained the shark muscles in Chinyu's hands, he would never be able to exert such power in Chinyu's hands. Hehe, thank you for your chakra. Chinyu was not in a hurry to pursue. The knife just now was a transforming slash with the help of Konoha-style Mikazuki Mai. Not only did it use the weakness of the beheading sword to repel Biwa Juzo, but it also gave the shark muscle enough time to plunder half of the chakra that Biwa Juzo had condensed. Listen to the gnawing sound of the shark muscle, and the chakra passed through the handle of the knife. The dry cells in Chinyu's body gradually filled up with chakra. There is a feeling of a long drought meeting nectar. Although the quantity is not large, the quality is good. Biwa Juzo's face turned ashen as he watched Chinyu clench the beheading sword in his hand tightly. For chakra being plundered, his feelings are more intuitive. According to the calculation just now, if you take another 10 or so, I am afraid that Biwa Juzo's chakra will be plundered. Lord Juzo, what should we do now? Standing behind him, Kurigakure, who didn't dare to move for a long time, saw that even Biwa Juzo, one of the 7 dignified ninja swordsmen, was also suppressed by one shot. Completely subverted their cognition. Originally, he was suspicious of the so-called Bloody Asura. But now it is clearly swept away, completely replaced by fear. Shut up. Feeling the urgent gazes from all around, Biwa Juzo's face flashed a ferocious look. In the next moment, he instantly displayed the body instant technique and disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Chinyu's nerves tensed a little, but he soon smiled with interest. Biwa Juzo, who disappeared out of thin air, not only did not deceive himself and attacked. Instead, with a flash, he appeared in front of the three Kurigakure behind him. The beheading sword in his hand was suddenly raised, and the three heads were thrown into the air with expressions of disbelief on their faces. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The remaining 7 or 8 Kurigakure, the first to lose their breath, turned around and ran away. However, Biwa Juzo obviously has no intention of giving up. As soon as he stepped down, the technique of the instant god was launched again, turning into an afterimage and chasing out. After just 2 or 3 minutes, Chinyu saw Biwa Juzo walking back with 7 heads. "I am willing to surrender," Biwa Juzo said gloomily. "Surrender?" Chinyu smiled genially. "You kill everyone without saying a word. Before you surrender, let me slash twice." Chapter 70 The Most Mysterious 3 Generations of Mizukage. Surrender also requires 2 cuts. Biwa Juzo's face turned ashen. No matter what he said, he was also the dignified ninja swordsman of 7 people. In order to recover a small life, he even took the initiative to kill all his subordinates and set up a vote. However, now Chinyu has to cut him twice, which is simply a shame. However, when he thought of Fuguki Sukazan and Kurosuke Lei Kiba, who died under Chinyu's hands, Biwa Juzo's expression changed and he bit Kiba and said, "Okay, I will let you cut 2 knives and give you some chakra. But, you must keep your promise." Fell, Biwa Juzo's face flashed a hint of determination, and he stabbed the beheading sword on the ground with his backhand. A chopping block of fish and meat, like being slaughtered by others. "Hee, it's just a joke, you don't have to take it too seriously, but if you choose to surrender, I still want to leave something for you." Chinyu smiled playfully, and the blood-colored light quickly spread out in his pupils. Biwa Juzo's expression was stagnant, and the moment he met Chinyu's line of sight, he immediately whispered that something was wrong. Unfortunately, before he had the slightest reaction, the whole soul seemed to be pulled out. Inhaled directly into the 9 Tomo Sharingan. However, this strange feeling soon dissipated. That Biwa Juzo was able to wake up. It was as if he had fallen into the water, and he was soaked all over. The clothes on the back were also soaked through. Looking at Chinyu's blood-colored eyes, his nerves tightened, and he hurriedly lowered his head. "Don't worry, I just left a hypnotic suggestion in your deep consciousness. Unless you can meet someone stronger than my demonic illusion, don't even think about unlocking it." Chinyu patted it with a smile. The shoulders of Biwa Juzo. "However, I'm a good person. As long as you don't betray me casually, I won't kill you." Hearing these words, Biwa Juzo's face stiffened, but he remained silent. To give people this kind of hypnotic suggestion of demonic illusion. In this world, I am afraid there are no bad people. What's more, after experiencing it personally, Chinyu almost fell into the demonic illusion hypnotic space with just one look. Biwa Juzo finally understands why Sukazan Fuguki and Kurosuke Rai Kiba were killed. This kind of existence is simply not something they can compete with. At the thought of being hypnotized by Chinyu at a deep level of consciousness, Biwa Juzo bit Kiba, and finally gave up even the last trace of arrogance. "My lord, Biwa Juzo will never betray you. If you want to find the girl who was abducted, I can lead you the way." Biwa Juzo, who instantly turned into a grass head, Chinyu didn't care. In a world where the strong eat the weak, fist poop is the truth. If you can't win, there are only 2 options. One is death. The second is to become a subordinate of others. It can be said that Biwa Juzo is a wise man who knows how to judge the situation. Otherwise, Chinyu would not mind being half disabled, and then ask the matter clearly. "I want to know where the 3 tails are." Chinyu went straight to the subject. Biwa Juzo's expression changed involuntarily. I thought that Chinyu was just going to save people, but he didn't expect to plan to shoot at Sanwei. But thinking of Chinyu's powerful demonic illusion just now, as well as the rumored strength, the existence of the coveted tail beast is not impossible. Sir, Sanwei and Sixtails do exist in our village of Kurigakure, but the whereabouts of Sanwei have never been seen, except for Yugao who has always left the village. Dewa Juzo said in a deep voice. Never appeared. Chinyu raised his brows. The Hokage timeline he was in was more than 10 years different from the original. He just knew that Nohara Rin was taken away, and then became Jinchuriki, column force of the Three Tails. Originally, Kurigakure village planned to release the seal in her body after Nohara Rin returned to Konoha Shinobi village, and release the Three Tails to wreak havoc in order to attract Konoha's rear. To draw a heavy stroke for this war. Unfortunately, Nohara Rin was killed by Kakashi in the middle, causing the plan to fail. Was finally sealed in his body by the fourth generation Mizukage Yagura. As for what happened before this, Chinyu didn't know either. Now that Biwa Juzo mentioned it, Chinyu noticed something wrong. In the original work, the first generation of Mizukage, the second generation of Mizukage, and the fourth generation of Mizukage have appeared. Only the third generation of Mizukage just came out and played a little chan oil and disappeared directly. Not even a name. Chinyu once suspected that the third generation of Mizukage might be the force of the three-tailed Jinchuriki column force. If the third generation Mizukage is the human Jinchuriki column force, for a special reason, like Uzumaki Mito, the human Jinchuriki column force container needs to be converted. Therefore, the target was shifted to Nohara Rin, and the rear attack plan was implemented. This process led to the death of 3 generations of Mizukage, and the 4th generation of Mizukage Yagura came to the stage naturally. It is precisely because of the lack of 3 generations of Mizukage that the next 4 generations of Mizukage Yagura were easily controlled by Uchiha Obito. Then the blood fog was intensified, and under the tyranny of the tyranny, no one took action to stop it. Juzo, do you know where the 3rd generation of Mizukage is? Take me to see it. Chinyu said lightly. Dewa Juzo couldn't help but startled. My lord, the 3 Mizukages are also very mysterious in the village of Kurigakure, and they rarely appear, but if you say this, I also suspect that the 3 Mizukages are the power of Jinchuriki column. He's in the eastward lake in the village of Kurigakure now, and I'll take you there now. Dewa Juzo didn't hesitate at all, but he was worried that Chinyu would slash a knife directly on his back if he took half a beat too late. Let's go. Chinyu didn't hesitate. If the 3rd generation of Mizukage is really the power of the three-tailed Jinchuriki column, then Nohara Rin will definitely appear there. It's good to be rescued at that time. Now Chinyu's priority is to solve the problem of lack of blue. In the land of water, travel east to the lake. This is a huge lake with no end in sight. A dozen figures rushed out of the woods and soon landed on a rocky cliff similar to the Matsuri altar. Looking down, it is a cliff that is slapped by waves of wind and waves. 3 huge stone Jinchuriki column, a full 20 or 30 meters high. The surrounding rocky ground is engraved with strange sealing techniques. A man in a cloak is sitting here cross-legged. Lord Mizukage, the 3rd generation, we have brought it back. A man with a fancy mask said in a deep voice. Just bring it back. The 3rd generation Mizukage's voice was unusually hoarse, giving people an inexplicable harshness. The moment he raised his head suddenly, a terrifying face was revealed, and even the ninjas present couldn't hold back their breath and took a half step back. Don't be afraid, this is the manifestation of the tailed beast's backlash. The seal in my body is almost unable to suppress it. The hoarse voice of the 3rd generation Mizukage sounded again. I originally planned to transfer the tailed beast directly into Yagura's body, but I didn't expect that the battle at the Northwest Pass would cause great losses to our village of Kurigakure. The daimyo is already furious, and if our plan doesn't work out this time, our village of Kurigakure will lose the trust of the daimyo. The expressions of the ninjas present couldn't help changing, and Kurigakure, who took the lead, couldn't help but said, 3 generations, is the battle at the Northwest Pass really true? Konoha really has such a terrifying existence. If he appears on the battlefield, do we have a good chance of winning? Even in the Kurigakure village, the most vicious and famous Kurigakure 7 people were beheaded too. For these untitled ninjas, Chinyu was a complete nightmare. Chapter 71 Lend your chakra to use. HMPH, you really lost the prestige of our Kurigakure village. A masked ninja walked out in the dark. It's Kuriarere Kushimaru-sama of the group of 7. Kurigakure, who took the lead, beamed with joy. In the Battle of the Northwest Pass, Tsukuzan Fubuki and Kurosuke Lake Kiba were beheaded. However, the appearance of Kuriarere Kushimaru, one of the 7 members of the Ninja Sword, is still a boost for them. HMPH, there are strengths among the 7 people. Tsukuzan and Lake Kiba are only inferior, how can they compare with me? Kuriarere Kushimaru said coldly. Biwa Juzo, who went on a mission this time, is even better at silent killing techniques. If I join forces with him, even if that person comes, he will have to die. Listening to these boastful remarks, everyone did not dare to make trouble. Biwa Juzo is good at beheading with a big sword, and with the Kurigakure technique of silent killing, it can kill invisible. However, if this method is combined with Kuriarere Kushimaru's long knife and needle, its power will be even higher. In the fog, under the ground spider suture cast by the long knife and needle, who would find a steel thread the size of a hair? If it is discovered, I am afraid it is time to be dead. Kuriarere Kushimaru, you're bragging about me again. Biwa Juzo's voice came suddenly. All of the Kurigakure's nerves were tense. They soon saw a figure rushing out of the woods. It's Lord Juzo, the Jonin, who took the lead, flashed joy in his eyes. During the arrest just now, Biwa Juzo was the queen, and they were worried about what danger they would encounter. Now that Biwa Juzo can come back alive to reunite, that means the mission is over. Juzo, you're still dawdling, isn't it just dealing with the little devils in Konoha? It takes so much time. Kuriarere Kushimaru said angrily. I didn't leave a job. If I owe something, maybe I can help you deal with the aftermath. Quote. In the eyes of the outside world, the 7 ninja swordsmen seem to be a group. However, the village of Kurigakure advocates that the strong are respected, as well as the title of the Blood Mist, and there are still many open and secret battles between the 7 people. I really owe something. Biwa Juzo landed on Kuriarere Kushimaru's side, and his 5 fingers suddenly clenched the beheading sword. Straight to Kuriarere Kushimaru. I still owe you this head. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Kuriarere Kushimaru couldn't react for a while at such a close distance. Could only hurriedly raise the long knife and needle in his hand to block. However, in the face of the powerful beheading sword, this defense is obviously insufficient. With a knife, the neck is probably scrapped in half. 3 tails. 3 generations of Mizukage roared angrily. A gorilla Yuhi's tail rushed out of his body and hit the beheading sword directly. When the crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. The power of the tailed beast was so great that the beheading sword in Biwa Juzo's hand almost flew out of his hand. When he missed a hit, Biwa Juzo didn't have time to think about it, so he hurriedly used the technique of Kurigakure and quickly retreated. Juzo, who gave you the confidence to assassinate me? It's too late to leave now. Kuriarere Kushimaru drank in shame. A moment ago, he was still boasting that with Biwa Juzo, he could easily assassinate the enemy. I didn't even think that the speed of the face slap was so fast, and there was a popping sound. Ninja Earth Spider's sewing needle. The long knife and sewing needle in Kuriarere Kushimaru's hand were instantly released. Steel wire was like a cobweb, winding around Biwa Juzo's body. Futon, wind style, wind breakthrough. Third generation of Mizukage is also shooting, and the magic seal of the flying has fallen. The fog that shrouded the sky was instantly blown away. Seeing the figure of Biwajuzo, he just rushed out 7 or 8 steps, but his pupils shrank suddenly while his face was happy. A ghostly figure appeared in front of Kuriarere Kushimaru. The ferocious blade in his hand is a shark muscle. Lend your chakra to use it, my friend. Chinyu smiled playfully. The muscles in his right hand were highlighted, his strength instantly soared, and the shark muscle in his hand slashed towards Kuriarere Kushimaru. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and the huge head was thrown straight away. He just shot the long knife and needle in his hand, and he never thought that there would be a figure hidden in the fog. Moreover, this person is still holding Tsukazan Fuguki's large sword shark muscle. Does this mean that the person in front of him is the rumored blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu? Too young. This was the last thought that flashed in Kuriarere Kushimaru's mind. Looking at the young man in front of him, the sky and the earth were constantly turning, and Kuriarere Kushimaru's head fell heavily on the ground. Died. Kurigakure, who was present, changed drastically. A moment ago, he was still running the train with his mouth full, boasting about the 7-man Kuriarere Kushimaru who was fearless. In one face, he was beheaded. This is too shocking. Chinyu, you're here. Nohara Rin woke up in a coma. When I saw the figure in front of me clearly, tears welled up in my eyes. When going to the battlefield, Nohara Rin had already made up his mind to die. When she was caught, she already had the consciousness of death. But at a critical moment, being rescued by someone, this feeling cannot be described in words. At least at this moment, Nohara Rin's heart seemed to be moved by an invisible big hand. Yes, is it the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu? God, how did he show up here? Is he the killer at the Northwest Pass? The scene suddenly became chaotic. The surrounding Kurigakure retreated. At this moment, in their eyes, only by the side of the third generation of Mizukage can they feel a sense of security. Click click. The sound of chewing came from within the shark's muscle. A stream of chakra was transported into Chinyu's body by the shark muscle, and he felt the chakra gradually filling up. Chinyu did not continue to pursue, but instead looked at the third generation of Mizukage not far away. In the village of Kurigakure, the third generation Mizukage is the most mysterious, but it was able to perish in the second generation Mizukage without and the second generation Tsuchikage, and was selected as the existence of the third generation Mizukage. The strength is definitely the leader in Kage level. However, looking at the face full of scales, Chinyu finally understood why the 3 generations of Mizukage had been kept mysterious. It turns out that you are a failed Jinchuriki column force. Chinyu said lightly. As soon as these words fell, many people's nerves were tense. Even Biwajuzo is no exception. Chapter 72. Are you going to make me a Mizukage? Boss, why do you say that? Biwajuzo couldn't hold back his breath. He surrendered to Chinyu as his younger brother. However, he has always been one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Biwajuzo, one of the 7 people, is also very interested in the 3 generations of Mizukage who have always maintained a sense of mystery. After all, in the village of Kurigakure, the strong are respected, and each of the 7 of them has a rebellious heart. Feel dissatisfied with the 3 generations of Mizukage who always maintain the so-called mystery. Now Chinyu suddenly told them that the 3rd generation of Mizukage was a failed Jinchuriki column force, which obviously tugged their brains. I didn't expect that even Biwajuzo, who has always been rebellious, surrendered. It seems that I really underestimate you. The hoarse voice of the 3rd generation Mizukage sounded. Suddenly looking up, the cloak was lifted directly by the wind, revealing a face covered in scales. It feels like a fish man. This is the true face of the 3rd generation of Mizukage. Kurigakure's expression changed dramatically, and some people couldn't help but take a half step back. Looking at this scene, even Biwa Juzo's pupils could not help but shrink. Hee, no wonder you are so eager to kidnap Nohara-rin and take such a big risk to sneak into the hinterland of the land of the earth. Chinyu did not feel any surprise and said, "It seems that the seal in your body can't last long. We'll soon be attacked by the tailed beast." Between the land of water and the land of land, there is also a small country separated by a small country, and it takes so much trouble to sneak in to arrest people, which is enough to prove the seriousness of the situation. Moreover, in the original work, after Nohara-rin was used as a tailed beast weapon and failed, it was directly inherited by the 4th generation Mizukage Yagura. Chinyu guessed that something was wrong. Now it seems that Meng guessed correctly. Are you the hidden genius of Konoha, the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu? The 3rd generation Mizukage didn't care about his appearance, raised his green eyes, and said, "Among the young people, you are really good. I can see that there is something wrong with my seal. If it is from our village of Kurigakure, how good would you say?" Quote. The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, "Mizukage, are you planning to invite me to Kurigakure village and give me the position of the 4th generation Mizukage? It's a really good condition." Hee, you are indeed a smart person, but you are not from our village, and you Uchiha family have a lot of scandals, and you are also a tricky character in Konoha. If I give you the position of Mizukage, I am afraid Kurigakure village it's time to change to another village. 3 generations of Mizukage shook his head. Although, the position of Mizukage cannot be given to you, but as long as you join our Kurigakure village, I can make the decision to make you a great elder and exercise the greatest power under Mizukage, including the power of life and death. As soon as those words fell, Kurigakure's expression changed suddenly. Even among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Tsukazan Fuguki, Kurosuke Lei Kiba, and Kuriarer Kushimaru were all killed by Chinyu. The rebellious Biwa Juzo also surrendered willingly. There are only 3 people left in the group of 7 ninja swords. Now Chinyu has become the great elder of the water country, able to exercise the power of life and death. It was a nightmare for them. "Kid, have you thought about it?" 3 generations of Mizukage said again. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, "It seems that I am still being underestimated. It's just a broken village that can't satisfy my ambitions at all. My goal is the entire ninja world. No, it should be said that my goal is not limited to this world." Madman. Listening to these words, the only thought flashed in everyone's mind. Even this kind of fragrant pastry refused, and at the same time openly said such crazy words. That is to challenge the authority of the entire ninja world. 3rd generation Mizukage also changed slightly, his face sank, and he said, "Boy, you are too arrogant, it seems that we can't talk." "Yes, we can't talk about it, so should we do something?" Chinyu said playfully. Such a provocative move made the 3rd generation of Mizukage's face gloomy to ultimate, murderous intent flashed in his pupils, and he roared angrily. "Okay, since we can't talk about it, then you can die with me." Roar. A deafening roar suddenly came out of the body of the 3rd generation Mizukage. The next moment, 3 tails like long whips shot out from behind and slapped Chinyu directly. "As soon as you make a move, it is completely tailed beast. Do not." It should be said that the 3rd generation of Mizukage clearly intends to give up the suppression of the tailed beast and let it go berserk. The violent attack was simply overwhelming. And in the process of whipping, the tail is still expanding. "Boss, be careful." Biwa Juzo's face changed drastically. In the face of the liberation of the 3 tails, he has the urge to support, but in the face of the fierceness of the tail beast, it is obviously not that he can fight against it. "Go back, this tailed beast is interesting, you can play with it." Chinyu smiled playfully. 9 Tomo Sharingan turned in vain, the blood-colored pupil power surged out like a frenzy, and instantly turned into Susanoo. Boom! Three thick tails, like iron whips, slammed Susanoo's body. The huge impact caused a gust of wind, and even the surrounding trees were shaken. However, in the face of this blow, not to mention Chinyu who was in Susanoo, even Susanoo couldn't shake it. Blade of Black Flame, Garuda. Chinyu's thoughts moved, and the 9-tomo Sharingan turned frantically. Susanoo's right hand soared with black flames, and instantly condensed a blade that was burning with raging flames. Without any bells and whistles, he slashed the three tails directly. The violent blow made 3 generations of Mizukage's pupils flash with shock. Before he could think about it, he quickly pulled his tail back. At the same time, the mouth opened, and the huge chakra was poured into it, detonating like a frenzy. Sweetened water style, great waterfall technique. The endless water, like a raging tide, rushed towards the black flames. However, under a slight touch, the endless river water was instantly evaporated, and the blade of black flames chased one of the tails away. PFF'd. The sound of fabric tearing sounded silently. Even Chinyu was a little surprised by the sharpness of the blade of black flame. Although he saw Uchiha Sasuke use Amaterasu as arrows in the original book, he did not expect the power to be so powerful. Do not. It should be said that the current power is stronger than that of Uchiha Sasuke. The huge tail was cut off by the middle. The black flames spread quickly to both sides like maggots on the toe bones. Roar. The scorching high temperature and the heart-piercing pain made Miaiso roar frantically. Just now, he occupied all the will of the 3 generations of Mizukage. However, it only shows the state of half-human Jinchuriki column power. In the eyes of Mio Isofuke, facing a mere little kid, this is enough. It never occurred to him that the slap in the face would come so quickly. Chapter 73. Don't even pay attention to the tailed beast. Above the cliff, the 2.5 tails rolled wildly, under the impact of endless seawater. The jumping black flames did not show any signs of going out. Under the impact of a large number of water waves, the speed of the spread has slowed down, but if it continues, I am afraid that the tail will not be guaranteed. I am afraid that even Xiaoming is no exception. Cough, I advise you, it is still a gecko with a broken tail. As a tailed beast, you will be able to recover soon. Chinyu coughed dryly and acted as a good man. Of course, if the 2-tailed cat doesn't mind, you can also make a cameo. The small voice, as if filled with magic sound, reverberated in the whole world. Kurigakure, who was there in a hurry, fled to the distance, and even Biwajuzo was stunned. For a long time, in their cognition, every riot of the tailed beast is like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Even many elders in the village and elite ninjas had to sacrifice their lives to be able to reluctantly suppress it. However, now Chinyu is making fun of the tailed beast under the watchful eyes of the public. That kind of light-hearted attitude made them feel like they were in a dream. If it wasn't for the seriousness of the occasion, I'm afraid they couldn't help but slap them to see if they were dreaming. Boy, you are courting death. Sano Isofu roared angrily. Like a thunderous explosion, the entire lake was shaken with endless ripples. Under the sound, the eardrums hurt even more. However, this kind of backbone persisted for less than 3 seconds. Under the infusion of chakra in Sano Isofu's mouth, a high-pressure water jet rushed out, instantly cutting off the black flame's entangled tail. Blood dripped and dyed Yuhi's entire lake. Seeing Isofuke Mio who really chose to dock the gecko's tail, the people in the field were stunned. Is this still a tailed beast? Where is the dignity of the tailed beast? Do not. It should be said, where did the fierceness of the tailed beast go? Feeling the changes in the eyes around him, Iso Mitsua's cheeks were also twitching. Looking at Chinyu, who was close at hand, he was completely mad. Roar! A mad roar resounded suddenly. At the same time as the three tails rapidly grew, the figure of the third generation of Mizukage was squeezed out, turning into a blood mist that scattered in the sky and the earth. The huge and ferocious body of dozens of meters quickly appeared in the eyes of everyone. Bloody eyes stared straight at Chinyu. Zupin took a big mouth, and it was a big move to express the resentment in his heart. Bang bang bang. 3 water cannonballs shot out in an instant. At a close distance, the speed is so fast that people can't hide. Good job. Chinyu smiled playfully, but behind Susanoo's back, a pair of wings spread out instantly, and he directly blocked in front of him. Boom. 3 thunderous explosions resounded suddenly. The splashing water waves rushed across the world, ravaging the whole world like a torrential rain. Kurigakure and Biwajuzo in the distance were the first to be hit by these water currents and used ninjutsu to block them. However, at such a life-threatening moment, they were still reluctant to take their eyes off the battlefield for a moment, for fear of missing out on this shocking battle. They eagerly wanted to see how Chinyu had the confidence to speak such ridiculous words in the face of the legendary tailed beast. Water fell from the sky, making Susanoo's figure appear again. The face of this indiscriminate bombardment, Susanoo's defense was obviously not so easy to break. However, Chinyu had just fought with Uchiha Madara, and Tongli and Chakra had also consumed a lot. If they continued to fight for a long time, it would obviously be disadvantageous. If the brain is not flooded, it will never fight Chakrado with the tailed beast. Boy, don't hide in the tortoise shell. Sano Isofu roared like thunder. Cough, do you have cognitive impairment? You seem to be the king. Chinyu coughed dryly and said, however, don't say that I bullied you. As long as you defeat my subordinates, I will stand and let you go. How do you fight? The inexplicable words made Biwajuzo's spine go cold. Kurigakure, who was standing not far from him, also pulled away. In their eyes, looking around the audience, only Biwajuzo was Chinyu's subordinate. Looking at the world of ninja, the 7 people of ninja swords may be a bit arrogant. But in front of Sanwei, he was nothing but scum. Now pushed out to fight, there's only one result. Be a cannon fodder. Juzo, don't look sad, you can't get along on this occasion. Chinyu rolled his eyes. When the index finger of the right hand was bitten in the mouth, and the blood gushed out, the palm of the hand swiped, and the hands quickly turned the hand seal like a wheel. Is it a psychic technique? While Biwajuzo breathed a sigh of relief, he was also secretly surprised. In his eyes, many people can do psychics. But there are very few psychic beasts who can psychic out and fight against the tailed beast, right? Sano Isofu was stunned for a moment, and then laughed outrageously. Boy, you are going to use this kind of trick to deal with me. This is too contempt for me. If you can really channel something, how about I let you have both hands? A loud voice echoed in the sky. Chinyu said with a playful smile, I'm only afraid of you, and I'll hate that the tail is not enough after a while. The art of psychic. As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu slapped the ground with his right hand. Boom. Zanao's psychic seal quickly spread around, and the next moment, the smoke rising into the sky surged. The 3 huge bodies are as shocking as iron towers. Looking at the size of the psychic beast with its 3 tails, let alone the beheading sword in Biwajuzo's hand, he was shocked and fell to the ground. Even Mitsuo Isofu almost bit his tongue. Boy, call us out so soon. This is not a game. If there is nothing important, don't blame us for turning our backs. Toad went to let out a breath of smoke, and stared at Chinyu with squinted eyes. However, compared with it, Toad Jian and Toad Guang's pupils shrank suddenly. Cough, I like to hear what you said, Mrs. Wen, and I don't even pay attention to the tailed beast. This courage is not bad for the boss of Mount Myoboku. The rest of the matter, the three of you will solve it. Don't beat him to the death. Give me some breath, I want to catch it alive. Chin-Yu coughed dryly and said with a smile. Toad Wen was too stunned, and it only now felt that there was a dead silence in the air just now. He hurriedly turned his head to follow the gazes of Toad Jian and Toad Hero, and Sano Isofu was the first to catch his eye with a bewildered look on his face. At this moment, they have an inexplicable feeling of mutual pity. They are all duped. At this moment, Sano Isofu can't wait to swallow the words just now. This slap in the face is too fast. The ugly toad in front of him may not be afraid of it alone. But now three are summoned as soon as they are summoned, such strength cannot be underestimated. And the Toad Bunta who led the team even had a hard time with Shukaku Aikiao in the original book. When it appeared, Shuang conveniently recognized it. It seems that in the original work, Toad Wentai has no less than tailed beasts. Perhaps, during the Second War in the ninja world, Jiraiya let it fight the tailed beast. However, compared to the past, Toad Bunta has a little sympathy for Isofuk Mio. It's good that ordinary people can summon one of them at a time. Now Chin-Yu pulls out Mount Myoboku's three major forces as soon as he summons him, and then it is inevitable that a team will be beaten and beaten. The action of the fat-tailed beast. Chapter 74. Tailed beasts are also afraid of being beaten by the group. On the huge rocky cliffs. Sandao, who is not inferior to Santai's huge body, looked straight at the sad-tailed beast in front of him. Kurigakure and Biwajuzo in the distance were also confused. At this moment, they finally understood a truth. I would rather offend Yellow Flash than Scarlet Ashura. The face of tailed beasts, Namikaze Minado's Hiraishin technique may not be of much use. But in the face of Chin-Yu's endless means. Once summoned, there are three major psychic beasts. Does this riding horse still make the tailed beast live? Boy, are you cheating on us? Toad Wentai didn't even have the mood to smoke a dry cigarette. He just blew Niyubi before being smashed by Niyu. Seeing Sanwei's stunned face, his heart was not relieved. After all, this is a real tailed beast. Wentai, it's too hard to force. Even if you are kneeling, you have to take things up, otherwise you will lose the old faces of the two adults, Fukasaku and Shima. Chin-Yu said with a smile. The face of the three toads couldn't help changing, and when they looked at Chin-Yu, there was a little more shock. You actually know the existence of the two adults, Toad Wen said in a hurry. In Miyamoyamanaka, the three great immortals are mysterious beings that are difficult for ordinary people to know. Among the many psychic contractors, only Jiraiya knows. This led to the fact that in the original work, after Jiraiya died, if it wasn't for Fukasaku to come to the door himself, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know what an immortal was. You bastards, you dare to ignore me. Mio Isofu roared. As a dignified tailed beast, it has always been frightening, and has been ignored. Under the frenzied emergence of the huge chakra, the mouth of Sanoiso's blood basin suddenly opened. Tail beast pill. Endless chakra infused frantically, and an indescribable dangerous breath spread out. If you have any nonsense, let's talk about it later. Let me solve it first. Chin-Yu said lightly. Toad Wentai hesitated, then snorted coldly and said, Jian, Guang, your movements are not slow, right? We will implement special tactics. Got it. Toad Jian and Toad Guang agreed in unison, and they seemed more honest than Toad Wentai. Looking for death. The three tails roared again and again, and it was a shame to be despised by the three psychic beasts as a tailed beast. Tailed beast bomb accumulated in the mouth exploded with a bang. PFF'd. The huge water polo, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, instantly penetrated the air and shot towards the three toads in a rolling posture. Go. Toad Wen is too cold to drink. The three big toads were originally known for their strong jumping power, and they burst out. The cliff, which was already under tremendous pressure, collapsed at this foot. At the same time as the three figures rose into the sky, after Sanwei shot the tailed beast bomb from his mouth, the huge body fell straight down to the lake below. Boom! Tailed beast bomb fell into the air in an instant, hitting the mountains in the distance, and endless waves of water fell from the sky like a torrential rain. The wind and waves caused Kurigakure such as Biwa Juzo to stop even standing. Some big trees that only adults can hug can't bear this kind of impact, and they cut it off. The rain rushing towards you, don't destroy half of the mountain at that moment. This riding on a horse is a fight between gods, and these mortals suffer. Susanoo like Chin-yu did, completely unaffected. Go ahead, the toad dagger strikes back. Double knives. The toad is broken. Three roars suddenly sounded, making the three-tailed nerves that volley fell into the lake suddenly tense. However, in midair, its huge body cannot move flexibly at all. In the blink of an eye, Toad Wentai slammed his feet on the cliff, and his huge body, like a cannonball, appeared in front of him first. The short knife in his hand suddenly turned down and slashed against its chest. You Toad looking for death. Sanwei roared again and again. Like a horned dragon, the two tails twitched quickly, intending to swipe at Toad Bunta head-on. Unfortunately, as soon as it moved, the two huge swords in Toad Hero's hands slashed directly on its back, pressing down the two tails. At the same time, the huge fork in Toad Jian's hand suddenly threw out. When Sanwei couldn't dodge in time, he directly hit the neck. Boom! The attack of the three toads erupted with power like thunder. Sanwei's huge body, like a sandbag, flew upside down directly onto the shallow water beach by the lake. With a loud roar, the ground was smashed to pieces. The huge fork nailed it to the ground abruptly. Roar! The three tails were dazed, shaking their head hastily, and roaring angrily at the same time. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the three big toads standing in three positions with their horn-like postures. Under the rapid flip of both hands, a series of spells were formed. Huge chakras are mobilized frantically in their bodies. Joint ninjutsu, Toad Sanshui kills. The last spell, accompanied by the sudden clasped hands. The water waves that rolled around instantly turned into horned dragons, frantically entwining around the three tails. The speed is dazzling, just a short breath. Directly bind all the hands, feet and feet of Sanwei, including the mouth. At this moment, the three toads used magic to make the surrounding lake water the best means for them to seal and suppress. Boy, we have already suppressed the tortoise according to your request. Can you take it away or kill it? It's up to you. Toad Wen shouted too hastily. The three big toads seem to suppress the tailed beast with ease, most of which are tricky. Moreover, the three tails directly counterattack the force of the human Jinchuriki column. Otherwise, if they can cooperate with the human Jinchuriki column force, they can also perform more powerful ninjutsu. It's a pity that the four fists are hard to beat with both hands. The tailed beast is also afraid of being beaten by the group. In the face of the three big toads, Sanwei is now only able to stare and scream unwillingly. I'm here. Chin Yuju, Tomo Sharingan, turned in vain, and the wings behind Susanoo shook suddenly, turning into a streamer and falling to the battlefield below. Biwa Juzo and a group of Kurigakure, obviously forgetting their opposing positions, hurriedly approached the edge of the cliff, staring down with wide eyes. They eagerly wanted to see how Chin-yu had the confidence to recover a tailed beast that was so ferocious that even 3 generations of Mizukage could not suppress it. This thought also appeared in the minds of the 3 toads, and Toad Wentai looked at Chin Feng with a little more playfulness. Chapter 75. Even the dignity of the tailed beast is gone. Human, you can't suppress me for too long with the 3-headed toad alone. As long as I get away, I will definitely kill. The 3-tailed mouth couldn't open, but it was obvious that he could speak in other ways. The rolling voices echoed in the heaven and earth, making people's eardrums hurt. Feeling that Toad Wen was too obviously not working hard, Chinyu reluctantly dispersed Susanoo and said, "I'll give you a chance now, surrender obediently, or I'll have to do it." "Give me a chance." Sanwei burst into laughter and said, "You can't even maintain your defense, and you are planning to scare me, but I am scared by Sanwei." "Yeah." Chinyu shook his head helplessly. "Since you don't drink a toast and drink a fine drink, then I can only be rough." The inexplicable words fell, and Chinyu suddenly raised his head. Nine-Tomo Sharingan turned frantically, and when he touched his line of sight a little, he felt that the whole world was spinning. "Don't look him in the eyes." Toad Wentai hurriedly bit his tongue. Last time, it suffered from Chinyu's demonic illusion loss, so it was able to react in time. Unfortunately, the experience of Toad Jian and Toad Guang is obviously insufficient, and it is too late to respond. He lost consciousness directly and fell into the demonic illusion space. This scene caused Toad Wentai's complexion to change dramatically, and the sealing technique was simultaneously suppressed by the three toads. Now Toad Hero and Toad Jian have lost consciousness, which means that the seal will be lifted. Once the furious-tailed beast escapes, it will be a fatal blow to them. However, as the seal was lifted, Sanwei, who had run wild, lay on the ground, not moving at all. A pair of eyes, the Nine-Tomo Sharingan marks of the orangutan Yuhi appeared. The violent scene shook the heart of Toad Wentai. Even the tailed beast is trapped in demonic illusion. "Wentai, what happened?" Toad Jian and Toad Guang woke up in demonic illusion with fear still on their faces. Thinking of the brief absence just now, if the tailed beasts succeed in sneak attack, the word, "fallen," is definitely not far away from them. "It's demonic illusion, don't look into that kid's eyes, or you'll get caught," Toad Wen reminded too hastily. Toad Jian and Toad Guang's expressions suddenly changed, they quickly suppressed their curiosity and missed Chinyu's sight. Looking at the dignified tailed beasts, they fell into demonic illusion, and before they could break free, a cold air emerged from the bottom of their feet. In the consciousness space, Chinyu saw the three tails trapped here. To pull the three tails into the deep demonic illusion, it is not difficult for Chinyu's perfect Mangekyo Sharingan to display Tsukuyomi. Moreover, the three tails did not have the help of Jinchuriki column, and they could not use the two chakras of different attributes to collide with each other and disarm the demonic illusion internally. One of the great weaknesses of the tailed beast lacking the human Jinchuriki column power. The blood color is entangled in the consciousness space, and the illusory tailed beast bodies are quickly emerging. Three tails trapped in the middle, four limbs and three tails nailed to the ground, bitten by frantic bites. This kind of injury from the spiritual level is exactly the same as real pain. Kakashi hit Tsukuyomi that day, but for a brief moment, he felt like he was stabbed by a random knife for 3 days and 3 nights. Afterwards, he also lay in the ward for more than a week, before he managed to recover. This is the Tsukuyomi of Uchiha Itachi who is seriously ill, and Mangekyo Sharingan, who is still flawed and has not reached the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the original book, Madara can control Kyuubi, 9 tails, by staring, and even Uchiha Obito is no exception. This shows that the external strength of the 9-tailed beasts is reflected in the chakra, and in terms of spirituality, compared to the people of the Uchiha clan with Mangekyo Sharingan, it is not enough to see. Now Chinyu has upgraded Mangekyo Sharingan to ultimate through the one-click full-level system, reaching the level of 9 Tomo. There are also 3 big toads that suppressed Sanwei at the beginning, and Chinyu wanted Sanwei to sink deep into Tsukuyomi, which was too easy. "Boy, let me go quickly, you have a good fight with me." Three Tails growled hysterically. Although it clearly knew that this was demonic illusion, but facing Tsukuyomi's pain really reflected back to itself, Sanwei now directly felt as if he was being bitten by the fish on the chopping board. Looking at the huge body, after being gnawed, it recovered again. In the case of a constant cycle, the scalp is numb. It seems that you still don't intend to surrender. Chinyu rested his head on his hands, and suddenly turned and left. With my current pupil strength, you should still be here for 3 or 5 days. It's fine if someone saves you outside, otherwise you can enjoy it slowly. Seeing Chinyu really stride away, and the tearing pain that came from all over his body, the state of mind that Sanwei had survived for thousands of years was unbearable. What do you want me to do? Sanwei exclaimed anxiously. It was the first time that he was so worried about a human being and disappeared in front of it. Chinyu's steps couldn't help but stop, looking back at Sanwei, who was holding back the pain, trembling with pain, and wanted to scream. Chinyu laughed dryly, and said, "It's nothing, I am born with a lack of blue. The shot is also a big move, so chakra can't keep up, if you're willing to stay by my side. When I don't have enough chakra, just splurge on me, that's all." A small voice echoed in this consciousness space. Sanwei couldn't help but startled, and said anxiously, "You're spending so much trouble just for this. You don't need to force me to go to the battlefield, go to the war." Chinyu rolled his eyes and said with a sneer, "Is it worth it? You are weaker than me. In my heyday, 10 balls could solve you. If it weren't for the fact that you have a lot of chakra, I would be too lazy to do it." Shame. Sanwei was shaking with anger. The dignified tailed beast is a frightening existence. To be pointed at the nose and said to be a drag oil bottle, this is not even the dignity of a tailed beast. If it was someone else, Sanwei must be in a hurry with him. It's a pity that now the situation is stronger than others, and Chinyu is easily trapped in the demonic illusion space. This anger clearly couldn't erupt. What's more, if it is as simple as Chinyu said, this transaction is not unacceptable. Okay, I promise you, but you can't restrict my personal freedom, and you can't just seal me. Mio Isofuk finally couldn't hold back his breath. Feeling the stinging pain all over his body, he was eager to get Chinyu's response immediately. "Don't worry," Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "however, don't say anything, otherwise don't blame me for turning your face and burning you Yuhi." Chapter 76. In fact, the tailed beast was cute when he was a child. Yuhi burn. Sanwei's expression suddenly changed. These remarks sounded like a joke, but after experiencing Chinyu's methods in person, it is very clear that the other party can absolutely do it. This battle is from the beginning to the present. Except for the fight at the beginning, all 3 summoned toads participated in the battle. Although, the 3 tails were suppressed by the seal, and their strength was greatly weakened. But Chinyu was able to pull it into the demonic illusion space with just one look. This is enough to prove how big the gap between the 2 sides is. Okay, let's go out now. The blood in Chinyu's eyes rolled back like a tide. The phantoms in the 3-tailed consciousness space collapsed into the sky and the earth, and the next moment Chinyu disappeared out of thin air. Outside, everything that happens in the consciousness space seems to be very complicated and very long. However, in the eyes of the 3 toads, it was just a blink of an eye. Seeing the reflection of the 9 Tomo Sharingan in Sanwei's pupils suddenly disappear, their nerves suddenly tense up. "I'm afraid that kid has failed, let's hurry up and recast the sealing technique." Toad Wentai hurriedly shouted. It didn't want to obey Chinyu's orders, but at this juncture, it couldn't allow it to think too much. If the 3-tailed runaway is successful, they will not be able to bear Kabuto's walk. "What are you making a fuss about?" Chinyu's voice suddenly sounded. 3 toads just preparing to hand seal suddenly stopped, looking at Chinyu's relaxed look. Unable to hold back, he hurriedly looked at Sanwei. Seeing Mitsuha regained consciousness, he called out Uchiha-sama in an unusually docile manner. The 3 toads were directly petrified in place. This horse riding is brainwashing. Do not. If it is the speed of brainwashing, it is too fast. Just staring at it for a moment, thinking about it makes people feel the chills in the spine. Okay, it's so embarrassing to be called Master Uchiha. Chinyu rolled his eyes, not expecting Sanwei to be so unscrupulous, so he quickly changed his tune. Let's call Mr. Chin in the future. Also, your body is a little too big, you should be able to become as big as a rag doll. Chinyu said while making gestures. It was as if he was planning to take Mitsuo with him. Boy, I called you Lord Uchiha, I already gave you a lot of face, and I turned into a rag doll. What is the dignity of my tailed beast? The chakra in the three-tailed body rose to the sky. That feeling is that shite can't be humiliated at all. The three toads couldn't help but take a half step back. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, are you going to continue to go in as a chopping board for fish and meat reflection, or you are now sealed in a urinal, you choose. Seeing Chinyu who was looking up and down with an interested face, Sanwei couldn't help but shudder. Hurriedly put on a flattering face and said, Master Chin, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. In fact, our tailed beasts were quite cute when we were young. You don't know, that civet cat and fox are just like Tut-Tut, and they are always fighting. At that time, I was still a good person to persuade them, otherwise they would not grow up. Looking at the three tails running on the train, whether it is the three big toads. Dewa Juzo and a group of Kurigakure, who were still watching the battle, were completely petrified. The tailed beast was skilled in flattering, but it made them feel ashamed. The next moment, seeing how cute he was transformed into a mascot, Dewa Juzo couldn't help but slap Kurigakure next to him. Tell me you're not in pain now, you're dreaming. Kurigakure on the side looked mourning and covered his cheeks and said, can I say it hurts? And why didn't you hit yourself, but it was me who got hurt. Chinyu didn't pay attention to the shock of everyone. He gestured for Sanwei to land on his shoulder, and after adjusting the size several times, he finally looked at the three big toads with satisfaction. Wentai, I have to thank you this time, otherwise I won't be able to solve it. Toad Bunta's cheeks twitched. After seeing it with his own eyes, Chinyu licked the dignified tailed beast like a cat. He didn't believe Chinyu's nonsense. Boy, don't talk nonsense. With your strength, you are enough to deal with the three tails. Toad Wen let out a deep breath and said solemnly, this time you are planning to pass the three tails, so let's convince us. Quote. Since you know the existence of Fukasaku and Shima-sama, are you planning to learn the art of immortals like Jiraiya? Looking at Toad Bunta who can fully use his brain holes. Chinyu smiled warmly and said, you are half right. However, I must learn the art of immortals. I know, you will think that I have bad intentions, but you can't decide this matter. You go back and propose to the two adults, maybe they will agree. Having said this, Chinyu paused and continued, also, tell them that this world is about to change. Toad Wentai's complexion changed, even the two big toads behind him were no exception. These words are very vague, but they have lived for a long time, of course they know what Chinyu's words mean. After the three toads glanced at each other, Toad Wentai snorted coldly and said, don't worry, I will tell you about these things, this time, don't call us out indiscriminately next time. Abandoning these words, the three toads directly lifted the psychic technique. These three stupid toads, the next time they are summoned, they will encounter other tailed beasts. I don't know what their expressions will be. Sanwei said gloatingly. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, I'm hungry, go and bring me back 2 fish. Let the tailed beast catch the fish. Dewa Juzo just rushed over as the battle was over. Looking at the three tails, they really ran to catch them. The whole person almost stumbled and fell to the ground. As a group of 7 ninja swordsmen in the village of Kurigakure, he is also one of the high-ranking members. Of course, I know that on weekdays, this tailed beast is in the village, but it is worshipped like a god. It's okay now. In front of Chin-yu, the relationship and status are completely reversed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Sir, what other orders are there? Dewa Juzo came back to his senses. Even the dignified tailed beast is so low profile, it is even more afraid to be arrogant. There is nothing for now. Chin-yu waved his hand, sat on the reef, and immediately raised his brows. By the way, there seems to be a newcomer named Kisame Hoshigaki in your Kurigakure village. You can find him for me. If you can bring it to find me, that's the best thing. If you can't, contact me and I'll go there in person. Kisame Hoshigaki. Dewa Juzo couldn't help but froze for a moment, then said, does your lord mean the shark face under Fuguki's command? That guy is very simple. He is always fooled by Fuguki, but he is very strong. I heard that he is qualified to compete for the position of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kisame Hoshigaki is one of the few Super S-rank missing nin in the village of Kurigakure, both in the original and here. The appearance of the personality, and the outstanding strength, is the truth that gold will still shine, absolutely can't be wrong. Juzo, you are wrong. Chin-yu shook his head and said, his strength will be stronger than yours. Someone is coming, you should leave first. Chapter 77_. Will he be stronger than us? Dewa Juzo's expression changed slightly. However, in the face of Chin-yu's words, he did not dare to question. He could only hold his heart full of confusion, turned around and walked away. As for whether he would defect, whether Dewa Juzo would never return, Chin-yu did not care. If you are not afraid of death, or you can try it. Chin-yu, are you all right? 3 figures rushed out of the woods, appearing to be in the dust. The way, since Namikaze Minato had never been around here, there was no Horaitian mark left, so he could only rush over here. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito couldn't catch their breath after nearly a day of frantic travel. It can be said that they arrived on the battlefield, but they did not have the slightest strength to fight. Don't worry, everything has been resolved, the people are over there. Chin-yu glanced at Kakashi and the others, and rushed towards the broken cliff. The 3 big toads and Sanwei fought against each other just now. Chin-yu took the opportunity to use Susanoo to hide Nohara Rin secretly and set up a barrier. Now that I count the time, I'm almost awake. Minato, sensei, wait for us. Uchiha Obito took a sour step after gasping for a few breaths. Unfortunately, like Kakashi, he fell to the ground just after walking a few steps. Not even the strength to move half a step. Hey, you stay here first, I'll go take a look. Namikaze Minato sighed helplessly. Chin-yu is 2 years older than Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, but the difference in strength is really incomparable. Chin-yu, thank you for saving me. As soon as Namikaze Minato stood firm, he saw Nohara Rin dashing into Chin-yu's arms. The softness of the 2 groups made Chin-yu stunned for a while. It seems that this is the benefit of saving beauty by the way. Ahem, how long are you going to hug? If those 2 guys see it, I'm worried that they won't be able to bear the burp. Namikaze Minato coughed dryly. I between the 3 students. Let them know, the woman who was running for thousands of miles to save has thrown her arms around another man. That feeling is probably worse than death. Mr. Minato, what nonsense are you talking about? There is nothing between me and Chin-yu. Nohara Rin said, slightly yuhi on his cheeks. It's really nothing, I just saved it twice, and I didn't make any promises. Chin-yu laughed dryly. Chin-yu, Yuan Rin's cheeks became more yuhi, and his head was almost buried in Xiaolongbao. Namikaze Minato rolled his eyes helplessly and said, it seems that those 2 boys are completely unlikely to be your opponents. Let's get back to the point, what was the reason for the big explosion just now? On the way there, they saw the impact of tailed beast bomb from a distance, directly overturning the mountains. This kind of large-scale attack method can be seen as long as it is not blind. I just knew that Chinyu had just appeared, and I passed out for no reason. Nohara Rin said with an embarrassed look on his face. However, I can't blame her for being held hostage along the way, and she was constantly subjected to demonic illusion and hypnotism in preparation for becoming a human Jinchuriki column force. For Nohara Rin, the mental power was completely overdrawn, and it was not bad to be able to wake up for a short time. Here, I met Kuriarer Kushimaru, the 7 ninja swordsman, and the 3rd generation Mizukage. Chinyu didn't hide it. He knew very well that the relationship between the 3 toads and Jiraiya would definitely leak these things out secretly. Instead of being picked on, it is better to take the initiative to explain. Chinyu also wanted to see how Konoha would treat him next. You mean Kurigakure village, the most mysterious 3 generations of Mizukage? Namikaze Minato's face changed drastically. In his eyes, cage-level powerhouses will not appear on the battlefield casually. The first is to stabilize the rear and coordinate the entire battle situation. The second is to avoid being ambushed by other ninja villages, resulting in unfavorable situations on the battlefield. Now, Chinyu told him that not only did he meet the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also Mizukage from Kurigakure village. Is still the most mysterious 3 generations of Mizukage, who would believe it if he hadn't heard it himself. However, the next moment Namikaze Minato was stunned. If Nohara Rin was captured by Kurigakure, headed by 3 generations of Mizukage, then Chinyu's opponent will be the 3rd generation of Mizukage. Now that Chinyu is standing here unscathed, there is probably only one result. Chinyu, you repelled the 3 generations of Mizukage? Namikaze Minato asked in shock. No, Chinyu shook his head and said, I accidentally killed him. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. The first half of the speech made Namikaze Minato secretly relieved, and the second half almost crushed his heart. Nohara Rin stood beside him with a dazed expression, unable to react. 5 shadows, as the strongest among the 5 ninja villages, every cage-level powerhouse is of extraordinary strength. Once they appear on the battlefield, they can definitely change the situation of a battle. Now, Chinyu actually told them that he accidentally killed the 3rd generation of Mizukage. This is too shocking. Chinyu, this joke is not funny. Namikaze Minato smiled stiffly and said, 3 generations of Mizukage, why did you retreat? Namikaze Minato, who didn't want to believe it, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, am I joking with you? 3 generations of Mizukage are the power of Jinchuriki column. I have stripped all 3 tails, and they are still catching fish for me there. Senseless. Whether it was Nohara Rin or Namikaze Minato, they were all dumbfounded. Looking at Chinyu, who was talking nonsense with a serious face, Namikaze Minato put on a smile and planned to pat Chinyu on the shoulder. The next moment, the roar that came, made Namikaze Minato's face change drastically. Grandma, who asked you to stare at me with such an idiot's eyes? I'm your Uncle Mitsuha. Mio Isofu's roar was obviously rampant. Even the way of speaking is full of grandparents. Namikaze Minato hurriedly followed the voice, and the tense voice almost broke. Looking at Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, the turtle with 3 tails and 2 fish in its mouth, the scalp went numb. As the high-level executive of Konoha Ninja Village, he is the most likely to inherit the existence of Hokage. Of course, he has seen portraits of various tailed beasts. The scene in front of me, this horse riding to hell. Chapter 78. It's so delicious. Kakashi, Obito, hurry up and shut up. Namikaze Minato growled urgently. At the moment when Hiraishin's technique was used, Kakashi and Obito appeared in front of Kakashi and Obito like a ghost. The violent scene made the 2 of them startled. It's a pity that the transformation technique was lifted in an instant, and he turned into a giant tortoise with a huge size of dozens of meters. Both feet and stomachs are shaking. Damn it. They were actually teasing a tailed beast just now. It's too long to live on this horse, it's boring to live. Boy, the majesty of the tailed beast cannot be violated, bear my endless anger. Sanwei roared up to the sky. The sky-shattering sound even blew the surrounding leaves, making the eardrums tear. Watching the runaway tailed beasts, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were already exhausted and could not even stand on their feet. When the wind blew, it became the straw that broke the camel's back and fell to the ground. Namikaze Minato was holding Hiraishin Kunai, and his heart was crying. What he is best at is the art of Hiraishin. Now that he has not sealed Kyuubi, Nine Tails, he cannot cast Kyuubi, Nine Tails mode at all. There is also no time to learn Sage mode, without the means of mass destruction. There is absolutely no way to deal with such a huge-tailed beast. Little San, don't scare them, you know Kaden, fire style, make me a fire, I want to grill the fish. Chinyu performed a teleportation technique and appeared at Sanwei's feet, raised his hand and patted it. Originally, the fierce flames were soaring to the sky, and the murderous Sanwei was instantly cowardly. Master Chin, wait a moment, I'm going to make a fire now. Sanwei instantly returned to the size of a mascot. In the eyes of a group of petrified people, they jumped to the woods to pick up firewood. They are not mistaken, this is the ferocious-tailed beast in the legend. This horse riding has become the rhythm of Erha. Chinyu, can you tell me, is this your demonic illusion? Namikaze Minato asked stiffly. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, if you want to try it, I can let Xiaosaner give you a slap. I've been on the road all day, and I'm hungry. Today we eat special grilled fish. Abandoning these words, Chinyu turned around and entered the forest to look for ingredients. Minato-sensei, are you wearing pants? I seem to have wet my pants with Sanwei's saliva just now. Uchiha Obito said shiveringly. It still looked terrified. Namikaze Minato regained his senses, and after barely calming the shock in his heart, he rolled his eyes and said, if Isofumio knew that his saliva smelled like urine, you probably wouldn't be able to plug his kiba. Go aside and wash well, don't be ashamed again. Kakashi also managed to regain his senses and said, you coward. Kakashi, what are you talking about? Someone fell down just now, and whose legs are shaking, am I a little worse than you and wet my pants? Taking the backpack thrown by Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito glared and said, there's something, you are like Chinyu, looking for a head-tailed beast to cook, and I call you father. These words, Uchiha Obito rushed out. He felt that not only did he wet his trousers, but he also had some sloppy things sticking to his butt. After half an hour, the fire was erected. 4 large fish nearly half a meter were cut, cleaned, and grilled on the fire. There is also a large iron pot next to it, cooking a tempting soup. You heat peppers and other materials that Sano picked in the woods. Every time it is rolled, it exudes a stimulating spicy taste. The 4 plump fish had already been burnt to a crisp, golden color. Paired with the secret herbal spice powder that Chinyu brought out in Konoha village. Wet grass fruit, star anise, etc., sprinkle some sesame oil from time to time. The scent hits the taste buds directly. Mr. Minato, Chinyu doesn't plan to put 4 fish in that spicy soup, right? I'm afraid he won't be able to eat it, right? Uchiha Obito saw this scene as soon as he cleaned it. Superficial. Namikaze Minato rolled his eyes and said, if it wasn't for the ninja training that delayed Chinyu, now Konoha Ninja Village has no Ichiraku ramen. I'm afraid I'll lose my job and become an apprentice. Namikaze Minato has tasted Chinese food in the Northwest Pass. For that kind of mutton capsule, and handle meat, the taste is still in my mind. Especially looking to the side, Santai, who was drooling, and his eyes were shining. Namikaze Minato knew there was a tough battle ahead. Minato, sensei, are you telling the truth? Nohara Rin couldn't hold his breath anymore. For the most famous Ichiraku ramen in Konoha, they frequent it. Now Namikaze Minato gives such a high evaluation of the spicy soup in front of them, making it a little difficult for them to accept. They usually kill a fish and set it on the fire when they go out on a mission. Or just eat some dry food. There is no such thing as Chinyu. There is still leisure on the battlefield, so complicated rations. Okay. After Chinyu looked at the 4 fish, he placed the 4 fish in the prepared soup under the watchful eyes of the public. Immediately, the fire was slightly increased, and as soon as the spicy soup rolled down, a handful of herbs and a handful of plump chopped green onions were sprinkled. All kinds of mixed ingredients, under the tumbling of the spicy soup, exude the flavors, perfectly combined. Sanwei's stature is obviously like that of a 3 or 4-year-old child. The forked tail, holding the chopsticks, fell like lightning. A large piece of fish meat with tender skin and tender inside, was directly clipped out of the soup. Contaminated with the chili soup, accompanied by some herbs and fat wild onions, it was sent directly into Sanwei's mouth. At the moment of entry, the spicy taste is mixed with many medicinal herbs, detonating on the taste buds, accompanied by the crispy skin and tender fish. 3 Tails swallowed it instantly. Okay, is it delicious? Nohara Rin couldn't help but ask. Looking at the dignified tailed beasts and squatting aside to eat with them, this kind of life experience is too shocking to the world. Back in the village, I can definitely brag for a lifetime. Grandpa, I had a job with the tailed beast back then. It's not delicious, it's really not delicious. Sanwei Spicy's tears came out. However, the mouth said so, and the remaining 2 tails were obviously well trained, holding 3 pairs of chopsticks. 3 straight open. Damn, being a tailed beast is not honest, I won't believe you. Namikaze Minato woke up suddenly. It's not delicious, and it's still open 3 times, who believes it? The moment he picked up his chopsticks and snatched the entrance of a piece of fish, Namikaze Minato finally understood. What is so delicious that even the tailed beast has opened it 3 times? This horse riding is delicious on earth. Chapter 79 You missed someone. Crazy. Looking at the dignified tailed beast, and Namikaze Minato, who is known as the most likely to inherit the position of the 4th generation of Hokage, completely disregarded the image and grabbed food in the mouth of the tailed beast. Kakashi and Nohara Rin finally lost their breath. When I took the first bite, I finally understood that the tailed beast was not only ferocious, but also treacherous. I also understand why Namikaze Minato said that Ichiraku ramen is not even a fart in front of Chinyu. Looking at the 4 people and 1 beast in front of him, his face was full of hot sweat. While wiping his face, he desperately stuffed his mouth. A scene that doesn't care about the image at all. Chinyu finally understood, what is online dating with hot pot, and he overturned after trying it. This gobbling look, coupled with the hot sweat on his face, is one of the 3 major magic arts in Southeast Asia, which is simply irresistible. If you let them know that this is just the tip of the iceberg of Chinese cuisine, I am afraid that in this life, Chinyu will have to pay for food. After a full meal, Sanwei and Uchiha Obito ran off to get a lot of river fish. I planned to make it according to the law, but unfortunately, after trying one after another, I could only get its shape and not the soul of the fish. In the end, she just stared at Chinyu like a little resentful woman. 4 fish, 5 people, and a tailed beast. That's not enough. Okay, it's almost time, we should set off. This is the border of the water country. The killing of the 3 generations of Mizukage will soon be discovered by them. We will only be the target of the attack if we continue to stay here. Namikaze Minato I patted the dust on my body and stood up. After most of the night's rest, they also recovered a lot of strength and chakra. Moreover, Namikaze Minato didn't want to catch Chinyu's three tails prematurely and expose it to the outside world too soon. After all, apart from Chinyu, the only people who can do this kind of thing are the first Hokage. However, the first Hokage suppressed the tailed beasts, but each one was unruly. However, in front of Qin Feng, he trained Sanwei into Erha. It's totally incomparable. Boss, get me something to eat, you get me some grilled fish, and I'll cut 10 people for you, and the swords are bloody. Sanwei-ji stroked his three tails, crouched on Qin Feng's shoulder and patted the chest. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, I'm greedy, you are so big, how can I feed you, and if you talk again, I will eat raw fish for me in the future. Go now and save me some energy. Oh. In the face of this reprimand, Sanwei instantly persuaded. It is a tailed beast that lives on chakra and does not actually need to eat. However, after tasting the special grilled fish, there is obviously more appetite. Looking at the three tails who were lying on Chinyu's shoulders, and there was a wordless relationship, Namikaze Minato grabbed his hair with a wry smile. He is so hard. Konoha Shinobi Village, inside the Hokage building. The darkened office was lit up. One after another hurried footsteps rushed into the office. In addition to the three generations of Hokage, there are Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane, not even Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi, in the middle of the night, why did you call us urgently? Shimura Danzo snorted dissatisfiedly, and said, it's not that your battlefield command failed, which caused some special situation. This will put your Hokage position at risk. Looking at Danzo who opened and closed in Hokage's position, the three generations of Hokage rolled a helpless glance and said, there is indeed a major event on the battlefield. However, it was not our Konoha Shinobi village, but the three generations of Mizukage from Kurigakure village who were killed. The small voice seemed to be infused with a magic sound at this moment, and the expressions of the three advisors present changed drastically. Cage-level powerhouse, but represents the leader of a village, and is also the biggest support and strength on the battlefield. However, now the three generations of Hokage, even told them that the most mysterious three generations of Mizukage were killed. This means that the war between the land of water and the land of fire will come to an end. Sarutobi, your information is not wrong, why didn't I detect it? Danzo asked eagerly. Could this be a smoke bomb deliberately unleashed by the village of Kurigakure to trick you into defeating our Konoha battlefield in one fell swoop? Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane nodded in agreement. Sarutobi, Danzo is right. This kind of thing has no basis at all. In case of misjudgment, it will be a fatal blow to us Konoha. Homura Mitokado said solemnly. No, the third generation of Mizukage and Kurigakure village, died at the hands of our Konoha people. The third generation of Hokage's tone became solemn. The expressions of the three Homura Mitokado changed dramatically. Danzo couldn't help but said, Sarutobi, do you know what nonsense you are talking about? According to my information, the third generation of Mizukage is the power of Jinchuriki column, and the person who can kill him needs at least cage level. Among Konohas, Minato can't do it except Sanin, you and me. Watching Danzo speak, ignore them directly. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane didn't care. After all, they are different from Danzo. In order to become Hokage, the former is constantly trying to improve their own strength. They are just so-called consultants, obviously not the same. Wrong, you underestimated a person. Jiraiya came out. The person who killed the third generation of Mizukage was Uchiha Chinyu, and he also captured Sanwei. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. The three Danzo's expressions changed dramatically. A moment ago, Danzo was still boasting that to kill the third generation of Mizukage, at least the third generation of Hokage was as powerful as him. Now Jiraiya came out and told them that a kid who was only 14 or 15 years old had reached the height they had been practicing hard for half a lifetime. This is too difficult to accept. Jiraiya, are you telling the truth? Danzo couldn't help himself. In his eyes, Chinyu came from the Uchiha clan. Do not. It should be said that anyone who threatens him to become Hokage is a stumbling block. This is the information that Minato sent the toad back to me. Jiraiya took out 2 scrolls. One of them is from the 3 big toads of Mount Myoboku, when Chinyu was fighting against the 3rd generation of Mizukage. The 3rd generation of Mizukage was attacked by the tailed beast. After Chinyu summoned the 3 big toads to suppress the 3 tails, he used the Mangekyo Sharingan to suppress it. Summon 3 big toads at once. The people present were stunned, and in their eyes, this was simply incredible. The 3 major psychic beasts for one-time psychics not only require huge chakras, but also require a high degree of comprehension of psychics. In Danzo and their cognition, in addition to the 1st generation of Ninja God Hokage and Uchiha Madara, it is possible to do it. Can't think of a 3rd person. Now, Jiraiya actually told them that Chinyu did it. This was beyond their expectations. Jiraiya, you said that Uchiha Chinyu successfully captured the tailed beast. Could it be that he has mastered the powerful sealing technique? Danzo said anxiously. As the powerful tailed beast weapon of Shinobi Village, they certainly know how difficult it is to seal the tailed beast. If it is not a person with the constitution of the Uzumaki clan, it will act as a human Jinchuriki column power. Like other villages, I am afraid that it takes a lot of ninja lives in the sealing class to be able to do it. Now, Chinyu has captured the tailed beast alone, which is amazing. No, the information sent back by Minato is very strange. It seems that Sanwei was not sealed, but was successfully seduced by Chinyu's delicious food. Jiraiya touched the back of his head and smiled bitterly. Chapter 80 is not your time anymore. Have you been seduced by food? The 3 generations of Hokage and the others looked stagnant. This was completely beyond their expectations. Jiraiya, are you kidding me? Danzo said coldly, the tailed beast is a vicious being. Have you not seen the riot of Kyubi, 9 tails? Conquering Sanwei with delicious food is a fool's dream. A slightly hysterical voice echoed in the office. Faced with these remarks, the 3 generations of Hokage and others nodded in unison. I don't want to believe it either, look at this photo. Jiraiya took out a photo of a picnic with his backhand, which immediately attracted the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage and others. However, when they saw the 3 tails that had changed into the size of Erha, they held chopsticks between their tails and fought with humans over food. His cheeks couldn't help twitching. This riding on a horse also lacks the dignity of a tailed beast. Do you believe it? Jiraiya said with a wry smile. When I first received this information, I also suspected that Minato was joking. I was thinking about whether to report it or not, but after the Fukasaku-sama from Mount Myoboku contacted me, I decided to hold an emergency meeting. Being able to tame a tailed beast to this level is not something ordinary people can do. Listening to these words, whether it is the 3 generations of Hokage or the 3 advisors of Danzo, they fell into silence. The information in front of them is indeed far beyond their imagination. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, who would want to believe it? The dignified tailed beast will be so convinced of the human beings who have always hated it. Jiraiya, do you have any ideas for reporting this matter in person? 3 generations of Hokage suddenly spoke up. If it is said, Chinyu is just a relatively outstanding genius ninja in the Uchiha clan. Well, now kill Mizukage 3 and capture Mizukage. But it means that his strength has risen to the same level as theirs. This is a force that cannot be ignored. Teacher, you should know very well what I think. Jiraiya had a rare solemn expression. We Konoha, how should we treat him? Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Yutate's faces changed slightly. As consultants, they are not stupid, but understand the trade-offs. Now Uchiha Chinyu's strength is enough to threaten the safety of a ninja village. If you want to deal with it, you need to make an immediate decision. HMPH, he killed the 3 generations of Mizukage and robbed the 3 tails privately. Once it gets out, it's a big crime. Danzo snorted coldly. Don't forget, the Third Ninja War was caused by the disappearance of 3 generations of Kazekage, which led to the rampage of Sunagakure village, and suspicions came to us. Now, the battlefield in Sunagakure village has stabilized a little. If we let them know that Uchiha Chinyu killed the 3rd generation of Mizukage, the 3 generations of Kazekage's crime will be directly on our heads. We, Konoha, fight to the death, and what awaits us will be the end of destruction. Quote. The slightly elusive voice reverberated in the office, making everyone's expressions a little more solemn. Danzo's remarks may seem a bit violent, but it is a fact. Sarutobi, Danzo is right, Homura Mitokado chimed in. Kaharu Yudatane on the side also nodded in agreement, and this scene made Danzo's face a sneer. As a hero, to dominate one thing, the most basic thing is to control a situation. Now, he has clearly achieved it. 3 generations of Hokage's expression sank, and did not respond immediately, saying, Jiraiya, what do you think? This question instantly brought Jiraiya into focus. Jiraiya, I advise you to take the overall situation into consideration. Any word you say now will affect the fate of Konoha. As a Sannin, you need to know how to choose. Danzo reminded coldly. However, anyone could hear the slightest threat in the words. I think, to treat Uchiha Chinyu well, he has a terrifying talent. Jiraiya ignored Danzo and said, if the first Hokage let us build Konoha, then Uchiha Chinyu will help Konoha rise and play an important role. Critical role. Quote. The rise of Konoha. This time even the face of the 3 generations of Hokage changed. As the current Hokage, he has never been so praised. The cynical Jiraiya, in particular, rarely utters such serious words. Now, it has subverted their cognition. Damn, Danzo yelled angrily. Jiraiya, do you know what you're talking about? If it wasn't for Uchiha Madara, Lord Hashirama would have died of illness, and now our Konoha has unified the 5 great ninja villages. How dare you to compare yourself to Lord Hashirama with the descendant of a Konoha sinner? This is a great sin. The voice fell. Danzo took a step forward, appearing in front of Jiraiya like a ghost. Right hand was like a venomous snake, catching it directly at Jiraiya's shoulder. Boom. White mist shrouded, Jiraiya cast a substitute technique and disappeared out of thin air. What Danzo was holding in his hands was clearly a dead tree. The hit was missed, Danzo's cheeks were obviously unable to hang, and under the convulsions, he hurriedly turned around and looked behind him. Jiraiya, you slandered the prestige of Lord Hashirama, is it possible that you still don't know? Danzo said angrily. However, looking at this scene, Jiraiya didn't take it to heart and said, Danzo, you didn't even see through the substitute technique I performed, you are already old. It is the younger generation who will support Konoha in the future, not a stubborn person like you. It is precisely because of your thinking that there will be constant disputes within the Konoha ninja village. Having said that, behind Danzo, there was a sound of breaking air. The stand-in wood that he had caught, slammed down and turned into the second Jiraiya. Hands suddenly under the hand seal, a silver hair, like a poisonous snake, quickly wrapped around Danzo's body. Danzo's expression changed suddenly, and he had no idea that Jiraiya would use this method. Under this kind of surprise, and under the close distance, it is impossible to resist. In an instant, the needle Jizo was wrapped around a firm. Danzo, you can't even win against me, so you have no way to challenge him. Jiraiya quickly lifted the ninjutsu and said coldly, "Now is not your time." A small voice echoed in the office, and even Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatene's expressions changed.